found myself thrown into chair. So I think the remarks I'm going to say are slightly personal, but I think they're a little personal to almost everybody around us and to our community. We lost a very young man in our community, little Michael, and I got to know this little boy over the summer, and he was a joy, and our hearts go out to his family and our whole community, really. So many people that we know and love here are involved with the family, and we're just pulling for him, and he just didn't make it. But it's holiday season, and this is our last board meeting before a lot of holidays coming up and our bit of a break that we take. So I just ask you all to count your blessings and hug your kids close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Manager's comments?
Yes. I have an exciting announcement for town government that Stephen Dotson will be the town's first sustainability coordinator. He'll be beginning work on our team on February 3rd. He was one of over 75 applicants for this position. I can state unequivocally that during my time with the town, this was the largest, strongest applicant pool that we had for any of the openings that have come up in the last 5 years. Lots of interest in the position, lots of well-qualified people, and a difficult selection process, which is a great place for us to be. We had lots of help in this, so both Liz McLaughlin and Dave Scholes participated in the process, along with HR Director Sally Nix and Public Works Director Steve Barrett. Sue Fillion, the Planning Services Director, was on the selection committee, and she and I together did the final review of 2 really well-qualified finalists, because Stephen will be working within the Planning Services Department and reporting directly to Sue. He'll also be a member of our management team, working together with the department heads. And also participating in the screening and interviewing process were Oscar Heller, Chair of the Energy Committee and a very active member of the community in promoting the sustainability position when we were considering whether or not to create that. And Elizabeth Bridgewater, the Executive Director for the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. We really appreciated the time that they volunteered to this effort to help us make sure that we had a broad perspective in the selection process. I think a lot of people know Stephen. He's done a lot of work on sustainability issues and social action issues around the area and in his prior career elsewhere. One thing about him is, in addition to being an employee of a few different organizations locally over the years, he has provided lots of services, some leadership services as well as assistance as a contractor and a consultant to a variety of organizations. So I'm going to take a minute, just for those who don't know Stephen, to understand the breadth of what he's done already in our area and why we think that he stood out as being particularly the best person for this job. He's been Director of Communications and Marketing for the Northeast Sustainable Energy Association, Corporate Sustainability Operations Associate for One Report Incorporated, an Associate Director at the Rich Earth Institute. He's been on the Wyndham Regional Commission as a commissioner representing Westminster. He's a board member at the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies leadership team, a member of the leadership team for the Ecovation Hub, was one of the initial co-creators of Hermit Thrush Brewery, and has provided assistance and service to the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, Retreat Farm, Friends of the West River Trail, Resilient Design Institute, and the Strolling of the Heifers Slow Living Summit. He's a person who has been deep into this work in a variety of ways over the years, and will now be leading our town effort around sustainability, both internally and out in the community.
Great.
Congratulations, Stephen Dotson.
Wonderful. Exciting to have such a well-qualified and a local person who's already very familiar with what we're going through. Thank you, Peter. The next item on our agenda is fellow select board member comments and/or committee reports. Does anybody have anything they'd like to throw out?
The No committee report. I did on the way in notice it's a really beautiful night. And people, and I noticed this afternoon and then again this evening because I had to be out, that people are being remarkably considerate and careful driving in these conditions. So it's a nice reminder that people actually know how to do it.
That's nice. A nice comment. Anyone else?
No, thank you.
And your comment actually makes me think. This is
Oh.
breaking protocol here, but
Oh, no.
I did see a note from our fire department that they would like everybody, if you are near a fire hydrant, to please clear out around 3 feet around, all the way around. It really does help us out in times like these. And I think I'll just roll right into public participation, and this is the time when we invite members of the public to come up and say their piece. Just try to limit it to 2 minutes. We have a huge audience tonight, but anyone here would like to say anything? This is for anything that's not on tonight's agenda. Just throw it out. Hi, Franz.
Hi, Franz Reichsman, District 2. I'm going to comment on 2 things that are on the agenda because I have to leave. And they are the budget and municipal broadband. And I just want to, speaking strictly for myself here, want to say that, as I said last week, I think, that I would like to see a budget item on municipal broadband go into the fiscal year 2021 budget. I think it's, I know you'll be talking about this some more. I just wanted to register my opinion right now. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for starting off with an unorthodox comment. Anyone else?
Continuing your pattern.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. Anyone else with any comments they'd like to say or questions? Jokes? No? Okay. We are moving on because we are not required tonight to do liquor commissioners or water and sewer commissioners. So our first order of business is an unfinished business item where we will discuss consideration of municipal broadband. I believe this is the 3rd time that this has come before us.
Yes. May I give a quick update about
Certainly.
that?
I wasn't sure which way to go.
Yeah, I think that Dave should lead off substantively, but I'd like to just ground
Yeah,
the
go ahead. Yeah.
public in the knowledge that this was considered a couple of times previously, earlier in the fall by the select board. The action that the board took on the second evening of consideration was twofold: for the town to monitor and be engaged in the regional effort to create a communications union district, a CUD, for southeastern Vermont, and to write a letter to several state officials who were comprised a committee that was looking into the question of whether municipalities ought to be allowed to use general obligation bonds to fund municipal communications, telecommunications facilities. And we took a strong position, the town did, at select board direction, a strong position in favor of that being allowed, that utilization of general obligation bonding authority being allowed, on the principle that it represents self-governance and that communities ought to decide whether to use general obligation bonds rather than the state deciding whether or not it's okay for communities to use general obligation bonds. Those are the 2 directed actions. We did those 2 things. We are engaged with the regional effort that's getting underway. We wrote the letter, we received a response, and received consideration to the town's opinion in the report that that committee wrote to the legislature, but the committee decided not to recommend general obligation bonding authority. So that report was distributed to all of you, and Select Board Member Dave Scholes responded to that distribution by asking for some further consideration this evening. Here we are.
Yeah, it seemed like, well, the letter from the DPS came, was distributed to us, but we didn't ever talk about it. We just got that information. And so I thought we should talk about it. That seemed like that was the next sort of signpost along the way toward our conversations about how to pursue broadband. And their conclusion was, I think it's fair to say, is to wait and see. And initially I was thinking, well, that's terrible because we'd have a lot more options if we could do the general obligation bond and just spread it over the whole community. And I kind of thought that, as I often do when I have a thought, I think I'm right. And I'm not quite so sure about that now because I talked to somebody from, I'm going to forget his name, but it'll come back to me, from who's the Norwich representative on the EC Fiber Communication Union District, which is Norwich, Barnard, and a few other towns around there. And he pointed out that he actually supported it. And I said, well, I got nothing more to say to this guy. But his perspective is that it would mean that only towns that had a lot of money would be able to do this. And other towns wouldn't be able to do it. And, or it would be much harder. And a lot of people who maybe don't have any use for the service would wind up having to pay for it. And although that's true of a lot of things in the world, you may not use every service that the town provides. You still have to, or for instance, schools. But you certainly get a benefit from it. So, but he talked a lot about the Union District and how, and the advantages of that. But the primary one is that they started, and this is almost 20 years ago now, that they started doing this, and they wound up not getting it. They were ready. No, it was in 2008, and they were ready to go, and they had investors lined up, and then the banks exploded, and Lehman went out of business, and all the investors, that all went away. So they started over, and they found some individuals who would contribute, I think, up to about $90,000, and they did a stretch through town. And then the point of all this is that they took a really diverse approach. They got some users to invest in shorter-term bonds, no-interest bonds that would gradually get paid back to the revenues. They created their own model, and so that made the Communications Union District seem more appealing to me, because my context is the Waste Management District and the merged school district, and the issues that the towns have where interests don't align get really contentious and sometimes just bring things to a halt. And I still want this to move a lot faster. So but I've continued to look around. A couple of the articles, this one came late. I just found out about this on Sunday. That Bristol, New Hampshire, which is a town of not a few thousand people, and it's in the article here somewhere, did their own. They got $98,000. The town approved spending $98,000, and they got a $132,000 grant, and they did a 3-mile stretch of Main Street, and now they're bit by bit trying to roll it out into the other communities. So that's another model. The Chesterfield, obviously, they can do those bonds, and they did it. And one of the people, Bratt Roscoe, I think I'm remembering his name right. He was going to come to the meeting, but unless you're Bratt, you're not. He decided not to come because of the weather to talk about Chesterfield. And the other example was the excerpts that I sent in the link, although it's a link on paper, it's not very easy to link to, from Kentucky, where they did wire this very rural county, and in a few years they created 300 jobs, and many of them went to people that were making $5 an hour in an auto parts store or somewhere like that, and were able to get much better jobs, telecommuting, and so. The conclusion of all that is that there are a bunch of different ways that we could proceed. And so I wanted to find, I'm sorry Patrick's not here because I suspect he has some information, maybe you do have information about, you mentioned that we are engaged in the CUD process. Maybe you can talk about some of the progress that is going on there.
Sure. That
would be great. But basically my question is, first question is, do we want to proceed? Because there was some resistance, some hesitant. Liz obviously doesn't, she's shaking her head no. So I need to find that out before I try to get us to determine how we want to do it.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm going to let you steer a little bit. You threw a question to our town manager.
Yeah.
So. Sure. So the way I would characterize what's happened so far is there has been preparation to launch the CUD process. A fair amount of it, lots of communication among the parties who intend to participate in it, as well as some coordination among those who are organizing it and bringing in resources to assist. And it will launch all but immediately after the holidays. I don't know the exact date of the meeting in January, but there's a meeting that has been scheduled to be held in January where the group will assemble and begin to identify the steps they're going to take to move forward. They will be receiving advice from the individuals who created, well, the ones who created EC Fiber will be speaking from their direct experience with the creation of a district similar to what is being envisioned for southeastern Vermont. And there's funding that's been provided by the state that's being provided to the Wyndham Regional Commission to assist in this effort. I don't know the details of that, and I don't know whether or not it's coming with technical assistance from the state. But I do know that there's that they've engaged individuals who had participated in the organization around EC Fiber to bring that experience here.
And the state also funded a position for a person to provide support for exactly what you're talking about.
Right, and that's the part. I don't know whether or not that person is already engaged in providing that support around the state, and whether they are part of what's going to be the launch here, or whether it's just state funding that's going to help in terms of paying for the expertise that's coming in from the EC Fiber folks and perhaps others. But Patrick will be representing the town in that. He unfortunately wasn't able to be here for this evening's meeting, but he certainly will go to that first meeting and be able to provide a further update to us in January about what he learns there and how it's intended to move forward from here.
Before throwing it out to some other comments, I thought I might just ask for a couple clarifications on what you're actually looking for as far as a discussion. When you talk about broadband, and we talked about this twice before in sort of broad terms about high-speed internet, and I think a lot of the time there's a confusion around the term because the term is rather broad, quite literally. Because often when people are speaking of broadband, they're speaking about fiber. And I assume that's kind of what gets you excited.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a good clarification, at least for me. But I'm kind of curious, if you want something to be, you're advocating for something to be on our town meeting, what would that look like?
Well, that's what I thought that the way to proceed was to put some money in for a study to explore all the different options. And I don't know if we don't do that, and the CUD looks like it's going to take ages, then it'll be a whole year before we can put anything in the budget again, because that's not even going to start until January.
Right.
So where I am now is wondering whether to pursue that or not. And I think what I'd like to do is talk to Patrick and maybe the people of the district and find out a little bit more about what the prospects are for that. And if there's, I think that money has to be raised for the work. And if it's the initial money from the state is for exploring, but it's not going to get anything done. So I don't know exactly what to ask for. But we'll find out more before we're done with the budget, if possible.
If you recall, at the last meeting, I think it was October 15th, we generally had, at least three of us, I believe Brandy was also absent at that meeting as well. So there was only four of us at that meeting as well.
No, Brandy was there, because she had issues with the company that was doing the work in Chesterfield. I remember that really distinctly.
Daniel, were you here?
Daniel was
I
here.
recall Brandy not being here, but
Okay,
that's
well, it
fine.
might have been another meeting.
Since there were two earlier. So I'm just wondering, I remember Liz saying a couple of comments that I agreed with, which were why, if there's so many steps that could be taken in the community and exploring some background on this and gauging our community of whether or not people are really interested in this, pursuing this, however we might pursue it, why wouldn't we do that work first? And you actually volunteered to get the ball rolling, speaking to people, and it seemed...
And having people come in and talk with the snow.
Right.
Yeah.
And I know even, I don't want to call out Franz because he's not a member of this board, but a comment that Franz made was that there wasn't, he personally didn't support going towards the study until there were numbers attached to it. So I guess I'm just wondering, I feel like you are kind of feeling your way a little bit, which is fine, but in order for us to make a decision on actually putting something on the agenda, it would have to be a little more concrete.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe it should wait for petition if it was something that you really needed to
Well,
see.
well, that depends. I think that the part that I absolutely agree with is we need to get a broader sense from the community whether they would support it or not. And a petition and a conversation at town meeting would certainly indicate that interest. And that may be, the way to pursue. I would like us to talk about it at town meeting. I'm just not sure how to go about that. I'd like to get a consensus from the meeting about how vigorously we should proceed in this direction. I think it's really urgent, and that's the reason that I'm anxious to get things moving.
I have a comment.
Please.
So 3 weeks ago, I'd say, or I don't know exactly how long ago, we voted on a measure, didn't we not?
I don't. Well, you mean? Do you remember we had that sort of menu of options
Right.
to take? We went
Yes.
to 1 and 2, but I don't
Yes.
think we actually took a vote.
Okay.
I think it was consensus.
Well, so we had
3
a
out of 4.
consensus, and that consensus was to go with the CUD, to gain knowledge from them of what they were doing in lieu of spending money on a study, because they were getting state resources, they were getting state personnel, they were discussing this, and frankly, the more rural towns have a greater interest in better service than Brattleboro has. So I am content to stick with the decision or consensus that we made just a short while ago and gain, whatever knowledge we can from that. It's interesting because, Peter talked about that there were 2 steps, and the one step was the CUD and the second step was the letter. So we got an answer to our letter, and I understand that you're eager, Johnny on the spot, to discuss it. But I think we need time for the CUD to learn, and we learn from that process. And we haven't had that time yet because it hasn't really started. So I think it's premature, and I am content with the decision that we made, and I want to let that bear fruit.
Just a couple of responses. One is that the decision included me finding people to come in and talk about the advantages of different systems, so that's what I'm doing. The other thing, I don't think, from the responses that I've seen, and they're small, but the number of responses I've seen, I've heard more people say, well, the rural places don't need it, the downtown needs it because that's where the businesses are concentrated. So I don't think there's a conclusion that the rural communities are more interested in it or not. And we're rural and urban, so it really doesn't matter. The fact that it's been 3 months and so far the CUD is prepared to launch indicates it's going to be a very slow, tedious process, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better process. And so I'm looking to keep as many different options going as possible. And obviously, you can support what you feel comfortable supporting. I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to promote whatever we can, and I will participate more actively and communicate with Patrick about the CUD. But I have heard nothing about it since it was initially in paper. And so obviously there's not much to report. But at this point, I don't really have an action that I want us to take until I get a better sense of whether that's going to proceed. It is a really good model. The way EC Fiber rolled it out, it's a really flexible model. And but it may mean that we still have to pay for ours all on our own anyway. So we'll see.
Daniel?
I remain fairly agnostic about this. I guess the one thing I want to kind of point out for folks who might be following along at home, so some of the communities that we've been compared to here are really small. So Leverett, Massachusetts has a population of, or at least from the 2010 census, had a population of 1,876 people compared to our nearly 13,000. And they had 813 households. We have 5,421. The amount of money that they raised in bonds for that project was $3.6 million for 813 households, of which 667 of them ended up becoming subscribers. And what I don't want us to go too far down a road is to kind of envision this project that is presumably at least a couple of times larger than that. You know, maybe it's in the tens of millions of dollars. And Leverett, Massachusetts was also a place that did not have access to any meaningful broadband of any sort. So there was no competitors there. We've already heard from Patrick's report that where towns have tried to do this, where there are competitors, those competitors compete. And that means that they're able to offer deals that they wouldn't typically. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm in love with our local internet providers as things stand. I would love for a better deal. But if what it meant was I got a better deal and then the town was left holding all this infrastructure without subscribers to actually support it, that's bad for our taxpayers. So those are my concerns about it. I mean, like I say, I'm agnostic. If somebody can show me a way that this is financially viable for a town our size with the number of house sites and with the number of miles, right? Because we're also talking about laying cable. I mean, I guess in like the biggest vision would be laying cable to every single house site in Brattleboro. So how many miles of cable are we talking? It sounds to me like it would be a heck of a lot of money. And we know that we can't use general obligation bonds, so we can't raise money without having to worry whether it'll make money, right? We have to raise money through, and you can correct me if I get this wrong. Please do. So revenue bonds means that it has to like be kind of something that is able to make money.
Exactly. It's called a revenue bond because it has to be attached to a specific revenue stream that will pay off the bond.
So that would be subscribers for this service, which we would be competing with.
But it can be for a very long period of time.
Yeah, exactly. It could be for a really long period of time. And in the report from the state, it says here, a 2017 financial assessment conducted by the Center for Technology, Innovation and Competition at the University of Pennsylvania School of Law found that 11 of 20 projects assessed were cash flow negative during the assessment period. 5 projects had an estimated repayment period of 100 years. 2 projects were pegged at over 60 years, and only 2 were slated to break even. And so I don't often find myself in the fiscal conservative role on this board, but I think that, you know, our taxpayers need to be getting their money's worth, and I worry about going too far down a road for like a tens of millions of dollars vision, unless there was something that, you know, and I understand why we would study it, right? Because like we don't know. I'm not an expert in this. I'm taking opinions from folks that know more than I do, and so there's something to be said for a study. But even if a study is $80,000 and it looks like we're going to end up with a project that's $20 million and we really don't know if it's going to work, I don't know if I even want to spend that $80,000 when there are other things in Brattleboro right now that $80,000 would do a lot to help with. So that's where I'm at.
A couple of responses, and I'm happy to move on.
Oh, sure.
Obviously, it's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain something like this on its own. That's one of the things I want to make sure that we find out.
Dave,
I have
could you
no
speak
idea.
up, please?
Sorry?
Speak up, please.
Yeah. It's entirely possible that Brattleboro is not large enough to sustain this kind of a thing, even if we paid it off over 100 years. And that's why the CUD might be a more viable option. And so that's entirely possible. I think the important thing about the competitors competing, at least in the examples that are in place now, Chattanooga, Tennessee is one of them. There's several others, a couple in North Carolina, I think Greenville, a couple other much larger towns than us that have done municipal fiber. And they found that what they did basically is resist and try and keep them from using the poles and try and keep them from having access and not cooperating with the backloading, because that has to go through those kinds of providers. But the deals that they offered were the typical deal that you get from a place like Comcast. You know, sign up and we'll give you all of it for $20 this year, and next year it's 180. And so that hasn't changed. That model didn't change, and people are continually paying more than they need to. It's also important that places like Korea and Singapore have the entire nation, and they have lots of rural areas in Korea. The entire nation is wired, and the effect on the economy is really astonishing. There's no question about what happens when you have that degree of broadband. And that's the primary reason that we're looking at this in terms of the potential economic growth.
Yeah, I'm sure that it would have a benefit to our economic development. Whether the benefit would match our outlay and continued like operation of a municipal utility is the big question mark.
Yeah, certainly. And it has to be answered.
Maybe.
Just like it can be answered sooner rather than later. And again, if the CUD process is moving and has some time, some milestones and some goals and some time frames involved with it, then I'm perfectly content to let that play out. I just don't want to have it take forever. Those initiatives have not had a lot of success when towns have tried to work together on things. So, and the state obviously doesn't always help.
I think, before I throw it out, if maybe there's a couple of people that might want to say something, I just want to point out that I think Patrick, because he's not here, he did caution us in putting, a lot of hopes in the CUD, just because there was something described such as the donut hole, which is to this effect that the larger populated communities in these areas actually don't see the benefit that the least populated communities.
I have an update on the donut hole.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, just that I mentioned that to the gentleman from Norwich, and he pointed out that it's not as bad as it seems or as it was described. It's not really it's not, well, you may have some better information just generally, but he said that it's really not accurate to think that a place like Brattleboro wouldn't be served by a CUD.
Maybe you could
It's one of the things
describe
that
what
changed
that
my
means.
So I think it's actually more nuanced than would Brattleboro be served or would it not be served, and it's because Brattleboro itself has some land use diversity. So what we have come to understand, and I would say our understanding is still really in the early stages, right? The thing is in the process of launching, and we'll know a lot more a month from now, 2 months from now, about where it seems to be headed. But one of the things that Patrick learned and shared with me is the CUD could have a benefit for Brattleboro, broadly defined, because of the communities that are outside of Brattleboro being adjacent to parts of Brattleboro that are currently not served by the major carriers. And so there still would, in fact, be a donut hole, or in our case, sort of the cavity in a sea.
Amoeba hole.
Well, it would be circled, but the downtown Brattleboro area and the developed residential area immediately around that is well served right now, actually, by competitive providers. And so that's the area where it would be hard for us to present ourselves as a public alternative to that in a way that would compete favorably, because they've got such tremendous resources internationally, so they could afford to undercut us. But that's within the developed part of Brattleboro. And so out in the area of Brattleboro that is currently underserved or unserved, that is adjacent to Dummerston and to Marlborough and to Guilford, there is at least a possibility, I think probably a likelihood, that if a southeastern Vermont CUD gets going, that those parts of Brattleboro could in fact benefit significantly from the regional CUD.
And then we'd be in the happy position of having a reverse HUD situation where we take advantage of the resources and the infrastructure that the surrounding towns have, rather than the other way around.
That's interesting.
I'm not sure that's how it works, but
Oh, well,
Yeah, does anybody in the public, do you mind if I throw it out to anyone who might be
well, I
here?
just wanted to mention that Daniel made a slightly different point than David's in saying that the benefit was to very small communities. And so David mentioned maybe we're not big enough. That's not the case. We may be too big.
relatively too big.
relatively too big.
To get aid from the state.
Enough, right?
Yeah.
Or of that Goldilocks effect.
Yes.
Or anti-Goldilocks.
Yes. I mean, I had a couple comments too, but I was just going to throw it out. Anybody wanted to speak to it? Who's here tonight? Or no? Chris? My only comment was it's still, and I said this at the last meeting, it still feels like a bit of a solution in search of a problem to me. We have, according to Patrick's good report that he gave us a few meetings ago, 95% broadband, which is defined broadly, already in Brattleboro. We do have some outskirts that don't get very good service, and it's something certainly to work on. But we have fiber to this building, and we have fiber to, I know I just confirmed with somebody who helps me with my computers, Patrick Byrne out on Burge Street. There's 200 up, 200 down, which was a nice number that I've heard about being thrown about in fiber, and that's just the beginning. You can get 1,000 up and 1,000 down, and I won't go into all of what that means. But that's fast internet. That's super fast fiber, but it's already available. Now, I don't know the coverage, and that's part of the homework too, I think, to make sure that we have a problem. In my mind, let's make sure we have a real problem that is slowing us down, either from an economic development standpoint or from an equity standpoint, and we're not really sure where we are, I don't think, yet, before we can go forward with solving the problem, in my opinion. The Chesterfield partnership with Consolidated Communications is brand new. So as swimmingly as it seems to be going so far, I've heard some good things. That doesn't mean it's going to go really well. And they're also a model that we can't replicate here at this time, by my understanding, the way that they handled it. So right now, the general obligation bond is off the table. A lot of us are uncomfortable. Daniel, you spoke to the problem with revenue bonds, and at the last meeting, I think you mentioned equity and how that really just goes towards serving people who can afford it often, because the town would be forced to make money from the deal. So I just don't quite get the urgency at the moment. I'd love to see evidence that the lack of cohesive municipal broadband is slowing us down somehow, or impacting our economic development, because I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that so far from businesses who need fast internet. Anyway, that's my...
Just one thing I think I can clear up. Again, the gentleman from EC Fiber I mentioned that we have fiber going through town. I remember when Savnet put it in, they put one of their junctions up at Academy School, and the school gets a little discount because it hosts that site.
I'm sorry, did you say Sovereignnet?
Did I say Savnet? I said Savnet, yeah, when it was Savnet.
Okay, is that, I get confused, is that now First Light?
I don't know whether it was sold and changed.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but with
And you
Savnet
said
when they
it's
did
at
that.
Academy School?
Yes.
Is that what, I just didn't hear you.
And, gosh, I'm not talking well. I don't know. It seems like I'm fine. I've got new hearing aids, so maybe I'm
got the
whispering.
heater going as well.
But it
It's
sounds
just-
loud to me. Let me
it's
turn it
noisy
down a
over
bit.
here.
It's the
Oh,
fans, probably.
The fiber that we have, it's a point-to-point fiber. It's not designed to have branches going off. So if someone's having access to it, they are somehow related to that point. It's a different design that they're doing in Norwich and Barnard, and in that EC Fiber district. You need to hear that.
All right, well then, you're not requesting we take an action?
Yeah.
Okay. Unless anyone else has any other comments, I guess we'll move on to new business. And we have, I need to cough. Sorry. We have a financial report to go over.
We do. So the monthly financial report for the first 5 months of the fiscal year, 41.7% of the fiscal year is complete. The prorated rate of expenditure in the general fund is 40.0. We're in good shape there. In fact, good shape across the board in this report, particularly in the parking fund. Of course, the parking fund is a little distorted because our capital expenditures from the parking fund are not in a separate capital fund. They're expended from the annual budget that you approve for the parking fund. So this is a number that will increase in the spring, but still, we've expended only 35.2% of the parking fund allocation in this 41.7% so far of the fiscal year. And the utilities fund, again, using a proration because of the fact that we make a couple of very large payments early in the year for annual interest and sludge removal. The prorated rate of expenditure is 40.5% in the utilities fund against that 41.7% marker. So good shape in all the major areas of operation. We have just shy of $4.2 million in outstanding loans that are being repaid to the town. There are, as there have been for many months now, 2 loans that are overdue but still where payments are being made. 1 loan that's in default and fully reserved. And there's a notation in this month's report, closure, unhappy closure, but not unexpected closure on the cultural intrigue matter, where we knew that there was a default, that the town was not going to receive the remaining funds. We did file a court action attempting to get some leverage there, and the court has ordered that cultural intrigue is free of paying back the debt of $67,837 to the town. And so that has been written off the books. That loan balance has been written off. The program income report shows that there are $492,000 or so available for loans and grants. That's a number, of course, that fluctuates some from month to month. We're always receiving repayments into that fund, and we're occasionally making disbursements from the fund. But we're right now just shy of $500,000 of available funding there. We currently have 40 active grants that the town is implementing and 5 grants that you have authorized us to apply for. We're still in the application process. Have any questions?
Nope.
I just see we're on the other side of the where we're supposed to be at this time, a little surplus in the general fund. It's nice to see.
I have one quick question.
Yes.
You mentioned that there was a loan late. When loans become late,
Yes.
what's the process that is taken to?
So there's communication ongoing between the finance department and the folks who owe these loans virtually as soon as anybody becomes late. And what we typically find is that somebody might have run into some cash flow issues at the business that was funded through the grant, or through their loan rather, I'm sorry, or that there's some other circumstance where folks just need a little bit of time and then they continue to make some payments while they're behind and then they get back current. That is the normal course of action. There are times when it becomes a more extreme situation like that. There was one that came before this board sometime last year, not in this fiscal year, but in the prior fiscal year, that we redid some restructuring. There was a loan that had been a 10-year loan. We were about halfway through the repayment period, and a local person who was really committed to repaying the funds had fallen far enough behind that they weren't going to be able to repay the funds on the original schedule, but made a very large payment, sold a piece of property, made a very large payment against that outstanding balance, and then we restructured the remainder of what was owed to the town for a new 10-year period. So that'll happen from time to time. It's very rare that we actually have somebody who just walks away and where the debt has to be written off. That did happen, unfortunately, in the cultural entry.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have an observation from the parking fund. I see that parking meter revenue is at 46%, right,
Yes.
ahead of the curve, and parking fines are down at 33%, which might suggest that the new parking meter system is working well, because there are
Yes.
fewer fines than you would have expected and more payments.
Might be the
But
key
it also
word.
could not.
Yeah,
Anyway, it's money in the bank.
absolutely. And the fund overall is doing well.
Yeah.
We do have some repair costs coming up though, because somebody hit the last one on the west side of Main Street before you get to Elliott, and it's looking like the Tower of Pisa now.
But when we know who that somebody is, we recover.
do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's an insurance claim usually, but yeah.
I hope it wasn't one of our plots.
I don't know the particulars of that
Yeah.
that instance, but a lot of times when there is damage, particularly street side damage to town infrastructure, we're able to recover those funds.
That's why Cool Hand Luke was in prison, by the way.
Really? And there's a
That's a valuable piece of culture.
Anytime I can help.
Some cultural impact.
Yes,
There's a movie I'd like to watch
Failure
again.
to communicate.
That's right. That's what we have here.
Hopefully not too often.
So, thank you, Peter, for the report. Next is we have errors and omissions to the grand list, and we might be hearing from Jennifer.
We will.
Welcome. And would you like to just let us know our process, just for the viewing public?
So, I have something written down, so.
Yeah.
If it is discovered an error or omission in the listing of real or personal property after it became the grand list, the approval of the select board is necessary to make a correction. Such errors or omissions of property listings may be corrected on or before December 31st. The grand list was lodged June 26, 2019 with the town clerk. From this date until today, the assessors have identified changes. And if you could please examine the attached spreadsheets from the material you were provided, detailing the errors and omissions to the 2019 grand list, which are being submitted for your review and approval. I'll continue. There were 5 changes to the value of real properties. 2 were the result of BCA hearings. 1 corrected an error in the sale of 2 contiguous parcels. 1 was the result of lister voted exemption, and 1 is an exemption per state statute. There were 4 changes of value of business personal property due to late filings or filings that were corrected after the grand list was lodged in June. There were 3 changes in tax stabilization. 1 participant in the farm tax stabilization program didn't submit the required paperwork, so the property has been removed from the farm tax stabilization list. The other 2 involved a correction in the methodology used to calculate value of tax stabilization applied to the real property and personal property at Commonwealth Dairy. Commonwealth Dairy adjustments warrant a more detailed explanation. While the assessed value of Commonwealth's business personal property has been materially reduced per the outcome of a grievance, the tax value of Commonwealth's real estate and personal property both have increased. This is due to a correction in the methodology of calculating the amount of tax stabilization that Commonwealth is entitled to under its 2011 agreement with the town. The calculations related to that complex set of adjustments is included in the bottom of the schedule of the attached sheet entitled Errors Omission Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization. When the adjustment is made to reflect the increase in Commonwealth's taxable value despite the decrease in Commonwealth's assessed value, the net change in the total taxable value townwide for both real estate and business personal property is an increase in taxable value of $905,705. And I can help answer any questions you might have.
If it's okay, before we go into further discussion, I'd like to just amplify two pieces of what Jen just described. Select board members who've been involved in this over the years and close observers to town finances will recognize that this is a really unusual moment in what is a really standard, frankly, sort of kind of boring but necessary, statutorily required procedure where we do small corrections each year to the grand list for the reasons that Jen described. What's different this year is the adjustment is much more complicated because of the Commonwealth Ferry situation, and because of that and the particular aspects of that, the grand list is actually increasing. The total taxable value based on this errors and omissions report is increasing by almost $1 million. And what we normally see at this time of year is a decrease because normally in a less complicated errors and omissions report, what we have is the report on adjustments that have been made because of the grievance process. So we lodge a grand list in June, property owners can contest their values, that process goes on through the summer and fall to make whatever adjustments might be made, and most often at this moment in time, we have a less complicated list that ends up with news that we're a little disappointed with. It's not usually a big decline, but it's usually a decline. And instead, this year we have an increase and a much more complicated report. Just wanted to note that for the record.
I must say, I'm confused because of this Commonwealth Dairy line. The old value was $16 million and the new value was $5 million changed. So we lost $10 million?
That's the personal property valuation that Jen referred to in the report as the assessed value went down, but the taxable value has actually gone up because the formula by which the amount of the assessment, so they are in a tax stabilization agreement for another 2 more years, this year and next year?
Yes.
And under that tax stabilization agreement, so much of that $16 million was being stabilized, so that reduced their tax obligation, that we're actually seeing this year an adjustment where the value, the assessed value went down, but the proportion of that that's taxable has gone up so significantly that we're going to have an increase in the taxable value.
So it went from the original taxable value of almost $4 million
Yes.
to the total corrected of five.
Over 5, 5.5 about.
5.5.
Yes, that's exactly correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Could you say more about business personal property? What is that?
Business personal property.
Yeah.
So we require businesses to send in an asset report of their equipment and any assets that they use to run their business. It can be desks, file cabinets, and the such. We do not require inventory, but we do have a tax on the depreciated value of your equipment. The equipment may be fully depreciated, but however, we assess that at 10% of its original cost. So there's always a value placed on the equipment.
And so if I'm reading this correctly, Commonwealth's business personal property went down, our assessment of that went down quite significantly.
Correct.
But their assessed value for their real estate
Yes. So
increased?
they grieved their value.
I'm trying to not muddy the waters, but I'm trying to just...
No,
make sure.
yep, it's a very complicated question, and far more complicated than usual. So what happened was they grieved their value, and they won their grievance. So their assessed value was reduced very significantly. But Jen discovered that the amount of whatever that value is, whether it had been the original number or this revised number or something else at the outcome of the grievance process, whatever that number was, that it should be the proportion of it that should be taxed versus the proportion that where the tax is forgiven under the stabilization agreement, that taxable portion should have been far greater. And so there was a dialogue that went on with Commonwealth where the resolution of the matter was that because they won their grievance, the value is changed to that value. But because the town substantiated that the formula that should be applied to that value would require a far greater amount of taxation percentage, they accepted that, and that's where we've landed. And that adjustment, the adjusted methodology will apply again to next year. And after that, they'll be just in the system like everybody else because we will have reached the end of their tax stabilization agreement.
Great. And this is all within the business personal property assessments?
Well, it actually, the Commonwealth matter affected both their business personal
Okay, that
property
was my
numbers
question.
and their real estate numbers. So again, I apologize for the degree to which this is convoluted. It is convoluted. There was appeal of the values. That was one part of this, and there was the adjustment of the methodology that was the other part of this. The two work to different effect on the numbers. So this year, it's very complicated and very confusing, but we end up in the good place of almost $1 million of additional value on the books for taxable value, so we'll actually yield some additional revenue to the town. Going forward, the report, both next year, because we won't be making all these different adjustments related to a complicated owner of property, and in years beyond that, because they won't be in tax stabilization any longer, it should be a simpler report again.
I just have a question about some of the language used. Why do we call it business personal property tax?
I believe
I found that confusing.
So I believe the state calls it that in the
really?
statutes. Yeah, that's
Because when I see
Awkward.
business and personal next to each other, it feels...
totally agree. Right.
Okay.
Keep them
Yeah,
separate.
Unless it's your
why it's
personal
not an
business.
equipment tax or something else like that is a good question.
Yeah.
I totally agree with the confusion it creates by being business personal property.
Right, okay. My other question is, we always call this the errors and omissions
Yes.
report. Is it really errors, omissions, and adjustments? Because most of the changes tend to come from grievance, right? Or most of the detailed changes.
No, not all. The BCA level,
Board of Civil Authority.
Board, correct, thank you. Board of Civil Authority level would warrant a change if it was reduced from the decision. Late filings for business personal property, they are adjustments, but there can be an error. An example of one where there was a sale of 2 parcels, each parcel separate parcels. They were contiguous, so in the state's mind, they were taxed on one tax bill, and they were sold off to separate parties. Each parcel had a house. The one house had not been removed from the main parcel, so it's called the parent parcel. So if you have 2 parcels, you have one parcel that's the parent parcel. That was an error on our part. There can, or it could be looked at as an omission.
Okay.
So
It's also the terminology, just like how the business personal property tax is terminology that's required under state statutes, so is the errors and omissions report.
it is, and it's
So other nomenclature might feel more logical or common sense, but the report we have to file, there's a certificate you will sign tonight after you take this action. That is the errors and omissions certificate that's required for the town to submit to the state of Vermont.
Great. So we got to do it.
We gotta
We
do it.
can't clarify it to our liking
no.
necessarily. Well, unless we have anybody else that wants to chime in, I'd be open to taking a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on the reports entitled Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Grand List, and Errors and Omissions, Schedule 2019 Tax Stabilization from Town Assessor Jennifer Brunel.
Great, thank you. Liz has made a motion to approve the changes in the 2019 grand list as set forth on those two reports aforementioned. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's 4-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. In the fear of losing our audience to that conversation, I think...
Interested. Good, good.
Good. I think I'll go on to item C, which is also confusing and strange. No, it's not. I'm joking.
Less so, I
Less
think.
confusing. The Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust 2016 Six Scattered Site Grant closeout. Right. Public hearing.
Yes, so I would ask that you please open a public hearing.
Yes.
And then I will explain what we're doing here. And Bruce Whitney is here from the Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust to speak to some of the details. Would you please open?
Yes. I will now officially open a public hearing.
Thank you.
Hi, Bruce.
So each time we finish administering a community development block grant project, we are required by the rules of the program to hold a public hearing where you hear the results of the work under that grant, and the public has an opportunity to tell you what they thought about it. The results in this particular case are not just here in Brattleboro, but actually to a broader geographic area that Mr. Whitney will describe here in a moment about the sort of full impact of this. And that's the result of this being one of a series of grants where because the town has maintained a good working relationship with the state, and because the state knows that Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust is a very reliable administrator of these programs, there are other counties now outside of Wyndham and Windsor's usual jurisdiction, and certainly outside of Brattleboro, that are beneficiaries of grant funds that come from the state to the town to the agency and are then implemented through the programming for whatever that particular grant is. And Bruce will tell us about this particular grant.
Yes, and I'm Bruce Whitney. I'm the Director of Home Ownership with Wyndham and Windsor Housing Trust. And because of errors, I gave you an updated report. And really the updates are on the numbers on the second page, the chart. Due to my travel schedule and communication with Patrick, I'd given him historic numbers, but the numbers here are just for this grant period, and that's what we need to report on for this closeout. So you'll see the numbers in the updated report are October 1st, 17 through actually today, yesterday. We've got the most up-to-date numbers. And yeah, we thank Brattleboro once again. The town of Brattleboro has sponsored this particular grant since 2014. We've been running this program for about 12 years. In the lingo of the state and CDBG, it's called the Scattered Site Grant because we are working throughout at this point, 5 counties. We did start in the Wyndham and Windsor counties, and in the grant period that started with this period, we are partnering with Down Street Housing and Community Development, which is a sister agency to ours, and they cover the 3 counties of Lamoille, Orange, and Washington counties. So we're doing back office administration for that program. And the services we're providing are home repair loans to income eligible people. We can loan up to $25,000 for necessary health and safety repairs. We do housing counseling advocacy. We work with people who want to buy homes. We provide free one-on-one counseling, and we also provide an 8-hour education course that is in person, and we also have an online version. And those are offered in our location and also up at Mount Escutney Hospital in Windsor. And then through this, through that service, we're helping people buy homes, and they're leveraging our assistance and our down payment assistance to get mortgages. So on the back side, you'll see the results through these 2 years, almost 2+ years. We've done 40 home repair loans, 6 in Brattleboro, and that's so 15% of the loans have been in Brattleboro, and Brattleboro is a much smaller per capita population-wise. It would be much smaller than 15%. So Brattleboro continues to see an increased effect there. We've counseled 429 people over the period. 116 of those are in Brattleboro, and we helped 173 people buy homes, and 33 of those were in Brattleboro. So with that, we are closing out this grant. Brattleboro also sponsored the next grant, which will start January 1st. We will be spending this particular money through December 31st, and so we have 6 to 8 more home repair projects that we expect to be complete, and 10 in our construction pipeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just need to throw out there, if people would be interested in getting more info, and how would they do that? If anybody watching is interested in.
Yes, they can go to homemattershere.org. Our main line is, let me see if I can remember, 254-4604. That gets you right to the front office, and you'll be directed to our program coordinator.
Thank you.
Tim?
Questions? Liz?
I just wanted to congratulate you, Bruce, and your organization. And I think the most significant number is this 33 first-time home buyers in Brattleboro. That's great. Thank you.
In a similar vein, I just heard on the radio that Lamoille County is looking at a new low-income housing project, 25-unit project. I assume you're helping with that, and I hope you are. And one of the things that's unique about it is that they raise the income level to, I think it's 125% of poverty. A family could have an income up to $70,000 and still qualify for the housing assistance.
Well, Down Street is still running their own housing development program without assistance from us, other than collegial support. And yeah, that sounds like that money might be the state bond money, and the Snow Block also has, I think, 5 units that are up to 120% AMI. So we are housing people in that middle income right here in Snow Block.
I have a clarification question.
Yeah.
On the sheet you just gave, it lists home ownership assistance, but on the December 3rd letter we've got, it only mentions, under the final hearing, site grant provided home repair and housing counseling services. I'm wondering why the home ownership assistance wasn't.
I'm not sure why Patrick might have left that out. This is the report I provided him. The housing counseling is the service that helps people buy home ownership, buy homes. So maybe he just didn't maybe see it as a service,
It's
more
on the
as a
next
result.
page.
Yeah, it is in the detailed report. I think it was just an oversight that it wasn't mentioned in that paragraph that summarized what's in the detailed report.
Great.
I have a question about the home repair program. How do you guys do outreach for that program? You know, it seems like I work at Savco part-time and I have a little bit of inside knowledge on this, and there are a lot of homes in this county that they're in need of repair. Are you guys actively looking for projects, or are you at capacity with what just kind of comes to you passively?
We are actively looking for projects. our outreach includes working with partner agencies such as SEVCA, the Council on Aging. Those two tend to be our biggest referral sources, but we do media advertising from time to time. We are doing Facebook, we are doing Google AdWords. We've done some radio ads here in town through the radio stations, and actually radio is pretty interesting these days in that they're big companies that have lots of different stations, so we found that we got a good bang for the buck in doing some radio that actually was spread around the state. So.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
We're spreading cookies around.
Would you like a cookie? Elizabeth made
No,
cookies.
thank you. A colleague brought in Christmas cookies today, so I'm
Very nice. Well, the purpose of this obviously is to take any comments from the public, but it looks like, unless Russ has a comment there, or Chris, I don't think we have anybody here to ask any questions. So I can, if everyone's satisfied, I can close out the public hearing portion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again for the work.
Yeah.
Where are we? Okay.
Budget.
All right.
How could you forget?
So,
I'm sorry to leave you with no audience, but I am going to have
oh, that's quite all
There are
right.
thousands of people watching at home because of the weather.
Get home safe, though.
Otherwise, they'd be here.
Oh, they're watching, I'm sure.
I know.
That's good. Our town manager has stepped out, but we are about to enter item D, which is discussion of the FY21 proposed budget. We've had quite a few discussions, and how many meetings in a row? Does anybody remember?
Lots.
This is
Way too many.
Jen, I bet you know.
6.
Yeah,
this is
starting
six.
November 5, then 12, 19, 26, December 3, 10, and 17.
I wasn't counting. That's
1,
8 in a
2,
row.
3, 4, 5, 6. We're on 7 right now.
And if anybody's wondering, that's probably it was one of the factors influencing us not to postpone this meeting due to the weather. Because, wow, it was.
Because if
been a
it's
long
Tuesday, we're meeting.
haul. Yeah, exactly. No, but pushing it to
And the
next
next
Tuesday.
2 we won't be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We
If
will
you
not
wanna
be
let the
here.
public.
But I was stalling a little bit for our town manager because I know that he wants to give us a little info on the current status of our budget talks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, so if it's okay with the board, you've had an opportunity to review this, but I'd like to take just a minute. There's quite a number of different pending matters. I think it would be helpful to the public while on a stormy night we no longer have a public here in the room. We certainly hopefully have plenty of people watching at home, and I think it would be helpful to them to know what is pending, and then you can decide at that point. Tell me if there's anything else that ought to have been on this list. But quickly, there were no changes made to the proposed revenues during your initial review through the budget. And again, for the benefit of the public, I'll say we've been through a series of 6 or 7 meetings where the board has looked at every single part of the town's budget, every line item within every component piece of the budget for the general fund for FY21. And along the way, you talked about some things, made very few changes, but identified quite a number of issues that you still wish to address further in January. So there were no changes made to revenues. There were a couple of very minor changes made on the expenditure side based on information that came to you from others. So the Human Services Committee of the Representative Town Meeting recommended an amount of funding that was $4,510 higher than what we had put into the budget, which would have been level funding from last year. And you accepted that for the purposes of including that higher figure in the budget that you intend to recommend for this year's Representative Town Meeting to consider, so that your number will match the Human Services Committee's recommendation. And you also heard a request from the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for an increase of just $1,629 to the amount of funding for the community marketing initiative that was funded at $42,119 in the current year's budget. That was 10% of the receipts through the rooms and meals tax from the prior year. They asked that instead of that 42,119 being the figure again, that you increase it to make it 10% of the prior year's receipts as a matter of policy going forward. You conceded agreed to that. Thank you. Yeah. You agreed to do that, sort of reserving judgment about future years, but for this year's budget, you intend to increase this number so that it reflects 10% of the prior year's receipts. So we have made that change as well. But beyond that, there's a number of matters that might have a substantially greater impact to the budget as it has been proposed and as you will ultimately recommend it to representative town meeting. And those topics include the potential for a pool house renovation or replacement at Living Memorial Park. Staff has been collecting some additional information that we will bring forward to you for your consideration as to whether to add that to the capital plan. You asked for some additional information regarding the fund balance guideline so that you can look at the 10% standard that we've been applying now for about a decade or so in Brattleboro to see how that relates to best practices and the policies that exist in other towns. When we identified the line item of $10,000 of funding for porta potties and other sanitary actions of the town to maintain public health and provide a place for folks to go to the bathroom in the summer months when there's more people living outdoors in Brattleboro, you responded to that by saying that was fine as far as it went. You thought that there were a couple of aspects of that that required more review. One, that you'd like to see some information about what a more permanent installation might look like. We are prepared to show that to you, although I don't anticipate you're going to want to pursue any of that for this particular budget because there's some very high price tags attached to those, unfortunately. But we will be able to at least provide that information and perhaps talk about what we might pursue in the future.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
Are there grants available for things like that?
We are looking for that as well. We're hopeful, but we haven't found one yet. So if we can find a grant that we could bring to you in January together with the information about the systems we've identified, maybe there's an opportunity to move forward more assertively on this. If not, our expectation is that at least there'll be some initial information. We all can sort of look towards what we might want to achieve going forward, and we'll continue to be looking for a way forward to achieve that. But the least expensive units that we've seen so far are $150,000 to buy the unit, and the cost of getting it shipped here and installed with water and sewer service and so on is on top of that. So it'd be a very substantial investment versus the approximately $10,000 a summer cost of putting out the 3 porta potties. You also, my understanding of your concern that you raised was when you talked about more permanent solutions, I understood you to mean not just more permanent bathrooms in public spaces, but actually other ways in which the town might invest in things that help people not just cope with the situation, but improve their living conditions and ways in which we as a community can better support people who are living in vulnerable conditions in our community. And so there is a very specific piece of this report that addresses Project CARE. You asked for that information very specifically, and we are happy to provide, if you want to take that into a broader conversation, we'll be happy to provide additional information that may support that particular consideration. We've been asked to provide more visual budget information to make the information more accessible to a broader group of people throughout the community, for people to be able to see at a glance graphically the most important information about the budget. And what we advised you before and reiterated in this report is we're happy to do that in a sort of relatively more rudimentary way, using tools that already exist for us, basically taking the Excel spreadsheet programs that we use to create the budget and applying the graphical tools that are part of that program, so that we can show you some pie charts and some bar charts and some things that do help make that information pop a little better. But for something that is more sophisticated than that and a bigger step forward, we'll be eager to talk with you more and talk with people in the community who have identified that they have some expertise in that area and see what we might do in a more significant way forward on that for next year and beyond. The CEVEDS funding, once again, CEVEDS requested $3,000 per resident or $36,000 worth of funding. You gave some consideration to that and to our report to you from staff that routinely now over the years the town has provided $2,000 per resident instead of $3,000.
Is it 3,000 or 3?
Oh my, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
$3.
I know that
So
the total
sorry.
amount
Yeah.
is correct,
They would like
but
that.
I just don't want
Yeah.
anybody to be thinking.
Yep, no,
We're
I
paying $3
wrote it wrong
each.
and said it wrong. I apologize. $3 per resident, 12,000 residents,
Yeah.
$36,000 for
Very
the
good.
year. Sorry about that. And so the funding we provided has been at $2 per resident, at around $24,000, $25,000 per year. For several years now. You gave some consideration to that, but decided that you wanted to wait and make a decision about it in January when you're making your final budget decisions. In any event, whatever you decide about the amount, staff would continue to recommend that that funding come from program income rather than from general fund funding because it is economic development related. It's an appropriate expense from that source of funding that comes from the CDBG loans that are made through the federal money, through the state to the town, that comes back into program income and can be reused for economic development purposes and housing purposes. And so we think that's an appropriate expense from that fund rather than what would be at $25,000 would be about a fifth of a penny on the tax rate. For Project CARE, you asked particularly what if the pay for recovery coaches was, first of all, recovery coaches have been providing their services as volunteers up until now. We did propose to you that there be funding provided, but we proposed it at a rate that would supply $12 per hour funding to the recovery coaches. And you asked us what would it take to make that $15 per hour, and also what would it take to fund transportation services to help the clients get to the appointments for their services. And we've run some numbers on that and would be prepared to add to the budget if you approve this in January, $16,000 that would pay $12,000 to the recovery coaches and $4,000 to the providers of transportation. That $16,000 is equivalent to 14/100ths of a cent on the property tax rate. You indicated in our finale last week in the first review, the first time through all the different line items, one of the items we looked at was the general services part of the budget, and in that, that one of the line items there is the salaries for select board members. That has been a source of much consideration at town meeting over recent years. We confirmed that the rate of pay for select board members has not been increased since 2012, and prior to 2012, the last time was 1996. So this has been very static over time, and you showed some interest in considering that. If you want us to bring you any additional information, I'll need to know what it is that would be helpful to you in that consideration.
What other select boards receive throughout the state?
Sure.
I know some of that.
It would be good to know what it was in '96 and what it was in 2012.
Sure.
I know what it was in 2012.
Yeah. Do you remember it?
Yeah, it was 2 and 3, so it was each member getting
Yeah.
$2,000 per year and the chair getting 3, and then in 2012 it was raised to 3 and 5. So that's quite a jump when you look at the.
Yeah, at that moment it was quite a jump. Yeah, sure.
And we'll find out what it was
Yeah.
before 1996, if we can. I think we can.
I think on my research back when I was a town meeting rep, we are like well paid, funnily enough, for select boards throughout the state.
Yeah.
I think the discussion at town meeting is if the stipend were higher, more people might be interested.
Yeah, and I'll
We'll
remind
have-
everybody that, oh, sorry, that just for a point of order, it is always on as a article. So it invites the discussion we don't have to place it on the article because it has to be on the article to see what the town will pay its select board.
okay.
So it's
Yes.
all automatically ripe for discussion, which is why it's, almost always discussed.
That's what I was gonna say.
Sorry, tangent.
You also asked last week, and I should say these are being listed in the order in which you raised them during our first review, which is why this one, which otherwise probably should have been first, has appeared here in the middle of the list. You wish to review the Select Board's annual goals and our progress in pursuing those over the last 9 months for how well they're aligned with the proposed FY21 budget. And so what we'll plan to do is for the January 7th meeting, this is a fairly significant workload for January, and the schedule calls for meeting each of the 4 Tuesdays in January. And so what we'll plan to do at the outset of that to help you decide, make some choices about where you go from there in the further review of these other items, is we'll provide that quarterly update that we do regarding your the progress, I should say. Some of it's yours and some of it's staff working on behalf of the things that you've directed. But our collective progress towards your annual goals will be reported at the January 7th meeting, so you can give that consideration to the relationship between the goals and the budget as you work through the rest of the pending budget items. When we were discussing the savings that the HRA has provided within the town's health insurance program, the health reimbursement arrangement, we talked about the fact that in the early years of that, we protected ourselves with cautious budgeting because we were concerned that the actuarial information we had received about where we would likely end up is, by the very nature of actuarial estimates, an average and an expectation, and there could be a bad year where it could have significantly negatively affected the budget. We now have several years of administering the program under our belts, and while there is always the potential, and there will someday be a bad year, we're seeing really significant consistency from year to year, even though the individual claims vary and the number of claims and the severity of claims varies. As a group, we're large enough that the impact to the HRA portion of our budget has been really consistent, and so we feel comfortable bringing that down, which freed up some money to be available to be either a lower tax rate or invested in other services and programs, depending on your perspective. And so you asked us to confirm for your understanding and for you to be able to independently gauge the level of risk we're taking on here, what portion the funding for the HRA, the proposed funding for the HRA, what proportion of the overall exposure that the town has is represented in that funding. The answer is that the actuaries, based on our current plan design, the actuaries forecast that we should expect to spend 50% of our total exposure. Our total exposure is $415,000. If we did expend that 50%, it would be $207,500. The proposed FY21 budget includes $215,000, so still just slightly above the actuarial estimate. No longer a significant cushion, but sort of a rounding cushion. The $215,000 represents 51.8% of our total exposure, which is 103.6% of the actuarial estimate. There are 3 different organizations that you asked to come in and appear before you so that you could have some interaction with them about their parts of our budget during your January meetings. And so if you continue to want that, if you don't give us different direction tonight, we'll go ahead and work with these 3 to schedule them to come in. And we'll do that for the first 2 evenings. We'll shoot for January 7th and January 14th for these appearances, with the hope and expectation that most of the additional work you're going to do substantively on this is going to be on the 7th and the 14th, so that by the time we get to the 21st, we're narrowed down to just the final issues where maybe in the 7th and the 14th you've asked for some additional information or that sort of thing. so that by the time we're done on the 21st, you know what you want 100%, and we're able to put before you and the public on the 28th a budget where you're able to just look at it and say, yes, that's our budget. That's the goal of the January evolution of the final stage of this process. And the three organizations that you're asking to come in are the Wyndham Regional Commission, the Representative Town Meeting Human Services Committee, and the Southeastern Vermont Transportation, which is the bus service that provides the current and mover services in Brattleboro. You also identified a fourth organization you'd like to hear from, but indicated that you didn't need to hear from them during the budget process. And because January is going to be such a full plate of business, we'd suggest that this occur in the spring, at least after you put your budget to bed, maybe after town meeting. And that's Rescue Inc. We'll invite them to come in sometime in the few months ahead. That's the list, I believe. Let me double check the next page. There is one more, sorry.
Small item.
There is one more item, and it's the cost of the additional storage for the body-worn cameras. There was a concern that was raised because it sounded like a lot of money compared to what people know they can buy storage for personal use. We've confirmed that, yes, that's true. The contractual relationship with Axon, who provides the storage and related services, which retrieval and in some cases actually editing the material so that the proper things are redacted when they're being prepared to go to court and that sort of thing, for the body-worn camera footage that is collected by police officers as they respond to different incidents. In amending the contract with Axon to add additional storage within that, the context of those services that are provided, the cost for 2 additional terabytes is $3,000. The overall contract is on the order of $15,000 to $20,000. I don't remember the exact figure, but we can confirm that again for you if that's important. The question you asked us last week was to confirm that it really is $3,000 for the additional 2 terabytes of storage, and the answer to that is yes. Finally, you identified as articles for which, or topics for which you intend to place separate articles on the town meeting warning, separate and apart from just being included in the select board's proposed budget. Would include the CEVEDS funding, the Human Services funding, and the Community Marketing Initiative funding. And so as we prepare the draft warning for your review, which you'll also be looking at on January 21st and January 28th, we'll include those items as separate warning items.
Now, 2 out of 3 of those is traditional.
That's correct. In fact, I believe Human Services is required by state statute to be a separate item. And CEVEDS has traditionally been a separate item. The Community Marketing Initiative, of course, is new. So, but you indicated last week you'd like that to be presented to town meeting as a separate article.
Well, I think it's complete. I can't, does anyone have something that Peter forgot to add to the list?
I think this is plenty. Actually, I'm not sure what, I don't know that we can become, I can't remember the words you used, Peter, but experts on HRA funding. I think I'm not sure what we can decide or what would be, where we would go even for a conversation about that. Other than
my understanding was that you just wanted to satisfy yourselves. When we talked about it generally as being, we had approached it conservatively, and now we've sort of brought that back in, but we believe still to a prudent place, not to a reckless place. I think you wanted to understand what did that mean in numbers. If this is sufficient that that's not an item we need to come back to as we go through the January process, then that'd be great.
Feels to me like we could put a check mark by that one unless Brandy, has a question herself.
Okay.
She could always put it back on. We wouldn't mind, probably. Yeah. Just trying to lighten the load here. I was also looking at the organization appearances. I felt like one of them was certainly needed, and I will just ask the board, whoever else wanted to have the transportation folks come before us? Do you think it's necessary for the budget discussions?
I think it's necessary for the advancement of our goals. Because that was an item on our goals.
Okay. I guess just in the budget crunch is
So,
what I was suggesting, that maybe it would be something that we might push like we are doing with rescue.
Right.
Unless it's tied to funding for you in your,
No, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like, out of the conversation we're going to have with the bus folks, do we imagine that we're going to say, hey, wait a second?
Well, they've already been approved for the year or something like that. You negotiated that.
No, it's been a
general.
standard amount for quite a few years now of $50,000. If, as part of your communication around the services that are provided, you decided that that feels like too much or too little, that could be adjusted in your recommended budget to the representative town meeting. Or you could approach this as $50,000 is the amount that we've been allocating for this purpose. We've got some things we'd like to accomplish in the way the service is delivered. For now, it's not a budget matter, it's an operational matter. And
I think my
Go from
concerns
there.
are more operational, and I would be happy to defer. But one of my goals in the select board roster is to have those operational changes to make bus usage more feasible and more likely.
yeah, and better understanding as to how we might make that happen.
The presentation that they do is full of information.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth doing. I would rather put it off too and really delve into it. It's
Okay,
So-
there you go.
do you want to have them in February?
Yeah, that'd be
Since
nice.
it's part of this board's goals for the year
Yes.
to improve that service, we could have them come in February when this board is still the board, and we could have rescue be later in the spring when many of you, maybe all of you, will still be here, but
Who knows?
Just in case you're not, since rescue's operation hasn't been part of our annual goals this year, we'll have that come secondary.
That
Make
works.
sense?
And
Yep.
just while we're asking questions about this, why was the regional commission, why are we asking them to come at this point? To talk about why we give them so much money? Was it?
Well, you could say the same thing about the bus company, right? I mean, like, I think that was the impetus in part. You know, we.
Is Wyndham Regional's allocation it's part of the budget?
Yeah.
It is part of the budget. In that case,
28,150.
it's more like rescue in that it's part of a regionally applied formula, and our number comes out of that formula, and they say, here's what you owe.
Yes, it's regionally applied formula, but is it mandated? Or is it more like CEVEDS, where we have some flexibility? Because that CEVEDS amount is just a construct.
That's a good question.
I don't know if it is statutorily required or not. I would say the CEVEDS one is explicitly voluntary and is a process that's sort of evolved in recent years. And the Wyndham Regional Commission one has been applied much more like
Religiously,
dues.
yeah.
Whether it actually is statutorily dues or not, I don't know the answer to. I know that it's been for decades applied in the manner that it has been applied, and unlike CEVEDS, where individual communities make a decision from year to year about whether or not to pay their allocated share, it's paid more like the county tax allocation, where the Power be makes its decision, tells you what your share is, and you pay it.
Well, maybe I just have an inquiry whether that's mandated or voluntary.
Sure.
Yeah, I for one, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I recall asking that question the first time I saw it too, and I don't remember. The impression was, well, we just have to, but I don't know. Let's find out.
I mean, I guess like
We'll
the
find
spirit was like, are we getting value for money, right? What does this money represent? How does this benefit the people of Brattleboro?
Well, and
those are
particularly,
my big questions.
particularly the per capita number,
Right.
because I feel that these groups that ask for money per capita may not give Brattleboro a commensurate service. that outlying towns who pay significantly less might be the focus of their efforts.
Are you thinking with the regional commission that we already have a really good planning department and we don't require the regional
yes, I
commission's
am.
help as much as other places?
Feeding Liz lines.
I'm thinking about Liz's experience.
No communications district then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me just say that I think that this kind of got mixed in with the whole county tax situation
Yes,
because it
it did.
appeared right next
Yeah.
to each other. I, for one, am very happy with the services the Wyndham Regional Commission provides, and I think they do excellent work. Just want to get that out there.
Yeah, no, they're great.
No, my question really
Oh, and I know
is
that
whether
you're-
that formula is statutory.
Sure.
or
So
flexible.
perhaps it's more of a staff response
Sure.
than a
And, you know,
bringing
kind
before
of
us.
what are we getting for that money?
I'm more interested in the county side. What are we getting for the money?
Yeah, for real.
So how about if we provide that required versus voluntary answer? That's a really clear, is it in the statute or is it not? Or is it in something that got adopted within the region that's a
Yes.
legal document or not? And then if we provide that to you for consideration on January 7th, you could tell us on January 7th whether you want them to visit on either the 14th or the 21st.
Yeah, they
Or later.
also
Or
regularly
later.
send us a letter saying what they did for us in the
Yeah.
year. And
Calling whether
Sue
In the
must
town
have that.
report, there's usually.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
So comparing those things together, I think would be handy for us to do on the 7th.
Okay.
They might not be ready.
Well,
without
I
little
think
notice,
we could
but
have whatever
yeah.
the last one was, whatever the last reporting is.
Oh,
No, I think we have a report this year.
Yeah.
So I have like a newbie question. It feels like I've been here a while.
You
still
can
being
get away
newbie,
with it
but-
for another few months,
Yeah.
and no more.
So let me just understand the process here. So this was sort of like an overview of the things we're still thinking about.
Correct.
And at our next meeting, on January 7th, we'll come back to this list of things and get into it a little bit more, or
So
is this the time to be getting
what we'll
into it?
try to do, or what we will do to try to be helpful, is divide these into manageable pieces for the next 2 meetings. So approximately half of this load will be on the 7th, and approximately half of this load will be on the 14th, with the intent that it helps you decide what you're satisfied with. You might make some decisions on the 7th and be done with certain things. You might find that there's some things you still want some more information about, so we would go get that for you. But by the time we get to close of business on the 14th, hopefully you're nearly done, right? You're down to just the last few things that you are still grappling with. So that on the 21st, you can be done, make your final decisions. And then on the 28th, what would be before you, and we'll also have, on the 21st, we'll review the draft warning for representative town meeting. So then on the 28th, what happens is you have a short special meeting, you come together, you look at the warning as it may have been revised based on your direction from the week before, and the budget in what is hopefully its final form, and you say, yep, that's our warning and that's our budget. Or you do final tweaking if necessary. But if we don't get to where we're nearly done or substantively done on the 21st, it makes the 28th chaotic. We've got to, on the 28th, in order to meet the statutory requirements for the window of time within which the warning needs to be approved, and then everything needs to be final and ready to go into the town report, we need to have you make your final decisions on the evening of the 28th.
Okay.
This moment in time, I want to be really clear, is not meant to say, here's your list, this is what we're going to do. It's meant to say, here's what I understand your list to be. And if there's something missing or something that needs to be modified in some way, and we've been just doing that, right? You've been clarifying your intent on a couple of things. But if there is something that you think is missing from this that needs to be on the list, now's the time to say so that we're well prepared for our work in January.
Okay.
Now, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in at least the past couple of years that I've been on the board, we've had those 4 meetings in January in case there was more that came up. And I'm also kind of wondering if there's a chance we could get it down to 3 meetings. If one of them does become the 28th and we keep the 2 regulars, perhaps that 14th could be
Depends on us.
eliminated.
So,
Yeah, it does depend on us, you're correct. But I'm looking for consensus on the board if we think it might be possible. Slightly longer
Peter
meetings.
probably knows best.
I'd like to make an unpleasant or an unwelcome observation. I'd love to say, yeah, that's better. I know you've met every week now for
A million.
8 or 9 weeks. I'm going to get a little break here these next couple of weeks, and then it's 4 more in a row. I get that that's onerous. This particular list is longer than we often have at this moment in time. Sometimes what we have is more change that has already occurred in the budget and fewer pending items. This year, you, I think quite appropriately, as you encountered some things where there was some difference of opinion, you said, yeah, let's get through the first review, and then we're going to come back and learn more about those things and resolve those things. And the result of that is, I think you've got a really full plate here, even for 2 meetings. And trying to put it all onto the 7th is ambitious.
Thought I'd throw it
We
out
can
there.
do it if that's what
we
you
did
prefer.
successfully push one of the presentations off.
You did push one of the
Maybe two,
preservation off.
Maybe 2.
One of the presentations off.
And we know about the police storage, so we have to do
Yeah.
that again.
Yep.
And the HRA.
If it's your pleasure that we have a really full list, this entire list of pending matters on the 7th, and see if we can get through all of it, we'll do that. We'll be happy to provide that. And then, you know, if you don't get through all of it, you roll some of it over to the 14th.
So the 7th is a regular meeting?
7th is
So
a
there'll be
regular meeting.
Other stuff to do beyond the budget?
There will be, as of right now, it's not a heavy agenda, but it's still early yet for the 7th. But it's also going to be a holiday period where there's not
True.
likely to be a lot of things generated to go onto that agenda.
Right.
We could take a shot at getting it all done on the 7th if that's what the board would like to do.
Tim?
Oh, yes.
I wonder if we could also set aside the conversation about the $3 per resident, since the town is going to decide that anyway. The 7th's $3.
Oh, no.
You need to
No.
decide what you're recommending
Oh, we're, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
on that one.
Okay,
We have to have a number in there, I think.
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. Okay. And that's always a fun discussion, anyway.
Well, I'm looking at the fund balance in the past has, can take a whole meeting on by itself. There's incredibly a lot of philosophical stuff in there, and a lot of fiscal stuff as well. And Sebeds, again, it's going to be decided by the town, by the representatives. So
I wouldn't give, I mean, we do have the power to recommend.
otherwise, yeah, I'm suggesting that we just leave it as it is. Take their request,
Or
let
you-
the town decide.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
You are? That's what you're
Well, let's
suggesting?
not launch into that discussion.
Okay.
Hasn't been warned.
Oh, well, it's actually on our agenda right here.
Well, this is kind of a check-in. I'm not sure we should start debating it.
No, fine.
I
trying to
think
get rid of
knowing
things.
this board, that we need every single one of these meetings.
Yep.
And if some of those meetings we get to go home half an hour earlier than we thought we might, then so be it.
Daniel, I'm concerned that you're going to want more money if we meet this many times.
I couldn't possibly comment. I didn't at all prepare some talking points around that.
It's not on the agenda.
Exactly. But it's sort of is. Yeah, I think we need all those meetings. Maybe we get done a bit early some nights. I don't know.
Okay.
But I think it would be,
For me, it
unless
all
that
depends
January
on
7th meeting has almost nothing else for us to do, and it would be mostly budget.
It doesn't have almost nothing else. It's
Yeah.
light,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have almost nothing else. I don't recall right now. I recall one very specific item. I don't recall what the others are, and I believe there's like 3 or 4 substantive matters right now on that agenda.
All right.
As long as all this is okay with Jan, I'm
It's good by me.
What is Jan's pleasure?
Power behind the throne.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Daniel. It would be very heavy to have a January 7 meeting with 2 holidays in between to try to prepare for that and make it the only
And it might
meeting.
snow.
If it
We
snows,
don't
we're
have
having
to
the meeting.
decide
Doesn't
until
make any
January
difference.
7 whether things roll over to the next week.
Yeah.
Nobody
So
knows.
we're gonna divvy these up then. We're not gonna put them all on for the 7th. We're gonna do some on the 7th, some on the 14th. If that's the place you've landed, I'd suggest that the Human Services Committee visit be on the 14th. I think it's important that the goals discussion happen on the 7th. And I also think that if you have a robust discussion of the fund balance guideline, I think David's right that that is something that could take a while. Heads up foreshadowing to that, I would suggest that if you decide that as a group you think that there's room to maybe do something different, that deciding that in one evening in the midst of all the rest of this is not the best way to change a guideline. That the guideline is long-term planning, best practice. How are we trying to manage town finances as opposed to a decision you're making this year about this year's finances? So I would just urge you to be really cautious. I'm telling you, once we report back to you about that, we're going to give you the information you've asked for. And I have full respect for the fact that you might take it to a place where that guideline gets in play, but I think you should be really careful about changing the guideline in the middle of a budget process in order to free up some cash for that budget process. So with that caveat, that might be an item that takes an hour or two to discuss, or it might be an item that takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I vote for the 5 or 10 minutes.
I understand your point, and thank you for making it. That's exactly what I want you to say. The conversation generally strays into, well, if we did 9.5%, we could do a 2-cent tax increase instead of 3.5. That's where the conversation often goes. So, which means that we change it. We don't necessarily change the guideline, but that year we decide we're going to take a chance and make it 9.5. So anyway, I just wanted people should be ready for that to develop, if history is any indicator. The other thing is that as far as using all of these times and talking about these things, I think it's really important, because we need to know what we're talking about. And a lot of these are complicated. This is the first time for 2 people. And it's just, Daniel keeps saying a newbie question, but it's
I'm good.
It's
I did my
actually,
homework.
I'll finish. Okay. It's actually a due diligence question every time. It's something that we need to understand. So, as much as I'd like to go home at 6:30 every night,
I was,
it doesn't work that way.
wasn't advocating for leaving anything off
Oh, I know.
or incomplete discussions. I was advocating for fuller meetings, that's all.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that because it's really important. I don't have as many questions because I already asked them all. Poor John. Every budget I had something new that I didn't understand, and it was another 10 minutes off his life. No wonder he retired.
Okay, let's see, where are we then? We're,
I think we're at the place where you've done some modifying to this. I could go through it if you want, but I don't think that's necessary, especially since it's just the list and not actions on the list. But I can list those things, the things you've modified tonight if you want. Otherwise, I just need to know whether you think anything's missing. You've made that sort of more material decision that you are going to meet on both the 7th and the 14th. So we're going to divvy this up into, probably like a 60-40. Take a bigger bite out of it that first night,
Right,
but
makes
have
sense.
still a fair amount of business on for the second night. And we'll go from there.
Do you have any sense of whether the staff will have a cost estimate for the pool house on the 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
I can tell you, we've
There are
actually,
pool people that want to come.
we've got a more solid number now than I knew we had. So what I told you when we discussed that was we'd be bringing you a thumbnail number. We're actually going to have more of an engineer's cost estimate. It's still just that.
An estimate,
It's
yeah.
not any kind of a design, but it's a range of costs and some information around that. We just don't have it packaged for you yet.
Great.
But we definitely will have that for the first meeting.
Great, thank you.
thank you. I just wanted to call out that often we have, our number 11 is correspondence, and that always includes the department monthly reports. And I just want to say that I always appreciate them. And this time, that's where I got my comment about the fire hydrants. But this time, there's also a report from DCTV, which is interesting.
informational, and a nice reminder that the Recreation and Parks Department has some great things happening for families around the holidays and for last night, we call it here. So
Yeah, they're great.
check it out on brattleboro.org. You can find links to the PDF of their event schedule.
And all the communications that we get are all there on the website.
True. All right. Anyone have a motion to close out the evening?
What time is it? Is there anything else we can talk about?
I move that we adjourn.
All right. Liz has made a motion to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thanks, BCTV.
Thank you.
Did it. Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Yes. I should have said that. Happy holidays.
Oh, that's what I should have talked about. Yeah, there's a
see you next
Shine a
year.
Light series of events to do with Hanukkah.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 352nd edition of Energy Week with,
Time flies when you're having fun.
with George Harvey, the inconsequential George Harvey, and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. I'm in the flesh too. You know, I'm in perhaps a little too much flesh. I happen to remember when we got to New Year's Day, which, by the way, we are recording on the 2nd of January, and we'll get back to that in a moment. I had remembered that when I was a little shy of 11 years old, Oliver Hardy died.
Oh, yeah.
And I said to my mother, "How old was he?" He wasn't very old, and she said he was probably about 65.
Uh-huh.
And I said, "That isn't very old to die." And she said, "Yeah, but heavy people die young." That's what she
There is
told
a
me.
tendency there.
Yeah. So I always expected that I'd probably not live to be 73, and that being the case, I didn't expect to live to 2020. Anyhow, what we're going to be doing here is telling you all the most important news that we gathered from on energy and climate change since December 19th. We did a show on December 19th for the week previous, and then we did a second show on December 19th for
Kind of the year in
the
review.
year in review, because we couldn't do a show
Yeah.
the day after Christmas because the studio was closed for the week.
Well, you can't do it when the studio's closed.
You could figure it out. But nevertheless, the result of that is that this week we're going to be doing a show that covers 2 weeks instead of one. So the days in this week are going to have one or two items, and we are doing them starting December 19th.
They will be a little bit abbreviated over what we usually do, just because
There's a lot of
them.
Yeah. Anyway, if you hear us talk about something and you want to know about it, you can go to geoharvey.com, my blog, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the date on the calendar. Since we're in January, you would probably, for most of these, you'd have to click back to December. But you click on the date on the calendar, and it will take you to a place where the news item that you're interested in will be one of about 15. So it shouldn't be too hard to find it. You know, I'm looking at this monitor, and my my red suspenders look ridiculous. I didn't do that on purpose. Anyway.
Well, I usually about this time pipe up saying that I read these things, and
Yeah.
some of them are very well worth following
Oh,
up on.
some of the stuff that
And
we're
I'll
going to be
try-
talking
I'll
about.
try to caution you.
Yeah.
You know that it's worth looking at.
I want to get straight into
Some of them
this.
take a long time too.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
want to get straight into this because, here I've got an issue with a, there we go. I had an issue there with the monitor behind me.
Well, we
And
got a picture coming
We
up.
do have a picture, and this is
And there it
something which
is.
is pretty local. It's from
That's
Utility
liquid air
Dive.
storage, and it
Yeah.
is a kind of a local.
It's almost local. We're at the southern end of Vermont. This is in the northern end of Vermont, but it's in Vermont, and it is from Utility Dive.
First U.S. long-duration liquid air storage project planned in Vermont.
Highview Power Storage and Encore Renewable Energy. And, you know, writing for Green Energy Times, I do a lot of stuff writing about Encore Renewable Energy.
Yeah, their name
A
has
lot of
come up,
stuff.
yes.
It comes up a lot in Vermont. Those two companies are planning to build the country's first liquid air energy storage system in northern Vermont.
And there it is.
In a bid to address transmission issues in the region, the proposed project will be at least 50 megawatts.
Which isn't terribly big.
Not terribly big, but you know, 50 megawatts of storage you're talking about a significant impact
They're
on the
useful. Well, I
local-
got a little blurb about that.
Okay.
Because lithium batteries are more attractive for under 4 hours usage.
Right.
Okay. Liquid air technology is overall less expensive and requires a lot less space.
Okay.
And they haven't told us where this is going to be located.
Well, I think
but
it's in the
they will
Northeast
locate it where the grid is most congested in the state.
Yeah, I think I heard that it was in the Northeast Kingdom.
Well, it would have to be, I think.
But I'm not.
Just because of the way the
not sure.
grid is.
But you know, this is an indication of something that's happening in this country, and that is it's cheaper now to put in local energy storage than it is to build new transmission lines.
Well, it's changing the nature of the grid, but you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right too. Tom and I are an interesting pair because we're always absolutely right.
Except when we're not.
Except occasionally, yes. Once in a while.
Well, let's move on to one of our favorite people here.
You know, this computer is just driving me bananas. There we go.
You've heard us talk about Bob Murray before.
Yeah. This is something that I read this and I thought, oh my gosh, this is not nice.
Well, Bob Murray, who, in case you don't know, is a coal mine operator.
Yeah.
Okay, and it's interesting because in his youth, he actually was a coal miner.
He was actually in several accidents in coal mines.
Yeah, he's a real coal miner, but he's gotten into the big business.
Yeah.
He owns coal mines. Well, we'll read the title because it says a lot.
Yeah.
Bob Murray paid for science denial instead of coal workers' wages as the company went bankrupt. Just one of his companies.
But you don't have to worry about it, you see, because the federal government stepped in and guaranteed the retirement.
Well, isn't that nice?
Isn't that nice? This is from Electric. While his company spiraled into bankruptcy, Bob Murray spent tens of millions from the company's coffers to pay himself, his successor, and several anti-science and anti-environment lobby groups, according to new court filings.
Well, I got a little takeaway there. The money was spent at the same time as Murray is asking courts to excuse his debts to his workers, which is in the form of pensions and health care
So he's giving himself money and asking the courts to allow him not to pay money to his workers.
Bingo, that's exactly right.
Okay.
The guy's a sleazebag.
Well, it certainly sounds like
that's too kind a word.
It certainly sounds like it. I've never met Bob Murray. I know people who have met him and don't like him. You know who I met once? Actually shook his hand. Rupert Murdoch.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did. I was not impressed. I'm sure he was not impressed either. Okay, we're up to Friday, December 20th.
I don't know who the most prestigious person I ever met is. I just can't remember.
Me, maybe?
You're up there.
I don't believe you.
Well, let's take a look at another picture here.
Okay, I'll bet you've met the Lieutenant Governor.
Hope I clicked it twice. Now I clicked it once.
Okay.
It is a bunch of coal cars. And it's for Friday, December 20th. And it says that a FERC order could boost coal over renewables, raising costs for consumers. This doesn't make sense. Well, it does, really.
It does. Inside Climate News. It does if you take it from the point of view of let's save coal at all costs.
That's where it makes sense.
Yeah. Rules approved by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which is referred to as FERC, are designed to counteract state subsidies that support the growth of renewable energy and use nuclear power.
This is sneaky.
The change would require higher minimum bids for subsidized power plants.
Well, what it says here is the regulations will tilt the market in favor of coal and natural gas in the nation's largest power grid region, which is from New Jersey to Illinois.
Yeah, and we are going to get to another article later in this broadcast that tells you why this whole thing is not going to work.
But it's pretty easy to see why it isn't going to work.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you think about it,
coal is dead.
If you've got subsidized solar power coming to the grid and it's subsidized at 2 cents per kilowatt hour, and you say, okay, I'm not going to bid 2 cents per kilowatt hour, I'm going to bid 4. Well, you're hitting the minimum that they've got and you're still below the cost of natural gas and coal.
Yeah.
So it's not going to work.
Well, it's the economy, stupid.
It's the economy, stupid. That's right. Unfortunately, I don't like the stupid part at the end. Okay, gang, this is the economy at work here. Should we go on?
Yeah.
We're up to Saturday, December 21. We're just cruising through these because we have fewer things every day.
This is an interesting article.
Yeah. Scientists
created a new sponge that could clean up oil spills.
Yeah. The secret to cleaning up water contaminated by oil may lie in the cheap, common polyurethane foam used in mattresses, enhanced by a special coating. In a study published in Nature Sustainability, this is a peer-reviewed journal, scientists found the material consistently captured almost all of the oil in under 3 hours.
That's amazing. You know, I'm sure they never expected such success.
I have no idea. But you know what's going to happen when they use it? The polyurethane foam will fragment and contribute to the plastic in the oceans.
Well, the sponge was designed to recover micrometer-sized droplets of crude oil that get dispersed in the ocean after oil spills and leaks.
Right.
As well as in wastewater from fracking.
Yeah.
So these are problems that they're solving.
Yep. Okay, now our next item is from the BBC, still December 21st.
Oh, this is a very interesting article, and it's very timely.
This has 2 pictures, so let's put the first picture up.
Let's get the first one up there.
That picture, when I looked at it, I saw that it was referred to as coming from high-altitude aircraft.
I would imagine. It's a picture from the air of 2 fires.
Yeah, and I thought when I saw it, you know, you can actually see the curvature of the Earth there. And
yeah, you can.
I thought maybe it had come from space, but you know, this...
Probably from an airplane.
I would say from an airplane.
Well, look at that, huh?
Look at that. Okay.
Ooh.
Now, this is way up. You're probably operating here at 40 or 50,000 feet at least, way above what you would do with commercial aircraft. And those are fires in Australia. Now, they're bushfires. I want to show you a map of where the bushfires just in New South Wales are happening.
That's this map.
That's this map. In this map, the red part is areas that are either on fire, were on fire when this was put up, which was the 21st of December, or had already burned.
Well, to put that picture in perspective, that's about the size of California.
From north to south.
From north to south,
Yeah.
not east to west.
Yeah.
And it's also interesting that there's no fires to the west.
Well,
but there's nothing there but desert.
Yeah, you don't have forest fires in desert. You don't have bushfires in desert. But every state in Australia has got major fires going on.
All around the country.
All around
absolutely.
the country. And I want to point out a couple of things here. Down in the bottom of this picture, you see a thing that says ACT.
Yeah, that's like the Washington, D.C. of Australia.
That's the Australian Capital Territory, which is the equivalent of D.C., and Canberra, which is the equivalent of the city of Washington, is in it.
Yes.
And they've had fires both to the east and to the west. Up a little bit and on the coast, you see Sydney, which is surrounded by fires.
Yep.
And those fires, some of them are like 75 miles across, and Sydney is probably 35 miles from them. And Sydney is a city of 5 million people. And, you know...
The map doesn't really demonstrate that.
No. And in the news today, you know, the Prime Minister of Australia, who was under fire because during all of this he went
to Hawaii.
Went to Hawaii for a vacation. He came back, and for the first time he went to a town that had been overrun by a fire, and he met people who were there, and he grabbed a woman's hand and said, "How are you?" And she said, "I'd rather shake your hand if you were doing something about the fires." And he had nobody in that town had anything good to say about him. They all wanted him to deal with climate change because Australia is having its 2019 was the hottest year ever in Australia. The average temperatures were 1.5 degrees Celsius above normal. So this is a problem.
This is a very big problem.
Anyway, this comes from the BBC, and I want to point out too. You had talked about that. The area burning here is about 25% larger than the state of Vermont.
Well, I've got a bunch of notes here.
Yeah.
They refer to the Peshtigo fire.
Yes.
Which was at the time the biggest fire ever happening in America.
I think it still is the largest
ever
in America. Yeah.
It burned 1.2 million acres.
Right, which
now,
is almost...
For reference, Vermont is 6.6 million acres, the whole state.
Yeah.
Okay. Bateman's Bay to Byron Bay, which is what you see in this map, is 660 miles, which is about the size of California, top to bottom.
Yeah, this is not good, what's happening here.
Now, the Peshtigo fire happened in 1871.
Same day as the Chicago fire.
Was it really?
And it jumped Green Bay.
Yes, it did.
It
It
jumped.
was in northern Wisconsin and in the upper peninsula of Michigan.
And there's some question about whether it might even have jumped to Lake Michigan. The Green Bay thing they think is absolutely possible because there was a hardware store sign which had caught fire and had been picked up in a fire tornado and carried aloft and then fell down like 10 miles from where it had been picked up.
Well, what you're looking at in the map there is 6 times as big.
Yeah, that's right. As the biggest fire that ever happened in the United States. This is from BBC.
Well, this is what the article says.
Yeah.
Australia Fires, a visual guide to the bushfires and extreme heat. And you're looking at the visual guide
You're
right
looking
now.
at part of it. There's a bunch of pictures in this.
It's a very interesting and grim article, and if you look it up, you're going to be reading it for an hour.
Australia is grappling with massive bushfires fueled by record-breaking temperatures and months of severe drought. Months? I got news for you, whoever wrote this.
It's years. Yeah.
Fires in New South Wales have already burned at least 2.7 million hectares, which is 7.4 million acres this season, destroying more than 700 houses. This is a visual guide to that.
Well, it's 2.7 million hectares. In California, 1.8 million hectares have burned.
Yeah.
And in the Amazon, where really things are just starting to heat up, I think, they burned 900,000 hectares.
That's another thing. These fires that we're looking at on this map, the fire season hadn't started
Hadn't
yet.
even started yet. Yeah, this is their
We are
this
now,
is their summer.
2 weeks later, we are now starting into the fire season, and
Oh, boy.
at that point we were just starting into the fire season, which lasts until March. Is there anything going to be left of these? I mean,
Well, it's interesting. We can use this kind of to slide into the next article, which is from
Okey-doke.
Sunday, December 22nd.
Yale Environment 360.
And it says that the global price tag for 100% renewable energy is $73 trillion.
Yeah, let's think about that for a minute. The global
Well,
effort.
considering what you're looking at here, and keep that in the back of your head.
Yeah. The global effort to transition to 100% renewable energy by 2050 would cost $73 trillion up front. But the expense will pay for itself in under 7 years.
Now, that's interesting.
Yeah. And create 28.6 million more full-time jobs, according to a new report from researchers at Stanford University. And by the way, this particular report, which came from Mark Jacobson, is all people have been. It's been appearing in the news every day since this. Today, I was reading news articles about this report, and what he's saying is, if we spend that money, which is not all going to get spent in 1 year.
Oh, no, it's over a period of time.
It's over a period of time. We're going to be making money back while we're spending it.
Well, what they're trying to accomplish is increased energy efficiency, duh.
Yeah.
Okay. And the electrification of all energy sectors, including transportation, buildings, heating and cooling, industrial processes, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and the military. Did I skip anything?
Probably, but I couldn't pay attention to
What they
everything.
really want to do is to electrify everything.
They want to electrify
using
everything.
fossil
Yes,
fuels,
absolutely.
period.
Absolutely, that's how it's done. Now, I can think of renewable energy that is not electric, and that includes, for example, solar heat.
Yeah.
Which is you can actually
Pure solar.
Yeah, pure solar.
Yeah, I know a
heat.
lady's got a pure solar panel on her house that heats the house. It's not electric at all.
Neat.
It's on the side of the house, and it just gets hot, and they pump
heats
the hot air
house.
into the house.
Yeah, they don't even have to pump it. In some cases, you can do it with a siphon.
Gravity does it.
Gravity
Yep,
does
Gravity does it.
Okay, we are up to Monday, December 23rd, and we have a
Nice
picture.
image here. Let's get the
This is,
picture up. So
this
we
is
can,
an image that I think is actually a little bit silly. Negalite and pozolite. I'm sorry, but
Well, this is a flow battery.
Yes.
And it's supposedly Lockheed Martin's special flow battery, but it's a regular flow battery.
they don't tell you what's special about it except
And
some of the
in
specifications.
those two tanks, the Negalite and the pozolite, there's no limit to how big they can be.
Yeah, and
They
there's
can be
no-
lakes.
Yeah, and there's no limit to how big the cell stack could be either.
So this could be a very, very large battery.
Yeah, that's right. It could be a very large battery. All right, let me read this. Or why don't you read the title?
Yeah, Lockheed Martin tests innovative flow battery technology.
This is from Clean Technica. Lockheed Martin announced that it is partnering with TC Energy to develop new energy storage systems based on Lockheed Martin flow battery technology. They say the ingredients are not toxic, that's important,
good, that's good.
or expensive,
That's
that's
good,
good,
too.
but have sufficient energy storage capability to be commercially viable. And you know the toxic and expensive parts are
That's important.
the two things that are holding flow battery back.
Yes, absolutely. So this is beneficial, quite
It's
beneficial.
beneficial.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's unique about Lockheed Martin's, and
Well,
that's it. You know.
Yeah, that's what it is. They've come up with a negalite and a posilite that they aren't naming, probably because they're so ridiculously inexpensive that you could do it in your own kitchen. So what
It
what
could
can I
very
say?
well be.
Okay, should we go on?
Well, this flow battery technology that they're talking about is capable of storing large amounts of electricity for 6 to 12 hours and dispatching it as needed.
Yeah,
But we're talking large amounts of
large amounts of
yeah.
electricity. Yeah, and in fact, I did an interview a couple of years ago of a flow battery company in California, and I said, "How big are your batteries?" And they told me they had one size that they were selling, and I said, "Have you ever considered putting these into a residential size cabinet?" And the guy said, "Yeah, but we haven't got the money to develop two sizes at the same time." So you know,
Okay.
they could come to homes, but they haven't yet. Okay, we're up to
Tuesday, December 24th, day
with
before
an
Christmas.
item from Texas Standard.
Yes. Renewables are a bright spot in Texas's tumultuous energy market.
A survey from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas estimates that about 8,100 Texas oil and gas sector jobs might soon disappear in another oil downturn.
That could happen.
Could happen, but it's not all bad news, especially for the renewable energy market. Texas produces 20% of all U.S. wind power.
Looking at it from a slightly different view, if Texas were a country,
Yep.
it would actually rank as the fourth in the world in producing wind power, exceeded only by China, Germany, and India.
There you go.
I mean, don't even think about it.
No. China, Germany, and India. And you didn't even say Denmark. So they're bigger than Denmark.
Yes.
And you didn't say Scotland. So they're bigger than Scotland.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we think about Denmark and Scotland.
Well, they're very progressive, but they're small.
They're small. And, you know, only 2.5 million
Well,
people.
considering its size, Denmark has a lot.
Denmark also has one of the, I think it is still the biggest wind turbine manufacturer in the world.
They do, yeah.
It's actually even bigger than Lego.
Bigger than what?
Lego.
Lego.
Toy company.
I didn't think of Lego as a wind turbine manufacturer.
No, but it is Danish. And what this tells you is that big wind happens to be a little bit bigger than big toys.
Well, let's move along here.
Okay,
and
we're
touch base on Australia again.
Still
we got
on
a picture
December
here.
24th. And oh my gosh, I hate this picture.
Well,
Okay, Daniel Knox in a controlled burn. There he
That
is.
is
the
Daniel
BBC.
Knox.
That is Daniel Knox. And Daniel Knox, I think, actually set that fire to
Controlled burn.
as
He
a
said it,
controlled
yeah.
burn. This is
Get
this-
the fuel out of the way before
exactly.
it becomes.
You know that the big fire is coming, so burn up what you can before it gets there, so it'll not have fuel when it does. And he was just finishing up a 15-hour
That's what it
shift.
says.
And by the way, the firefighters in Australia are all volunteer.
I got a little note on that.
Yeah,
Well,
Australia it got a title.
Australia
Let's start with a title.
fires. Thousands of volunteers fighting the flames.
We're doing this because it's a passion, said Daniel Knox. It's a brotherhood. He was one of thousands of Australians who dropped their ordinary lives to battle the nation's raging fire crisis. He said, quote, "When that photo was taken of me, I had just done a 15-hour shift out there," end
I'm
quote.
going to put them back up there.
And you know, these people are facing months of work, and it's not easy work.
This is dedication.
With
you
no
know?
pay.
This is dedication. These guys aren't, well, as you just said, they're not getting paid for it. Well, Knox is part of the New South Wales Rural Fire Service,
Yeah.
which calls itself the world's largest volunteer firefighting organization. and had 70,000 members. And they're extensively trained and mostly unpaid.
Yep, and the federal government of Australia is actually considering compensating.
They're giving these guys bonuses.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
They're pretty good ones, $4,500,
Yeah.
$5,000. And they're doing a good job. They're doing a very necessary job. Well, you know, in mankind's favor, when the going gets rough, people get out there and the rough get going.
Yeah. Okay, we're up to Wednesday, December 25th.
Christmas Day.
Christmas Day, and we have an item from the Weather Channel.
Yeah, I don't have a picture though.
No picture.
We'll come up. We'll get one soon.
We'll have a picture soon.
Scientists struggle to save vital seagrasses from coastal pollution.
Seagrasses. This one blew my mind. I had no idea that seagrasses were this important. Seagrasses grow along coastlines nearly everywhere around the world, and they can store twice as much carbon in a given area as temperate and tropical forests.
You don't think about that
No,
much.
you don't. Well, the fact of the matter is, we don't have seagrass around here, but you can get the same kind of super potential, bigger, I think, with peat growing in ponds.
Peat?
Peat,
I
yep.
didn't know that.
The only thing is, peat will kill everything under it.
Okay.
Okay, because it produces stuff that's toxic to many life forms, which is why if you have a deep wound or a bad wound, you can put peat moss on it, live peat moss, to keep it from getting infected.
Oh,
Okay,
good.
over 70 species of seagrasses in coastal habitats are among the most poorly protected species.
We kind of disparage these things, and they're really important.
They are.
Well, this is some of the reasons why they're important. They provide food and shelter
Yep.
for fish, shellfish, sea turtles,
Lobsters.
lobsters. They blunt the impacts of ocean acidification, reduce coastal erosion, keep the water clean.
Yeah. There you
And
go.
coastal development, overfishing, farm runoff, and climate change are threatening them.
Well, you know, they're kind of like garbage collectors. And every time I walk down the street and there's some guy driving a truck and he gets out every 50 feet and dumps the trash or garbage or whatever into his truck, I say thank you for doing that. Really.
Yeah,
Really.
absolutely.
Okay,
Well, we got
now-
an image coming up again.
Now we have a picture, and this is
An interesting picture.
one of the most impressive pictures I've ever seen. And this is no-till with cover crops on the left and conventional farming on the right. It comes from Inside Climate News. Why don't you read the title instead of staring at the photo, Tom?
After a rough year,
Yeah?
farmers and Congress are talking about climate solutions.
Midwest farmers who have always voted Republican are now going to their congressman and saying, we have to find solutions. And here is something that is interesting. The Midwest floods of 2019 revealed another benefit of sustainable agriculture. Fields farmed with
Let me
conservation
leave this
practices.
picture up while you're talking.
Yeah. Fields farmed with conservation practices recovered faster from flooding. Farmers saw the difference. How could you miss that difference? And now they're taking their new knowledge to Congress. I would not have imagined that you could deep plow a field, leaving the soil all loose, and then no-till a field next to it, leaving the soil, full of roots but tight, and that
And that's the one that drains.
and the one that drains is the one that's no-till.
Yeah, it's interesting.
As I think about it, it's probably, I would guess, because those cover crops and possibly the crops that are grown there have root systems that go deeper. And,
Yeah.
and so the water has ways to go deeper underground quickly, where the field on the right has been tilled down
It's
to
flooded.
8 to 10 inches or something.
Yeah, and it's hard as rock.
And after that, it's just hard. Yeah. So it won't drain out.
And I don't know what they're growing as a cover crop, but it's probably something of a legume.
Yeah, it could be. Alfalfa.
Alfalfa, something like that,
Something
which
like that.
regenerates
Regenerates the soil.
the soil.
Yeah. This is, the thing that George Washington Carver found when he was working in the South.
Yeah,
The thing about growing peanuts.
yeah.
Southern
Which are
agriculture.
legumes.
Yeah.
Legumes, I don't know. how
I
you
say
pronounce it.
legumes, but legumes is something I hear a lot of people say. He was working in an area where the traditional agriculture consisted of plow those fields, plant that corn, plant that cotton, plant that tobacco until the fields, and fertilize the fields
Wouldn't grow anymore.
until you couldn't grow those crops anymore. And then what you do is abandon your plantation and move west.
Yeah, they
And
did
so
exactly that.
people from Georgia would move to Alabama. People from Alabama would move to Mississippi. And he came along and said, wait a minute, you plant peanuts, and the next year those things will grow again because the
And
peanuts
you can stay there. You don't have to
and you
move.
don't have to move. And then on top of everything else, the peanuts have got value of their own. And people were saying, what value? Show me the value.
Of peanuts.
So he
Talk to Mr. Planters, huh?
I think I've always thought that he invented peanut butter. You know. Anyway.
Well, let's move the picture back. The fields that were slow to drain and remained waterlogged longer, the ones on the right, have been farmed conventionally.
Yeah.
Tilled, left bare, and unplanted over the winter.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if they could plant a crop that'll bring in a little more income, why are they leaving them bare? You know, it doesn't have to be big income, but it's something.
Yeah.
The fields that drained quickly and were ready for sowing hadn't been tilled in years and had been planted every winter with cover crops, which help control erosion, improve soil health, and trap carbon in the soil. And there you see in a picture of it.
And you drive down that field and you think, the field on the left, you're going to be able to plant this year. The field on the right, it's questionable. That might not drain fast enough for you to get a crop in this year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Still, on December 26th, we've got an item from Echo Watch.
Yeah, we do. As fracking companies face bankruptcy, which is happening, U.S. regulators enable firms to duck cleanup costs. Well, isn't that nice?
Isn't that handy? Yeah. Over their heads in debt, U.S. shale oil and gas firms are now moving from a boom in fracking to a boom in bankruptcies, despite anything that Donald Trump might do to help them. This trend could put U.S. taxpayers on the hook for paying to shut them down properly and clean up the drilling sites. Well, it's
one of the things that's happening is the fracking operations aren't delivering what they expected.
Yeah.
They're running out of oil and gas.
We've done
much quicker than they ever thought they would.
We've talked about this over and over again.
Have.
We had an item last year, not last year. Well, it was last year now. But we had last regular show. We had an item where we were talking about the rate that fracking companies were going broke. Okay, should we go on?
Well, did you read that one?
Did I read it?
I don't know. Duh.
Over their heads in debt, U.S. shale, and yes, I did read this.
Well, federal and state governments have not been holding fracking companies fully liable for the environmental damage and cleanup costs of their drilling activity.
Show me a government that keeps anybody fully liable for environmental damage.
Well, EP Energy, which is what this article's about, plans to continue operating after restructuring and eliminating up to $3 billion in debt.
Yeah.
However, EP has not identified any funds that would be set aside, that they would be setting aside for cleanup.
So the courts are going to say, we know that you owe these people who loaned you money $3 billion, but we're going to let you off the hook.
We'll let you off the hook.
And by the way, you don't have to tell us how you're going to clean the mess up.
Bingo. Well, we got a picture here that's occurring in Texas.
That's right. I like this picture. Friday, December 27th, and this is from Renewables Now.
Renewables account for 100% of the October 2019 capacity additions in the U.S. This is kind of interesting. You got to read those words and think about what they mean.
Yeah. The U.S. put into service 722 megawatts of new power capacity in October 2019, and all of it was renewable. The first monthly report by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, shows this. For January through October, slightly less than 50% of the capacity has been natural gas.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And you know, when this came out, it was the Sunday campaign that was doing this. And
who campaign?
Sunday campaign.
Tell us about it.
Well, the Sunday campaign just keeps track of these things.
Okay.
And I wrote a note to the guy who runs the Sunday campaign and said, you know, maybe you should review this. And the thing that I told him was the same reports that he was referencing
Yeah.
in these things, which are the FERC reports, show that the amount of natural gas proposed for facilities proposed for construction in terms of the number of megawatts that is proposed for construction has been declining very, very rapidly.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah.
if it continues at its current rate, there won't be any natural gas plants proposed in 2023.
Well, from the article, in year-on-year terms, natural gas installations halved.
Yeah.
Okay, wind grew by 26%, and solar fell by 23%, which is interesting.
Because of the
It's a tariff, isn't it?
tariffs.
Yeah, interesting.
Those tariffs cost the solar industry more jobs than there are in the coal industry.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, we are up to an item from iNews.
And this is
which I just
Saturday,
lost.
December 28th.
Ah, there you go. Thank you very much for that.
And it says, from global warming to plastic pollution, this was the decade when people learned the planet was facing a climate emergency.
A Frenchman is credited with being the first to discover the photovoltaic effect that produces electricity from sunlight. The first solar panel was built in the United States, but when Abu Dhabi decided to build the world's...
I got different stuff here.
Okay, where are you? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading it wrong. Global warming...
This is number 14.
Number 14, global warming to plastic pollution. I'm sorry. We'll get to that one.
We will.
Hold on, we'll get there. This was the decade when science demonstrated climate change is happening beyond any reasonable doubt. Record high temperatures, droughts, floods, and storms are all plainly visible to anybody who looks. And there's no reasonable doubt. There really
No,
isn't.
absolutely not. That's just what this article is saying. In November 2019, 11,000 scientists from around the world published a study warning clearly and unequivocally, it's their words, that planet Earth is facing a climate emergency.
How did the Chinese trick all these people?
Best fraud's ever been perpetrated on the world.
Yeah, right. I can think of better frauds.
Let's move to Antarctica.
Okay, let's do that. This is an item from The Guardian, and we do have a picture. And that's
Yeah, we do.
a rather nice picture of a glacier or iceberg.
Well, that's a big glacier.
That happens to be falling apart, but nevertheless, go ahead, Tom.
Submarine to explore why Antarctic glacier is melting so quickly.
Yeah. An international team of scientists at the Thwaites Glacier in Antarctica is preparing to drill through more than half a kilometer of ice. Half a kilometer is, about a third of a mile?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Into the dark waters beneath. They plan to lower down a torpedo-shaped robotic submarine to explore with hopes of finding out why it's melting so fast.
Yeah, this particular glacier, well, I'll mention where it is. It's on the coast of Marie Byrd Land.
Right.
Okay, which is named after Admiral Byrd's wife.
And we all know where that is.
It's a large pie-shaped state, if you call it a state, in southwestern Australia.
How in the world is anything in
Southwestern Australia, southwestern Antarctica.
How do you call something southwest when it's on Antarctica?
Well, I was thinking that same thing too. The
Okay.
Florida-sized glacier is melting rapidly.
Yeah.
Since the 1980s, it has lost an estimated 540 billion tons of ice.
540 billion tons.
And it's melting rapidly. They're trying to figure out why. Scary.
Yeah, it's actually just more of the same thing that's going on in Greenland and other places.
Stuff like that.
Okay, we're up to December 29th with an item from the European Sting. And this is the first time I had read anything from this particular site.
Aha.
And, you know, whenever I come across a site that I have not visited or haven't visited recently, even, I have to check to make sure that a person on a different computer can open the link that I put in.
Yes, yes.
So there's
very rarely, but once in a while I've been unable to.
The reason it's rare is because I check them. But you know, one of the things...
Well, they change sometimes.
They change them. I had one go up, and I just happened to click on it before I saved my blog.
Yeah.
Couldn't find it.
It was gone already.
It was already gone. And that was like BBC that had done that. Okay. Got a title?
The future of energy is being shaped in Asia.
Ah, here's where I say the Frenchman is credited with being et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that was Becquerel, by the way, in
Yes.
1839.
Yeah.
Long time
He
ago.
had a unit of measure named after him.
Yes, I don't know what it is, but you're right.
I think it has to do with radioactive power.
I don't know. I haven't.
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
You are right, though.
When Abu Dhabi, having preceded this with, the Frenchmen invented photovoltaic, the Americans produced the first panel. When Abu Dhabi decided to build the world's largest individual solar power plant, they looked east for help to China and Japan. Why did they look to China and Japan for help?
Well, I got an answer
you have
to
an
that.
Explanation.
Asia, more than any other region on the planet, and China, more than any other nation, currently represents the future of solar energy. Okay? And are at the heart of ensuing industry-wide transformation from fossil fuels to renewable and nuclear energy.
Yeah.
They're on the ball. They know what's going on, and they're working on it. And we're not.
We've got a trade war going on against China, and they're eating our lunch.
They do something that we should be doing and aren't doing, and that's called planning.
Planning?
Yeah,
This is a free market. We're supposed to have a free market where anybody can do anything he wants. We don't have to plan.
We don't have to plan.
Of course, in a free market, you don't have anybody keeping track of the environment either.
No.
You can make money on the environment, but who pays for it? Okay, our next item has a very cute picture.
I'll put the
Isn't
picture
that a
up.
cute picture?
That is a spoon-billed sandpiper, which is, by the way, a very rare bird.
There's about 100 of these birds left in the world.
You can just see the spoon bill there.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like a duckling till I looked at it closely.
Yeah, and you look and the front of the bill is wide, but the back of the bill is not. And that bill will get longer.
The bill is actually pretty long. I think it's just the angle that it was photographed from.
Very cute bird, but there's only about 100 of them. They live
Not too
in
many.
central Siberia.
And the article asks a good question. With 1 million species at risk, what do we save?
A decade-long project to save one of the world's most endangered birds has finally found success as 2 chicks hatched. But an estimated 1 million species at risk worldwide and nothing like money and resources to save them all. How do conservationists choose the few they can save? Well, you could say, okay, let's choose the cute species.
That's exactly what's happening. By the way, it's a neat article. I would recommend people look it up.
But we do have the problem of triage
Well,
here.
I'm just about to say that. Conservationists are competing for limited resources.
Yeah.
Okay? A lovable icon, something people can get behind, can mean conservation projects are able to raise money and plow resources into protecting a habitat.
So
that's part of the story of why rhinos, elephants, and orangutans have very deliberately been made the poster species for conservation.
Right.
We love elephants, you know? We love orangutans.
I'm not sure I want to get near an orangutan. And I petted
I'm talking like
an
in
elephant
pictures.
at a petting zoo when I was a little kid.
Did you?
Yeah. They have very stiff hair.
Do they really?
Yeah, it's very sparse over them, but it's very stiff hair.
So it boils down to money, doesn't it?
It does. And what we're looking at with this little cute guy
Pull him back up.
is a creature who that species, I would guess, probably won't survive climate change. I hope I'm wrong. But
there's very few of them left now.
Yeah, but
then they've had a hard time getting eggs to hatch.
Yeah, and people who look at that can say, okay, that species I can get behind. I'll give these people
that's exactly what the article says.
$100 to help, and that $100 could go to saving a species that
a snail
or an earthworm.
Yeah,
and we've invasive earthworms, and they're destructive as all get out.
Oh,
yeah. They are. What is it? My landlady calls them. They're hyper earthworms. They're big. They're
Never
really
heard that one.
extremely active.
Yeah.
And they eat all the leaves in the forest, leaving castings that are turned into methane by microbes.
I hadn't heard of that one.
Bad news.
Not
They
good.
drive the other earthworms away. Okay, we're up to December 30th.
Well, we got a picture coming up here.
We do.
December 31st. And
Yep.
Where is the picture?
Where is the picture? No, do we have a picture?
10 a.m.
We're on item 18, Green New
Oh,
Deal.
we're on 18?
Yes.
Aha. I skipped one. Monday, December 30th. Green New Deals for the world are green good deals.
Now, I talked about Mark Jacobson.
Yeah.
This is another one of the articles about the same report that he did.
Okay.
The world leaders at the UN Madrid climate talks failed to agree on a path forward. The core of the problem is the belief by some leaders that solving global warming will be expensive and drain economies of their countries.
Well,
However,
it will be expensive, but it's not going to drain
it's not going to drain the economies. It's actually going to
pay for itself.
And
what,
it'll
7 years?
make those economies much more prosperous. The new research indicates that the belief that they're going to drain the economies is incorrect.
So that's wrong.
Yep.
And
Okay.
what this article says is solving the problems is much cheaper and creates many more jobs than not solving them.
Yeah, and what is the United States doing? It's bet the piggy bank on obsolete technology continuing to be important. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, we are up to Tuesday, December 31st.
Now we got that picture coming
Now we've
up,
got this horrible picture.
which isn't a very exciting picture.
It's a depressing picture.
Come on, you.
Come on, put it up, Tom. Put it up. Don't double click.
That's 10 a.m., would you believe?
Yeah, in Malakuta,
Malakuta,
is
Victoria.
in Victoria.
Australian wildfires forced thousands to flee to the beach.
This is from CNN. Thousands of people have taken refuge from wildfires fires on a beach in southeast Australia as fires swept through the town. About 4,000 residents and visitors. The town usually has about 8,000 visitors and 1,000 residents at this time of year, but many of the visitors had already left. They were vacationing. Beautiful town. These people were forced to evacuate Malakuta, Victoria. Roads had been cut off and there was no way out in or out of town, so they went to the beach. And the beach was where the local emergency people had said, if we get to this point, which they knew could come, they said,
this is where you go.
This is where you go. Go to the beach. So they've been hiding at the beach, hiding from the fires. And that picture shows what the beach looked like. Remember, this is summer. And these people were there to go sunbathing and stuff like that. That's what it looked like at 10
o'clock in the
a.m.
morning.
because of the smoke going overhead. I've seen a lot of other pictures which are not as dark as that. But today, authorities, this happened on the 31st. Today is the 2nd of January, so it was 2 days ago. The Australian government is sending a Navy ship down that can
to pull these people off
pull
the beach.
people out, and it's removing that one ship. I think must be a cruiser. Either that or it's some large kind of supply ship. Because
more likely.
They're taking out 800 people.
Yeah,
on
they
each
got to
ship.
have a large.
They have to have a
that
big ship. That's not a destroyer.
This is an interesting article. There's a nice video on it.
Yeah.
About a minute and a half. 57 pictures.
Yes,
I mean, you could just
I
keep
know.
looking at picture after picture.
I saw that, and I thought Tom is going to be spending an entire day on this.
Well, there's good news, I guess. Weather conditions are expected to improve in the next 24 hours. That's now.
Yeah.
Okay, meaning cooler temperatures and lower winds, but will worsen again by the end of the week, bringing dangerous fire conditions, according to CNN.
Yeah, there was an article in the news today saying that the better conditions were coming, and there was another article saying that the Premier of New South Wales was declaring a week-long fire emergency.
Okay.
So you know, things are out of control. They're still out of control. What they really need is a whole bunch of heavy rain, and they're not going to get it probably until March. So
we get the next one, the battery decade.
Before we do, I want to point.
Yeah, well, we got
something out.
time.
Yeah, if you think about it, 4,000 people went to the beach, vacationers and local residents.
Yep.
Their children went to the beach.
Yep.
4-year-olds were on that beach under that sky.
Under that, right.
And they did this like a few days after Christmas. Did they take their Christmas presents with them? And the adults, what did they do with their cars? Did they bring their cars to the beach? These people are going to go home, and then they're going to say, where's my car? Well, it got left in Malakuta. Does it exist anymore? Well, probably
That rotting hunk over there
yeah,
used to be your car.
It's probably only valuable for recycling steel.
Yep, that's about it.
And this is a complete disaster. Imagine being driven by a fire on foot, not in a car, but driven to a beach and having to abandon everything.
And a beach with a sky like that.
A sky like that.
Wow.
Imagine being under that when you're 4 years old or 5 years old or have a heart condition and you're elderly.
Yeah.
And this is and Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister, went into a town that got hit, and as I said, he grabbed a woman's hand and shook it and said, "How are you?" And she said, "I'd be happier shaking your hand if you were doing something about climate change."
Yep.
Okay, should we move on?
Yeah, we should. We should. We're running out of articles here.
Yeah.
So.
Why don't you put me or us up? And
I can do that.
The next item is from CNBC.
The battery decade.
Oh man.
How energy storage could revolutionize industries in the next 10 years. And it could. Absolutely.
No, Tom, not it could.
It will.
Will.
Absolutely.
It will.
Absolutely.
Over the last 10 years, a surge in lithium-ion battery production drove down prices to a point where, for the first time in history, electric vehicles became commercially viable from a standpoint of both cost and performance. Next comes
Well, they figured out how to make them cheaper.
Yeah. Next comes utility scale storage. Okay, we've talked about Wright's Law. You remember
Yes.
Wright's Law?
Yep.
Wright's Law says you see that the production of something has doubled, so the number of units out in the field has doubled.
So the price comes down.
The price comes down, and it comes down by a percentage, and you can count on it. Every time the amount out there in the field doubles, the price will go down by that percentage.
Bingo. It balances itself.
Yeah, and now what's happening is the price of batteries in the last 10 years have come down by 85%.
We've only seen the beginning.
Yeah, and
I mean,
10 years from now.
There's little guys working in their
Oh,
garage trying to figure out
absolutely.
new kind of batteries, and some of them are going to hit it. Well, we've talked about some of them, but some of them are going to hit that nail on the head.
Yeah, they are. And 10 years from now, what's the price of batteries going to be? Maybe 15% of what they are now. Just think about that for a minute. Meantime, you've got the price of solar and wind have gone
Coming down.
Enormously.
Mm-hmm.
Similar numbers, 60 to 80%. 10 years from now, the price of electricity from renewables and storage is going to be a small fraction of what it is now.
I would expect. I would
Okay.
expect.
Now we're seeing natural gas plants, even combined cycle natural gas plants, being forced out of the market by that combination of solar and wind. What's going
And
to
natural
happen?
gas was forcing everything else out of the
That's
market.
right. What's going to happen when solar and wind and batteries drop 35%? You're going to be at a point where, well, let me put it this way. I could make a prediction based on my considerations of this. My bet is that in 2025, 5 years from now, there will not be a single coal-burning power plant in operation in the United States unless there's some weird kind of local condition that forces one to
Well, the
operate.
problem is, if they're existing, they'll be subsidized.
Well, the only way I could see, I could see if you had a coal mine in Alaska, and the source of energy for a village where that coal mine was a small coal burning power plant, I could see maybe that coal mine could be in existence 5 years from now. But unless you're talking about weird things like that, natural gas plants, I cannot imagine 5 years from now that there will be any natural gas plants being built.
Being built.
Yeah.
They'll still be using the old ones, but they won't be building
10
new
years from now,
Yeah.
I don't think any will
They'll
be
even
used.
be using the old ones. Yeah.
Which means I'm thinking that from the point of view of power production, 10 years from now, we're not going to have any fossil fuels in use in the United States.
I don't think so.
To speak of.
I
And then-
think we're going to see very much distributed generation.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you can't generate electricity on your property, your neighbor probably can.
Yes, that's true.
And you're going to be buying your power from him.
And he will be buying power from you, because what you do is you say, okay, I'll make a deal with you. You have the solar panels, I'll buy the battery, and we'll put our two houses
Something like that,
on
yeah.
a grid.
Absolutely.
On a
It makes
microgrid.
sense.
It makes sense. And that is going to cut the cost of transmission. I think we're just seeing it. And, you know, what will happen to transportation? Basically the same kind of thing.
Well, I got a takeaway from the article, and we got
Okay.
the time, so I'll read it. Batteries hold the key to transitioning away from fossil fuel dependence and are set to play a greater role in the coming decade.
Oh boy,
That's
are
what
they
the article's
ever.
about.
Are they ever.
Solar and wind are playing a greater role already in power generation, but without effective energy storage techniques. Natural gas and coal are needed for times when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't howling.
Yep.
So large-scale storage is instrumental if society is to shift away from a world dependent on fossil fuel.
Now, I'm going to add one more thing to this. The fossil fuels industry has been the one reliable source of income for the so-called, because I called myself conservative Republican for many years, but they have been the one reliable source of income for among businesses for the so-called conservatives in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Under the circumstances,
contributions.
I don't think they are going to be able to make political contributions 4 years from now.
Not if they're not making money, they can't.
So I'm figuring this is going to cause a radical shift, not only in electric generation, but also in politics. Okay, we've got one item.
Yeah, we got a
about
final
2.5
picture
minutes.
coming up here.
Final picture coming up. There it is.
And there it is. And
that is a house built to code.
that's just what it says.
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of a nice house, but
It's
way up in the air.
You get some exercising going through the front door.
In Mississippi, the cost of coastal flooding are adding up. Not just in Mississippi, by the way.
Not just in Mississippi. Clean Technica was the source of this. The First Street Foundation research found that between 2005 and 2017, flooding erased nearly $16 billion of real estate appreciation in coastal areas from Maine to Texas. Researchers did not even calculate the losses in Louisiana because of the complexities of the issues in that
We've
state.
talked about that.
Yeah. And what's happening, there's a bunch of pictures. This is an interesting article because of the pictures. And there's a bunch of pictures showing what are obviously upscale waterfront neighborhoods in which every single building is elevated 25 feet.
It's the only way they can survive. They have to.
And people who have bought those buildings are saying, if I knew how much time I was going to be, you know, stuck in a flood, I would not have bought this property, because they're getting sunny day flooding now.
Yes, they are.
And the result of that is you could have a beautiful house with a beautiful view, but if you're going to want to drive when the new moon is full and the tide is high,
You ain't going to be able to do it.
you're going to have to, at best, drive through salt water. Do you want to replace your Mercedes every year because it's rusting out?
45 years old. I haven't done that yet.
Okay.
Well, one of the problems here is flood insurance costs represent a great share of the annual housing budget. We've talked about that. Flood
Yeah.
insurance is getting very expensive if there's a likelihood of it flooding.
Yeah. Okay, we should probably put ourselves up on this so we can say goodbye.
Oh, why not? Why not? I think I can do that.
The sign says, have a perfectly lovely week. I've been experimenting with ways of saying have a good day, and I've come up with a new one every day.
I haven't noticed it.
Well, if you actually go to the blog at the bottom, I think
okay.
today, you know, you, like have an impressively sunny day or whatever, you know. Anyway, from the inconsiderable George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell, have a good week. See you next time. Or
See you next
you'll
time.
see us, I guess.
Huh?
We don't see you.
You'll see us. Yep.
It's 7 o'clock on the 9th of December, 2019. This is the Jamaica Select Board. The first order of business is call for any late additions to the agenda. Does anybody have anything want to add to the agenda?
I think a discussion regarding whether we hold our next meeting on the 23rd of December.
Good point, sir. There should be a short discussion, but we should discuss it. Okay. I have two things I can add that have come up today, actually.
Did you have another one?
No, it's the same. Okay, sorry.
So, okay.
No, sorry, my bad.
I'm sorry, did you have one?
No, I had the same thing, which obviously you have.
Yeah, that's the part main thing. Okay, good. Approve the minutes of the November 25th Select Board meeting. And
You didn't add this actually officially.
what's that?
You were about to add this, but you didn't.
You can't add the two items. What are the two items that you're adding?
The broadband letter? Oh, I'm sorry.
You started and stopped, you know.
Hi there. Yes, the two things that I was going to add, in addition to the question you had, we had a monthly fund request this afternoon that came to me, so we'll need to go to executive session to discuss that one. And then we got a letter regarding we got the letter from Chris Campany, which I forwarded it to everybody, regarding the Wyndham Region Broadband Project kickoff meeting. So I sent a copy to everybody. I think we've got it on the desk. And I also sent it electronically. We can discuss that. Yep. Anyway, those are my 2.5 things. Okay? Anybody else? Okay, good. Thank you. First, the second order is approve the minutes of the November 25th Select Board meeting. They were, of course, circulated, as is our usual procedure. Does anybody have any questions, deletions, corrections, observations, complaints? No?
I'll make a motion to accept minutes as written.
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion?
What about the minutes before?
They're coming up.
Okay.
Yeah, they're coming up.
I didn't see that.
Yep. They're number 5.
No?
Yep. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. The next item is number 3, which is the timesheets, town master's office, highway, transfer stations, and we'll put them to the end of the session, as is our usual procedure. Number 4, the select board orders, the same fate for them. Number 5, as you recall, says review and approve the table of the November 11th minutes with changes. We discussed an issue with the motion.
Do we have to take those off the table in Robert's rules, or?
We just bring them up. We bring them back up now. Do we have to say take them off the table? I don't think so. I think it's just by bringing them back in.
Okay.
I have, this is regarding item number 7, and there's some confusion around the agreement form versus the volunteer service agreement. So I'm suggesting that we change number 7 to read, to include the sentence that a motion was made to accept the volunteer service agreement with the change in wording from township to town. We're just trying to clear that up, make sure we understand that
So
the
that,
volunteer agreement.
because we also passed the motion to accept the revised memorandum of understanding, so there's now 2 items under there.
Well, that we would now pass with the.
We passed it at the last meeting.
That fixed.
Didn't we fix it at the last meeting?
Yeah,
So it's fixed.
it's
Yeah,
fixed.
That's fixed.
However we say it, it's fixed.
It's now fixed. With this sentence in there, everything, we've got everything covered.
It's fixed.
It's fixed.
We passed a new one last week. So
Well, we passed,
we passed a
with the table.
revision. We passed a revision on the memorandum of understanding
yes,
mill building last week, which changed the language, which means it's a moot point.
that
Correct.
is correct. We passed the change. We have not passed the
That's
minutes.
I understand that, but it's a moot point.
Well, this one now has got to do with the volunteer, which we did not fix. And that's what was tabled for.
Okay.
So with that, if that sentence is okay with you guys,
I'm fine with it.
and I can give it.
I'd make a motion to accept the meeting minutes of the November 11th meeting as revised.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. That takes care of the 11th. Now, we have one of our favorite guests from the Lister's office. We have some errors and omissions from the Listers.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What I'm doing is I'm passing you out two sheets. The first sheet is last week's one, or last time's one, revised, because after we finished our meeting the last time, I went back the next day and it turned out we actually had another one, which is the reason for the second one. And by working on both of those with the woman at the state, I was able to understand a little bit better what was going on with current use. If you remember, we had a problem with the acreage count last week. We were off by an acre, and I just thought it was a bad addition. But it turned out that there's another class of current use that I wasn't aware of. I actually was peripherally aware of, but really not that aware of, which is called non-productive forest. And what that means is that you have land that is designated as forest, but it can't be logged, it can't be done anything because either the terrain is too steep or something. And evidently there was 1 acre in that property which was non-productive forest, and that was the acre that I didn't include in the total acreage. So anyways, that was the basis for the problem. Also, I found out that when you don't move any land from what's called excluded and included. Now, what I mean by that is if you've got, let's say, 20 acres, but you want 2 acres to be your home, those 2 acres are considered to be excluded from the current use. And the other 18 acres is considered to be included. And the only time the value changes is when you change the included and excluded acreage. So in this case, all that was done was acreage was moved from agricultural to forested land. And from the current use perspective, there's a change in value. But from the town's perspective, there's no change in value. Because it's, as far as the town's concerned, it's acreage. As far as current use is concerned, it's whatever they designate as farm or non-productive forest or productive forest. So anyways, the real situation from last week was that there's no change in value in the property. Even though the acreage got switched, there was no change in value from the town's perspective.
And what's the name of the...
This is for Ferrari?
Pardon me, this is the second one, the Pugliari.
So use demands, there's no change, I didn't see any difference.
No, there's no difference there. That was nothing to do with current use. That was the shed.
Okay, it's still on the street.
So, however, you'll notice that the Pugliari, we've changed the acreage, but the value of the land from the town's perspective hasn't changed. So therefore, I would ask you to change your motion from last week, or last time, to either not include this as an errors and omission, or include it as an errors and omission, but note that the value didn't change. It's up to you which way you want to go.
I think because we changed it, we should unchange it.
Yeah, that's fine. So therefore, you should rescind that errors and omissions. What you're, yeah.
I'll make a motion to rescind last meeting's errors and omissions regarding parcel ID 00I-14.
That's it. Will I get the job done for you?
Is that?
Will I get the job done for you?
Yeah, I think that will get the job. Because there's no change in value, so there's no reason to have an errors and omissions.
Okay, that's good. Do I have a second?
A second one.
Do I have a second?
It's just that's only that.
Right. Seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of rescinding last meeting's errors and omissions on this parcel, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, so done, sir.
Okay, thank you. And that brings us to the next one, and this is a current use situation as well. What happened here is there used to be 4 acres no, 2 acres as their site. They wanted to take 2 acres out of current use so they could put a second building on it. So there is a change in value there because they're taking 2 acres out of current use and putting it into their excluded land. And that's the reason why you'll see that the appraised value went up, is because instead of getting the benefit of being part of a large parcel, it's now part of a smaller parcel. If you recall, when we do BCA, I told you how land is based on a bell curve, on a curve. So the more acreage you have, the less cost per acre that is. And however, when you in current use, you actually, it's like having 2 parcels. You have one parcel which is your excluded parcel, and you have your other parcel which is your included parcel in current use. Well, current use has its own curve. The excluded parcel has a separate curve. So what's happened is that 2 acres got taken out of the current use curve, which has got a lot of land in it, and put into the shorter curve where you've only got 4 acres in it instead of 2. So that's the reason why the value of that land went up. It's because it got moved from one curve to another curve. So anyways, what we're requesting here is that we change the value of the total value of the property from $311,900 to $313,400.
Do you have a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion to change the value of property parcel number 0000-2 to the revised value of $313,400 as recommended by the Board of Listers.
Second. Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes.
Having made that change, the state has now said that Jamaica is now done with current use for the year. So you shouldn't be seeing another one of these.
Well, you're still welcome back.
Just in time, we only have 3 weeks left. I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, thanks, sir. The next item is number 7. This is a suggestion that was sent to my attention the other day about the how we distribute the town report. Historically, we've asked the producers, the printers, to mail out the town report to everybody. And the last several years, we end up getting boxes of town reports back because either they go to resident at and it comes back, for whatever reason. We're literally getting about 2 boxes of these things. So the idea was to save postage. We should, instead of sending the full town report out, send a postcard out that alerts whoever ends up at the mailbox that they can come and get one either here, or they can get one at the post office, or they can get one wherever we decide to distribute it. The idea is a cost savings. And the cost, you might ask, the postage for last year was $218.90 that was just the postage, not the printing and postage, just the postage alone. So it's not a big amount of money. I suppose it could be, but we do end up with a whole lot of extra of these things. But it was an idea we tossed around. I wanted to bring it to the board for your thoughts.
So do you print less copies or just mail less?
We wouldn't mail any.
Or mail in?
We wouldn't mail in.
No, I wouldn't go along with that.
I just think, yeah, I just think as far as access, people who can't get out, elderly, people who have disabilities, and it's difficult for them to get into town, that aren't given the same, aren't afforded the same as those who can. So I think it makes it uneven, and I
You like the idea of continuing to post this?
Yeah.
We send them to the grand list, or is there what's the list we send them to? Grand list. It's been modified a little bit because instead of sending to all people, we send them to each address, correct?
Do we send it to the grand list or the voters?
Voter list.
The voters.
Voter list.
Voter list, okay.
Voter checklist,
Yeah, but ours, we only get one.
Because we go through and take off duplicate addresses.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, so that's a modified voter list.
Yes.
So it's not to every voter.
Right.
We're just trying to go to every household of voters.
Do we know how many we print?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you remember?
700?
I think it's around 7.
Oh, here's the number, quantity, 441 for domestic postage of 218.90, so I'm guessing 441?
That's how many we sent. Then we had some brought here. Then we had
Yeah.
like a case brought here, I believe.
Okay.
Which is a good idea.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
that's still
because
important.
people do want them when they come in.
I'm imagining even if we printed 50 fewer copies, the print cost isn't going to go down
Not by
significantly
much.
either.
Right.
No, let's just end up with a bunch of extras.
I mean, I think it's a novel idea to kind of keep trying to rethink these things, I mean, if we can, but.
It came up.
Is
It's
this
also-
even, had anybody researched, is this even possible legally?
I think from what I understand is you would have to warn it at town meeting for
Oh, right,
next
we did
year
talk about
to
that.
see if the
Okay.
people
Yeah.
wanted this. No, you couldn't just make the decision, you would
Right.
have to warn it.
Right. I think it's awesome that we're thinking about it, I mean, there's probably a lot of.
Okay, so it's on the table to start thinking about this, certainly a really valid position about the people who don't get into town.
Right.
So that would be, you know, those people don't show up for town meeting
I
either.
work in town, so if we're trying to get to the post office
Sure.
or something.
Okay, well, that's why we brought it to the table. All right, so we can think about that. If it comes up again, we can toss it around about putting it on the warning if you'd like. If not, we can let it, this particular sleeping dog lie. Good. Number 8. Time for public concerns. Do we have a public concern? Do we have a concerned public?
We have
Yes, sir.
concern, yeah. As far as the sidewalk on the bridge.
Which bridge?
The number 32 on Route 30.
Okay.
That it's very difficult to cross it, and I see a lot of people stumbling across it. And wonder why it wasn't plowed when the rest of the sidewalks are plowed.
I noticed that too, I mean, it just seems, it had been plowed in past years. I
Yeah.
believe.
And that bridge wasn't plowed either, and my sidewalk still is not plowed.
But I sent you an email on that.
Oh, you did, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I sent an email on that.
Before
You say the Depot Street?
It wasn't, it is now, but it wasn't on the day of. I remember I believe I walked up to town and I had to walk around.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when they went out. As far as the State Bridge, Route 30, I don't know the answer to that. I know there was some difficulty. They were talking, I heard a conversation about some problems in that particular bridge and running the plow on it, but I don't know the answer to that. So this
They're kind of responsible to doing it. I mean, it becomes hazardous. And then what happens when it builds up and it gets all irregular and then it freezes and rains, it becomes impassable. And then they have to walk in the street across that bridge, which is a dangerous walk. So, I mean, I think the town took on the responsibility when they accepted the sidewalk grant.
Yeah, and that technicality is, we accepted the responsibility for the sidewalks that they put down. Does not extend to the ones that we didn't put down with that particular project. I understand what you're saying, because I remember that.
Is that piece of information known to the people who have the different sidewalks? Or are they assuming that because the put-down sidewalks have been plowed, that theirs is automatically going to be plowed?
Well, no, what we're saying is that he's referencing a portion of the contract that involved when we put the sidewalks down several years ago.
Right.
Part of the contract was that we would maintain them.
Right, and that's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
But we don't distinguish.
But
I
you
mean-
don't have new sidewalk, do you? Or do you?
My sidewalk is plowed.
Is plowed?
They stop at the end of my property.
Yeah.
Instead of going across the
But
road.
not everybody has new sidewalks.
No, but plowing.
Yes, I do.
Plowing all of them.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
So it's not, they're not plowing only the new sidewalks. There's a couple of problems. There's a problem with you'll see in the letter I sent, I talked to Keith, there's a large, you remember the stump that's in front of you?
Yeah.
It forces the plow into the road. And as it goes into the road, because it's hitting the curb, it's chewing up the blades.
Okay.
So they stop prior to that. As far as the bridge is concerned, I don't know the answer to that. I know there was a problem because someone else was discussing it. I'll check on it and have an answer
There
for
are
you.
people that live behind on the other side of it.
Well, I think it's more specifically,
Yes.
we should.
They broke 4 pins, whatever pins are on that little
Right.
thingy,
Right.
and trying to just plow that one side of the sidewalk, and that's all I know about it. But I know they broke like 4 pins that are.
So it was,
They never even attempted mine, though. So he never got to mine, so.
Not this, no,
He
this
stopped
storm,
there,
I
I
think
watched
this
it.
is-
I saw him doing that sidewalk, he stopped right where you said.
Yeah.
Stop right at my driveway.
Yeah, and
It's
that I
the one
believe,
side of your driveway he stops.
Yes.
yeah. And I believe this is something, this has been going on for a couple of years since we got this new.
On and off, they have plowed at the times, they don't plow.
That was, that's
Then
it.
we got, I don't know if this has anything to do with it, we got another smaller storm. Did that pile up on the sidewalk and not get?
The sidewalk on the bridge just didn't get plowed.
It did not get plowed.
I think
When the
that's
state comes down,
significant.
we
Yes,
just-
the state plows the snow onto the bridge.
Well, they come down and then we got that second storm, they could have just blown that right up there,
But I think that's it.
Part of the problem.
Seems like something's not right.
Part of the problem with that piece on the, if I understand from what I've heard correctly, is, first of all, we know the state's plowing sand and snow and, I don't know, salt, whatever else they put on, it makes it very, very difficult. I'm not sure if the blower will toss it over into the river, except that it is illegal to blow salt, etc., into the creek. And so
They do.
Huh?
They do.
The plow does.
I think
That's
we
them,
got it.
that's the state.
I know.
The problem we have is so much, there's only so much sidewalk, then there's this wall, then there is the river. And so if we blow the snow from the sidewalk into the river, we're in violation of all kinds of Agency of Natural Resources positions.
Yeah, that's true on our road.
We're not allowed.
To do it on our road either, we don't get salt.
Well, but the road here is salted.
Yeah,
Or
which
slime or whatever they
makes,
put on it.
makes it worse.
So that's.
I would bet that a plow could take it off sideways.
Huh?
A plow on the road could extend themselves to push the snow off.
The state could, we can't. We
It's
can't
not
plow
about
that, put a plow on that
The
sidewalk.
state's the one who's plowing that road.
Well,
because
it's
Route 30.
The point is that it's a problem and a hazard, and there has to be a way to resolve it.
I hear that, so I'm making a note to that effect. There may be, maybe consulting with District 2 may have a suggestion, District 2.
Well, they had told us that they would put a wing down on there and get it off the best they could. But
Yeah.
Nobody put any wing.
they got other things to worry about.
But I also- there's probably-
I'm not minimizing it, but it's either, we gotta put it on our guys to go out and shovel it, and I don't know what they're gonna do, throw it in the road or in the back of a truck, stop in the road.
In order to clear that legally, take at least 2 guys, one shoveling and one with a truck, to
Stop
truck out the
traffic.
traffic. Stop one lane of traffic while they're doing this, and put the snow in a truck and take it someplace, because we can't put it into the river.
Could at night. Not funny, I would.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile reaching out to the state again. I mean, we say we did it every year, but to do it again. I mean, they've got new drivers and, I mean, just to kind of say, hey, could you do this again? There's gotta be a solution. I mean, they just stopped. Last year, they didn't just stop there, so why did they just stop there this year?
I have a basic snow blower, and I've gone across it with the snow blower. It wasn't a problem. If you wait 2 days and it starts to melt and freeze, it becomes much more difficult.
I think
But I've
back
gone
in from
across it in
Michigan.
any circumstances, I've been able to plow it.
And where did you blow the snow?
Forward.
Eventually it gets to the other
Eventually
side.
it gets to that little piece of grass on the other side of the bridge. And then you can turn your blower and blow it into the grass and not into the river. So if somebody came out there, if you can't use the riding blower, if somebody came out there with a hand blower and spent a half hour, it would be cleared. And the more storms that'll allow it to build up, the worse it gets and the more difficult it is to resolve.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with anybody's thinking on this, but it seems odd that we're not allowed to get a truck on there.
Well, I don't know.
I know it's state road, but it's our sidewalk, I mean, we can get a snowblower on there, why can't
Plowing-
we get a truck on there?
For plowing the sidewalk and not the road.
Yeah, right. And whatever it takes for plowing the sidewalk.
Yes,
I mean,
I'm
I think, challenge Keith with it and say, hey, we need a solution and see what he comes up with.
I'll call district, I'm not entirely sure that sidewalk is ours, I believe it belongs to the state, because it's a state bridge.
Right.
Granted, it's
Yeah.
how people steep that's walking across.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so we end up splitting hairs on this thing. The problem with, again, back to what we've got, what we can work with. I'll give District 2 a call and see what kind of,
They might.
for choices, for options. Like, the reason we're not blowing it into the river is because it's illegal. We're not blowing it back into the road because it just goes back and forth. It's also illegal to blow it back into the road. So if you go push it all the way down to one end, I don't know if that's an option or not for those guys. But I'll mention it.
Put the challenge out there.
It is going to be a challenge ever because we have a road that is inches away from the state highway.
Yeah.
And
But it's the case in other towns too, and so
Everywhere.
it's a challenge.
Sure, it is. It's not like it's just us. All right, I will give District 2 a call tomorrow. Anything else, sir?
Thank you.
Okay. We've exhausted our public. Okay, real quick, while we're talking about roads and sidewalks, I'd like to remind everybody in our audience that it is not just annoying, it's illegal to plow your driveways and sidewalks and plow the snow into either the road or from onto the sidewalks. You can plow the sidewalks back under your property, but you cannot by law blow it into the roads, nor can you push snow across the road into a potentially vacant space if you leave snow tracks on the road. It's dangerous, people hit the tracks, it's just, you just can't do it. It's illegal, but it's also dangerous. And that's really all I want to go on that one. All right, so for the items that are added to the, we have 2 letters. One is going to be an executive session. Let's really quickly dispense with the question about the next meeting. Our next meeting would be scheduled to be, I believe it's the 23rd?
23rd, day
before
I'm out of town. I'm out of town. I'm here.
You're out of town? Can we come? No. What, check the calendar, is it the 23rd?
It is the 23rd.
23rd. All right. Do we anticipate, do we wish to have a regularly scheduled select board meeting on the 23rd of December?
Not really.
I don't think
I'm going to be around.
I don't think I would be here either.
2 no's and a not really?
No.
And a third?
I'll make a motion to cancel the meeting on December 23rd.
I have a motion to cancel the 23rd meeting. I have a second. Any further discussion? I would only add, while we're in the discussion, if something urgent were to appear, I would call, try to get a quorum and do it again.
Sure.
Absent that, given the current schedule, I think we can meet again in January. All in favor, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That will pass. Our next meeting will be in January. Okay. The next one, we received a letter today from the Wyndham Regional Commission, specifically Chris Campany, I believe is the one that sent it to me. And basically they're discussing the Wyndham Region Broadband Project Kickoff Meeting, which is happening the 16th of January. And this is essentially a meeting to take a look at the region's new broadband project. WRC and its partners, ValleyNet and Rural Innovation Strategies, Inc., recently received a broadband innovation grant from the state's Department of Public Service. So, if there's anyone here from the board who would like to attend that,
It's on my calendar.
Tom, excellent.
I'll go.
I think I sent you a copy of this email.
Yes, I saw it today and I put it on my calendar. And I can go, I'll be back in town by 6.
Excellent. Do you want to just give Chris an email, let him know?
Yeah, I'll contact Chris. Sure.
Yeah, there's a Westa, I don't think I know her.
Sue West.
Sue Wester.
Sue Westa?
She's the chair of the Community Development Committee.
Excellent. She's the one, and there's a RSVP address on front of the letter.
I was planning to attend also.
Good. Excellent.
More the merrier.
I'm going to attend also.
I have also said sent this letter to Rebecca, the chair of the planning commission, for her, if she's interested in that.
Are we to go there? Is someone going to represent the town on our view or our position or interest in doing
They're
that?
asking that.
They're
asking that.
Yeah, they're asking, basically,
There's 2 commissioners that will, when the regional commissioners
I'll
will
be
be
there.
there.
I'll be there, but I was going to just be there. But
Me too. I'm just saying that.
Well, this was addressed to the select boards, broadband committees, supervisory unions, libraries, hospitals, and other interested people. So what the Wyndham committees are doing with that, I don't know, but this was sent to us. There may be people from your committees that are going.
They're asking.
But it does ask for a.
What can towns do, number 1?
What's that? Say again?
It acts under, what can towns do on the second page, number 1?
Right.
As sort of like, we want to participate in a resolution.
Well, this is either before or immediately after the kickoff meeting.
Right.
We need the select boards to do something. So this is the kickoff meeting we're talking about. So I would expect that the people would come back from the kickoff meeting with that information and a description of what we need to do.
Yeah, or just say, hey, yeah, this is something we want to get involved in, or no, we don't care.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because we have better.
Because this just, you just gave us this today, right?
I just got it today.
Okay.
Yeah, just gave
So
it.
we couldn't like have formed an opinion for.
No. I'm doing this because I just literally got
So
it.
it seems to be asking kind of.
It does ask before or immediately after, so let's
I
pick the
didn't see
immediately
the
after.
immediate
I think I'd like to know more about it.
Right, I know.
My first quick read also.
I panicked at the first part, as usual.
Now, let's wait till we find out what it is before we decide we want to be part of it. Excellent, okay. Any other questions on that? We have 2 members going to go. Thank you very much. All right, next item. Let's see here.
I gotta read the thing. I gotta read the thing. This
Yes,
is
now,
the Muzzy
just to
thing?
be clear, we're going to have 2 separate Muzzy, I beg your pardon, 2 separate executive sessions. One is for the Muzzy Fund, and one is a personnel matter. We're going to do one at a time. We're going to do the Muzzy Fund
With the Muzzy first?
and then we will come out back into for the personnel matter. I've instructed the television crew that they don't need to hang around, because I don't anticipate needing them after we're done with these 2 meetings, these informational meetings.
No, I have to. I move to find the premature general knowledge of
know this isn't my first time to Brownsville, and I've come through here many, many times, stopped here at the library because I did the point-to-point bike ride for a number of years. So this was the last stop before the end. There's about a 105-mile ride, so we'd stop there before the climb up over the hill. So we always had some great people there meeting us, and great people that were involved in that charitable ride. So the point-to-point was for the Vermont Food Bank, which was so important, and hundreds of riders. So it was great to see this again. But I've never been in this store, and this is truly, truly spectacular and makes it all worthwhile. So thank you very much for that. This is a great time for us all to get together as we recognize the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry's inspiring transformation. This morning we'll hear more about the power of people coming together with a common vision from a local leader who rallied support to purchase and renovate this store, as well as to the current store manager. We'll also have a chance to hear a couple of members of my team who helped provide financial and technical support to upgrade the wastewater system and access tax credits to make this all work together. This project was truly a joint effort amongst many. So I'm pleased to have so many of our partners here together in order to talk about the success of this store. Now, as I have been told, the Brownsville General Store was opened in 1967, but it hit some tough times. And in the summer of 2017, the store was forced to close. This left a void in this community, in this village. And while some might see a store as just a place to get a cup of coffee, it was much more than that. It had been a gathering spot for neighbors and visitors alike, and it brought the whole town together. So as governor, I'm on the road a lot, and I've had the opportunity to visit many communities, as well as many stores along the way, and I see firsthand the economic realities that exist across the state in all 251 towns, cities, and villages. Unfortunately, along with many farms, we're seeing far too many general stores struggle to stay open. This puts a spotlight on the incredible pressures our villages and small towns are facing. From aging infrastructure to fewer young families buying homes and fewer kids in our schools. But this community chose to tackle the challenges head on by developing new creative approaches to age-old problems. Creating vibrant and welcoming downtowns and villages is critical to keeping young Vermonters here and attracting new families and businesses to Vermont. That's one of the reasons I want to join you today to celebrate in this venture. Together, this community has proven that solutions start from the ground up at the local level, and you've shown how that vision can and should be reinforced with help from us at the state. This type of community spirit and drive, a commitment to lifting yourselves up, is exactly what we need to see in our rural communities across the state. So I want to give a special thanks to those committed community leaders who understood the importance of this Vermont General Store, as well as the store managers who roll up their sleeves and come to work every day to serve their customers, the town officials who realize a strong infrastructure means strong communities, and to our state agencies who provide financial and technical support to this town's redevelopment efforts. I thank you all for your dedication, your investment, your energy in making sure our general stores continue to be the pillar of our communities. So I'm pleased at this point to welcome Chris Nesbitt, the board chair from Friends of the Brownsville General Store.
Thank you, Governor Scott. On behalf of the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry, the Scotney Outdoors, the town of West Windsor, those joining us today from the Albert Bridge School, you're amazing, and so is Governor Scott. So thank you all for turning out today. This official visit recognizes, and we really appreciate what it offers us the opportunity to do, is to show how when government and citizens, as you've said, come together with a common purpose to improve a community, not only like Brownsville, but any Vermont town. If we can do it here, anybody can do it. In fact, we're sharing the story of our journey with stores in Albany, Calais, and Tassville. While we're gathered here to celebrate the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry, I'm going to share briefly 2 related town success stories. In 2012, Brownsville lost its skiing mountain to mismanagement and bankruptcy. In 2016, 2017, our general store failed and was closed. Together, they represented 2 of our town's most fundamental economic and social anchors. Today, with the support from state, local government, private enterprise, and Brownsville residents, we have successfully reestablished both, albeit in very different forms from their predecessors, and that's the key. In 2015, Scottney Outdoors, or AO as we refer to it, was founded as a nonprofit with the intent of creating a simple rope tow. But the community was prepared to fund and support much more. Today, AO is a vibrant 4-season hub and center for lovers of nature and the outdoors. Visitors can enjoy public access to our trails, forests, and fields for biking and hiking, trail running, alpine skiing, snow tubing, snowshoeing, backcountry, and equestrian recreation. The Scottney Outdoor Center, just on the shoulder of the mountain, is a brand new building at the base of the mountain, and it has become an important gathering place for a wide variety of activities, both large and small. The shuttering of the Brownsville General Store in 2017, just as AO was beginning to have a positive impact, was a blow to the whole community. Like most general stores, it was a social hub, as the governor has referred to it, a place where you would always run into your neighbors and friends. But the store's owners at that time had an increasingly difficult time making the store work with an outdated business model. So it was not a surprise when the doors closed, but nonetheless a shock. Within a year, a group in town had formed to see if we could find a way to create a new and better Brownsville store. Just as in the case of AO, the community stepped up, not only in terms of the money, which was augmented by the state of Vermont village tax credits with an award of $54,000, but the community came together with the money required to rebuild the store, but also with volunteers ready to help in the refurbishment efforts. Of course, the biggest challenge was going to be to find someone with the knowledge, the energy, and a viable business plan to create a successful general store for today's challenging market conditions. And then along came Peter Veranconi and Lauren Stevens. From the start, Peter and Lauren had a clear vision of what they wanted to offer as an alternative model for a general store. A store with a cafe that would provide uniquely flavorful foods, and I hope you will all partake of some of their wonderful baked goods before you leave today. Sourced from local ingredients, a deli with fresh cut meats and poultry, as well as seafood, shipped directly from New England purveyors multiple times a week. There would be ready-made meals, local cheeses, artisanal breads. They wanted to offer wine, local craft beers from Vermont breweries, staple and dry goods, alongside vegetables and things that you wouldn't normally find in a general store, spices, cumin. So I hope you'll all, as you're here today, gather, look, and maybe even shop a little bit. We'd love to sell something today. So thank you all for coming. And Governor Scott, on behalf of the Brownsville community, we're proud of the transformation that so many have contributed to and that you have and your administration have helped us with and over these past several years. So we're proud to have you here today as a leader of a state government who has a genuine, heartfelt focus on supporting small towns. So we thank you. We'd like to give you a couple of remembrances, not to have the students outshine us, but we do have a book about the general store, and we have a sweatshirt for you here from the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry.
Oh, really nice.
Yeah, and so you can put that on one of your bike rides and show it off with pride.
Thank you very much. See the back?
Look at that.
Yeah.
And then for the Scotty Outdoors.
To add to that, we have one of our hats as well as a long sleeve t-shirt for your next point-to-point ride.
Very nice.
No, my wife did that, but you're welcome to take it off. She insisted.
Thank you so much.
Well, I gotta show it. There it is. And we invite everyone to the mountain.
Here, here. Make it easy for you. So at this point, I'd like to really bring up the star of the show today, Peter and Lauren Stevens, our dear friends and store operators.
Governor Scott, thank you again for visiting the Village of Brownsville, Town of West Windsor today. Your time here shows a sincere commitment to our region and community's well-being. We've now celebrated 1 year of business here in Brownsville. In that year, we have gathered along the way what seems a lifetime of stories, from being embraced by a community of once strangers to now dear friends, building a network of partners, vendors, farmers, craftsmen that all continually support and shape our marketplace. Our goal when this project began was not to ignore the history, but embrace the importance of a town's general store, and with the purpose of relevance, and to first identify its community's needs, nourishment, procurement of necessity and amenities, and lastly, a place of gathering. Quality, value, and locality are characteristics that make us unique in terms of both our products and services, and additional, an investment in the growth and development of our entrepreneurs in our region. We intend to continually collaborate and invest in our region's farmers, tradesmen, and businesses. What makes our services unique is the familiarity to attention to detail. We continue to encourage our staff to greet every guest as though they're welcoming them to their own home, and treat every request as though it is of the paramount importance. Our staff is unique in the sense of enthusiasm for their careers and knowing their sense of place in the community. We believe that this is the future key to motivating and staying behind our mission. Living, let alone starting a business in a rural setting, such as Vermont, can have its limitations and challenges. Some of the challenges we faced in building and opening a business in Vermont were related to local and state regulations, and the fact that many of these regulations are one-size-fits-all. We view this as an area of improvement that could lead to more opportunity and growth for small business in Vermont, with more of a system that was tailored to a diverse business such as ours. We've created a great amount of momentum in these past years. However, it is important in the years to come that we're able to find new areas of development and progress while retaining our town's core values. We attribute this success to an immense amount of support we have received from our community, our friends, families, and dedicated staff, and a lot of hard work. We're thankful for all the support, enthusiasm, and hunger that Brownsville has. The town we call home, what we hope in the future are the resources that shape us, and the region and state that we hope to prove a new blueprint for rural living. We thank everyone for coming, and today we support Brownsville and the state of Vermont. I'd now like to introduce our Natural Resources Secretary, Julie Moore.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
In the world of natural resources, it's often the case that what's underground supports what's above ground. From deep roots holding up Vermont's trademark maples to underground aquifers that provide drinking water to Vermonters. The things we can't see are essential to the things we can. And village water and wastewater systems are no different. That below ground infrastructure can make or break our villages. Wastewater infrastructure tends to be both out of sight and out of mind, but investing in this infrastructure is essential to supporting the growth of existing businesses and community centers, as well as opportunities like the one we are here in today, for new businesses and organizations to sustainably take shape. But in Vermont, more than 200 of our downtowns and village centers lack community wastewater disposal systems, creating a barrier to infill development and revitalization projects. As state government, we are providing communities with technical assistance and help accessing grants and low-interest loans for these sorts of core infrastructure investments, which in turn support exciting revitalization projects like the Brownsville Butcher and Pantry. Here in Brownsville, the Agency of Natural Resources and the Agency of Commerce and Community Development partnered with the town of West Windsor to help the community transition its wastewater infrastructure after Tropical Storm Irene badly damaged 2 systems here in the village, including the one at the fire department next door, and the pipe connecting the Brownsville General Store to the Ascutney Mountain Resort sewer system. The town of West Windsor prioritized village wastewater by making wastewater system upgrades the highest priority in its town plan. And this prioritization helped the town receive $2.4 million in grants and loans to purchase the sewer system that had served the resort and extend the system to the village, providing sewer service for all in 2016. Today we're standing in this beautiful, lively space that is possible due in part to what lies beneath the surface. And in combination with a strong community vision, entrepreneurial store managers, and a creative business model, core infrastructure investments in a village wastewater system help revive this store, and we know that these sorts of investments can and will help other places looking to do similar work across Vermont. And with that, I'm pleased to turn it over to Josh Hanford from the Agency of Commerce.
Thank you. Josh Hanford, Department of Housing and Community Development. I guess I'm the closer, but probably more like the end of the bench since all the success has been celebrated already. You know, what I really want to highlight is the efforts that the town, the success that's come about from all the great effort that's come to bear here. The tax credits is one of the pieces that our department put into this project, $50,000 that leveraged another $450,000. And Caitlin Corkins over there really deserves the credit for managing that program statewide, so thank you, Caitlin. As well as Nathan Cleveland over there manages the CDBG program, which had some disaster money involved in that sewer project, which just struck me that when at the time that Irene hit this town, the school didn't have ability to serve hot lunch because there was no septic system. And after this investment, they can enjoy hot lunch these days. But you know, this town is really showing a lot of resiliency. If you look back to the resort closing, the lodge burning down, Irene wiping out the septics along here. What has happened since? You've had an emerging outdoor recreation economy with the trails. There's over 100 miles of single track mountain bike trails just up the road there. There's rope tow, this beautiful store. It's really about that village revitalization that we need more of all across Vermont. And I'm just happy to be a very small part of this. I think the tax credits, the village and downtown tax credits are a key part of this. And thank the governor and thank the legislators here for continuing to support that program. It really does make a difference and leverages lots of private investment and really breeds success. So thanks for having us. Thank you.
So at this point in time, we'd love to take some questions from anyone here about this this project and some of the provisions that we've been able to provide from the state. if there are. And if there aren't, that's okay. That's okay. You really do have a wonderful community here, and I can't say enough about how grassroots support is so necessary in developing who you want to be, because once you do that, then we can assist you. It can't be from the top down, it has to be from the bottom up. And you've proven here, with so many people coming out for this, is just a sign of the strength of this community and the resilience of this community and what you can become. And I'm looking forward to coming back and seeing all the other things that you have in mind for this community as well. So thank you very much for inviting me.
There is one question.
Sure.
He has a question over here.
Is it stressful being the governor?
The question is it stressful being governor? Some days it's more stressful than others. But I can say we all have stress in our lives in different ways. When Irene hit this community, I'm sure there was a lot of stress amongst the community members. When you were developing, when you were trying to decide to do this and then took that step and moved forward, I'm sure there's been a bit of stress in your lives as well. And there's stress every morning when you open up about what you need to do. So we all have it. It's how we deal with it. And how we prioritize that, and I've looked for times in my life when I start feeling sorry for myself, the long days, the somewhat challenging, I guess, social media that is so negative at times, and what we're seeing across our country, the polarization that exists, and so I try and reflect and look at the good, and when I see good, I try and focus on that, and I see good here. And this is something we have to remind ourselves each and every day. There's far more that unites us than divides us, and we have to look for the good in the world and not stress out about the bad, because the good will outweigh the bad.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Well, again, thank you so much, and I do look forward to seeing everything you have to offer here. I can already tell this is going to be a favorite stop for me. Having seen some of the, some of my weakness is the baked goods. So, thank you again. Nice to see you. All right. Thank you.
So we'll call the meeting to order at 4:34.
Got a sign-in sheet.
Sign in.
Pass that around.
How
do we call? We've got a speakerphone. So.
Let's see how this goes. So I'll run down the agenda so everybody knows how kind of things are going to progress today. So first we're going to approve the minutes. And then we have a call with the VSBA. They're going to share with us some things that they could provide around superintendent search. Then we'll have a call with Mark Andrews, who's a former superintendent and is working with Washington Central on their superintendent search. That'll be at 5. And then we'll continue the conversation and have some public comments at that time. Sound good? Okay. So the approval of the minutes, I never motioned before to do this, so are we moving to approve the minutes?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, will people get second?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second? Oh, we have to take notes, sorry. Okay.
All those in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Good. Okay. So I guess we're ready to, or is he's not calling us, we're calling him.
We're calling her. So
Her.
it's Sue Siglowski.
Okay.
So I don't know how to do this, but I assume. Okay. Can I give you the number?
Yeah.
Oh, here. Do you wanna take that? It's the.
Sure, I'm a visual person. I wonder if we can dial along with these.
I think it's dial 8. Oh, Steve's not here. I think dial 8 first.
Dial 8.
For outside one.
Will it let us dial long distance?
Oh, probably not.
All right, want to use a cell phone?
Yeah, that's a different procedure, which we don't know.
Okay.
So I kind of figured. Call down to phone operators and Gary.
Stairwell when I came up, can I see if it's still there?
Do you want to just use a cell phone?
Cell phone, I mean, a cell phone might work.
Yeah.
You can't call from a classroom.
That's what I was like, really? They're going to allow that? Because.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let's see. I like that money saving for technology. This might be tough to hear, but
Is that as loud as it goes?
I think so.
Hi, this is Sue Pawlowski. Please leave me a message. Thank you. At the tone, please record your voice message. When you are finished recording, you may hang up or press pound for more options.
Hey Sue, Carrie Amadon from the WSESU. We'll give you a call back in a few minutes. Thanks. Okay, that is definitely the number she gave me. Maybe in the meanwhile we can see if.
What company was that?
This is the VSBA.
While we wait for her, we could either go see about Steve, or we could give short updates on the calls that we did have.
That would be good. I would love to hear how the other call went. Okay. David, do you want to, or?
Yeah, let me find it again. Come back.
So in the interim, we only had calls with NASDAQ.
Yeah, that was,
That's the
I
only
think
one, right?
yesterday. Yeah, the NASDAQ designs their search around our needs. There are 300 affiliated districts that they work with on things like executive searches and other searches, and also special ed assessments and all kinds of professional services. They've had a couple of Vermonters on their board. National search is standard for them. It's the most helpful and economical. And they do provide outreach to their proprietary national network. They have colleges in their network, and they send out hard copy and electronic outreach. The proprietary national network is available a la carte. You don't have to purchase their whole package from $12,000 to $20,000. For between, I think, 3 and 5, you can get access to that network. And what that means beyond the educational, like School Spring and what was the other one? ASA.
Superintendent's
and then
Association.
Top School Jobs, which is another. I think it's more than that, but that was what they specifically mentioned. They said it's not easy to attract candidates in Vermont to Vermont. They they are known for, or they advertise that they can implement authentic focus groups, 6 to 10. They can do electronic surveys and interviews, and they will present that to the board as data, basically, to develop a profile for the community. 120 days is typical for the process. That's 4 months. It takes they recommend anticipating 6 weeks.
I think this is
to develop the applicants pool.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
More later.
Good, thanks. Can I put you on speakerphone? Okay, all right, hold on. Okay, hold on a moment. Hopefully I can do this. There we go. Okay. Sue, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay. So, oh, there we go. We could try that. I don't know if everyone wants to introduce themselves or.
Hi, Sue. It's Christina Naylor. I think we've met.
Hi, Christina. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
Good.
Hi, Sue. Emily Murphy-Core from Brattleboro.
And Dave Scholes from Brattleboro.
Hi.
Hi.
So with another group, we just started by saying, would you like to give us your elevator pitch? And that usually leads us to asking more questions.
Okay. Well, because I'm in my car, pulled over, so I'm on my way home, and someone needed to get by me. So the VSBA has provided a superintendent search for a number of years, and we've done it in a couple of different ways. Currently, what we're doing is having a staff member do the searches with the committee that has been appointed by the board, and really it is a facilitation of what your committee decides that your community wants. And I know Susan Holton would be able to give you probably a more complete description than I, because she's the one that does it. But she is actually working with another committee tonight on their superintendent search. Currently, she's working on 2 superintendent searches. One of them is, I would say, getting close to being finished, and the other one is just starting. So I know that one of the very first steps is really deciding what your community is looking for in a superintendent, and she has sort of some steps to go through to help you figure that out if you haven't figured that out already. It sounds to me like maybe you have already thought about that part of it, and then she works with the committee your smaller committee to actually build a larger committee that includes possibly some administrators within your district, like a couple of principals, could include some teachers. So it's a broader group of people normally that work to look for and hire a superintendent. And then she does all of basically the footwork, the groundwork that you need, working on the ad, putting the ad out there, helping really just being the person that keeps everything going for the committee, because oftentimes board members don't have the time to devote to that. It's a pretty time-intensive process if you want to get through the whole thing in a good amount of time. So I guess that's my my short description of it. Do you have any questions?
Sue, this is Christina. What do you typically see as a time frame for the searches?
You mean how long they usually take?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I would say 3 to 4 months total.
Okay.
I think that the one that Susan has been working on that's almost finished started in October. So that's actually a little less than 3 months.
What are typically the places that you would be searching through?
For superintendent candidates?
Yes.
Well, we would be putting the ad. I know that they definitely use Full Spring for the ad. There may be other places that you can advertise as well. To advertise in national publications is more expensive, but you will possibly attract, a different set of applicants by doing that. And there are times that we may know of superintendents that are looking, that we may let them know about the ad once it's up. But we don't necessarily go, sort of like headhunting, searching for people for you. That's not typically how it goes. So if I could talk to Susan and see if she's done that at all, but I don't think that she has.
Do you have any experience in or any methods of identifying or getting the application materials in front of qualified candidates of color? Or have you had any experience or any resources or sites that you can use?
I'm sorry, I heard what you said about do you have any experience, but I couldn't hear the rest of it. It kind of was muffled.
Okay, I think maybe because it's sitting on my glove. That do you have any resources to identify or get the application materials before qualified candidates of color? No, do you have any contacts, or have you identified that as a specific area to try and find candidates?
We certainly know that's an area that people are interested in, and if it would be okay with you, I'd like to get back to you because I'm not sure if what Susan has done with that, but I can certainly ask her and let Carrie know. Is that okay?
That'd be great. Yes.
So Sue, it's Christina again. We are a newly emerged board, and so I think we don't even have a vision statement or mission statement for our board, and it's making it, I think, even more challenging to then, as a newly merged district, think about a mission vision statement for searching for the superintendent. Can you describe a little bit how that process would look? Because even though we did have a fairly, an open public meeting and heard from a lot of stakeholders, but how you hone from that process into a job description is still a long walk, and wonder if you know about that process at all.
About the process of coming up with a vision and mission
statement?
A vision for what kind of superintendent you want, and then put that into a job description.
Okay, yeah. Well, I know that when I worked with, and Christina, you were involved too, so I know that you already know this, but maybe to everyone else doesn't, that when I worked with your SU for the superintendent evaluation, I believe that we put a job description in place. And you may, that is a pretty comprehensive job description for a Vermont superintendent. It includes what they need to do according to the law. So you may want to keep that job description and focus more on the goals for the first year, for as you see them, for someone coming in as your new superintendent.
So I guess I didn't say that quite exactly right, yes, because I came to the first meeting armed with that job description. Thank you so much for helping us with that. It was good to have that going into this next search. More sort of creative vision of what we're looking for in the educational leader for our district, which is somewhat different than the job description which we created for an evaluation. I mean, I think that's a great jumping off point for the nuts and bolts, but I think getting to the vision is the harder piece. As we're merging our visions together as a district, that's the piece that I think it would be interesting to hear if there's a process to work with districts developing that vision for the leadership position.
Yeah, I think that fits more into the strategic planning part of our work, but it certainly can be included in a superintendent search. If it's a district that's in your situation that really needs to do that work in order to do the search and hire a superintendent that's going to be best for your district. So that work, it's hard to accomplish in a short period of time, which I'm sure you realize, and it oftentimes is important to bring the community in as well to talk about that. So it may be that that's the first steps that you want to take. And I realize that you only have, you don't have a lot of time. But, maybe it seems like that might be something that you want to talk about is that so important that we really need to get that in place before we embark on a search. And maybe an interim for a year would be a good strategy so that you would be able to make sure that you spend the time to do that work. Have you thought about that at all?
We've thought about it. It's not the route we want to go. We're hoping to get it done, but we recognize that may have to be what happens.
Yeah, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just putting it out there as an option for you. But you could certainly at least, start with a board retreat, and at least then you may be able to do some of the work of the goals for your district for the next year. I found when I was on a newly merged board that it was really difficult to say, we're going to do planning for the next 5 years because there's so many things that you really need to do in the first year. And the second year. And so when I was on the newly merged board, we found that it was a lot easier for us to just do, when we started out, to just do a goal for the first year.
So that may be a way to approach it.
Sue, it's Carrie. This might be an inappropriate question, but can you tell us how well the other searches are going? And I guess I'm looking to find out, are you having an easy time finding a qualified, wide pool of candidates?
Well, the one that Susan's at tonight is just starting, so I don't even think they've done the ad yet. So that one I can't really say. The other one, I know that the screening committee or whatever they call themselves, I believe they were able to interview about 6 or 7 people, and there were 2 that they were considering passing on to the full board for the interview. So that's about all that I know about that. I have not been involved in knowing who all the applicants were even, so I can't really tell you how qualified they were, but they must have been qualified enough to have an interview. I do think it is not easy to find a superintendent. Are you still there?
We are, sorry, we're all sort of like thinking and looking over notes.
Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure I had lost you on myself.
So we can maybe open up if there is anybody else who has a question for Sue or something that we've missed.
We're in a public meeting, we've got about 15 people here with us.
Would it be worth asking for a written proposal from the Vermont School Board?
Oh, we've got, yeah.
Oh, you already have it.
We've got their
So
list.
could you?
Is that on the web? That might be good to share.
We could put it there.
Sue, maybe it'd be good, we have the proposal, but I don't think everybody else has seen it, so maybe it'd be good to also say what the pricing is? Is that something that we
What
should?
the pricing is?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Carrie, did you share the email?
I did, yeah, I did with the board, so I can read it off if you're, I don't want you to be distracted. So
I'm not driving right now, I'm pulled over, but the pricing is $8,500 for members. And the other thing is I had called Carrie to tell her that the VSBA board met last week, and they decided that superintendent searches and evaluations will not be available to non-members. The reason for that decision, it was really to make sure that the services are available to members because we have a small staff, and those 2 services are in high demand, and so they wanted to make sure that they're available to members. So the price is $8,500 for a member, and the other option too is if you want to include an evaluation of your superintendent after their first year. We have a chart that's $9,000 total for the search and that first evaluation, which is a $500 savings because the valuations are normally $1,000. So those are, you can either choose just the straight search option or search and an evaluation after the first year.
She's answered all of mine.
You want to ask me a reference for somebody? Is there somebody we can talk to? I'm not sure we've talked.
Go ahead.
So is there any district chair you could board chair you could point us to that might give us a reference?
Let me check with Susan Holton, and I will email that to Carrie.
Great. Sounds good.
Okay. I'm making myself a note right now.
And I can email you later as well.
Okay.
So anything else, or can Sue
I
continue
need
to
to
drive?
answer David's question and the record question.
Oh, yep.
I apologize for coming in late, and perhaps this was in there, but what is the cost of becoming a member?
$9,964, I believe.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I think you've answered all our questions, Sue. We really appreciate you being available for this meeting, and I guess we'll be in contact, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
Have a good holiday, Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Drive careful.
I will. Have happy holidays, and I hope everyone gets a chance to come to the workshop on the statewide marketing arbitrator position and what it means for local negotiations. There's one that's held in Brattleboro in January, I believe.
Sounds good.
Good plug you got in there, Sue. Good work, good work.
You've got a TV audience for that
Yeah.
one.
Thanks, Sue. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Look, it's 5 o'clock.
And it's 5 o'clock.
Is NASDAQ also long distance?
This is Mark Andrews.
Yeah. Do you want to give us you've talked to him, right?
So he came recommended from 2 districts, OSSU and Washington Central. OSSU used him last year. Washington Central's winding up a search right now. They both were really pleased with him. He is, for those searches, he's $5,000, but he's located a little north of Burlington, I believe. So he would have. Did he send it?
Yes, and
He did.
I think you sent it to us.
I sent it to you, but I don't think I ever opened it to see what
Oh,
it was
okay.
going to be.
No, he sent his resume and a search proposal.
But did it include the dollars in it?
Contract conditions, $10,000. $10,000, but that does include in-district once weekly, January through April. We would be dealing with weekly overnight accommodations and mileage reimbursement.
We would have to reimburse for the accommodations on top of the $10,000?
That's what it's looking like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't, he said, I think he's very hands-on, and so he said he was going back and forth to Washington Central for a meeting in the morning with administrators, and then a meeting in the evening with parents, and so I think that is kind of the search that he outlined here. He's a former superintendent in Essex, Vermont. And I think I passed along to you, he said, it's getting late. And,
Yeah.
so I think that feeling like we've got to get going on this. He said, you might want to consider an interim. I'm like, yeah, don't say that to this crowd. It's not popular. I don't think he's been doing it as long as the VSBA. On one hand, I think he's only been doing it 2 or 3 years. But I think he understands the job of a superintendent pretty well, and he surely came across well, and I think he does the job by working pretty closely with people. So.
Okay. Shall I dial?
Dial away.
Oh, let's see, wait a minute. Hi, Mark. It's Carrie Amadon from WSESU and my fellow committee members.
Hello, Carrie and fellow committee members.
Hey, Mark.
Hello.
Do you guys want to introduce yourselves?
Hi, Mark. It's Christina Naylor from the WSESD board, and I spoke with you the other day, and then passed you on to the capable hands of Carrie Amadon to do the important work.
Emily.
Okay.
Emily.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I've got you on speaker, and technology seems to be working tonight, which is a good thing.
So this is Emily Murphy-Core. I don't think we've actually met before, but from the WSESD board.
And I'm Dave Scholes from the WSESD board.
Good evening.
Dave Scholes, hi.
Hi.
And then you're at this is a public meeting, so we have about 15 members of the public as well, so that we won't.
They're all waving.
Okay. Very good.
So do you want to ask for the elevators?
Yeah, we've been starting off just asking people sort of for their, 3-minute elevator pitch. What would you think is most important for us to know about what you do?
Well, I can begin by sharing with the group assembled tonight that I'm doing a number of different things in retirement. I retired as a superintendent in 2017. I had sent my resume off to Christina, and perhaps she has shared that with some of you. Since retiring, I've stayed active in the educational community as I wasn't quite ready to retire when I did, and that's neither here nor there. So I'm a certified principal mentor, and I'm mentoring, and I'm actually coaching as well up in the northeastern part of the state. I've conducted a couple of superintendent searches. I'm still active in the Vermont Superintendent Association. And I stay busy with hobbies around the house, and I work at a food co-op in Morrisville, and it's all good. And I have several new grandchildren, and that's also an awesome experience that my wife and I are enjoying immensely.
So could you outline the process, sort of, 3 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes about what you have done with other districts in their search for a superintendent, SUs in their search for a superintendent?
Sure. Has Christina, have you shared the outline that I shared with you?
I have, yes.
Okay. So that's obviously it's a general outline, but pretty much those are the steps and the components of the process that I have followed. Obviously, it's very organic, and it's really, as I mentioned in my letter, I really want to follow the board of the search committee's lead in terms of what makes sense for your individual unified union at this point. So, we can move some of those pieces around the chessboard, and we can go deeper into some areas and maybe brush over others. And again, I would defer to the committee in terms of how to best meet your needs. As I mentioned to Christina very briefly, I really believe that the work that of the committee is to identify a person who can best align with the mission, vision, values, and goals of the former supervisory union, now unified union, and not to forget the town of Vernon as well. And that's a big conversation that I always like to have, and even though I haven't had typically enough time with the standing board to go deeper into that conversation. I think that's where I really think we need to begin. My belief is that the superintendent, as the leader of the district, is really has to work closely in alignment with the board, and so having that congruence, and making sure everyone is on the same page before we start looking for a superintendent, I think is just tantamount to finding the right person to match up with the job. So, the superintendent's position is important, but really I like to start with, what does the board believe is most important based on the values, and again, in the beliefs in your community. So I can take, I'd be glad to answer any questions jumping off of that outline, but, there's really nothing much more to offer than what I have laid out on that one pager for you.
Mark, it's Carrie. I guess I'd ask, can you help us get to that vision?
Well, I would be glad to be part of that conversation, Carrie. I've been a little bit not understand the timelines that boards are facing, but given the short timeline that you have in terms of finding the right person, I think it's multiple meetings to just leading the board of the committee, whoever those folks might be, in a conversation about, as trustees of your communities, and now as a unified board, starting with you, who best reflect, I think, what the taxpayers and what the staff and what the students are looking for. If we had more time, as I've said to other boards, I think it needs more time to actually have a number of longer sessions working with the board, especially, and having that richer conversation. There's also a piece, again, I'm going down the road a little bit now, but with the new superintendent installed, I would hope that there'd be an action plan to engage your communities in this conversation. Really identifying what the ends are, what are the outcomes that you're hoping for, and how do we build trust, among all the stakeholder groups. And that is the board and superintendents work together. And again, we can't accomplish that within a search process, but it needs to be, integrated into an action plan and going forward. And I'd be more than happy to have those conversations, knowing that we couldn't get into any level of detail.
Ask about the diversity question, David?
Yeah. Mark, have you had any experience identifying, finding candidates of color for qualified candidates of color in any of the work that you've done? Or do you have any resources or leads to get application materials in front of those people?
Well, we in the search that I'm conducting now, we went outside of School Spring, knowing that the candidate pool currently is not deep, and so we used a number of print media and other digital platforms to put the word out there. I haven't, to my knowledge, those who have applied so far to the position are not coming from that type of background. I think you have an advantage because you are close to the states of Massachusetts and Connecticut, and that might play into an objective that the board may have, to try to invite or encourage folks of different backgrounds to apply. It's harder when you go further north in Vermont, but down in your neighborhood, it might be more attractive to folks in southern New England.
Thanks.
So I don't have any special or any strategy per se. All I know, and having met with the executive director of the Superintendent Association last week to get a sense of the lay of the land, other boards are experiencing a less than robust response to their ads, to the postings.
Mark, it's Carrie again. Do you think that less than robust reply is due to our timing?
Due to your one, Carrie? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Due to the time of year?
Oh. Well, it could be. I think there's a number of factors. One is how unwieldy it seems to people from away applying to a job in Vermont, where they have been more accustomed to working with one board, with one town. Multi-town districts are not an anomaly by any means, but it's not always appealing to some people unless you really understand board governance in Vermont. I know for some, this is very anecdotal, this is just Mark's opinion, but I know that the transition that a number of boards have found themselves in, sometimes not willingly, to transition to a new governance structure, has created some unrest in the community, and that's a gross generalization. I'm not speaking about Wyndham Southeast by any means, but people who are looking for these jobs, the ones who are serious are doing their homework, and they're researching, what type of activity has there been around community engagement and either support or not support of unified unions, and that too might be, something that is a factor in people's decision. The superintendent is a darn hard job, and as are all the positions that are in the field serving kids in public school. And I just don't think we have, the interest in the position as maybe we once did. There used to be a pool of candidates. I was one of them who aspired to be a superintendent starting at the building level as a building leader. And, if you speak to the people in the Vermont Principal Association, those aspiring leaders, just are not as abundant, if you will, as they once were. So, I don't know if that answers your question, Kara, but I think there's a number of factors. Timing may be one of them. I got out pretty aggressively with the Washington Central ad back in early November, and we still have not a very strong candidate pool at this point. So, and there's only 5 positions. Actually, excuse me, there are 8 positions currently open in Vermont.
So we would be 9.
When you
I
say
think you might be 8.
We're 8, okay.
Yeah, I think you might be 8. It's not to worry. It's just the reality, and even if you crank up the base salary and you try to put some perks in there, that doesn't. People take these jobs not necessarily for money, but for the reward that it offers. It's becoming less rewarding, I think, all in all, to do the work.
Just a follow-up question. When you say not a strong candidate pool, are you mainly talking about not a strong candidate pool in Vermont, or is it, I guess that's one question. And second question is it typical that most superintendent positions get filled by somebody from Vermont?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I know that when I started practicing as a superintendent, back in 2004, and I walked into an all-day meeting, it was primarily people who were in Vermont. But I think that trend is changing. I do think that more, and again, that's a good question for the Superintendent Association, but my hunch is that there are more people from downcountry, other parts of New England and even beyond, who have applied. Yao Obang, who's just recently tendered his resignation, he's a Canadian. I can tell you that the candidate pool currently that we're looking at in Washington Central, the majority of people are from out of state. So if that's an indication, my guess is that there's fewer people in Vermont that are looking than there are from away. But again, that's just one data point, and I wouldn't guess. I wouldn't think that that's necessarily the case across the state. You may be discussing this or sort of pondering this. The board I worked with a couple of searches ago, they were looking for someone who was fresh and new and didn't fit necessarily sort of the mold, and they were looking for transformation, not transition. The ethos, I think, in most districts is about just making another transition to yet another superintendent, and I think more and more boards are seeing, not that we don't have some outstanding superintendents in the state, but I think now that we've got, there's a whole host of different expectations that many of which we don't have control of coming from state policy, that you need to have someone who can see the work through a different lens. And if you've been in Vermont your entire career, sometimes you may not be able to see sort of the opportunities that others might have coming from different states.
So shall we open it up to other folks' questions if they have them?
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
So we have, as we said, a room full of folks. So maybe you guys have some questions?
Our audience is unusually quiet. We should talk about artificial turf. That gets everybody to have an opinion.
It's always a little bit odd talking on the phone and it's sort of a conference call, so I understand that.
Do you have any additional things that we haven't thought about that you think we should consider in this process?
Any good advice?
Well, the only advice I have, and I think it's good advice, is to just remain focused on the work, remain optimistic. There are defaults that a board can use, namely an interim leader. If you're not, finding the right person, I would really caution any board not to rush into a decision if you don't have, full support, at least a consensus from the board that this is the person that we need at this time. It's probably one of the most important decisions the board can make, and it's typically the goal is to have the person on board for a number of years. I think it's unlikely they're going to work 39 years in the district, but I do think trying to find someone who can work 5 to 10 years is not unreasonable. So be optimistic and don't sell short, I think would be my advice. I have a number of questions, but not necessarily appropriate for this evening. If my candidacy was something you wanted to continue to talk about, then I would want to ask some other sort of clarifying questions in terms of just what you're looking for and the different stakeholder groups that you want to engage in the process. But at this point, I don't have anything else that I think would be helpful for the group other than to say, I'm interested in the job. I find the work rewarding. I think I may have mentioned to Christina that I find supporting, boards in their work is extremely important. I wish we had more people who could do this work. We have the Association of Vermont School Boards, of course, and I know that at times they're probably feeling pretty lean in terms of what they can offer. They've got some outstanding people that work there and work for them under contract. But that said, searches for superintendents notwithstanding, I just think there needs to be more people who are willing to work with boards who are truly the leaders of the district. And it's something that, again, if you thought that I might be a viable candidate, I'd want to talk more about how I can approach that with you during this process.
We're all nodding here, Mark. I think it only works if it works for both parties. So we would agree with that. So.
So thank you, Mark.
You're very welcome, and thanks for taking the time to assemble and give me a call. If I know you will, but you can either give me a call, please send me an email in terms of one way or the other what you guys are thinking. Okay?
We'll do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a nice meeting and good meeting, productive meeting, and we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
So that was the end of our calls, right?
That's the end of calls, correct.
So did you want to continue on NESDEC?
Do you want to go back to NESDEC?
There's not a lot left, but it has a lot. It's very similar to what Mark said. Whoops, wrong draft. Oh no, that now is in your email inboxes. I just sent it to you so you can put it in the minutes, Carrie.
Oh, okay.
So now let me go there. So I'll start that paragraph. They started, they indicated that 120 days is typical, 6 weeks to develop from getting the ad out until either closing it or starting the interviews, even if you continue to accept applications. You have to allow 6 weeks for that. You have to expect that it's going to take that long. The number of people applying the pool diminishes into the spring. It gets smaller and smaller as you get further into the spring. And then in the summer, it starts to grow, and again in the fall it grows, so more people are available and applying during those seasons. They pointed out that, as much as Mark did, an interim might be really good, might be the option you want to consider. The interim can help set the table for the new administration. The board can think and be confident in the process and have community support and understanding. Again, really the same points that Mark was making. And as far as candidates of color, they're primarily in Massachusetts and Connecticut, although there are a lot of other states as well. And they're finding that is becoming one more, the quote is, becoming one more component in their search, in their list of components for the searches that they do. They recommend being candid about the time frame, that the search needs a solid community visioning process. And I think the last things we asked really explicitly, do you do a la carte? And they said, yes, there are a range of services. And if you look at their list of services, there is part that we could use them for and parts that we might use other people for.
What did they say for pricing, or did they not?
So the
12
pricing
to
is
20,000.
in the search outreach, which is what he said could be a very good option for us, which is just where they will do the ad placement. And it was AASA, Top School Jobs, School Spring, and their proprietary network, which David did try to rent, but they said no, but nice try.
But I think he didn't really say that wasn't included in the
Oh, no,
search
it's
outreach.
included.
Yeah,
It's
right.
included in the
Right.
outreach, but we were trying to basically get it from
Right,
them,
right.
but they said no. So the search outreach is $3,500 to $5,500, and that does include any ad costs. Although he did say they don't use as much print media as they used to. Most of it is electronic. I'm trying to think if I've got anything else. He was very honest with us and said, your timetable is doable, but you're pushing it. He's got clients he started working with in October, and they're ending in late February. So that was the 120 days. He said the biggest mistake people make is rushing too quickly. He also, it's very interesting, I thought, he said the same thing that Mark just said about there is a difficulty in attracting candidates to Vermont given our multi-town districts, multi-boards. I think that is it. For him.
So this 3,500 to 5,500 search outreach, this is not, that would just be in addition, we'd still have to hire somebody.
We'd have to hire someone to do the visioning.
Okay.
And probably, if we want to make tweaks to the job description, so we would need that work done. But, he did say the most economical way to engage them might be to do the search outreach, just because they do have a national database that is proprietary. And so I think that was the 300, do you remember what that was, David?
35 to 5?
No, the
number of
who
searches?
who the proprietary people were.
I think it was,
They've, affiliate districts within New England?
300 affiliate
300
districts.
affiliate districts within.
And also he mentioned a number of, I don't think he said how many colleges they have a relationship with.
Yes, they have relationships with, yeah. Okay.
And I don't know if he thought if that meant somebody coming out of a graduate program, or if it meant people in colleges that might want to become superintendents. I'm not sure exactly what he meant by that. But.
That would be a little weird for a superintendent search to get somebody.
Yeah, unless the college, they're retired superintendents or superintendents that became professors or, or I have no idea what the scope might be.
I mean, it did just sound as if they are very in touch with the educational community nationwide.
Yeah, they really.
He had a good network.
Andy made this referral to us, and it was a really good call. They're really the very competent and knowledgeable about all of this thing. And as you said, Christine, not really happy to hear the recommendation about waiting and doing it, taking our time doing it right, but they were really clear about that. That's been really a consistent message. That
I think the three people we've talked to that
have said,
do this have all said that.
We hate to tell you this, but.
And then, so the search would just be looking for the candidates that 3,500 to?
The search outreach included them advertising, collecting all of the resumes that come back and getting them to us.
Yeah.
We didn't ask him about reference checks. But I can't remember if he said they, I don't remember asking that question, and I'm sorry for that.
And so do they have a next level service plan up on their dim sum menu that allows, that they'll kind of help manage focus groups, interview groups and manage candidates and do all that? Because I don't see this board at this, I like to save some money, but I think this board can't do this right now.
So they've got a guided search, which includes telephone and electronic access to an assigned search consultant. They have a comprehensive search, which includes all of, the guided search is 6,500 to 8,500.
And that includes the other things?
The other things. Okay. The comprehensive search is the broader scope of services typically requested by most of our clients. So I think that is the full visioning. That is 12,000 to 20,000, and that is where they like to design it around your particular community.
Okay.
Let's see.
Did you get a feel on the ranges, like we're a fairly small district compared to many districts in Massachusetts? If they're working mainly in Massachusetts and Connecticut, are we falling maybe at the lower end, or no feeling about that?
Again, any sense of
No feeling, okay.
Excuse me. I can answer some of that. And the answer is they've done both. And you can go to the website and you can, they have a listing of searches that they've conducted, and they run from small communities, student population probably similar to ours, to urban areas where many more students. So they do both. Yeah. And also, just if I could add just one other commentary, that 12 to 20,000 sounds like a lot of money, but again, you're hiring a CEO of a $60 million operation with 700 employees, over 2,000 children. It's money well spent to help us get the right.
It's very much in the ballpark.
Yeah.
Like everybody else. It's not unusual at all.
Yeah.
And the a la carte makes them actually really much more affordable.
Yeah.
So, do we want to? What do we want to do? We want to talk with the whole board about these options, because we're kind of at the point of having to make some decisions. And I don't, do we want to bring talk now and bring a recommendation, or go have dinner? And
There's snacks in the corner, David.
5:31. Maybe we could attack it a little bit like principal search is attacked, where we just sort of debrief and talk about the positives of the candidates. And I think with Thrive, it's a little bit, when we did them before, it would be good to bring them back up on the table, and it's too bad Jen had to go, we couldn't get Jen Jacobson in case that we had follow-up questions, but to just talk about the positives that each group can provide, because it may also be that we do some hybrid system.
Yeah. Well, and do we want to do that? We'll have to do it again with the full board.
We'll have to do it again with the full board, but at least we can sort of maybe come to a place where we have, I'm throwing this out there as a concept, that we can at least start the process, because maybe as we talk, something, or if somebody feels they have a strong feeling and they want to recommend a candidate and make a motion, go for it, as far as I'm concerned.
I think it makes sense to talk now. I mean, I'm not on the full board, so that would be nice just to chat with you guys about it. But additionally, since they didn't actually hear from them and weren't allowed, or weren't able to ask questions, it would probably make sense to come with some type of feeling from us, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would expect. Okay.
Okay.
And because a lot of these bodies are the same bodies?
Yeah. So do we want to just go top to bottom? You're saying to talk about positives and then first?
Yeah,
Is that what I'm saying?
that's a good.
Okay.
And just to refresh everybody's memory on sort of what people are bringing to the table.
Okay, so.
Shall we start with the ones we heard today then?
Yeah.
Since they're fresh?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so first was VSBA.
Well, they've worked with us before. I guess recent work with us. I guess for Mark, I would say I liked his being a former superintendent. There was something nice about that.
I felt comfortable talking to him. I thought he was clearly an educational leader.
Yeah, I think I liked, I mean, he just seemed pretty straightforward. I mean, he did suggest the interim, but also just said what the timelines could do and what he felt was really important, which I liked that he felt the visioning process was really important. Because I didn't necessarily hear the same emphasis on that in other folks.
Yeah, he also, the point he made about having a plan to engage the community in the search, but then also in the early period of the new tenure to continue to be engaged with the community, so people can see what's happening with the change.
I think he really came across as a Vermonter and got that community input importance that I think is a real Vermont quality, so. I would say a positive for the VSBA is they do a fair number of these, so they aren't, you know, specifically superintendent searches. Bless you.
I mean, it did seem for VSBA and Mark Andrews, they have time. I mean, it's not, VSBA said they just had one that was on their plate, I guess. And Mark seemed to have the time to also kind of personalize the process.
I mean, I'm impressed that, I'm impressed his proposal includes coming down 1 day a week. I mean,
Okay. So, does the community also want to say something?
We could do
Anything they
NESDEC,
heard?
we could do NESDEC too.
Oh, NESDEC too, okay.
I just say, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're very competent. They don't know the area, and I think the visioning part would be kind of generic for them as opposed to really customized to the community. Again, a lot of experience. You know, they really, that just was he just felt confident in the information that the information that he was giving us.
And the wide range search, they seem to.
The connections.
The connections
Yeah.
that they have.
And the fact that they're flexible about making those available if you don't want everything else.
I think for them too, we might be more likely, it seems like, than VSB and Mark Andrews to get maybe a candidate of color, if that's something that's important to us. Okay.
I just want to call him Anderson, I don't know why. Andrews, sorry. All right.
Do we want to go back and do the other?
Yeah. Jen Jacobs, Thrive, I
Thrive.
guess, not just Jen Jacobs.
Love that they're local.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And a track record, a local track record.
Yeah.
yeah, and successful in getting a broad pool of applicants, which, at least for the town, the Brattleboro Town Schools, was really important. Obviously, well, not obviously, I don't think it's necessarily less important, but it's less pressing, I think, for the other towns. I think the surveyability, the research ability, the electronic communications ability, the familiarity with the community is really helpful in the visioning process. And the relationship with the Vermont Alliance would also help, making sure that the materials we developed in the search and outreach process would be inclusive and wouldn't be turning people away, but would actually be appealing.
Well, so maybe it's my misunderstanding, but I felt like that relationship would be, if we got both of them together, is how that would work, or no?
I don't know, I would think that's to be determined.
That relationship,
Maybe you can answer that.
I was going to say if there was anything.
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm Alyssa Pilo. I'm an HR consultant for Thrive. So I work for Jennifer. And that is the understanding is we would, sort of assist and join forces with the consultant that's chosen.
So, did also give a presentation last time?
I didn't bring my stuff. Nuts.
Curtis is only, my understanding, but I was on the phone, so I couldn't hear everything. So Curtis is only, it's not for the whole process.
I did not think it was the whole process.
Okay.
Curtis was not proposing the whole process. He was proposing
support with language and
and outreach
protocols and
candidates for outreach too.
Yeah.
Looking for different ways to do outreach, and working with committees on implicit bias to make sure that, and working on our description.
But he was
and our
also,
ads.
he did talk about an evaluation matrix.
Oh, that's right,
And participate in the triage and interviewing of candidates. Reviewing the job description. Assist in the development of written and oral interview questions, an evaluation screening matrix. So it seems like he's...
I just didn't think it was going to be the running the interviews and that's what I don't think that was what he was proposing, the piece of managing all the stuff.
Okay.
Did I miss that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
So he's playing a supportive role, but not a management role.
Right, he's like an upgrade,
Yeah, okay.
Would that be the best way to characterize how it worked with the town, to your knowledge?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't involved with that particularly, but it does sound like that.
Jennifer would coordinate the interview process.
Okay.
And her and Curtis collaborated through that.
Thank you.
So he has the same track record with the town then?
Right.
And he's local?
Yep. Okay, so track record with town.
One of the points that Jennifer made in a response after the first meeting, when they didn't do a formal 20-minute presentation like the ones we've been doing here, but just kind of talked sort of informally, is that as we evaluate what different consultants offer, want to consider what the consultant will do versus what the members of the search committee will need to do, and then what the consultant will not do. And they provide guidance for strategy and execute each portion of it while remaining closely aligned with the goals and vision. So a partner rather than an advisor coming in.
I like how you said guidance and execution.
Yeah.
Is that's Thrive?
Yes.
Do we have it?
Guidance for strategy and execute each portion of it.
Okay.
It's nice to have so many options that seem viable.
I know. I want to take a little from everyone.
Yeah, I had that same.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Do we know Curtis's fee? Did anyone ever?
14,000.
14,000.
But he also has an hourly consulting fee if it's not, you know, if we're not asking for
not the whole
a full thing, yeah.
I kind of want to throw that out there, building on what Carrie said, is maybe we can get the best of some of these candidates and pick and choose. I mean,
We know NASDAQ is very open to give us your job description and we will blast it out and handle parts of it. And that seems, I like that as their strength.
but whereas I think one of the things we have to offer here in Brattleboro is we have a thriving, I mean, I'm not from here, we drove around Vermont, we could put our business anywhere in Vermont, and we moved here. And so that's 20 years ago, but I think it still applies. This is an interesting place to live, and it provides an alternative to places like Boston and New York, and there's still a lot going on here. So I think working with somebody who's Massachusetts-based for the whole process, I'm not sure they're gonna
Get that.
get that other part. That's what I'm concerned they wouldn't be able to provide.
I worried a little bit about that when he was talking, because he was very aware that the relation, they do have a couple of people on board from Vermont and sort of know the dynamics, and very aware that most of the people come from Vermont or New York or northern Massachusetts or maybe New Hampshire, pretty much along along that line, that corridor. And he sort of had it in his mind that that's the reality, so that's what's going to happen. My concern was that that's what they see and that's their experience, and they're going to, so they will look at it that way rather than the sort of much broader search that we're hoping to engage in. I mean, they would do, if we said, no, we want it broad, they would do that, I'm sure. But
right.
I just wonder about how they would be able to articulate why somebody would want to come here, or they should want to come here.
I think too, it would be pretty hard to do I mean, the visioning is not included in it, but it would be hard to do a lot of community engagement via phone.
And focus groups and stuff like that.
So, I mean, we want to support the community in kind of creating a vision for the position and being involved in the process. So I don't know that we could go forward in NESDEC if we wanted that. We could go forward with an a la carte, but we couldn't go forward with them for the whole process.
That's $6,500, the comprehensive.
But it was very clearly includes telephone and electronic access to an assigned search consultant.
That seems a little bit hands-off compared to what our community would probably like.
Right.
Yeah, I had the same, I was like, oh.
It seems very in
Talk on the phone.
Even though we did all this over the phone, but.
Oh, it doesn't mean we can't have them maybe for the national, they can put our stuff out for 3,500 if we want to.
Right, if we want to use their network to really get a wide scope. Okay.
So it sounds like we're thinking about it, an a la carte approach with using the local resources to do the initial visioning and developing materials and a lot of the outreach as well and the search, and then also engaging the larger group to expand it even further, and probably, I don't know what else they offer, but he was a helpful person. They definitely are in the business as well. I think even if we only engaged them for 3,500, I think it would be worthwhile. The question we haven't talked about yet is, do we wait? Do we look for an alternative for the next year so that we can do this properly? Because, well, that was, properly, right, and you don't want to make a mistake on a decision as big as this, or the kinds of things that we've heard through this whole process. And I can't help it. And then the 120 days, and if we just took the 6 weeks for the the 6 weeks for collecting and getting all the applications in, and then the 2 weeks of interviews, that's 2 months. And we would be starting that at best in early January. So we'd already be to March. And it may be that there's somebody out there just waiting for the the materials and the offer that we're looking to make. But the other point, and this was from the NESDEC as well, is most superintendents have in their contract a 90 or 100 and some number of days notice clause, so that if somebody wanted to take the job in March, they might not be able to start until well into the year if we would. The other thing that he said about the pool growing in the spring and the summer really got me feeling. I was right where you were, Christina, right up until I talked to him, and he just the need to get it right really kind of stuck out.
I'm the one that said interim first and I nearly was crucified and stuff for that.
Yeah.
No, I think
well,
we were
you
all
had trouble getting it out.
Yeah,
I wanted to be optimistic, but I
Yeah.
have to admit, every single person has warned us and
Yeah.
said, you need to do this right, it will take time, it's late.
Yeah. I guess I think we have things to offer here that other places in Vermont don't. I think we have a community to offer. We have interesting challenges to offer for an educational leader looking for those. We have a lot of cool things happening
We have a lot of
throughout our district.
A lot of progressive things going on in the schools.
Exactly. So we're not
Incredible staff and
so
administration.
I think we do have a lot of things to offer so that maybe we could, and so maybe that person's out there that when they saw this job might say, yeah, I want to do this. I don't think we should close our minds to the option. I think that I'm a realistic optimist at heart, and I think we need to think that maybe it will be an interim, but I'd like us to
Go full bore for 2 months and see what we get.
can get.
If we went full
You
board.
nodding on that one too?
Yeah, I'm nodding on that one, yeah.
If we went full in during this process, and then we actually chose an interim, I guess I don't know a lot about the process, meaning like we interview people and then we kind of like somebody, so we give them an interim position? Or like how does someone get elected an interim, and then will all of this just set the groundwork for what we end up launching in the summer if we have an interim? Is that how we think about it?
I think what Christina was saying was, what I was nodding my head to was, we'll try we'll go jump in the process, see what we can get in 2 months, see if we find somebody we want to hire. If we don't, then obviously we'll extend it and try to find somebody to fill in for or some other option to get through the next year.
So there's no harm really, from what I'm hearing then, in going full in now, because you're just extending it. Like, what's
Let me play devil's advocate. Is there though, with what NESDEC said, that the pool is starting to shrink and it's not gonna open up again until summer, fall, do we not go full in on the advertising of the position, but we go full in on the visioning and making
preparing materials
and preparing so that we can go all in, whatever this dip is in the thing, once we know the pool is growing, is that when we say, okay, we got it? I'm torn because there could be somebody out there ready to say, hey, I want that job. And I don't want to lose them, but I want that wide pool.
Would that person, you think, apply for an interim? If they really wanted to be here, and then they can apply for the full, or does that not happen?
I don't know how that works. I mean, that's such a...
The other thing I feel like is we've been through a lot this year, and so to go through 2 leadership, I remember when somebody asked me at the candidates night, we have a strong administration, we have a strong community, we have strong staff, and in a couple of years, the board will be strong too, and it's just gonna take us a while to find our way. And so I think, I don't wanna miss the opportunity to try to attract, and I think we'll know early on if it's even a possibility.
Yeah, for that, getting applications, and we won't be having
course.
people processing them,
And we'll have learned from that.
Yeah.
And
And we'll have all the materials, and we'll have the vision stuff in place.
And we should not hire somebody that's not for a full-on position.
Right,
That is not,
right.
we're not sure about, so.
So do we
Clearly.
know when that time is that we have to say, switch course?
I think after probably the first round of.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Okay.
first applicant, that first 6-week period of getting applications.
Okay.
So just a question on the timelines then. So the 120-day timeline from that NASDAQ gave, and a lot of folks suggested that same one, but
3
they were
months,
like
yeah.
3 months. That doesn't
3
include
to
visioning
4.
though,
Or 3 to 4 months.
right?
It does.
Oh, it does?
It
Yeah,
does.
it includes
Okay.
everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he also did warn us, December's gone. I
Yeah,
mean,
it
that's
is, yeah.
part of the reality.
I'm around.
I think we have a meeting scheduled next week. What's this?
If I see you
Yeah.
all on Christmas, I am so just.
No, you can have Christmas off.
Let's go caroling at Carrie's house. We'll sing some.
A bunch of eggnog and crash on the couch.
So,
What's our dream scenario? Like what would we do if money were not an object, time were not an object?
I mean, I think
Who would we tap for what?
well, if money, so here would be my like dream scenario is NASDAQ does that initial, we work with someone to come up with our vision and craft our job description.
And that's in January.
In early January. And it's interesting because I think a lot of people offer a lot of stuff. I think Mark offers a real understanding of the job and has done this search. And he just sounds like he understands board dynamics and he's used to working with school boards.
Mhm.
Jen understands our local community, and Curtis can bring in the piece that I think we really would be worth investing in trying to assure that we're packaging our community in a way that can attract a diverse candidate pool. How could we make that work? And then NASDAQ does the search
Sort it out.
piece of it, and then somebody, and I don't know who, it would probably make sense to have it be more local, does the guiding through the management.
Is that Jen?
Well, I think too, Curtis has, and Curtis and I think Thrive also have a pretty strong list of organizations and contacts that we would want to also have outreach to, getting materials to. I'm a little bit worried about, I agree with what you said about Mark understanding the circumstances and the job, but I'm not sure how available he would be in that compressed period of time when we're gonna wanna be doing that. And then as far as surveys or focus groups, I don't know that he's available to do any of that. And we would wanna at least try to have at least 1 or 2 of those.
I think he was, on his thing, which I don't think we're looking at his whole,
I've got it if anyone wants to.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
whole gig. I've left my.
I've got the
I
proposal,
didn't get
his
back home
resume,
today.
and that's the letter.
So he was gonna come one day a week to work with us every week, so I think he would be, his plan was to be here, to do a lot of that work, so I don't, when I first talked to him, he was iffy about the availability, and and then he called back and said, yes, he would, because of the distance, but then he thought about it and.
Yeah, the collaboratively with the board to identify the responsibilities and priorities and essential qualifications, he would be really good for that.
So it
All
seems like we're thinking of I'm summarizing now where we're at. So we need vision and job description.
Yeah.
Which it sounds like from the names that were mentioned were Thrive or Mark, is what we're thinking.
Or maybe Thrive and.
Thrive and or Mark. Management throughout the process. I put Thrive because it seemed like you mentioned Jen.
Mhm.
And maybe it's and or Mark, I don't know. Because I'm not sure exactly where his name fell in. And then a la carte, maybe NESDEC, like for the outreach
The outreach
and
and
Curtis
search,
Reed
yeah.
for, I mean, I'm calling him a la carte only because he wouldn't be managing the process.
Right.
So he would be an additional support for us in a specific direction.
So Thrive is management, Curtis is additional support, we advertise through NESDEC, and that seems like Mark had a little role in here.
If we
Do we
could-
have
yeah.
too many cooks in the kitchen? Well, that's my concern.
It depends on what, it depends on their response if we make a proposal along those lines.
In my
You know, it
opinion,
depends on how proprietary they feel. Did you
if
have-
vision, that's right, vision and job description, do you think it's smart for the same person to do management and vision and job description? I mean, it seems like it would be more seamless if you had one person versus, I mean, I do think Mark seemed really invested in that, only because he was the one who specifically spoke about visioning. But if we did not go with him for management, it might be a little.
It seems clunky, like
Yeah,
here,
like, 'cause
you're
other
with us
folks
for
probably
so
could do
long and
that,
then you gotta
like-
hand it over to somebody else.
Yeah.
I worry about the Passover.
Yeah. Just of those
Yeah.
two.
Although, I also could see them as sort of discrete, getting everything boiled down and clarified from somebody who's done the job. And then you have a package that you're marketing then and managing. And I think that's something that I feel we really need help with. And so who's gonna be the best person to help us with that visioning process? I didn't get the sense that the
Have you looked
VSBA.
at, have you seen this, Mark's?
Yeah, I have it here,
Okay.
yeah. So I feel like he would be the best one at doing that. I don't think the VSBA was gonna, they didn't, but we weren't talking to the key person. We were talking to Susan Holson, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
She's the one that does it, but, like, I don't think the question was even really like, oh, visioning, missioning, you know, we're trying to vision what we want for our educational leader, and I don't think that was.
No,
She said that was strategic planning, so I think she wasn't getting the connection.
I know, I tried to reiterate rephrase the question, so I'm not sure if it was just the phone connection, not the right person, but I just walked out feeling like this key piece that I'm concerned about is, I thought he would be the best one to do that. Not NASDAQ, because they're not even gonna come here. And Thrive probably would be pretty good at that, but also some people who've done superintendent searches before have been through the process before, so, you know, and people who've done the job kind of know the issues.
I think for the VSBA and Mark both, they really have not done anything really outside of Vermont. He offered some ideas, but really no experience with that or no sense.
Well, except that he said most of his Washington Central candidates all came from
We're
outside.
from out of state, yeah.
From out of
I was
state,
thinking more
so.
in terms of candidates of color.
Well, yeah, I think that's another, I think probably Curtis is gonna be the best at doing that, maybe NASDAQ.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just would love to put from the educator side, lay an element of importance on having somebody in that place of the visioning management that really knows education. I think is going to be vital to know which stakeholders should be part of which conversations and which questions to drive that whole process. I think Mark really presents that, and I do have a concern. As much as I think Thrive sounds like an amazing organization, not knowing the educational field would make me concerned for that role.
I think balancing that and Mark not knowing the promotional and outreach and presenting things, sort of the professional part of finding candidates, that's what we need to balance.
Yeah, I think that finding somebody to do a wide search by all means, but I think the visioning and the local work ideally would be somebody that has educational knowledge.
I can contribute to that a little bit. I did work for WCSU and Human Resources previously before going to Thrive, so I at least can contribute some of that background, doing some searches and hiring for WCSU and So you're using that for this.
I mean, I guess, one nice thing too is if we did go with Thrive for the management process, they're right here. So management is the part where it's like a lot of random things happen, we have to meet, and so Mark is kind of
keep it on track.
Yeah, and we have a short timeline, so it's a little like, it would be hard if we needed him more one week and, he wasn't available. But maybe like Christina said, if we went with Mark for the vision and job description, or what she, one suggestion she gave, I guess if we wanted, we just have to make it seamless because we do have such a short timeline that like there has to be very descript, like this is the deadline and here are all the processes that lead up to it, and needs to be a kind of, he would need, if he was the first one, the vision and job description, he would need to really get moving soon. Which I think he's expecting anyways, but
yeah,
it would just be understanding if he could really do that.
Why are we tweaking the job description with Mark?
Not that, well, the.
It's not the, I think it's the
vision of what we're, because the job description is more the nuts and bolts of the evaluation, and it was really created, that job description was created because there wasn't one and we had to evaluate.
Yeah.
So we were creating that.
These kinds of things too. Qualifications, experiences.
So I guess what I'm getting at, is there any reason not to take that job description? I know Curtis had some issues with it, which maybe we could deal with. Yeah. Is there any reason not to take that job description and get it out now? And then get the visioning going early January? Where do they connect? Where do they cross?
I think there needs to be something, because that's a really nuts and bolts job description, and I think there needs to be something that really clearly defines, I think like a half page of what we were looking for and what we were offering.
Where we want to go.
And where we want to go. Yeah, what are...
So we're missing our elevator pitch.
Our elevator pitch, not the
2 years of this, 3 years of this.
You've evaluated principles, and
okay.
That's what our current job description is versus what are the really good stuff, that
the stuff that will catch your eye and say, I want to go there.
Washington Central had a great elevator pitch. Did you read that, David?
No.
I feel like I've got it somewhere.
We want to.
Hold on, I know.
I mean, I don't think it really applied to us.
There we go.
You have it? Scott Thompson wrote that. It was. I don't think
is it our single board, single budget district contains blah blah blah. Historically, our townspeople strongly support both their own schools and public education in general. Yeah. Our current board has 10 members, which will increase to 15. Our student population shows little racial or ethnic diversity, but it spans significant differences among the axes of income and socioeconomic status. Natural population growth is stagnant. All right. Oh, a successful candidate must have. No. Okay. Now it gets into.
There's a line in there, like we're looking for a.
This is okay. Our ideal candidate is well-rounded and able to respond constructively to the demands of any given situation. By disposition, she or he will naturally tend to be more educator than administrator, more Democrat than bureaucrat, more questioning than knowing, more inclined to experiment than to play it safe, willing to delegate decision-making to capable subordinates, able to balance the needs and aspirations of the people with state-mandated requirements. Can't we just be inspired by this?
Well, they would.
That's who Mark helped. Right?
That's who Mark
helped.
This is who Mark
helped.
Yes. They have a really good writer on their board too, I will say. So Scott Thompson wrote that. Yeah, but
wow.
And I'm not sure that, but I loved that, and I think is the thing that we need to.
We need.
That's what I think we need.
Because ours is like 4 pages long right now, right?
Right, and
there's no life in it. It's just
because it was created.
It was created for a different purpose.
For a tool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little.
And it's really helpful for when we're interviewing a superintendent to say, wait a minute, these are some of the responsibilities. that need to get done and how we checking off, and it's, so.
We need someone to take this and turn it into this.
Yeah.
Knowing us.
Infuse it with some spirit.
Yeah.
And yeah, that is who Mark, like that was their ad, and they
is-
worked with Mark to come up with that, so that's maybe also where I get the idea that he might be really good for this, so.
Yeah. No, I know that, I didn't realize he wrote this or was.
Another hand in the audience.
One more, so two things. One, I wonder if that outcome is part of the visioning process, perhaps, rather than separate. And also, I wonder about the visioning and the management split, and I thought perhaps, but maybe you could speak to that. It seems like it might be important that the person doing the management is very involved in the visioning process as well, that they might be very intertwined.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think in the whole holistic process, that would be crucial. A collaboration from the beginning.
Yes.
Oh, I'm just going to reiterate something that was brought up at the last meeting. There's been a lot of great proposals. I think everybody's been very clear. It's nice to hear what everybody has to offer. NASDAQ does offer everything I feel like that you would need, and they've done it, like this is what they do. So just you have something there that can do the job you're looking for, I think. And so to consider that, you know, rather than having to find all of these people and split up the resources, does it make sense to go with a package that exists? That's a decision that would have to be made, but you know, I was at the meeting last night and it came up with the contract, with the turf field, of course, and if you're working with somebody, you can ask them for what you need, right? Like you could ask, can we meet once a month or once a week or whatever? You know, I don't think that should be off the table because it's not listed in their proposal. I would just, something to consider. It's a company that does this, and they've done it well for 70 years. It's worth considering.
Did you talk with them about the possibility of meeting in person? Do they have people that will travel here? And
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's
we
a
asked
much
if they've-
longer process if we're gonna engage them for the whole thing. I mean, that would pretty much, well, it's.
He did say they haven't done a lot of remote work, but I thought he also said, but we've gotten a couple calls lately.
Yeah.
I feel like other people are looking at them as well.
Mhm.
So this is not.
They're in New Hampshire. They're doing some searches currently in New Hampshire. If you just click on their link, so you know it's not just southern New England.
Yeah.
That they're
No,
up here.
they've done. I mean, they've done hundreds.
Yeah.
Their most recent were Granby, Connecticut, Hingham, Mass, Norwich, Connecticut, Putnam, Randolph, Mass. We almost have too many good people.
Is it appropriate to like seek people out that have worked with these organizations and ask about their experiences? As far as if there's a concern about level of support or, you know, physical people being there, could you reach out to a district that uses them? Gain that perspective.
I think the thing about NASDAQ, they are very thorough and very complete. It's a whole package, and that has its advantages. I think having local people deeply involved in the visioning process is really important, and that we've heard that from everybody and from them as well. But they were the ones that were most clear about the amount of time it takes to actually do that, and I think we just don't have that time. The other thing is that they are away. A lot of it they would want to do electronically and on the phone, including surveys and things too, which they can do. They have the capacity to do that. They do come and do focus groups. That was one of the things he emphasized, but I'm not sure how that gets gets set up, or what, how they would know who to meet with, or, what does it say? Oh, they were the first ones to
They're
use authentic
focus groups, yeah.
To do community needs assessments. Yeah.
I mean, they do seem full service. They do seem that they will do.
Well, and I think we also have an hourly rate from Thrive. Actually, from everybody.
From it, right, I mean, the question is how to make it
How do we put a proposal together to them?
Right, right, so that they will say, yeah, we can do that, or no,
And
you've got too
it's
many
not gonna
irons
work.
in the
Yeah,
fire, this
it's
is not gonna work.
Don't do it. Yeah. Good question.
I mean, I do think that if we were to go with NESDEC, at least it's all managed by one person, or I guess it's one group. And they would probably assign us, I would think if they're such a big organization working across Massachusetts, and Granby, Connecticut is in Western Connecticut, I would think that they would be assigning us somebody who's out here. Or that could be something we requested. Because then the commute time would definitely be, they'd be able to come more maybe.
Right, like, it's a little
I think
concerning.
they're all in Marlboro. I don't know that. They have affiliated districts.
Yeah, their headquarters are in Marlboro.
They have affiliated districts. I don't know if they have affiliated people. We'd have to find out.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
So I think one of the things that we have to offer is we're different here than Hingham, than Granby, than Putnam. And we're gonna have to find a way to get this larger organization to sell our funky little town and all the cool things we're doing in our schools.
Yep.
And so that's the challenge. Like, Marlboro, Mass, this is my zone of the world, kind of. And so can they, differentiate us? Can they differentiate instruction for this group versus what they're used to offering? I mean, I think they would do a comprehensive job, but can we get that local flavor, that the terroir of Brattleboro area schools?
Do you think that every school goes in thinking that they're different though? I mean, I'd say,
No, it's just us.
No, I think our community is definitely different.
The one and only Brattleboro.
well, I mean, no, we are different from other districts, but I'm just wondering, like, I'm sure there are, out of 300 districts they're working with, there are probably a few special cases.
So I think when you think of going to teach in Vermont, you don't kind of think of this.
Yeah.
This is not what a lot of Vermont looks like particularly, you know? I'm from the Boston area. You could pretty much walk into any of those schools and they're very similar.
Yeah.
And the communities are very similar. And I don't think there's slight nuanced differences, but I don't think, everybody thinks they're better.
Yeah.
But
the reason I asked you is because, so Amherst Pelham Regional School is actually a school district really similar to ours, because I grew up there, so I know. But it's like, Leverett, it has a bunch of surrounding towns,
Yeah.
and it's a pretty diverse place. I grew up in the town south of it, didn't go to that school, but I don't know, I guess I just wonder, like, if they're working with them, and I think it's actually a really well-functioning school district. I don't know, I guess I just wonder if how that search is going, because it is only about 45 minutes away from us.
that would be a good reference.
Yeah, if we did want to check into somebody, because I haven't looked up their demographics recently, but I would say that they're a really artsy place, so.
And that's the one that caught my eye too, was like, oh, they're working here,
Yeah.
I think Amherst, I'm like, oh, that's here.
Yeah, and it's a college town, and it's progressive, and. 400 students.
Anybody know anybody on the board at Amherst Pelham Regional Public Schools?
Peter, are these all superintendents, though? This one is, but I don't think actually Amherst is a principal.
Yeah, they do executive searches, so.
Okay. Oh, this is executive, it does not mean executive, the whole organization.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, where do I go
Yeah,
for
they
that?
have
They
superintendent's list.
Well, I've got the recent, well, even some of these are Or one of these is an
I
executive.
thought executive
director.
was the executive.
Yeah.
Okay. Executive openings, that would still be principals?
Principals,
Yeah.
yeah.
Brookline, current superintendent.
I can't see any of the other ones then, I guess. Interesting.
So you just scroll through them, is that the only way you can?
Well, only here was only like very few.
Oh.
In addition, I'm only seeing principals, I think. Sorry. Interesting anyways.
My second half cousin-in-law was on the Bourne Public School, so I can call her. They just finished the superintendent, so she used to be chair of the board.
So I guess where are we at? Like, what's the temperature? Because now I'm like, I liked both options for different reasons.
Yeah. I mean, I walked out of the NESDEC phone call just going, wow, he was awesome.
Yeah, and he was
I mean-
also really clear that we need more time. I mean, they'll undertake it, but you know, he was not recommending it at all.
So maybe that's our, well, I don't know.
Can you, because, sorry, I'm not good if I don't, because I wasn't part of the
Talk it
call.
up, yeah.
So their process of getting to a local vision for the educator, how are they going to run that?
They have somebody who, I think they have the ability to do outreach and set up focus groups, so somebody would come here and work with the search committee to do that.
Okay.
Is there anything in the materials that?
Yeah, okay, so that would probably be the comprehensive search, which is 12 to 20,000.
Okay.
Covers the broad scope of search services requested by most of our clients. Typically includes advertising development, active regional and national recruitment, community needs assessment, development of a candidate profile, interview training, and follow-up services such as entry planning and governance training.
So how do they do the development of a profile, I think is kind of what we're
looking for.
What we're looking
that,
for, so how do they go about doing that?
It includes, the comprehensive search also includes an experienced search consultant, timeline development, advertising campaign planning, active recruitment, blah, blah, community needs assessment, assistance in screening applications, assistance with initial interviews and finalists, management of all search details, ongoing communication with board committee, entry planning, governance, retreat, or executive coaching. So there's really nothing detailing how.
I suspect it's less of a need in a lot of these schools, like I know Brookline, Mass.
Yeah.
They've had the same people, they have people on the board for 20 years. They know their vision, they know their community. That community hasn't changed since
Yeah,
John F. Kennedy was born.
One of the things I wrote down about that process, when they're talking about the authentic focus groups, they do 6 to 10 of those. They do an electronic survey and interviews, and they present those findings to the board as data to develop the profile or the vision of the profile to put in the ad. So that's the process in the beginning.
What was the first thing you read?
They do focus groups, 6 to 10 focus groups, an electronic survey and interviews, and face-to-face interviews. And then they present that information. He said, we present that as data to inform the profile for the advertisement, for the job. Yeah, for the advertisement.
That's what I've got.
Present that as data. Okay.
Board as data and evidence of what the community is telling us the successful candidate profile will include.
Okay.
And that's part of why it takes 120 days.
I mean, the challenge, I see like a challenge in kind of maybe in our feeling of values, maybe it's not necessarily a values challenge, but I'm reading between, or the tea leaves or between the lines or whatever they say. One is a corporate structure. So like, you know, I mean, if we go with them, it's going to be a little more like they're going to present certain things. Things are, and we can ask them for certain things, but they're also managing a large pocket of folks. So it's not that personalization level that you had said. If you go with somebody smaller, or, you know, I mean, they're still an entity, but not a big corporate, then we want more of that personal touch. At the same time, a corporate has become a corporate because they were successful at doing things. So there's a value in the corporation, there's also a value in the personal touch, but I guess it depends on, with our timelines and with all the things we need done, how much corporate versus personal we can go. And if we do want to piece together stuff. That's just my...
Yeah.
Because they would probably have less, I'm thinking, this is just thinking out loud, but like, I wouldn't think as many people would be involved if we hire NASDAQ. I mean, maybe that's not your thought.
As many people would be.
Meaning like, if we were gonna go with, we had talked about Thrive and, you know, all these kind of putting people all together.
Yeah.
We're doing a package, so I mean, I don't know how interested they're gonna be in working with 20 other people.
Okay.
So I think we're either picking an organization to do the thing, or we're picking folks that we think have real skills in certain assets in certain areas to kind of create a hopefully seamless approach.
I was worked for a school system in Central Mass for 23 years, and we did a couple superintendent searches. So I just want to say, it's a stressful time for everyone, right? But the timeline still worked. We had a superintendent that resigned in like late June, July, and we got to hire somebody by October. You know, we hired a full, you know, and we did a. And School Spring isn't a terrible tool. Actually, it's used so often. And actually, when you post a job, I used to manage School Spring. When you post a job, you get a chance to post it on other sites as well. You have to pay for them, but they have people of color sites that you can post it to. So yeah, it's great, you know. But just I think that everyone's saying, oh, no interim, the timeline. But I think your timeline can still work if you started in January for a successful July.
Just not try to finish it in March.
Yeah, and I get the idea that the timelines and would someone have to give their notice and such, depending on what that would be, but just to try to help you ease your anxiety, I've been through it. You can go through a crunch and you can still find a successful candidate. You can really do that.
We needed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we need to deal with the possibility that it goes beyond March 17th. Your seat's not up, right, Carrie?
No.
Okay.
So, are we thinking we're going to have a recommendation for the other board? Or
not at this point.
Okay. So I guess, I mean, I'm going to throw my 2 cents in again. I do think, like, you know, we want to be thorough. At the same time, if we're talking about this huge deadline, you know, we can't keep pushing it back. So what do we feel about that? Like, when is our deadline for ourselves to like get a move on? And what if the deadline's not tonight, what do we need before we hit that deadline? And we just have to like call the question.
I kind of think the deadline is tonight, unless we want to go back to NASDAQ and answer some of these, get a better sense of like, would they be willing to work with Curtis Reed to try to make sure our ad, you know, is that going to be problematic or not? Because I do think to make sure, you know, I imagine we could do some implicit bias training that would sort of could be concurrent and wouldn't mess with their process, but it might mess with their process and their timeline to have somebody giving input onto how an ad is written in a big structure like that. So maybe there are other follow-up questions like that we might go to, and maybe it could be one of those creative motion-making times where the board empowers somebody to answer. I'm getting, yeah. By the time I retire, I'll be a ninja at motion making. To have a preferred structure and then a couple questions to ask, and if it isn't working with that, because I don't think we're going to go terribly wrong with any of these options. Honestly,
no. I think we're lucky to have the number that we've got,
and so I think we're just trying to find the best way to get the best process that, and to try to get it done relatively quickly.
I like it.
Which is why I get into the dim sum menu, like NASDAQ uses their
right.
3,000 to 5,000 that we use somebody to help us vision. We use NASDAQ to do what they do, which is to do the outreach once we have the vision. They take it and they push it through, and then we think about what else might happen.
I do worry about managing all of that.
Yeah.
If we're not on top of it, something could fall through, where one company is going in this direction and the other company is going there and trying to.
And so then the alternative
cats at some point.
So I think the alternative is then we have to manage how we have our voice in a corporate process, and how we make sure that the candidates have a real sense of what this area has to offer, and that's going to be on us if we go with NASDAQ. So we're going to manage something with any of these. They all, unless we're going to break it apart and manage a broken apart process, we're going to have to manage something extra. So I think we're going to have to really manage.
We're going to have to stay on top of the comprehensive search and making sure it's sticking to our vision.
They can, yes.
That they are properly creating our vision.
But they're not going to be able to sell Brattleboro. I don't see that. I don't see that happening in a way that I think a local organization could, which I think was really helpful in the Brattleboro process. And so I think that we'd have to find another way to do that. And maybe again, then it's breaking it apart and thinking about it that way. How do we?
We could, yeah, I mean, we could also have, what you're saying is we could, I think, or alluding to is like, we could also have somebody, just like we're gonna have more piecemeal if we said like, let's have, what was his name, Andy? No, his name's not Andy.
Mark Andrews.
If we're gonna have Mark do the visioning, Thrive do this one do that. I mean, you could also have Mark do the visioning still and hire NASDAQ, right?
Yeah.
So you could have a personalized approach with Mark who gets up and running quickly, and then hand that off to, I mean, you could still do focus groups and a few other things that are more data oriented, but you want him to create that vision of like, that blurb that is really nice.
I think
that seems like a middle ground.
Thinking that way, I would like to hear from Mark and from Thrive as far as doing the visioning part, because we didn't hear a real presentation from them about how they would go about that. We got a general outline. I think for Mark, it's the things like identifying key superintendent responsibilities based on current board policy, identifying key priorities for the superintendent to focus on based on the mission, values, vision, and goals. Once once we have that, essential qualifications, experiences prospective candidates must have, and then helping to create the job posting. I think those three things specifically in the process we'd like to have his help with, because he knows this.
He knows the job.
The local terrain.
Yeah.
I have to go get something to eat, or I will not make it through the meeting. So, you can keep going.
It might be good for us to adjourn and just think for a minute too, and sit with this, and then meet with the.
But Deb had a question first.
Just something I just realized. Sorry. Just thinking of NASDAQ, in my mind I had really expanded them to be this national organization, and then just realized they're a regional organization. They're New England. So I think that's...
Yeah. He mentioned that they don't go down to Pennsylvania, North Carolina, places like that, but primarily New England.
Yeah. So that made me feel more like, they are more local than I was thinking.
Yeah. But the plus for that is they do have a national network.
And I think that's
the national outreach,
yeah.
Which is good.
Okay.
So are we gonna
So,
adjourn?
I can't stay for the next
I
meeting.
have to. I have to.
Okay,
So-
so, we're gonna let David get food, but so we're, I mean, what are we gonna?
I mean, I'm fine with you guys deliberating in the next meeting too. I mean, do we want to come, I guess we have some ideas that you would be envisioning in the next meeting. We're not really,
The next meeting is,
Tim?
yes, Tim, David, you, me, possibly Kelly. But.
I mean, I don't know if this is appropriate, but I can say my opinion from what's gone on.
Yes.
Okay, that would be great. Let's do
Okay,
that.
yes.
Okay.
I know we
That
don't
is
usually
exactly-
state this right on TV because, but I think that I'd like somebody, I like the idea of working with somebody like Mark Andrews for the visioning, or Thrive if that's what we had said. I don't, we didn't hear about, on Thrive about the visioning, but I know they did the towns one, so I'm fine with either really, but we know he's a superintendent and has some background in education, or long background, which is really important. So, and I think going with somebody like NESDEC with our timelines in knowing that they can get the information out broadly. We said it was important for us to have candidates of color. It's probably more likely if they have a national audience. And it seems like they have a lot of inroads. And I think, I know we could use their proprietary network and all that with the 3,500, but I don't think it's starting to, for me personally, it's too many people. Like if we start breaking it up too much. So I like the local person or local to Vermont and then pair it with somebody who could do like
Management.
the
So
whole process.
I'm hearing for visioning, Mark, who's got the educational experience, or Thrive, who's got the local. And then when that's done, go to NESDEC for management of the rest of the process.
That seems to, I mean, that's only my opinion, but
Okay.
I guess because you're gonna be
Okay.
chatting about it. And there might be stuff that, I mean, I was very persuaded by what you said. I mean, it's true, it's a big undertaking, so it's gonna be a lot for us to manage, and the board is already very, very busy, so.
Do you have a preference, or?
Since we're voting. No, I mean.
I like that preference, and I think we're getting the best of two organizations with
Okay.
this. It might be interesting to think about Mark and Thrive working on the visioning process.
Okay.
Because you're bringing us somebody who has an outside view, who's intimately familiar with the educational scene in Vermont and the superintendent position, and somebody who really understands the local.
And you like NESDEC for management as well?
We'll see.
So are we thinking we need to ask people more questions? Are we thinking we're not ready for a, is this a, we should talk at the next meeting about what's next? Or how do we, I hate leaving it hanging so
So I think we
that we're
can
not
leave it
ready to
hanging,
go.
because I think the next board actually is the decider.
Okay.
But I think if there's a consensus among this committee, that will probably, and it may, you know, there may be tweaks on this, and there may be questions, but I think I could imagine a motion where the board chair, in consultation with the committee chair, could go forward to make those final decisions about how we create a visioning group and what package we work with NESDEC, and then move forward from there and get the party started.
All right, so I just added, I like somebody for visioning. I can't decide between Mark or Thrive. I'm not sure I like the idea of trying to hybrid those two together, just from the management point of view, of who's calling who to say, hey, meet here. I don't know, I see us having a hard enough time showing up at all of our meetings, but to try to be going, did Mark call Thrive, did Thrive call Mark? And then NESDEC, I feel like, okay, we're all actually
Why,
kind of close.
can you just answer, because it sort of turned me off that nobody in that large organization could take a call between 4:30 and 7 o'clock at night. Did they just don't work after? That kind of turned me off, honestly.
Well, it seemed as if he wanted to be the one to talk to us.
Okay, so they couldn't pass it over.
No. I'm trying to think, this is Art. I mean, he was very attentive by email and just, yep, no problem. Good morning, my colleague. And, I mean, mean, they were right on it. If I was better on my emails, I could. Thank you, I'll send you. Yeah, I mean, he set up the whole conference call. Let's see. Sorry. I mean, he gave me a cell phone number. I was like, let's see. Okay,
Or is he like the intake guy and nobody else does those things, and so it wouldn't be an issue going forward if we're having evening meetings and it's...
Oh, I regret I do not have a consultant available to meet with you and your exploratory committee on December 19th.
Okay.
We think it's important to remain fully focused on our clients' needs in order to guarantee blah, blah, blah. While we're not able to meet with you on that date, we'd be happy to explore other dates and a time when it might be convenient. So I don't know if we just picked a bad night. I mean,
Okay. I guess that was just my initial like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That, you know, Susan Holson was somewhere, but an organization of two could cough up somebody to answer the questions and we'll get back for it, you know.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, that was just that was my corporate life feeling, but that may be totally unfounded.
Yeah.
At your meeting tonight, or the WSCSU meeting, even if, so I mean, I wasn't actually clear what's gonna go on there. Is it that you're gonna approve you're gonna like make a decision?
If we can.
If you can, you're gonna make a decision.
I don't think we have to.
Yeah.
I think it is, if we feel like there is a consensus that we could move forward with. Otherwise, we can try to move forward on our own, or we can kick it back to you.
Well, I was just gonna say one other option, if we need more information from NESDEC, right? If we're a little worried about it, you could say like, this is the best option we see right now. We can start moving forward with a visioning process if that's what we're saying, if it's gonna be hybrid.
Right.
And then say, okay, we're gonna just get the information we need. NESDEC's our top candidate for this at this moment. And as long as things come back A-okay, you know, I mean, then we'd have, I mean, you delay that decision, but maybe don't delay the visioning, because I just feel like something needs to get started.
I agree. I
So,
agree.
Just as thought.
I agree.
So
I would love to take a, break just for...
Yeah, sorry, I'm the one who's ending the meeting. So
Okay, so...
do I move? I mean...
Yeah, I think I heard Christina move to adjourn.
I did, I moved
and
to
I
adjourn,
seconded it.
Okay. Everybody in favor?
Yeah.
Aye.
Okay.
Christina moved.
No names, no.
Carrie,
No names.
right, 7:03. So first thing is approval of minutes of December 11th.
I move we approve the minutes of December 11th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, questions, comments? They look good to me. All those in favor of approving the minutes of December 11th, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, they are passed. Communications, I have none. Recognition, welcome for all of you hanging in there with us. Let's do the committee report down under the new business, because it's on twice, so we'll. Warrants and payroll. So we have December 11th warrants, 1079, 1082, 1083, 1084, 1085 in the amount of $1,048,633.90, and the December 6th payroll in the amount of $495,231.05. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions? All right, all those in favor of passing the warrants as stated and payroll, say aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? They are passed. We have no administrative reports. We have no unfinished business. Wow, knock on wood. Okay. The recommendation of the Superintendent Search Exploratory Committee. Who would like to report?
I guess I will, unless you would like to take it away, Carrie.
Hey, why don't you give yours and I'll see if I agree.
Emily's gone and not to return?
Emily's gone.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Emily's been replaced by Tim. So the first hour of the meeting, we first had a conference call with Sue Siglowski of the VSBA. She is not the person who is doing the superintendent searches. That is Susan Holson, who was currently meeting with a superintendent search committee group. So we got kind of an outline of their process. And I would say some of the strong, and I guess I'll add into that the strong points. Ooh, let me get my notes out. Some of the strong point notes that we had from the VSBA is that they worked with us before, and in fact they worked with us on the superintendent evaluation that we worked on last year. They do a fair number of these, and they have their, nope, that's from somebody else. So some of the challenges a little bit were they didn't really have a good diversity outreach scheme, it seemed like. It seemed like they were like, well, we could work on that. And then there was a little bit of a disconnect in talking to them because I think one of the things, anyway, for me that I identified is coming up with a vision for this position, a profile of the perfect candidate. Now, I have better words for it now than I did at the phone call, so it may also be my problem, how we would go about trying to outline with the help of all the stakeholders exactly what we were looking for in a superintendent, and we didn't, that was a little challenging. And maybe, again, because it was on a conference call, she was on a cell phone in a car, and it wasn't the person that did it. But anyway, that is my synopsis of the conversation. Chime in if you think I've gone wrong anywhere. Hearing none. We then spoke to Mark Andrews. He's a former superintendent from Essex Junction. He's done several superintendent searches. He'd come recommended from my reaching out to the state. Currently working on one in Washington Central. So we're very comfortable with him. He was very straightforward. He was very interested in personalizing the process for the group. His proposal included coming down for 1 day a month for 3 months. So we felt like that was a lot of guidance. And he was clearly understanding of the educational aspects of a superintendent search, of a superintendent job. He's clearly used to, and he talked a lot about engaging various stakeholders. And as I pointed out, he's worked with school boards before, so he knows what he's getting into. I I think one of you two could maybe take describe NESDEC, because I was not on that call, so.
Yeah, so I was on the NESDEC call with David. I think we were very impressed with their track record. They have done hundreds of these. They are New England based, but they have a national network that they can tap into. They have a variety of services, so we can just use them for outreach. And that would get us their proprietary list. Or they could help us with a guided search, which is a larger arena, or they can do a comprehensive search. So we have a couple options with them. David, anything you'd add to that? They did say they were a little concerned about our timing. They usually take about 120 days to do a search, and we're a bit late in the process.
I think the concern for the timing and having enough time and the importance of really how important this is and getting it right, not wanting to make a mistake with a decision like this, was uniform across everybody that we consulted with. And I think NESDEC more than anybody really. And they're, they have the most experience in.
And all of them did say we might need to consider an interim, so it was not preferable to anyone, but that came across from everyone. So I'm looking for Thrive and my notes from Thrive and Curtis Reed. Bear with me.
For I've got the positives we had written down on Thrive, which was local and a local track record, proven success in gathering a broad pool of applicants. They have survey and research abilities, and they are familiar with the community. They have a relationship with Vermont Partnership, and they could give us guidance for strategy and do execution.
And then I found my Curtis Reed. The positives were thinking outside the box. He talked about coming up with an evaluation matrix, like a rubric, to help guide our scoring of candidates, and I think that would also sort of guide you with implicit bias and making sure that we are evaluating candidates on their capabilities, as I recollect, versus any implicit bias working in there. He is local and he has a good track record with the town. And written and oral evaluation questions. I don't know what that means now. Does anybody know what that note meant?
I know he said he could help us with
creating the
the
questions. Right.
Yeah. All right, so those were the 5. Did we cover all 5 people that we've marked? VSBA, NESDEC, Thrive, Curtis. Okay. So those were the 5. So then, you want to try to explain where we think we left it?
So then we kind of, we're trying to find the perfect match, and then we went on another direction thinking about because maybe this was guided by looking at the strengths of everybody, what would we do in a perfect world? And in a perfect world, as we talked about it, it would be to work with someone who could help us come up with our vision for the superintendent position, because our job description currently is a very nuts and bolts job description and does not actually describe the characters and the qualities that we want in our educational leader. It just describes what their responsibilities are. And we read, do you have that Washington Central example?
I do.
Just because I think that, for Tim's benefit, elucidates. You know the sentence I'm talking about.
Let's see. By disposition, they will naturally tend to be, is this the listing? More educator than administrator, more Democrat than bureaucrat, more questioning than knowing, more inclined to experiment than to play it safe, willing to delegate decision-making to capable subordinates, able to balance the needs and aspirations of the people with state-mandated requirements.
That's what their vision was?
This is part of their,
Okay.
so, it was a very well-written job description, and not that ours is not well-written, but ours is very long and wordy, and I guess I would say tough to digest. It's what you need in a superintendent, but theirs sort of encapsulates it in a way that I would think anyone reading it would go, I want to go here, not these are the 45 lists of tasks that I have to do.
And we don't want to represent ourselves as that.
As
We want to
45
be a
lists of tasks.
Very dynamic image.
Right, yeah, this is far more dynamic.
Yeah. And that actually came from Washington Central, and they worked with Mark Andrews creating that. And that's where I feel, and I think the board kind of agrees, boy, we've got a long way to go creating that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even have a mission vision statement for our board yet. And so when we don't know what our mission vision is, or haven't articulated, having the superintendent carry it out is even a longer walk for us and more critical than it might be in another board situation than ours currently in this first year.
Mm-hmm.
So we talked about, as we kind of wound up the conversation, and Deb Cardane really spoke strongly about trying to work in some fashion with people that have an education background and really understand the job. So we talked about working, but then NESDEC is this professional organization that does this for a living. Marlboro, Mass, you get the, you know the drill. Talked about their ability to outreach. They have probably the best outreach capability for casting the net because they do this all the time. I don't think they have done a Vermont search. They said they've gotten some calls recently.
Yeah.
But they're more Massachusetts, Connecticut based, some in New Hampshire. But I mean, it's New England, it's not Texas or something. They may have the best outreach capability, although they're not as hand-holding. It seems like a lot of things are going to be done via email. And I think for the visioning process, we felt like that's something we really need people here. If you're doing guided group activities with multiple stakeholders, create a vision for your educational leader, I think you kind of need to be here. So where we kind of ended up as a committee, and correct me if I'm misspeaking, was to work either with Thrive, which was Jen Jacobs' organization, or with Mark Andrews to work on the vision piece, and then to consider NESDEC for the nuts and bolts of the operation, the outreach, the managing the interview process. I had a tiny concern, and I was not on the call with them, so it's a little bit challenging, but they couldn't find a consultant to call in anytime between 4:30 and 7 o'clock. And I thought, with a big organization like that, it concerned me, I guess, that we have such a short time frame and so much else on our plates. Are we going to have to work around them? I mean, he had a nicely worded letter. He's been right on it with Carrie from the beginning.
He has. I haven't had to wait more than 20 minutes for an email response, so he's been good in that.
Yeah. So we hadn't quite ironed out as a committee. I think we still had a few questions. Maybe we wanted to, or maybe not. I don't know. On that second piece.
Yeah, I think you've summed it up well, though, that we're thinking for visioning Mark or Thrive, and then taking that package and turning it over to NESDEC to do the rest. But now I think the question is, how do we move forward? How do we take that and...
One clarification, the visioning, is that also include thinking about the materials and the description of the community and sort of the selling parts of the ad.
That's an interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I guess my feeling is the selling of the community might be a little separate. I think the selling of the job, as in the wording of the job description, is going to come from the visioning. I think possibly after that you can extract some of it and make sure that when we're selling the community.
Yeah, I don't mean like, we've got a river and a museum.
Yeah.
I mean more like what's it like to live here, and why would you want to live here, and especially why would you want to work in this district? What are we doing that's really that's unique or that's appealing, and a competent educator looking for a real creative challenge would want to come here.
I think that should come out of the visioning and be incorporated into this. At least the way that
That's
this
kind of my
is
thinking
written,
too, but we didn't say that explicitly.
it has that.
You do get their community vibe, yeah.
You do, I mean, it's explained very well.
Yeah. But I think what I want to tag on to what David said is that I think even more so we have a little more to sell here in terms of what we have in our school system. I mean, we have a really well-functioning system here. We have a really interesting community with a lot of interesting things going on that could be fleshed out a little bit more about why you'd want to come here. So that's like the selling the local piece about our communities, a vibrant arts community with, it's access to outdoors and recreation, almost no traffic, whatever it is, but we have a lot to offer that I think in this corner here that I think would be a nice addition to that.
Okay. And do you feel like that has to come at the beginning of the visioning process, or can it come out so that?
I think it would be nice to have that in the ad when it goes out.
Okay.
Yeah, it has to be in the package.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, because how else would anybody get it?
Yeah.
If they're looking for a job,
Yeah.
it needs to be all together.
Because I think when people who I talk to, like I live in Brattleboro now, if they've been there, like, that's a cool town.
Okay.
And like, oh, I drove through there, I stopped there, I went to this or whatever, that's a cool town. But a lot of these people probably have not driven through here, so how do we give them that same flavor of, and when people haven't been to Vermont, they're like, oh, does everybody wear plaid? So.
Okay, so we're at we think there's a group or two groups that could do visioning. We think we like NASDAQ for nuts and bolts, for outreach and management of the search once it's pushed out. Is this when we should, if we haven't made a decision on Mark or Thrive, I'll throw it out there, should we reach out to both of them and say, we're considering you for this piece? Can you give us a...
Are you interested?
Are you interested, and can you give us a proposal?
Yeah.
Is that a good next step?
Well, if we want to make the right decision, we have to, because we need to be able to compare them based on more than we have.
So let's say you all were to authorize me to reach out to both of them. I would be asking for them to conduct a community vision exercise.
More, how would they go about doing it, given that we only have a couple of weeks to put into it?
How would you go about creating a community vision?
Or helping us get a community vision to work from.
And I think we're looking for an early January process, so that may feed into if people have 3 or 4 meetings already scheduled for early January with another project.
And so our deadline for a finished product would be?
2 weeks. I mean, if we don't have more than that, because we need 6 weeks to it's February before, or March before we have the applications all in.
So we're almost saying January 17th. That gives them 2 full weeks.
Yeah.
Could they, and how would they go about it?
And I'm assuming I can say something such as, we certainly are available to meet with you.
At your pleasure.
Right.
Yeah.
To help you identify stakeholders and such.
Yeah.
What else would they need to know? I just want to make sure I'm doing one email, giving them all the information, and then they come back with a price, a yes, we can do it, and here's what it would entail. Here's what we would give back to you. How many community meetings, such as that.
Yeah, what do we envision for,
Question.
Did you say you were going to give until January 17th to come with a proposal?
No, we want them to finish this job by January 17th.
Okay.
we want a proposal like
Tomorrow, like, yeah, this email is going out tonight.
These people aren't on a school calendar.
Yeah.
They're not on vacation.
Thank you. So, and I think I'm literally saying I need to know next week if you're interested.
And I guess I know you'll do this, but you will, because you're a lovely human, and but to say that like we really think that this is, your expertise is best utilized here, if you can follow my thought process, because I don't want to, like, if I look at Thrive, they don't have a lot of experience looking in the superintendent world, and if I look at Mark Andrews, the process of all this winter going back and forth for a long process might not be the best use of fossil fuels and everything else to manage it. One thing if he's next door. But since NASDAQ is kind of set up to do this, I mean, they're not going to be really going back and forth, I don't think. But package it well is I guess what I'm trying to say.
You got it. You got it. Okay. So community vision to work from, January 17th. How would you go about it? We would be available to the board. The board would be available. Blah blah. Okay. So is that an option? Anything else we feel like they should?
Do we have an idea of how many kind of how many days we want to put into it? And how many,
or how many stakeholder groups we'd be thinking of? I
mean,
do we want them recommending that to us, or do we want to be saying, we hope this would be?
I think it would be useful to have them recommend, well, to say how would they go, given that they've got 17 days or whatever it turns out to be, there may be some time left in December. Here's how are you going to, how would you do it? How many meetings would you have, stakeholders, and who would you involve, and what can you tell us about how you would do the process to get it? I think to get us to the vision is almost as much as you need to say. We need to get to a vision that we can use to create the application materials, and we'll be available to help as much as you need.
And it's create application materials to, am I saying cast the widest net for the largest pool of successful candidates? I mean, that's
for a broad search.
Okay. Okay.
Because they'll ask for specifics, and they may say, well, who do you want to have for stakeholders? And they'll say, well, here's what we think. Or they may, I don't know what to expect.
And we kind of know our stakeholder list from our first meeting, so.
Right.
Yep. And despite the fact that Thrive isn't in the education business, we have many people who are and know all of that, have all that background, all that information in terms of what we're looking for, what we need in leadership. In fact, they have a very strong view of it.
So that is an option we could take, that I reach out to both of them and say, if possible, we realize we're not giving you a lot of time. Well, we're basically giving them a week minus Christmas. If by next Friday they were interested, if they could come back with their proposal. Does that seem?
Then that would give us
the whole week. Today's Thursday.
So we would, okay.
So then the question becomes, we get these, and
I mean, I think we have to decide next Friday, probably.
well, okay, so that's the next question. Can we meet next
They need a
Friday?
week, they need a week to,
Yeah, they do. Well, so do we want to meet next Friday or the following Monday?
Friday.
if I could do it early Friday or late Monday. That's the weekend between Christmas and New Year's, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
I could do it by phone too.
Well, Monday is New Year's, oh no, Tuesday's New Year's Eve.
I could,
So Monday,
I could phone it in too.
Monday the 30th?
I think Monday 30th would be better for me, but
Do you have a time? Like,
I was doing times earlier. I
I don't actually think we have meetings that night, so this like,
Not so far.
Although, well, there may be one.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
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 Do you need to post it also, or do you?
We'll have time now.
yeah,
We have to get it to Barb tomorrow before the office closes down.
I'll get it
But,
tonight.
I guess I could always call in if I can't be here.
Okay, so Monday, Monday, December 30th, sorry, turn the page. So we would meet Monday, December 30th, someone give me a time, wing it.
Oh, wait, I thought Friday was better for some people.
Oh, is Friday better?
What day was better for
Either
you?
one, they're both, I mean, Friday's is 3 days earlier, is my thought.
I know, I kind of like Friday if we can phone it in, because then, if that works for you, Carrie, if we can phone it in, because then that gives that gives them a weekend to, that gives them 3 more days to get cracking on it.
Wait, what Friday are you thinking?
The
Sorry.
27th.
Gotcha, okay.
So
How
we
does
need-
that give them more time?
They
No,
got
it gives-
Saturday, Sunday, and Monday instead of not getting them until Monday.
It gives them more time to set it up once we've gone with somebody.
Oh, I understand, okay, now I'm with you.
Because I don't think it's going to take them that long to decide what they want to do and hone a proposal, because it's probably moving into the hourly rate kind of situation for people.
And
All
they
right.
know what they're doing.
They know what they both talk to us. They both, you know what I mean? They both groups kind of have a sense of what we're looking for. So we're just defining a piece of that. And so,
All right,
I mean, Mark put together that proposal in a day.
Right, okay, so Friday, December 27th by 12 noon,
Okay.
and we meet at?
1?
Yeah, we meet at 1. I'll have to do it by phone, I think.
Okay,
Um,
let's warn it for 1, I'll see if we'll need a place to meet.
Probably nothing's open, huh?
The library will be open.
At Brooks?
Yeah. I'll see if we can get a room.
Okay, that would be awesome, thank you, David. If not, we'll come up with something, we'll figure that one out after, okay.
Yeah, Amy's.
All right, what about NESDEC? Do I reach out to NESDEC and say, this is what we're considering?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, that we would get everything up to the materials, and then ask them to put them out and manage the
manage
process
the-
afterwards.
Okay.
Do we want them to do that?
And one more suggestion. I'm wondering about, so one of the things that I heard you describe with NESDEC was that they would compile data, the community's input, and create it as data for you to review. Is that?
That's the visioning process in the very beginning.
Right, and so I wonder if it's worth getting there, first asking, would they be willing to minimize that to a shorter period of time? Because I do think that would give you a really wide-angle picture of the community, or could. You might have access to community members that you're not necessarily going to get access to in that short little piece of time. If they were willing to do some sort of a condensed version, or I know they said it was 120 days and we don't have that, but I wonder if it's worth exploring. Just since you're going to ask people for specifics anyway, is it worth asking them, could they do a condensed data collection?
Instead of 6 to 10 focus groups, like 2.
Or something, yeah, because I just wonder if they might be able to get a wider picture.
So I think what we're saying is, instead of just asking Mark and Thrive, why not ask NESDEC as well?
And how they would do it, I guess.
How they would do that.
Like, I think I'm turned off by a survey notion or an electronic notion.
Right.
I'm just turned off by that with the state of affairs now. I think we need a personal touch. That's
Okay. So there's no reason not to ask all three of them, how would you go about doing this? Can we see, because that is the one thing we weren't able to drill down in the materials on NESDEC exactly how that would.
Works, yeah.
All right, so we'll ask all three of that. Or I will, because someone's going to make a wonderful motion.
Well, so I'll make the motion, we can continue to discuss. I move that Carrie contacts Thrive, Mark Andrews, and NESDEC to discuss.
Proposals for a community vision.
I was letting him catch up.
Strategy. Oh, sorry. He's doing good.
Okay, keep going, I think.
Community visioning strategy for the superintendent position.
Sounds good.
I don't think I need to include the timeline on there because.
No, I think we're good there.
Is that a good motion?
I think that's a great motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? So this at least gets us moving into visioning mid-January as a next step.
Right. Well, I think there's another motion to maybe be made about NESDEC.
Okay.
After this motion's cleared up.
Okay. Any more discussion on this one?
Tim, I hate to stick you in Clark because I realize you're the one that's not up to speed on this. So we can pause for a minute.
Yeah.
That's why I was wondering about all the talking,
Yeah.
knowing we'd have to do it all again at 7 o'clock. I was
Yeah.
wondering what we, but anyway, off you go.
But then we were losing Emily.
Yeah,
So.
right. I thought she'd stay.
I mean, I think I'm fairly clear on it, I think.
I'm happy to read through our positives again, because we literally went through.
No, I think I
Okay,
got
you
it
got,
from that,
okay.
yeah.
And I think we were all very happy that we had 5 such, I mean, we were torn. We were starting to really go, let's take this from this person and this, and then we were like, okay, now we're getting a little too crazy, but I think we're in a good position to have such resources. All right. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now you think there's another motion?
I do think that Carrie could, I'm not making it quite yet, but I do think I could make a motion that Carrie reaches out to NASDAQ because just some, like, their availability in evenings and just flesh out. We had a couple questions from the other thing. So just to answer those questions while you're reaching out to them anyway. And I think there's a potential, if those are cleared up, that we could make a motion to hire them and get them on board for the next piece of it.
Gotcha.
If we feel.
Okay, so this is more on people, resources, continuity with a consultant.
For the.
Can you call us at a 7 o'clock meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And what is the availability of people to come for the meetings? Because it was not, you know, it's a big, long list, but I don't have a real sense. They have a lot of paperwork, but I don't get a real sense of exactly how it is going to feel on the ground.
Yes, okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's your motion?
So I could make a motion that Carrie reaches out to NASDAQ to clarify the process.
Sounds good. Is there a second?
I'll second that as well.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstentions? Seeing none, I think we have a path forward.
And I think we could perhaps make that, you could warn possible action on hiring NASDAQ for that Friday meeting as well.
Friday the 27th, okay.
As a possible action item.
Yeah.
Just because it would be better to engage them this year.
Well, and I think it's possible action on Thrive, Mark,
All of it,
NESDEC,
yeah.
all of it.
Oh, that was
is-
definitely the possible
Oh, okay,
action that I
okay.
think we need to do.
Yeah.
That has to happen Friday. And
Okay.
then, but this one, it would be great if maybe we could just do it all.
Right, okay. Okay. Nicely done.
Can I ask a general question?
Sure.
Are you done with what you need to do? I mean, is that all right to jump in now?
I think
or-
we are done with what we need to do.
Okay. One thing I was kind of wondering, it sounds like you've gone to various firms and given them, it sounds like you're going to use more than one possibly on different aspects of things. And I was wondering, what would happen to a candidate who was totally local? Would they get the same information that candidates from out of the area would get? That would happen. It would be available to anybody, right?
Absolutely.
It's
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
open and transparent
Yeah.
process, yeah.
We're not excluding internal
No, that's why I
candidates.
asked the
Yeah.
question. I didn't know, since these firms are not local, how the local, somebody who is in-house and wanted to apply, how that would work, but it sounds like it wouldn't be any problem at all.
No.
That's a good question. We've never
Yeah.
done this before.
Right.
Not ever.
Yeah. And then the other question would be, well, actually I have two more questions. This one might be a little sensitive, but given the time of the resignation and then the time of the need to get the new person in place, is that by statute or by any, when a staff member resigns, it has to be within a window. And I was just wondering, is that window complied by?
We'd have to look at Lyle's contract to see.
But I'm sure because it's at least 6 months, and I know,
Right, she's
It
given
wouldn't
us
be more than that.
7 months notice.
Yeah, the longest I've ever heard is
7
6
and a half
months.
months notice, yeah.
And coupled on with that, because it's a lot to do in a short period of time, even though it seems like a long time, it isn't.
It doesn't seem like.
Yeah.
Well, I think to some people, it seems like, it's over there. As a fallback position, I would go back to what Christina initially said in the first meeting, and that was, the fallback interim, not recommending that by any means, but, if the process doesn't come to fruition as we hope, it would be good to have a fallback interim, which I assume would be somebody that would be very knowledgeable of the whole system. So chances are an interim could come smoothly from somebody that's been involved with education in one of the districts for a long time. So.
I think we heard from at least NESDEC, VSBA, and Mark. Interim might be where you need to go.
Yeah.
Actually,
because
from 5 too.
okay, that everyone said.
Okay.
First of all, don't rush the process and be prepared that you might need to.
So everything is really on the table, and we'll see what
right.
time dictates.
Right, but we also just felt like we don't want to make that call now.
No.
We're sort of on the let's go, see how
yeah,
far we get.
absolutely.
But I think we have all come around to that might, it might happen.
Well, it's very interesting. I had to go play badminton, so I couldn't stay.
Excellent choice.
Oh, well, there's emergencies, we understand.
You made the right choice.
But it was really good. I heard the first two people say the interim may be a fallback position. And I think they're probably thinking because of the importance of the position and the shortness of the thing and really difficult. And, David's comment to everybody that, individual of color, it's important to look there, and that might stretch out the availability, but it's very important. I mean,
we had a good discussion, I think it was during your badminton game, about do we just look for an interim, and then but you know, it was like, no, let's try, because maybe that perfect person who checks all the boxes, we immediately fall in love, you know, I mean, you know, speaking
And we've
colloquially,
got
but
great
just-
resources to help
Yeah.
us, so it was, let's push on through.
And at any rate, it's worth going through the process, because even if we don't, it really informs the process for the next time around. We're just, you know, we have our materials, we just go forward. So there was no, to us, it didn't make sense really in the end. You know, we're being realistically optimistic.
And was Curtis's proposal talked about today, or?
No,
Well, we did. Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
did.
Yeah.
We
In
went
terms
through all
for
five
for
today.
parts of the outreach and for developing the
Yeah.
materials where he has real expertise.
And
Absolutely.
Jennifer's also?
Yeah, that's Thrive.
That's Thrive.
That's her company.
Oh, I see, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that.
But I do think as we're working through this, we should really, no matter who we go with, we should really take a look at, as we're kind of moving forward, and so he doesn't have them tonight, but have Curtis consulting with us on those pieces that I think, you know, do some training with us. I think it's money well spent, for the implicit bias to
Everybody
read
has hourly
through.
rates.
Yeah. And so to use him in that way.
Absolutely.
That,
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me in.
And Vermont School Board is not one of the groups.
No, we talked to VSBA.
Oh, you did?
We did.
Oh, I heard you talk to them, but I didn't know
Yeah.
whether that, you know, where that went. I left.
Yeah.
So I think the first challenge was that we really wanted somebody who could help us with creating this kind of mission, the vision of the
vision,
position,
yeah.
and they did not respond really strongly on doing that, whereas Mark Andrews did quite well, and I think
that's what Thrive's business is.
Yeah, that's what Thrive's business is. And we had a good example of what happened in Washington Central that Mark Andrews worked on, so I've seen the product that was a great, everybody was like, oh, let's just use theirs.
Yeah.
So,
Be inspired by theirs.
so, and then they don't give an a la carte option, so you have to use them for everything, and I feel like, especially right now in our history where we don't have a mission vision statement for our board, we really need somebody to help us articulate clearly what we're looking for in a superintendent. And that's the thing I feel most scared about doing here, is like, I think the interview process will actually be a little bit better at.
Yeah.
In a way.
We've done it. We know who
We've
the
done it.
stakeholders are.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we've got help with the questions. We
But
know
writing
what
an
we're
ad
looking
that's
for.
attractive enough, that explains what we're looking for and who we are, that's the thing that I'm really stuck on. How do we get from what we have, which is a job description, a boring job description, to a soulful advertisement for a job that really
Something
explains
that really pops.
something that pops, exactly.
All right. Anything else? Our favorite motion?
Madam Chair, there being no business before this body, I move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye. All right.
When I came back, I couldn't get in.
Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules to order. The first item on the agenda is to review the minutes of our last meeting.
And I will move approval.
Representative Myers moves that the minutes of the last meeting be approved. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And the minutes have been approved. First item on the agenda. Department of Public Service, Commercial Buildings, Energy Standards. And speaking for the department, Barry Murphy, Department of Public Service, Energy Planning and Resources Division. Mr. Murphy, while you're taking your seat, the committee will please identify itself.
Barry Murphy with the Department of Public Service.
And I'm Allison Bates-Wanick with the Department of Public Service. Sorry I was not on the list.
I'm Senator Joe Bennett from Caledonia County.
Representative Linda Myers from Essex Town.
Betsy Ann Rest, Legislative Council.
Mark McDonald, Senator from Orange County, filling in for the chair, Robert Chester Tangerman, who is yet to go out.
Representative Marsha Gardner from Richmond.
Representative Trevor Squirrel, Jericho and Underhill.
Thank you for coming this morning. The floor is yours to
Thank you for having us. As I previously mentioned, Allison Bates-Wanick on behalf of the Department of Public Service. I present the revised proposed commercial building energy standards, or CBs as we call it, on proposed rule 19-P42. As the committee likely recalls, the committee objected to the department's previously proposed CBS rule on a limited grounds due to a copyright notice contained in that rule. The prior rule contained copyrighted material, the International Energy Conservation Code, or IECC, integrated with non-copyrighted Vermont-specific changes to the IECC. The committee objected to the copyright notice in the rule as it had in 2011 and 2014 as being inconsistent with federal case law. The department examined LCAR's objection and reviewed the law on this issue. The department determined that the public interest was best served by resolving LCAR's grounds for objection. The department did so by removing, or attempted to do so, by removing the copyrighted material from the rule. The rule now contains only the Vermont-specific changes to the IECC and incorporates copyrighted material by reference. This is consistent with case law in the Second Circuit, of which Vermont is a part. The revised final proposed rule thus contains no copyrighted material and no copyright notice. This was the same method employed with the residential building energy standards, which on November 14th, LCAR voted to withdraw its objection and approve that rule. So the revised CBES, upon being adopted, will be available on the Secretary of State's website, which was a previously identified concern with LCAR, and the public will have the same level of access to the rule as it did previously, meaning that there will be a free viewable copy of the Vermont-specific changes fully integrated with the IECC available online, and the public can obtain free copies by contacting the department. I also should follow up about the letter that we sent yesterday. Apologies that we were not able to get it in by Tuesday, but the issue was only shortly identified to us, or at least one of them. So the letter that we sent yesterday identified 2 additional changes to make to the proposed rule. The first, which if you have questions I will defer to Mary on, is regarding clarifying that one option for compliance is available. And the second is changes certain language on the cover page of the rule so that the rule could track any changes to the IECC, which will be forthcoming. We recently learned that there is a methodological error in the IECC that was created by the International Code Council, and the International Code Council is working to fix that error, and we want our rule to incorporate the material as it may be changed to remedy that error.
was often the case. The technical do's and don'ts of rules often take more time and explanation than the substance. Are there any questions for the witness? Okay, council. Do you have any comments to make on the presentation?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. To reiterate what Ms. Wanna already stated, the CB's rule as revised or proposed to be revised by DPS does remove the copyright issue that was the sole grounds for this committee objecting last time. Now, as she has already stated, there is no purported copyright on this rule. Instead, the CB's incorporates by reference a separately copyrighted material. So I do believe this addresses the copyright issue that was objected to before.
So we already approved the rule in balance. All we're doing now is removing our own language that suggested we objected to that portion that's now been approved.
If you believe that the issue has been addressed, legally I do think it has been addressed like you did with Arby's. The first motion would be to withdraw your objection. And then if you did want to move forward and approve the rule in its entirety, the second motion would be to approve the rule as modified, if you do want to incorporate these modifications.
But in our previous approval, it's an awkward way because we didn't really approve, we had language in there that said we object to this particular provision.
That's correct.
So we have to remove that piece of language from what we did before.
You would withdraw your original objection.
So moved.
It's been moved that the original objection to the rule, that the committee withdraw the objection. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. And I think council will tell us what we might do next, which is to approve the rule as unnecessary and double protection, or we could simply remain silent. What's the committee's pleasure?
Well, I think we had a footnote, if I read all this correctly, that said although LCAR approved these rules, that explanatory language about what we were thinking was not appropriate, we need to remove that now.
That is correct, but that's for the letters of the committees of jurisdiction. You still have this rule pending in front of you with the department's proposed modifications today. So the second motion, if one wants to make it, would be to move to approve the rule with the modifications proposed by the department.
So moved.
Everybody has moved to approve the rule now that it's been gussied up in a proper fashion. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay, and the rule has been approved as thanks to the hard work of the department who has solved the problem. Let us do this away. Thank you very much.
Well, and thank you to Elgar and particularly to Legislative Council for her gracious help and support.
It's usually a team effort when such things become resolved. Thank you, Council. Representative Chesney Tangier, welcome.
Thank you. To address the memo to the committee of jurisdiction now instead of the vending that was bringing up.
Yes. So that we. Thank you very much.
Council's prepared a letter.
Would you like me to address this?
Yes, please.
So you have in your packet the draft letter to the committees of jurisdiction that sets forth the issues that were raised during testimony on the RBs and CBs. And as Senator Benning had already brought up, this current draft memo was the one that you had already seen, which at the time, at the state of those rules, you had objected to those copyright portions. So as I indicated in my email to you, and thank you to Charlene for providing that, now you have withdrawn both objections and you've approved both of the rules. So as I noted in my email, now that you've done that, you could amend this memo to say, although LCAR approved these rules, LCAR's review rules has a limited scope, so that highlighted text in the first paragraph of that memo could be revised to read, although LCAR approved these rules, instead of although LCAR approved the majority of these rules. And also, you would delete the footnote that referred to your objection.
So moved.
Is there any?
Go ahead, Robin.
I think council has stated their position eloquently. Any discussion? Not, then entertain a motion to revise our letter to committees of jurisdiction as indicated.
And to send to them?
And to send to them. Okay.
So,
Motion to approve modification of the letter to committees of jurisdiction sending. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you.
Thank you.
This reminds me of those cowboy movies where the horseman overtakes the railroad train and deftly jumps off onto the moving cars and goes about his business.
Welcome aboard. I got a text from Senator Gray that it was delayed, but will be arriving around 10:30. The next rule up is 19P64, Department of Health, Rules of the Board of Medical Practice.
No? Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for having me. I'm Sheila Livingston with the Health Department. The rule in front of you, you actually saw the emergency rule that we brought to you that looked similar. However, you gave us some great feedback on that rule, and so this does look slightly different. Just to refresh everybody's memory, the purpose of this rule is to update the way in which we approve the credentials of individuals seeking a medical license in Vermont if they were foreign trained. And what happened was we were basing that on a list compiled by the Board of Medical Practice in California, and they stopped updating that. And so now we needed a new methodology to ensure that individuals seeking licensure in Vermont who were properly trained could get a license and practice here. I'll explain the modification that was made since you last saw this. There was also a list of unapproved schools that was maintained by California, and we had as Senator Benning pointed out, confusing way of having that included in the emergency rule. And upon review and discussion with other states and with practitioners, we removed that. So now it's very straightforward. It's just that it has to have been on the California list or on the new list. And so we changed the grammatical structure of the paragraph so that it was more straightforward.
Imagine.
I know.
I just
it was fun.
For the moment, was I right? Is that what you're saying?
Do I have to say that?
No.
You made an excellent point.
Can we put that in the minutes?
That's the substance of the minutes. I have a question. In your letter, the section of the rules would be 2.6.3. And that's the last sentence. Someone who meets all eligibility requirements for such certification and is only lacking current licensure.
Yes.
And I guess I'm assuming that implicit in that is that they will then get the licensure
Correct.
that's missing.
You got it.
Okay, probably doesn't need spelling out.
But that's exactly what that means.
Yeah. That was my only point. Is that if people have questions, concerns?
I move approval.
Senator Bennett, have a question?
Could you?
Okay.
You had indicated that California is no longer holds a list or produces a list. Did I understand that correctly?
Right.
Because the annotated text version on page 1 has definitions of a board-approved medical school means a medical school that, and then 2.6.1 says appears on the official California recognized medical schools list. Is there still a list that's kept?
So let me clarify that. There is still a list that exists. it is not being updated.
Okay.
Right. And some of the newer lists didn't exist when somebody might have gone to school.
Okay.
You got it.
Following that particular rabbit hole, if a medical school drops out of accreditation, are they removed? If the list is not maintained, are they removed from that list?
So the California list would not change. So if I went to school in 1985 and that school was accredited and on the California list that time, then I would be fine. If that school then subsequently dropped off and my grandson went to school, that same school, and it was no longer accredited and it wasn't on the new list at the time of accreditation, then it would not count.
But if the list is not maintained, will it be removed from the list?
So it's temporal. So the lists give you the timing, right? So you know when the person graduated or got their diploma or whatever. I think that's what you get from medical school. Your diploma. When you graduate, that is the time at which it's important that that school was accredited. So we don't want to take off the California list.
No, I
because
understand
the
that.
other lists don't have that
But
temporality.
if your grandson graduates from a school 5 years from now, from a school that is on the list now, but in 5 years no longer meets those guidelines, that's my understanding is because the list is not maintained, that school would not be removed from the list. And therefore, all they have to do is graduate from a school that's on the list.
Right, but
it's not no longer an accurate.
But we wouldn't use the California list for somebody graduating today.
Okay.
Right, so somebody graduating today would use the maintained lists, the lists that are current. But those current lists didn't exist in '85. The California list, or I don't think it was the California list, but the California list existed at that point. And so it is a temporal issue, right?
But the only way for you to determine whether they are valid or not is to ask the question, what school did you go to? And you refer to the California list that is not currently being maintained. And if that school subsequently does not meet the criteria, how would you know that the individual graduating from said school is actually eligible under our criteria now if what you're doing is enabling them to come in under this particular rule as it's written?
Hold on, I'm not explaining it well. Let me think about it. I don't want to explain it. So
Can I take a shot at it?
Yeah,
See if I understand?
Go ahead.
So looking at someone who was graduated from a foreign medical school in 2022, we would not refer to the California list.
Right.
Because that list was only maintained up until 2020.
Right.
So going forward, you refer to the other lists. The California list is only prior to this date.
Right. But it might be somebody who's, who's applying for a Vermont license today who graduated in '85, and then we would use the California list to verify. Yeah. So we need it there still, even though that's annoying because it'd be great if we could just take it off altogether. But the reason we didn't want to keep the point that you had made was we don't want to keep the unapproved list because that was so confusing because it could have been on an unapproved list and now it's approved, and that just muddied the waters in a way that wasn't
Well,
helpful.
the only question is it not been wise to have a statement to the effect that they appear on the official California recognized medical schools list as of X date, whatever that is?
We could put that in there, but that's not. So
the trouble in
when
either-
we talk to other states, that's not how they have done it, and then that's not when we talk to the provider groups and the medical practice board. The concern was another issue that you find is that somebody went to a school and it wasn't accredited while they were there. Then it got accredited right before they graduated. And so you want to be able to leave these rooms so that there is flexibility for the board to recognize somebody who is truly qualified and trained. The cut date for exactly when California did or didn't stop doing their, their updating is less critical than knowing that the school was actually accredited at that time. And that's something that, while I understand this committee has been grappling with the best way to word, in practice is very straightforward. It's not a complicated, like, I graduated at this date, and you look at the list, you say, great, that school was approved at that period.
Representative Gardner.
So let me see if I understand this.
Yep.
You not only ask the person, what school did you graduate from? You also ask what year.
Right.
And that's what you look at. Was that school accredited
at that time?
At that time. Thank you.
Got it.
Can I ask how you learn that?
It's in the application.
No, I mean, once you have decided what school they went to and what year, does the board actually go into the history of the school to determine at that year that they were actually accredited? Okay.
The staff do, but yes, they do. Yeah.
So,
and we don't have, the other thing for the committee to know is we don't have hundreds of these up. It's not like this is some huge workload. It's not. Yeah. It's not.
So Legislative Council just pointed out that is addressed in 15.2.5.
Then that was another comment from Senator Ben last time around. I know that was a while ago. But. I actually asked David Herlihy if we could show you the application, and you have to have a login and whatever. Not being too much of a hassle, but it would be fun.
Okay, with that, Mr. Chair, I'll move approval.
Is there any further discussion? We have a motion to approve the rules of board medical practice as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, this we're right on schedule. Next rule is 19P67, Department of Health, the Vital Records Rule.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brendan Atwood. I'm a policy advisor with the Department of Health. And with this rulemaking, the department is proposing to amend the Vital Records Rule. The purpose of the Vital Records Rule is to establish the requirements for creating, obtaining, storing, and disposing of birth and death certificates in Vermont. And with this rulemaking, the department is improving access to these records for those who need them in the following ways. First, this rulemaking would incorporate the changes made in the existing emergency rule that expand the list of alternate means of identification in order to make it easier for inmates and former inmates to apply for a certified copy of a birth certificate. And this will help these folks more easily obtain a driver's license or employment. And this change was made in accordance with Act 80 of 2019. This rulemaking will also allow Vermont state employees to use their state employee identification to request and obtain birth and death certificates when conducting official business. This was a change made at the request of DCF and DVA, whose employees need access to these records for issues related to custody, adoption, and the provision of benefits. And this essentially reestablishes what had been the status quo prior to Act 46 of 2017. And then this rulemaking would also establish a process through which an individual experiencing homelessness can work with a homeless services provider to apply for a certified copy of a birth certificate. Again, this will make it easier for these folks to obtain a driver's license or employment. And this was an issue that was brought to our attention by a number of town clerks and a state representative. And then finally, a number of formatting and citation revisions have been made. And in drafting this rulemaking, the department worked with the Department of Corrections, the Vermont Municipal Clerks and Treasurers Association, as well as the Vermont Coalition to End Homelessness. So they've all reviewed these changes and provided support throughout the rulemaking process. And so with that, I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have.
I want to note that we have a letter from Senator White enthusiastically stating that this meets legislative intent, or statutory intent. I do have one question. It's if you look at the annotated rule, it's the first definition, 3.1, about the affidavit of homelessness status.
Yes.
And it so it's used to verify an individual status for the purpose of obtaining a birth certificate. So is that a temporary designation? How long does it last? How long? When is someone not a homeless person?
It really is just used essentially as another form of identification, whereby a homeless services provider is essentially verifying that person's both their identity and their status as homeless. And so one of the requirements of the identification is that it establishes an address. And so these folks, in most cases, don't have an address unless they're at a shelter. So it would only be for the purposes of that single request for that certified copy of a birth certificate.
So it's not like an ID card?
No, it's not. No, and actually, I do have a copy if it would be helpful to see what the affidavit looks like.
I'm curious, but I think it's not necessary. Okay. Examine it. Representative Gardner.
You may not know this, but I'll throw this question out anyway. How is the Department of Health coming along with the database as far as a statewide accessible database of all births and deaths?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Thank you. Yeah. I know there were a few hiccups along the way.
Yeah, and if you have specific questions, I'll be happy to get them to the right people and get answers for you.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, entertain a motion to approve the rule.
So moved. I thought I'd throw that out there once.
Yeah, I don't think it's an exclusive.
Right. Yeah, right.
Unless there are further questions, there's a motion to approve the rule as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next up is 19P71, Department of Financial Regulation, Insurance Regulatory Sandbox, Innovation Waiver Regulation.
A little early there.
Yeah.
Sandbox for terrible art.
That was my only question. Come up with that.
That's one of my questions. Okay. So we'll object to that rule. In the meantime, folks from the Department of Health, Accessible Peace Disorder, again. 19P68, Use Disorder Treatment Certification.
So, hello again. It's Shayla Livingston from the Health Department. Lots of us today. I was part of some of that testimony, not related to the sandbox specifically, but in that bill last year, and I had all of those same questions when I walked into that committee. All right. So what you have in front of you is almost exclusively a cleanup. Department head updated this rule, and we're doing it again to try to really simplify it and make it easier to follow for those seeking, for those in the alcohol and drug abuse treatment programs. So this is how we certify treatment at the health department in order for them to receive state and federal dollars. So this is not a licensure. You can still operate as a substance abuse treatment provider in Vermont without this certification. This certification is simply if you're seeking taxpayer funding for your work. The one substantive change that I will note is that we are doing a similar thing that we did in our IDRIP rule, the impaired driving rule, where we are changing the requirements for the individuals who can supervise for substance abuse treatment to make it uniform across the system. Before it was very narrow and it was only for licensed alcohol and drug abuse providers, and now you can have other licenses as long as, of course, your specialty is still substance abuse treatment. So that now mirrors what's in IDRIP. It mirrors the practices in many of the designated agencies, and it's a move to really try to address the workforce challenges that we're facing in Vermont without in any way compromising any of the treatment to be received by Vermonters seeking care. So that's the only thing that would change practice in this rule.
So it appears to me that this revision bifurcated the existing rule, so there's certification and operation as separate. Looking at annotated text,
yes.
Or I guess either one, but the 2.0, the purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Yes. This rule provides substance use disorder treatment certification for preferred providers. It previously used to say certification and operational requirements. So where are those operational requirements?
Yeah, so they are still in here. That the program, we talked about the purpose and trying to clean it up. Many of the operational requirements before this change, in current practice, and after are in the guidance documents and the grant requirements that they receive. And so it seemed a little misleading to say that they were in this rule specifically, because they are not. They're in the guidance documents and the grants and contracts that those providers get. Some of those operations specific things. It's again not actually changing what the rule itself was directing in terms of operations. Does that make sense?
Largely.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's no operational rule. There's a certification rule, and then operations are guidelines and
and always have them. And I think I don't know why that was in there before, I'll be honest.
Other questions, concerns? Representative Gardner.
Was there a public hearing?
Oh, yes.
I know it says in here that there was going to be. Were there any comments from that?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we didn't receive comments. Again, we sent it. We also sent it proactively out to the providers, and we didn't receive any public comment during the public comment process. I did want to just mention that Legislative Council caught our mistakes as they do, which is wonderful. And so I hope you do have this brief memo with those minor changes. They were, one of them actually is more than totally tiny minor, but that was that we wanted, they pointed out that the definition that we were using for substance use disorder wanted that to be consistent with statute and other rules, which of course we did too, and so we updated that. Again, it won't change practice on the ground, but for consistency, that was important. So thank you to Ledge Council for those.
Senator Benning.
Sure, I'd like to go back to the chair's question.
Yep.
I understood you to say that the operational requirements are not in the rule. It may just be the vernacular that I'm not used to, but on page 5 of the annotated version, the old Rule 3.0 had requirements for certification, which included organizational capacity and accountability. That's being struck. To me,
can you just
sure. I'm on page 5 of the annotated version.
Yep.
3.0 requirements for certification. The language for certification being struck.
Got it.
What follows thereafter appears to me to be an operational governance of some kind in the application process. Does that still exist somewhere else?
Okay, so that's a great question. So one of the reasons these were struck from this section is, and I'm just going to use 3.1.1 as my example, if that's acceptable. That is, it's restating what is true regardless. And one of the things that we've heard from, just generally, not about this rule specifically, but when we're trying to update these rules, is to try to make them as streamlined and specific as possible so that those reading them don't get sort of mired in a lot of text. And we struck that section because it is required in a different section, and it's, hold on, time out. It is required that they abide by the guidelines already in the rule, and so this is repetitive of that, and that they also abide by regulations is law, and again repetitive. So that's a lot of the wording that you see struck. It's not that it's no longer true, it's that it is the law, or it is the fact of how you have to operate in order to meet requirements. So an example of that would be sometimes in some rules we had like, you have to follow all DEC regulations, or you have to follow all, and we've tried to really hone that down to say, in order to get a license, for example, if it's a licensing rule, you have to follow all other state and local laws and regulations, and kind of trying to cut out all of this extra language around, so that we're not confusing the applicants where they're like, well, you said I had to follow DEC's regs and I did, but it turns out that you weren't following whatever Fish and Wildlife's regs too, and they can get nitpicky there about listing versus trying to be more inclusive and more comprehensive. That's the big, but I mean, I guess the substance there, the piece that's substantive there is those service guidelines, and that is still required in the current rule for operation. Yeah, and that's where the operations are.
I think I know where you're going. You're streamlining and removing from the chair's question the operational section of your 2.0 for purpose, but the rule technically does still have operational requirements. It's just that they're umbrellaed under the word certification.
You got it.
Thank you for that clarification.
Should have had more coffee before I came here this morning.
Are there any other questions, clarifications, concerns? If not, Senator.
The purpose was to provide more people in the workforce.
Yeah. So the main, right. So going back to why do this rule now, it was about specifically making it clear who can be a supervisor and opening that up to more individuals. For example, somebody with an MSW with a specialization in substance use disorder, even if they did not have an LADC license specifically, we want those people to be able to work there. And as we do every time, of course, we could have made that tiny change and nothing else, but we'll try to clean it up.
Always in favor of streamlining, making it concise.
Make that look like a mess.
If there is no further discussion, I entertain a motion to approve the rule. Second.
I make a motion to approve Rule 19P68.
Oh, yes. As modified.
As modified.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, all those in favor of approving the rule as modified, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Thank you very much.
So Chair, if anybody's interested, you might Google McNamara's 100,000.
Which relates to?
Footnote to that comment. He was Secretary of Defense during the Vietnam War and initiated a policy of making more soldiers available to fight.
Did you ever read his book?
Yes,
It's quite powerful.
also a book about his death. I haven't read it.
Is this related to the 5 o'clock follies by Eric Ask that happened?
It would be in the same syllabus.
Do we have folks from Department of Financial Regulations here? I know we're running ahead of schedule.
Yeah, I emailed Sebastian.
Okay.
And told him that.
And so there's one rule. The other thing is the discussion on the racetracks. And for that, I don't see the Deputy Secretary here. So again, we're way ahead of schedule. I'd like to. I should be late more often. I'd like to raise the question of the next meeting, the 19th. We have 2 rules scheduled. I don't know what we're looking, how busy it's looking for the 9th, January 9th.
I don't have that.
So I will be away at that time, and I'd like to propose that we, if we can, postpone both of those rules until January 9th, regular meeting. And if anyone has concerns about that, we require an extension to do that.
Yeah.
We'd have to request an extension from the administration?
Yes.
For both or one?
No, just for one, right. The first one, P66 ends on 1/4.
Right.
Or would they have to make the...
What do you want to
The administration would have to voluntarily
We can
extend.
request an extension, see if they are willing to do that. Senator Bratt.
Just to make sure I'm understanding, are you proposing canceling the meeting and moving, or just that postponing the date because you won't be able to be here for the discussion?
I'm proposing, because those are the only 2 rules on the agenda, I'm postponing, proposing to cancel that meeting.
And ask for an extension.
And ask for an extension, yes.
Got it. Just want to make sure.
Yes, Senator.
Perhaps we ask council, but would that mean that we would move to send a letter requesting the extension and then and ask for them to make a decision by a certain time so we know whether or not that we were still obliged to do it on the 19th, or we have been freed from that obligation?
Yes, we would. Charlene.
I will call them today.
Yeah. Charlene's normal practice. She even has a memo that would be ready to go if they'd be willing to extend your review period and say, I'm going to say to the 11th, like the other one. If our meeting's on next meeting's on January 9th.
The next meeting's on January 9th.
So I would move that we schedule the next meeting for January 9th with the provision that depends upon the administration sending us a letter to.
Well, their 8-month adoption period
Requesting an
ends
extension, and that if, in the event that they don't, we would find ourselves pledged to come back on the 19th.
Just a question, what's our schedule look like otherwise for the new?
Charlene said she's received no rules for the night.
No rules. The deadline isn't until, we have the deadline. The deadline for the rules for the January 9th is December 31st, so I still have plenty of time for rules to come in.
Well, the only reason I'm nervous for my benefit is my first committee starts at 8:30.
And in general, during session, we're supposed to be 1 hour meetings instead of 2 hours. I don't know if you'll feel safer to address, to hold the meeting on the 19th as scheduled. If you will, throw the dice and hope the 19th isn't, or the 9th isn't jammed.
Throw the dice, Do we need a motion to do that?
So Senator McDonald.
Oh, he did, okay.
Made a motion to send a letter requesting an extension for that, as necessary for that rule. And
Should we receive one, we would not meet until the 9th. Or should we be assured by legislative council that that's resolved, we would not meet until the 9th?
I thought that was you, Brian.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to most likely cancel the meeting on the 19th. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Thank you for consideration of this and accommodation.
Just means I have to start my Christmas shopping earlier.
Yeah, you have a morning to do it. So in terms of the rules remaining,
Only one.
the rule remaining, right? So are we still waiting for?
We are. I can't get into, oh, here, just see if he sent me something. He hasn't. Let me go downstairs and call him.
Okay.
We got a typo, Mr. Chair, on the agenda about the last subject for discussion being at 1:55
I hope it is.
Did I do that? Yeah. Yep, I did. The single one, huh? I left.
So we missed that.
We were thinking it might be very long.
Tell you about Ronnie that I'm very bad with names, but remembering names, but your name triggers a song, and so they call them in right.
I hear that a lot.
I'm sure that
I'm
you
actually
do.
named after a different song, but I hear that a lot.
It's my daughter's middle name, Mariah. Your song?
The song is from the movie Eddie and the Cruisers 2. It's Mariah by John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band.
Don't know that.
Oh, yeah, right. I don't either. They tell you how old I am when I know the other one.
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, can I ask a question or two of council? So on the this section 5.1 of the rule we're looking at, 5.1 and 5.2, the highlighted highlighted material is things that have brought up questions that we're going to be discussing, correct? But the language overall has not changed. It's just a question of interpretation and enforcement, but there's no change to the rule. Right?
That's my understanding. I didn't provide this document. I actually don't know where this came from.
Okay.
Senator Benning, did you provide this document? Okay. And it's just highlighting the parts of the rule that raise concern.
Right,
Okay.
right. Okay.
Looking at 5.1.9. Does anyone know the definition of civil twilight?
Interesting.
Maybe that's in Title 1?
Is it, I don't think it's a defined term. It's the common use term.
Well, so far, that particular language hasn't been an issue for anybody thus far. Those
You
three.
can expand the list if you just really like.
Well, if it's a demolition derby, would that be uncivil twilight?
Interesting question.
Thank you.
Yep.
And actually, I probably would have said that areas shall be illuminated as opposed to lighted. Lighted, that's a different definition.
Would you like to Google that?
Yes.
Civil twilight is a scientific term, and we define it as the period after sunset or before sunrise, ending or beginning when the sun is about 6 degrees below the horizon, and during which, on clear days, there is enough light for ordinary outdoor occupation.
How do you know 6 degrees if it's below the horizon?
Yeah, that's very special. You have to have a very tall ladder.
Only to ask.
Too much in the weeds. But it is a scientific term, so interesting.
But we've reached a point where somebody can call up on their computer or their telephone and get that information. It's really scary when you go to give a presentation to a group of school kids and they're all sitting there with their laptops. They know more about you before you open your mouth, and it's pretty frightening. Wait a minute, you voted this way on that question.
That's called transparency.
Is that what it is?
Actually, while we're waiting, she's not here, we could discuss the schedule, which is also on our actual schedule for this year.
Probably wait till Charlotte. Betsy, what were you planning?
Oh, I was just wondering if the committee just wants a refresher on what your authority is in regard to reviewing existing rules.
I was going to ask
Okay.
that question. What are our options?
So LCAR has the authority to review existing rules. It's set forth in the APA under 3 VSA 817 subsection D. And it's saying, in addition to your powers under 842 of the APA, which is your authority to object to proposed rules, the statute provides the committee may, in similar manner, conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules. And so your authority is the same. You don't have the authority to amend a rule, for example, like you don't have the authority to do so for proposed rules unless the agency consents. But you could object to an existing rule under your same objection standards that you have for proposed rules. And that doesn't mean that the rule goes away. That just means that if the rule is subsequently challenged, then the burden shifts to the agency to prove that the rule does not meet any of the grounds for objection, that it's not arbitrary or contrary to legislative intent, for example. This statute goes on to say that a rule reviewed under this subsection remains in effect until amended or repealed, in accordance with that same principle that the rule, you can't stop a rule from applying unless the agency takes another step to propose an amendment to it or repeal it.
I think this is an important discussion to have, but I'm a little uncomfortable not having Chris Winter here during the explanation.
And I see that while I was speaking, Sebastian is here now for the sandbox rule.
Do you know what the guiding authorizing legislation is for this?
So I would like the Secretary of State's office to confirm, but I am looking at the racing statute. And I'm seeing this is in Title 26, where many of our professional regulation statutes are. And in 26 VSA, Section 4811, under the racing statute, this statute, 4811, safety standards. And in subdivision 1, it provides that the outside portion of all tracks shall be a reasonable distance from spectators. So I think that is the applicable language from which these rules are derived, but I would like the Secretary of State's office to confirm that there's no more specific language for demolition derbies. I haven't been able to find more specific language yet, but I'm continuing to search through this enabling statutory language.
Thank you. As we now have the counsel from Department of Financial Regulation here.
Yes.
Would you join us at the table and we can take up Rule 19T71? Please introduce yourself and give us a brief overview.
My name is Sebastian Arduengo, and I represent the Department of Financial Regulation. And I'm here this morning to present to you our proposed Rule I-2019-03, the Insurance Regulatory Sandbox Innovation Waiver Regulation. And this regulation is being adopted under 8 VSA 15a, which was added during the last legislative session. And it allows the Commissioner of Financial Regulation to grant waivers to entities with respect to certain areas of Vermont's insurance laws for entities who can demonstrate that the application of the law would inhibit the entity's ability to bring innovative products or services to market, that the public policy goals of the law or regulation that's being waived could be effectively achieved by other means, and that the waiver won't substantially or unreasonably increase the risk to consumers. And finally, the Commissioner has to find that the waiver is in the public interest. So our regulation allows entities to apply to the Commissioner for a waiver and incorporates a process by which the Commissioner has a period of time to review the waiver application and any supporting documents provided by the entity, and to take public input prior to either granting the waiver or denying it. This regulation is very much a temporary measure, as was envisioned by statute. In 2023, our ability to grant waivers sunsets, and any new entities that want to receive waivers will not be able to after that time, and any entities that want to renew a waiver won't be able to. And my understanding from the committee process last year is that the committees of jurisdiction after 2023 hope to review the waiver process and see if this regulation actually did succeed in bringing new and innovative insurance products into Vermont that could potentially offer small businesses different coverages at lower prices than what is currently available.
What is the range of insurance products this covers? Does that include health?
No, it doesn't include health. This is for property, casualty, and limited lines. And just to give you an example of the sort of products that are being contemplated in the UK, which has had a waiver process for so-called tech, insurance technology, and financial technology products. There are insurance companies that in the life market target riskier populations, such as older smokers, and then gives them an app by which they can report back to the insurer on their progress with respect to quitting smoking or adopting healthier habits. And through the app, the insurer dynamically lowers the insured's premiums, which wouldn't be allowed under our current insurance law, which requires a set premium for a set amount of time.
Does that also allow raising the premiums if the apps indicate some increased risky behavior?
Right. That's that was also part of their product. The idea behind that particular product is by gamifying healthier habits and tying that to premiums, that they would encourage insureds to be healthier and thus enjoy lower premiums if they succeeded, and there's the stick also of higher premiums if they smoke more or are less healthy in their lifestyle. But that's just one example of the kind of product that could be brought to market under this regulation. And of course the commissioner would have a full process for reviewing those products before they came to market.
Other questions? I just have a Senator McDonald.
This is for the technology used in delivering the product.
Right.
Not the behavior or nature of the policy.
That's right. And the technology that's being used to bring these products varies pretty significantly. For example, Tesla has looked into offering car insurance that's based off of the telemetry data they receive from the car, and the idea is they know how fast you drive, when you drive, where you drive. So by incorporating all of that data, they can offer an auto insurance product using a different actuarial method than a traditional car insurer.
Senator Bratt, give us a motorcycle example.
Has the department received any inquiries about this pending rule? I mean, I'm just wondering if there's been a response to it yet.
We have received positive feedback from industry. We haven't received any applications or any specific interest from insurers that want to bring a specific product to Vermont. but we did receive a letter in support of the regulation from the Property and Casualty Insurance Association.
I'm just noticing between the rules and the underlying statute, no extensions can be granted after July 1 of 2021. And you
I'm sorry, that is correct.
Right, and then you can only get 12 months on your initial. So there's really from January 1 of this year to July 1 of this year.
Yeah.
To put something in that could ever extend beyond, get an extension.
That's right.
Okay. So it's tight guardrails.
Yes, and I think that the underlying statute was enacted with the idea that the committees of jurisdiction would revisit this in 2 years to see if it is working, and if it is, to extend it, and if not, to pull it back. But this is very much meant to be a short-term trial.
I know this is far beyond the scope of this rule and your department, but I'm wondering if there's been any discussion of safeguards on data, collection, sales, use, sharing.
Yes, that will be something that we anticipate looking at when entities apply for waivers. One, as part of the application process, we're going to be requesting all of the technical documents that serve as the background for the insurer's actuarial calculations, or how they price the product and use customer data. And we intend to incorporate safeguards against the use and abuse of customer data in the application process.
Senator Bratt.
When we're done with questions, just to get, I move that we approve Rule 19P71. Is there any further questions or discussion?
Are there further questions? Other than, I'd love to know about the term sandbox.
The term sandbox is it's sort of a term of art to mean that we are creating a space for these products without wholesale change to the rest of our insurance laws. So in effect, it is a sandbox where we can try out new ideas without disrupting the larger market.
And I did notice it's actually in the underlying legislation.
Yes. But it is not as fun as an actual sandbox.
Is it as gritty?
I certainly hope not.
Unless there are further questions. Even if there are further questions, we have a motion on the table to approve as presented. Senator McDonald.
I'm on the Committee of Jurisdiction where this passed, and I had reservations that your individual experiments ought to be authorized by the legislature, not delegated. This has been delegated, it's in statute, and it concerns me. I believe it to be in statute, and I hope the committee I serve on keeps a close eye on it.
If there are no further questions or comments, all those in favor of approving the rule say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So, Mr. McDonald, I share your concern, but it seems as though the guardrails are so highly so tight and well-defined. that Hopefully no sand gets kicked out of the sandbox.
Don't plan on buying a Tesla.
So while awaiting the Secretary of State's, Deputy Secretary of State, we can look at the proposed schedule, meeting during session. Senator Benning, thank you for catching the town meeting schedule date.
March 5th.
Do you need a motion to approve the schedule as presented today?
Sure, why not? I support, but not meeting on March 5th, though.
You can say you're in one.
So we're not going to meet on March 5th, is that?
No, and I took that out.
Yeah, there's a revised schedule.
Oh, I must have the old one, sorry. Oh, here it is.
I have March 5th on here?
Yeah.
Take that out. I took something out.
So
We will get rid of my.
Okay.
I don't know that we can ever shut down LCAR, but in a period of time, but these May dates just remind me of when we're in those final days in the session and things are so packed that sometimes it's pretty challenging to be holding LCAR meetings at the same time. I guess we have an obligation to be available to respond to rules and keep them moving.
Just looking at this, it looks like March 19th was removed.
Yep, that's it. March 9th. So, so it's going to be February 27th, March 12th, March 19th, right? Yes. Okay. I'll send you a revised link. Okay.
And I'll just say, hearing no objection without the meeting schedule. And note that we are generally meeting at room 10, unless otherwise noted.
We discussed that before you arrived.
Go back and I'm getting a
And then we're going to go to
the chair
world view.
Yeah. Shall regulate all activities. We're seeing more and more.
One ring to rule them all.
That's right.
Okay, so moving along. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
For this discussion on demolition derbies, fairs, so I guess in turn, we would like to, if you would also have people representing the fairs here. So how would the committee like to do this? Hear from Secretary of State's office and then hear from Fair Association? Or a more squeeze people in a roundtable discussion?
Well, since our first discussion included, focused on concerns coming from the fair community, I'd love to hear the Secretary of State's background information on this before we could get to a discussion with everybody.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Chair, it's also important to start off with what Betsy Ann was reviewing prior, so that now that all sides are in the room, they all understand what the parameters are of our jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes, please.
So LCAR has the ability to, under the APA, to conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules. This is pursuant to the APA and 3BSA 817D. And essentially, the authority of this committee in reviewing proposed rules is the same as reviewing existing rules. You may object to an existing rule just like you may object to a proposed rule. It doesn't do anything to the actual rule itself, but if you do certify an objection and the rule is thereafter challenged in court, then the agency would have the burden of proving that the rule, for example, is within its authority or not contrary to the intent of the legislature, or not arbitrary, for example.
Thank you.
So if you'd like me to open the door to the conversation, the Fair Association knows why the door got open, but Chris, I'll relate this to you now. My understanding is that there has been on the books a rule under the Motor Vehicle Racing Commission, and I'm specifically referring to Rule 5.1, dealing with demolition derbies. Apparently, the rule has never been enforced with respect to the setback requirements until fairly recently. But prior to that, there are 5 fairs, and the Fair Association can correct me on this later if I'm incorrect. My understanding is that there are 5 fairs that do not meet the setback requirements as in the rule. The problem is that the Fair Association's demo derbies are one of the top money earners for fairs. And in the event they are forced to meet the setback requirements, the situation is they will either have to literally pick up their grandstands and move them back, or place the affairs in a different location. But the locations where they currently are prepared grounds for this very purpose, and they would have to start by preparing a different ground and redesigning their spectator areas at great cost. They obviously don't want to be in that position. I understand that the rule may have originally been written for those facilities like Thunder Road, which have a high-speed automotive element to them, and that this setback requirement would make sense in that circumstance. But to those of us who have been to the derbies, we know these cars are moving maybe 5 to 10 miles an hour. And I am not aware of any time that anybody in the audience of these events has been injured at such a facility. I could be wrong, but I'm at least not aware of anybody that has been injured. So the statute in question says that the rule must be reasonable. There's no other language in the statute for that to be defined, unless, Chris, you've got some other offering there. We're not aware of anything else that goes beyond that. And the statute in question is 26 VSA, Section 4811. That calls for a reasonable distance, and no other definition is in the statute. So the rule, we turn to that, and if the rule is suddenly placing these fair associations in the position of spending great expense and or making it virtually impossible for them to accommodate this big money earner, the question is that then reasonable, or is it arbitrary? And that's what has brought us here. Now, I'll let the committee know my thought process here. I am not trying to amend the rule. Our legal proscriptions are that we have the power to object to a rule. You then still have the power to try to enforce the rule, but if it was to be appealed in a court of law, the burden would shift to your agency to have to demonstrate that you meet the burden of the legislative intent and whether or not this is arbitrary or not. That almost forces you folks and the fair associations to have a meeting and come up with something that is agreeable to all sides to make things work correct. And the second part of that, of my intent that is is to have us write a letter of jurisdiction, to the committees of jurisdiction, advising them of the problem and asking them to have witnesses come in and provide testimony as to whether this is reasonable or not, what kinds of accommodations can be met. My own personal feeling is I look at the rule of 30-foot setback requirement. It doesn't even take into account elevation as I see it. So it may be that some of these fairs meet the 30-foot requirement if they are elevated to such an extent. But that's a conversation that should be had in the committees of jurisdiction, not with us. So my intent, Mr. Chair, at the end of this discussion is to move to simply say we object to that portion of the rule which has the 30-foot restriction. Leave it at that, and then write a letter to the committees of jurisdiction saying we'd like you to take a look at this and take testimony on this subject to try to reach some consensus. That's my introduction. I'm sure the Fair Association, who brought it to my attention, would like to be able to flesh that out a little bit more as to why it's impacting them. But I don't care who proceeds first. That's
since you're at the table.
Very good.
Deputy Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Winters. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State. Before I was a deputy, I was the Director of the Office of Professional Regulation. And before that, staff attorney for the Office of Professional Regulation. So I'm very familiar with motor vehicle racing. I won't say very familiar, but it's been a part of my regulatory world for quite a while. I'll just say up front that it's not our intent to put anyone out of business. It's not our intent to create an undue hardship for any of these fairs. And we're very much open to having the conversation that Senator Benning has discussed and has intends to prompt from his motion at the end of this. I'll give you a little bit of background to hopefully help flesh out why I think we're here now and we haven't been here before on this 30-foot rule. Last year, at some point, we made a decision to bring our race inspections in-house. They've been outsourced to our motor vehicle racing commissioners for a long time. These were great guys that I worked with over many years who knew a lot about racing. Most of them were race car drivers themselves. They did a wonderful job for us and brought a lot of knowledge to the table. They were dedicated, they were honest, they were doing a very good job for us, but they really didn't have regulatory experience around inspections, enforcement, due process. We did work with them to try to kind of document what they were doing and make sure that all the tracks were complying with both the statutes and the rules, all the laws that were on the books around motor vehicle racing and around demolition derbies. We were interested in having more predictability, both for us, for the public, for the regulated community, more documentation and more consistency in how they were going to these tracks and doing the inspections and citing violations or not citing violations. We found out that there were times when the tracks were grandfathered or otherwise exempted from the statutes and the rules, and that went back a long ways, and we really don't have any record of how or why some of those practices were allowed to continue. Maybe it was a very reasonable decision at the time. We just don't have the documentation of how that decision was made. So now we're finding ourselves in this conversation. We're having our own inspectors do the inspections with those advisors alongside for their expertise. But we have our inspectors going out. We're doing more documentation. We're trying to be very careful in making sure there's compliance. And our mission is public protection and to make sure that we're protecting the public through the regulation that this legislature has put on the books, this governor has signed, or previous governors, previous legislatures. We're trying to carry that out. And we find ourselves with this 30-foot setback rule and no real explanation as to whether that's the right thing for every track or why some may have been exempted. So we realized that's a problem for some of the tracks. We started kind of running into concerns from them that, like having to move their grandstands, it's going to be impossible, it's going to be very expensive. So that's why we started the conversation. I'm sorry, I should introduce Lauren Lehman, who is next to me. Lauren is a staff attorney in the Secretary of State's office and provides counsel for many of our professions, including motor vehicle racing. So Lauren and our inspector have started going to, it was the Fair Association meeting. They attended a dinner this fall to try to inform people and say, look, we have these laws on the books. We need to start making sure we're all in compliance. They started the conversation early, hopefully to get some of these issues to the fore before fair season and before, so that people have time to come around and to come into compliance. So that conversation has started, and I think it took some people by surprise, and our new inspection process kind of took some people by surprise. We've learned along the way that we needed to give people a lot more notice than we were. And again, I'll say it's not our intention to put any track or demolition derby out of business. We're willing to listen. We want to work with these parties, and we want to help hopefully get people into compliance rather than kind of bring down a hammer and shut people down. We're going to take into account that certain practices have existed over the years. So as Senator Benning pointed out, there are some places with a long track record, excuse the pun there, a track record of no injuries, no deaths, no serious problems. But I'll just say we had an incident just over this last year at a track with no history of any problems, and so it can happen to anyone at any time.
Just for the record, Chris, can we all agree that was at Thunder Road?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So I'm just saying that the long history of no injury is not the sole factor that we would use in determining whether the current setbacks are the right setbacks. We are not experts. We are not engineers. We are not physicists. We don't, we don't know whether that 30 feet is a reasonable distance or not. That was what was put on the books at the time. Lauren's done some research into other states. Maybe you could speak to that a little bit.
So in kind of taking it back, I think the standard our office works from is there's one in statute in Chapter 57 about any rules that our office issues need to be the minimum necessary to protect the public safety. And so while we don't have the legislative or regulatory history off the top of our head about why this 30-foot setback is in place, we have to assume that at the time these rules were developed, they were established as the minimum necessary to protect public safety. And so if we were to deviate from that 30 feet, which, if you look at the rules as they are set up, there's a motor vehicle section which addresses motor vehicles and doesn't have this 30-foot setback. They have other rules and requirements Thunder Road did for barriers between spectators and the tracks. These rules were developed specifically for demolition derbies and very specific as to the 30-foot setback from the grandstand. And so our office has to make an assumption, especially given the summer, that if these are the minimum for public safety, if that was what was developed at the time, and we're being asked to make an exemption from that, but we don't have any evidence that making an exemption won't increase the risk to the public safety. We've looked at, not a lot of other states alternatively regulate motor vehicle racing and demolition derbies the way our state does. They leave it to insurers, they leave it to third-party accreditors like NASCAR, the National Hot Rod Association. So, but the states that do, New Jersey has a 45-foot setback specifically, or a 50-foot setback specific to demolition derbies. And one insurance policy that I could find was 45 feet setback. Those are current rules drafted in the last, since 2014. And so, well, those are kind of anecdotal pieces of evidence. That is something that kind of says 30 feet is not outside of the ballpark, or outside of the racetrack, if you will. And then also back to anecdotal, we do have videos. There are things online. There are incidents every year in demo derbies where there's a fire, there's some part of the car, which even though the cars are very stripped down, there's mud flying, there's debris flying. So those are things that, from our office's perspective, when we look at the rules, they're the minimum to protect public safety. If we create a waiver, if we change the rule, I personally would feel uncomfortable doing that without evidence that we're not putting public safety at risk.
Does the office have the authority to create a waiver at this point?
We do. The rules specifically create an opportunity if there's a topographic reason,
Perhaps the height that
elevation. I know Caledonia County Fair their stands are set back and higher up, so that's a possibility. Again, though, it comes down to how we don't have the expertise to evaluate what is safe.
Why?
Right. And so what we have to work from are these rules, which we assume were developed with that standard in mind, that they are the minimum necessary to protect the public safety.
Senator Bennett.
Lauren, could I first ask, do you know of anybody that is currently running a demo derby that has been denied insurance for that?
In Vermont, no. I think we've seen some images from vendor events held at some fairgrounds that were very out of compliance with the rules and did not even seek a permit. So I think there's some of that going on in the state.
Okay, but as far as insurance companies are concerned, are you aware of any fair that was denied coverage?
The only way no, I'm not. So that's direct. But the only way our office would become aware of that is if somebody applied for a permit or a license where we require insurance documentation at that time. So if an event took place without seeking a permit or under another venues or tracks permit, we would not receive the insurance information. But the fairs themselves, as far as I know, and the tracks have all submitted documentation of insurance.
With respect to this rule, Rule 5, it covers demo derbies. You indicated that racetracks, Thunder Road type racetracks, are covered under a separate rule. Do you know what the setback requirement is for racetracks like Thunder Road?
I'm going to ballpark this a little bit with the numbers. I know it's Rule 3. They have to have a 4-foot minimum concrete barrier around the track. They also need a tire fence a minimum of 8 feet right up the track, and there's different depth requirements as well. And then they need a separate 4-foot spectator fence. It's 25 feet back from the railing fence, and then the actual sitting needs to be 50 feet back. So they have 3 or 4 barriers plus a 50-foot setback.
Okay. And to not conflate this with racetracks in general, I think we all understand and agree that the incident that happened at Thunder Road, the injuries happened despite that rule requirement. Is that correct?
That is not correct. So I think what Chris was speaking about, the grandfathering and inconsistent inspections, that track we had worked with in July because they too had not been, they had been told 20 years, we've been grandfathered, why do we need to be in compliance now? We tried to work with them to establish a timeline for compliance, and then that event took place before they were able to come into compliance. So we had actually granted them the waiver based on that argument of, it's been 20 years, there's been no injuries, so why would we do something now? So that's why I think we come here being a little bit more reluctant to do a waiver, even though there's been no incident in 20 years. And the demo rules were developed specifically for the demos.
You would agree with me, would you not, that at the time the Caledonia County Fair grandstand was built, it was built as a result of an arson that destroyed the previous grandstand, and it was built and operated with a demo derby since that time, even though this rule existed since the mid-1990s?
When was the,
I believe it was 1994 but I'm sure Dick will be able to tell us in a moment.
So that would be 5 years prior to when these rules went into effect.
And I'll just, I think you bring up a great point, Senator Benning, about the insurance. What I think we don't know yet is whether the insurance is relying on that state stamp of approval that's saying, oh, if the state says they're okay, then we can insure them. So it'd be really interesting to me to know if they would insure if the state didn't regulate demolition derbies, if the insurance company would do that. I think that's how it works in some other states because there is no regulation. We're open to that conversation as well. I just want to say that we're very open-minded about this. If we can get some evidence from an expert that says that it's safe, that setback distance is fine. Those Caledonia stands, because of the height, no one's in danger of getting hit by debris. There's no way that a car could get up and over into that area. We would definitely listen to that and be willing to take another look at our rule and perhaps a waiver.
Ballpark on how many fairgrounds we're talking about?
Senator Benton said 5. I previously.
That's why Jackie Folsom is here to give us that.
We have 7 of them that have, 7 of our 14 fairs have demolition derbies currently, and 3 of them ran into issues with the inspections this year.
3 are non-compliant with this rule.
So one of the, one of the fairs we worked with this year, and we spoke with our advisors, we have motor vehicle racing advisors, and none of them, they're all very familiar with derbies, they don't participate in them, and they, were comfortable discussing options with elevation as well as distance. Their race car drivers are not engineers, but they were comfortable with me sharing with you guys today that, from their opinion, there should be some setback, that there maybe a catchment fence would be sufficient, maybe clearing the first 2 rows. I think Rutland did that this year at the Vermont State Fair. They cleared the first 2 rows to have that necessary setback. We're willing as an office to look at a lot of options to make this work and to accommodate. We don't want to shut things down, but again, looking at that public safety, what can be done with the system, the infrastructure that's in place.
I take it we all agree that this is a conversation that should be held in front of a committee of jurisdiction to take all this kind of evidence. I don't know how familiar you are with the LCAR process, but our jurisdiction is very limited.
Absolutely.
We could even have this conversation, and we plan to have this conversation with the Fair Association, with the the fair owners, and we might make changes outside of any need for legislative intervention.
Senator Bratt.
Well, yeah, topography has come up a couple times, but also then sometimes the word elevation gets used. So in here, I'm looking at 517 sub D, and it just says topography of the land outside the event area. So I'm not sure where elevation is in anything that we're talking about. And it sounds like topography, it's a shall require deviation. So not so much that people were talking about something that would get you up and higher, but just reading it like an editor saying, we're saying 2 things that are related, but only one of them's in black and white on the page.
Any further questions at this point? Well, we may call you back up, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We could hear from our other 2 witnesses. I'll go this way. Sorry for the shuffle.
Musical chairs here. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about Rule 5.1.7. My name is Jackie Folsom. I'm the lobbyist for the Vermont Fairs and Field Days Association. This is Mr. Lawrence, who is on the schedule. He will be speaking, and this is Jason Sigard, who is president of the Orleans County Fair. Mr. Lawrence is president of Caledonia County. We have 14 fairs in our association. Out of them, 7 fairs currently hold demolition derbies: Caledonia, Orleans, Vermont State Fair, Addison, Champlain Valley, Franklin, and Deerfield. Each of these fairs has been under the impression for the past several years their events were in compliance with rules. They had all been visited and inspected, and everyone signed off on allowing the events to occur. This all changed, as you heard from Mr. Winters, this past year when more stricter interpretation and new inspectors visited the fairs and required sometimes significant changes to be made, and sometimes on very short notice. Fairs deemed in compliance were Addison, Champlain Valley, Franklin, and Deerfield, although there were some minor deficiencies noted and easily to be corrected for 2020. Our association requested members of the Secretary of State's office attend our meeting last month, which they did, and we had a great conversation with them.
Several issues were addressed, including a visit which resulted in a late start for the event and loss of some income for the Vermont State Fair in Rutland. I've spoken with Chris and with Lauren, and we've agreed to work together and try to resolve many of these issues. But unfortunately, there are 3 fairs directly affected by Rule 5.1.7b, which dictates a fence shall be placed not closer than 30 feet to the barrier required and must refrain spectators. Spectator fences must be properly policed to ensure that spectators do not come inside the fence or come within 30 feet of the barriers at any time. The Vermont State Fair did not meet this guideline when inspected just prior to their demolition derby, and consequently much time and effort was spent on moving Jersey barriers to reach the 30-foot requirement. Their inspection sheet reads, initially Jersey barriers were 16 feet from spectators, then moved to increase that distance. Jersey barriers were still closer than 30 feet to the spectator fencing, but spectator seating was 30 feet from the barriers. Inspection and moving of these barriers took nearly 3 hours and resulted in a delay of their derby. Additionally, the only way for them to meet the inspector's demands was to remove 2 rows of seating in the grandstand, which had already been sold, causing a financial loss of approximately $1,000, as well as the challenge of dealing with angry fairgoers who had purchased separate tickets for the grandstand event. Their event was allowed to occur. However, the Jersey barriers are still around 20 feet from the spectators, and the ring is as narrow as the promoter can get. Going to the full 30-feet buffer would require losing prime seating as well as nearly $4,000 in revenue. Inspectors also told the fair they would have to install a fence at the 30-foot mark, although we are not sure that was requested at Caledonia and Orleans. The Vermont State Fair projects loss of between $10,000 and $15,000 in revenue for the 2 demo derbies they host during the fair, as well as a 4th of July event that brings in almost $25,000 in revenue if all 3 of these events had to be canceled due to inability to make changes to the rule. The loss of revenue from the fair events alone is estimated to be 25% on a total annual revenue of $402,000. They were given the go-ahead to hold their event, and their form currently shows no deficiencies. However, estimates for installing the fence at the 30-foot buffer area is between $15,000 and $20,000. Orleans County Fair in Barton is one of 2 fairs which will have significant issues in attempting to comply with the 30-foot distance required in the rules. Their poured concrete foundation of the grandstand is the innermost retaining wall for the event area, and the opposite area is constrained by a bandstand and judging area. In response to questions, Orleans County Fair noted that their demolition derby accounts for 60% of their annual revenue of $260,000. With gate receipts for that event at $82,500, concessions during the event at $4,200, and sponsorship at $10,000. Their estimated cost to meet the current mandated rules for the demolition derby to continue is projected to be $104,000. This amount includes loading out the gravel on the old racetrack bed and purchasing and laying down clay, buying more Jersey barriers, moving the stage and the judging stand, and permitting costs. The fair has determined that unless there was significant assistance from somewhere, they would not be able to make the changes, and continuance of the fair would be questionable. Caledonia County Fair has some of the same issues with Rule 5.1.7b. Dick Lawrence, president of the fair, will give you a report about the challenges for them, and then we'll continue.
Okay, if I may I just be sure you all have copies of this, the violation? I'm sure you do. The highlighted items are the items that the Office of Professional Regulation have indicated, this is their highlighting, were the problems or the concerns that they had by our whole organization by not meeting those highlighted conditions. Secondly, if I may, Mr. Chair, I have prepared pictures just to try to help you understand our problem. May I pass those around? Yes. Okay. And each law is by itself, so take one and pass them on if you'd be so kind. I got one for myself. And I have other pictures as well, but I think the important part is you need to understand before we get into much, and I understand your authority, but I think before you make that decision as to what role you might want to take in making a recommendation, you understand what our concern is. So once you all get copies of what I have, and I had 10 copies, did I miss some somewhere? Maybe there we go, okay? So the first picture shows our grandstand, which was rebuilt in 1995 as a result of arson in 1993. And before we built that grandstand, we talked to the Vermont Racing Commission and asked them, at our present location, which was an old wooden grandstand, what setbacks do we have to have? The answer was, you give us what you can do, and we'll see what we can accommodate you to. We set the existing grandstand, the new one, back 8 feet further than the wooden one was. Obviously, it still does not meet the setbacks. I won't get into details, but I did have conversations with the Vermont Racing Commission at that point. The information that I got from that was destroyed in that fire that I had at the Agway store, because I kept the records there, and that was in 2005. But if you look at that first picture, you can see the barriers by the grandstand. You can see the barriers by the stage. Now, the second picture is exactly the same as the first, but it did not show in good detail, I thought, so I lightened the photograph up so you can see there is some distance between the so-called stage area and the barriers, but it doesn't meet the requirements. Third picture in the, if you're not familiar with demo derbies, here's a picture of it actually going on this past year at Caledonia County Fair. It is a clay sand track that has been built over a period of many years to get the right consistency for this event, and we water it down for the event. The last stage is pictures taken from previous years that I just thought might be something to look at until you could understand how the event might be run. So thank you for allowing me to present that. I hope that gives you a little bit better idea of what a demo derby is if you aren't familiar with it to begin with. So, members of the committee, thank you for allowing us to share our concerns. I'm Dick Lawrence, President of Caledonia County Fair and a member of the Vermont State Fair Association. Safety is the utmost concern for all fairs having demo derbies. Derby drivers must meet safety standards by removing all glass in their cars, repositioning fuel tanks, reinforcing the driver's door, and ensuring the car has not lost strength due to rust. Pits are monitored, emergency vehicles must be on site during the event, and fire department personnel must be in attendance. Fair security is a priority to ensure spectator safety. One of the many rules required to present a demo is passing a safety inspection administered by the Vermont Racing Commission. For the past several years, the Commission has recognized Caledonia as a model in meeting all standards. Our fair has served as a training site for new members of the Racing Commission. Our fair manages our own demo, and we have more than 25 volunteers involved. At our annual inspection prior to our event, we were visited by members of the Racing Commission, as well as members of the Office of Regulation, overseen by the Secretary of State. During this inspection, CCF was told we did not meet the 30-foot setback requirement currently outlined in the rules governing Vermont demos, and we would have to meet that requirement prior to the 2020 season. It has been stated by previous testimony presented by Jackie Folsom, the State Fair Association has met with members of the Office of Regulation, and they stated at our meeting that all current rules will be enforced with no exception. They also openly stated they believe the current rules governing demos were made to apply to racetracks, not demos. I would like to offer this comparison. Demo cars may reach a top speed of 10 miles per hour. Professional racetracks approach 70 miles per hour. Members of the Office of Regulation have stated they will start the process of rulemaking for demos. This will most likely take 2 to 3 years. Members of this committee and the Office of Professional Regulation, please consider the following. I have been involved with the fair business for 34 years. I have no knowledge of any serious spectator injury during that time. I hope that record will continue. There is never a bad weather day for demo derby. They take place rain or shine. This is positive for both the fair and the vendors. There is no consideration in existing setbacks regarding elevated spectator seating. In my view, an elevated seat would be much safer than a seat at ground level. A grandstand provides spectator safety for the event, as well as providing spectator comfort in rain and sunshine. Elimination of the demo at CCF would result in an estimated gate revenue of the day of the demo of $40,000. Vendors would lose the busiest day of the fair. Both are necessary to ensure a fair success. Relocation of Caledonia County Fair grandstand, which was destroyed by fire in '95 and rebuilt at a cost of $450,000, while moving the stage area is not a consideration. Preparing a new demo derby is costly. Preparing a new surface and installing jersey barriers and fence would be in the $50,000 range. In addition, the loss of grandstand seating would discourage spectators from attending. For years, I have been a strong supporter of Vermont agriculture. The 14 fairs and field days in Vermont is an ideal location to promote the importance of agriculture and keep people connected to the rural community. Continuation of the demo derbies will create income that will allow that to happen. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I sincerely thank you for allowing this hearing to be held. I'm hopeful you will understand the importance of this issue to our organizations. Safety is vitally important. It is a priority. Fair survival is as well. Thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification before Jason takes up the horn here? Dick, you asked if we had a copy of this, and the committee has been provided with that one page. But there is another page that defines the term spectator, and I just wanted to enter on the record for you all to hear. Spectator means any person who holds a general admission ticket, special admission ticket, or other kind of ticket or permit purporting to grant that person entrance to any part of the event area or pit area. With that, Dick, I need to ask you a question about your first picture. On the right-hand side of the picture is the area where I know Reg Lucier is normally calling the event.
Yes.
He is also the person who will stop the event in the event that there is a fire or some problem that needs to be immediately attended to. Is that correct?
That is correct. In addition to him, though, there are several what do we say, people that administer the program that are on the sides of the track. If they see something, they notify Reg, and he officially stops it. But we have horns if a fire occurs or someone looks like he is not holding up well in the pit. Horns will blow. Everything will stop at that point.
And do all of those individuals fall within the definition of spectator as currently interpreted?
Not the way I understand it, but I have not had conversation with anybody in a formal discussion, Joe.
Okay. Would you have any understanding of whether or not the people on that stage, on the right-hand side of the picture, are people who would normally fall within the definition of spectator if the office decides to interpret it that way?
Yes.
And so
there would be people on that stage that would come under the definition of spectator without doubt. And there's also a reason for us, it may be at this point, to say that that should be eliminated. And this might be a position we all might benefit from.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what should be eliminated? The definition of
Definition
spectator, or putting those people
we
on
allow
the stage?
sponsors to come up and stand at the rear of the stage.
Yep.
That is still closer than 30 feet to the barriers. It's on an elevated stage. But if people give us sponsorship dollars, we allow them to come up with their families and not be at the front of the stage, at the rear, to observe. This is part of getting money. You've got to give something to get something.
Right.
And so the only person closer to that would be the announcer. In this case, he mentioned Mr. Lucia, who does the announcing and has control of the event.
Is it better to have him closer to the event as opposed to farther away if he would be the person who's looking for smoke, for instance?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But he would not, in my mind, would not be called a spectator because he did not pay to get there, okay? That's my interpretation at the moment. Until such time as I'm told differently, I'm going to go on that.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. My name is Jason Seacard. I'm president of Orleans County Fair, and I appreciate the opportunity that's been presented to us and all the other fairs to speak on behalf of this issue as it concerns all of us. The discussions thus far are good to see. Economics are absolutely our survival instinct in this. The true issue here is about safety. None of us want an incident. So we have reviewed our safety record. Research dating back to 2009, OCF has had no record injuries of spectators. Demo derbies at Orleans County Fair date back to 1974. My first attendance to a derby was in 1977, but as yet I've never been a contestant. Now back to economics. This rule adherence drive will be a deterrent to the survival of Orleans County Fair. Please understand we are a truly devoted group providing agricultural fair events which include proud show persons of all ages to include 4-H programs, educational competitions, maple products, and great community gathering place. In 2019, we saw over 300 head of cattle and over 150 horses, as well as many other animals. Our contestants for the demo average over the last 4 years of 127 participants. And the stands hold 2,500 people and bring us 3,200 community members to the table to watch this event. Economics are very difficult for our facility that has marked 152 years of service. We have 29 buildings. Take a thought of your home maintenance. A new roof, $5,000, that's a lot of money for a home. With 29 buildings and 3 times the size of a home, that would run our expenses up to $400,000 to replace all the roofs in 1 year. We rely heavily on the Vermont stipend and project grants annually of about $30,000. It is not enough to keep up with all our maintenance and vision adjustments. So our burdens are extensive. Adding to our adjustment, our track design and accommodating buildings to move, we estimate $104,000 with annual setup costs increase of $3,200 per year. Many volunteers have consistently run our county fair. Orleans County Fair has 8,000 volunteer hours annually, which in the marketplace, if that was to be spent, would be about $260,000. We have an unbelievable team that provides a super strong safety track record. We want to commend the past generations that have provided these events for the community and the inspectors that have done their work. I think they've done a remarkable job to give us that safety record. To state that we have no validation of is it really safe or not safe is frustrating when we can show proof of our record. This adherence to a 30-foot spectator requirement could be a regulation enforcement without justification. I remind all the demo at our facility has operated for 45 years. Again, no spectator injury for at least 10 years from my research. If you take the opportunity to provide us a waiver, it will be greatly appreciated. But know that if we take that into account and say we're going to remove seating, our seating removal will amount to 990 persons out of a 2,500 seat facility. That's an income of $14,850 just on gate admission, and nothing that would be spent towards the vendors. So we respectfully request an adjustment on paper so we may continue to operate our safely maintained event. We also request to a party of all the process about these matters. We thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I just want to note that we have a minute and a half left of scheduled meeting time. I'm sure committee members will be willing to stay and a little longer to resolve this, but I just want to note that. Senator,
just ask a quick question, Jason. You've provided an aerial view, but not a ground level view, and I'm looking at Dick's example of the height requirement. Sorry, the height of the stands. Are your stands similar to that? Do you have any idea what your...
Yes, so our stands are actually, I think, higher, but are closer to the track. Our track and our grandstand, when you look at that aerial view, that's the edge line. So when I go up into the grandstand, I have to stand on top of the Jersey barrier and reach the floor to get up in. So what would that be? That would be 3, 8, about 9 feet, 10 feet off the ground. And maybe that is similar to yours on
Very close.
So our 30-foot setback works in all other areas except for the grandstand.
So,
your timer that you were worried about.
As you know, the actions that this committee can take are very limited. And
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Chair, but I did spend some time speaking with motorsports companies that do promote derbies, and I won't read through everything, but what all three of them said, and it was JMM Motorsports, Skyfire Productions, and Sarge Demo Derbies, some of which have accounts here in Vermont. They all said that they know of no industry standards across the nation in regards to demo derbies, and what they do depend on is their insurance companies asking them what they feel is comfortable and safe, and that's what they go on. So our suggestion in regards to this challenge for the three fairs, and actually all of them, would be perhaps instead of having a specific standard that doesn't exist anywhere else, except in New Jersey they do have a 50-foot barrier, as was noted by Lauren, to request that perhaps one of the ideas could be that the insurance companies of the promoters of the demo derbies or the fairs, which promote their own, would have on file their insurance that indicates the safety issues that they require to put on, so that this would give the ability for a little bit more flexibility for the fairs. Barring that, we would ask for waivers, and I know that isn't probably under your purview, and we would have to go back to the committees of jurisdiction, but that's what we're looking for. We do know that the Secretary of State, as Mr. Lawrence mentioned, plans on holding some rule revision discussions over the next 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, as you've listened to the economic issues that 3 of the fairs will have, that's not going to work for them in 2020. Thank you for your time.
The political remedies, rulemaking, committees of jurisdiction are all drawn out processes.
We understand.
Fortunately.
Just another quick question, Jackie. Do you have any information of any fair in Vermont that has been denied coverage for their demo derbies?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Our insurance company inspects our grounds and know the events that we have. We have to provide them with numbers of people and attendance, and they're full aware of what they're supporting and their risk.
So, in the interest of time, just to state the actions available to our committee, one would be to do nothing. Another would be to send letters to the committees of jurisdiction, urging them to promptly take up this issue and provide remedy if they get testimony, provide remedy if they see fit. Third option would be to object to the rule, changing the legal status of the defense of the rule. And I think that those are our remedies. You have ongoing discussions with the Secretary of State's office, which is we would encourage as well, but outside our jurisdiction.
Sure.
So within our limited palette of action,
I'd like to make a motion.
I'm sorry.
Senator Bennett, I want to clarify one issue in regard to objection, that under statute and your rules, objection is a 2-step process, essentially. There is if you are considering objection, the first step is to object. The next thing that happens is that LCAR alerts the agency of the objection, and the agency is given a chance to respond. And then you consider that response and then determine whether to certify your objection to the Secretary of State's office. It's only after you would vote to choose to certify that the burden would shift to the agency if the rules thereafter challenge. I just want to make sure that that is clear.
Mr. Chair, given our limited jurisdiction, let me say first that if this rule were coming to us for the first time as a brand new proposed rule, I think there is legitimate argument to make that this rule would be both arbitrary and overly expensive and not within the legislative intent as far as safety is concerned. My intent here is to simply do 2 things. One is to say that we object to Rule 5.1.7B, which is the paragraph that talks about the 30-foot restriction. I have no desire to eliminate any of the other language in that rule because I think it speaks to the safety question. But that one particular paragraph is what the obstacle is for these particular fairs. In doing that, I do understand that the certification question has to come up, but that's the first step of my two-part motion. The second part would be to immediately send letters to the committees of jurisdiction asking them to take this matter up as soon as possible, because I do think that this discussion needs to happen in a place where proper testimony can be taken as to what the impact on the fairs would be. And that's something that would normally have happened had this been brought for the first time. As it happens, it's done backwards. We're facing a rule that's been on the books for quite a while. It has never been enforced. But I don't think at the end of the day it's any different for our perspective. We have the ability to call up the rule and ask whether it meets legislative intent. I don't think it does. I think we need to have it dealt with in the committees of jurisdiction. But Elkhart does have the power to get the ball rolling by moving to say, we object to that particular provision. So my two-part motion is that we object to 5.1.7B. That's the first part of the motion. The second part is that we send letters to the committees of jurisdiction asking that they address this question. Yes.
And may I confirm, Senator Benning, did you state that your objection is based on the idea that the rule is arbitrary and contrary to the intent of the legislature?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator,
This is the rule that's in place now, isn't it?
It is, but it's never been enforced until recently.
Council?
Yes, sir.
Do we object to rules that have been put in place?
You may. 3 VSA, Section 817, subsection D of the APA says that in addition to LCAR's powers under 842, which is your standard objection authority to proposed rules, LCAR may, quote, in similar manner, conduct public hearings, object, and file objections concerning existing rules, and that a rule reviewed under this subsection remains in effect until amended or repealed. But the objection, if certified, would have the same effect of shifting the burden to the agency if the rule is thereafter challenged.
So I am in complete agreement with the second part of your motion. The first part makes me very uncomfortable because I don't feel like we have the background information to determine whether the rule is arbitrary or contrary to legislative intent. I feel like we're jumping into the middle of it and there's...
I'm happy to divide the question, Mr. Chair, and if I may address your first concern. If this had been brought to us as a brand spanking new rule, we have evidence before us that demonstrates at least 3 fairs would be immediately impacted to a substantial degree, to a great expense. We would normally be looking at a rule and asking ourselves, if the statute says reasonable rules shall be adopted, and that rule that has now been adopted is unreasonable given the history of the conduct of these fairs, I don't think we would hesitate to decide we have a problem with that and want to have it sent back for further conversation. That's the intent of my motion. I'm not seeking at this point to say that we have all the evidence necessary to deal with that issue. I don't think we do. I think that belongs to the committees of jurisdiction. But normally, that kind of conversation would have taken place long before today. It has evidently not ever taken place, because if it had been taken place and the rule had been enforced, these folks would never be in the pickle that they are in. They are in a pickle, and it will substantially impact them. therefore, I come to the conclusion that the rule, now being enforced the way it is not reasonable, which is what the statute asks them to do. So that's my concern. You obviously know where my vote will be on that question. I will be happy to divide the question in two in order to take them in.
Senator Bratt, did you have a question?
Well, I was going to ask if we could divide the question. So thank you, Senator Bennett, for making that offer. And for the very reasons you cited, it seems hard to judge after the fact, especially for a rule in operation for many years, that it's unreasonable when we don't know the prior conversations. We've heard some testimony to the fact that other states have greater setbacks. We haven't heard anything about smaller setbacks. So I'm entirely sympathetic.
Or about how...
Right, or elevation, things like that. So I'm entirely sympathetic to the plight. I'd like to see us resolve it, but I don't want to, with so little information, object to a longstanding rule. Doesn't seem like we're... Personally, I couldn't vote yes to object. On the other hand, trying to get find a path forward is would be happy to work on that in whatever ways we can, including the letters to committees of jurisdiction.
I'd just like to respond, Chris, that I know the rule has been long-standing.
Yep.
But as you heard from the Secretary of State's office, it has only recently been enforced, which is why we find ourselves in the pickle that we're in. So I'm looking at this not as something that's been long-standing and is there for a given reason, because it's never been enforced until recently. And that is what really has me falling down to say, this is not reasonable.
Can I, well, so one quick response would just be that there's been enforcement. The degree to which things are enforced and how they've been interpreted, or exemptions, or, I mean, it seems like there's been some shades of gray and exemptions, waivers, grandfathering. I'm just feeling like I'm skating out on thinner and thinner ice to say, oh, we know how it's been regulated in the past, and now we're going to object to the rule.
So, Senator Benning, it seems to me, and I know you'll respond, that objecting to the rule, our goal, and I think it's a shared goal by everybody here, is to find a remedy that works for not just the 3 affected fairs, but going forward for everybody. I think that's a shared goal. I do not see how objecting to the rule provides remedy. It seems to me that it ratchets up pressure a little bit, but it does not provide a remedy.
Robin, the remedy in the short term to me would be, if we end up objecting and certifying our objection, that if the issue were to be forced upon the fairs and the fairs chose to object and appeal that decision to a court of law, our objection was certified to a reviewing court, and Betsy Ann, you correct me if I'm wrong, that the burden of demonstrating that this is reasonable falls now upon the agency to demonstrate that. That takes some of the, I guess, well, it certainly takes the burden of proof off of the fair associations who are immediately impacted, but they then provide evidence to a reviewing court, and the burden is always at that point on the Secretary of State's office to demonstrate that this has to be enforced this way as reasonable under the statute. That is important in my eyes because we have no idea what the committees of jurisdiction are going to do and when. Assuming everybody works together, that process will take testimony in the committees of jurisdiction, suggestions. I'm hoping that the conversation will go well with the Fair Association and the Secretary of State's office. They will come up with ideas and try to resolve it, but we have no idea when that's going to happen. The concern is immediate because these fairs are going to be having this impact this summer. And if we leave the rule to be enforced in the way it is, I am imagining that your ability to secure insurance for these events under that rule being imposed the way that it is might be problematic and would be a tremendous hardship to the fair associations. So I don't want to leave it that we expect things to work in the right way. I want to have this committee's limited jurisdiction give it the extra push necessary to have that conversation move forward.
Mr. Chair.
Senator McDonald.
I appreciate the Senator's concerns and the goals he's trying to resolve. We do not set policy. And I don't think we bring up rules that have been in place and in one hearing object to them when we have ample time to hear more testimony or to get commitments on committees of jurisdiction. And if this were April or May and committees of jurisdiction, even late February, had ignored what was going on, the decision makers, and they set policy, then this committee might very well follow the guidance of the Senator from Caledonia. But I hope that we would postpone action on this matter until we've had a chance to communicate with our colleagues on the committees of jurisdiction and seek their commitment to resolve it. So I would move that we postpone action on this item now, and I don't believe there's a member of LCAR that wouldn't work to resolve it. And but I wouldn't rush to do something that is not in our traditional jurisdiction unless the time constraints left us with that only option.
Just a quick question. Which committees of jurisdiction would be involved in this issue?
I think it would likely be the GovOps committees because it's an OPR regulation, and GovOps normally handles OPR issues.
How about transportation?
Perhaps.
Or both?
Or both.
Yeah.
In a subsequent meeting, we might check around and give some advice on which committees we thought would be best suited to deal with what the Senator has brought to us.
Asking the fair associations, I would assume that you have already scheduled next summer's events.
Yes, as he spoke, it was something I wanted to speak to. So in a business, we all react to the market and what happens and make our adjustments. So we've already got contract commitments for entertainment. So we're going to have to break contracts or go it. And if this goes south, we're not going to be able to meet those commitments, and it will be the end. I'm sure that the other fairs already have commitments on entertainment as well. And entertainment is not cheap. It's easily hits a marker of $70,000, and we have bookings for even 2021. So it's a lot of investment of time and a hardship and troubling to the volunteerism that supports these fairs to have yet another struggle. And I don't completely understand your processes, but I'm just trying to explain that there's a quite an urgency for us to understand how we're gonna move forward.
So I'm sorry, just trying to clarify. So in terms of legislative action or the remedy, to be blunt, I mean you're screwed now. And
that's why I came.
And in that respect, it doesn't. Whether relief comes in February or May is kind of a matter of degree. You still have to act as though it's coming in order to pull off a successful event. So does it change your actions at all?
I request funding.
I'm sorry?
Funding.
You would request funding.
It's the only way we can do it.
You mean for infrastructure changes?
Yeah, you have to make the infrastructure changes. And we don't have a checking account that supports that. Our community does phenomenal at sponsoring the fair, and I can't see that they're going to provide us enough continued funding to make those adjustments.
Representative Myers.
Representative Lawrence, the fairs are getting money from institutions bill,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Not a whole lot, if I remember correctly from my years there.
For the fairs, somewhere between 200 and 225 is usually where it goes.
Total.
Total for the 14 fairs and field days.
Fairs.
Whereas you break that down for capital improvements, which is where the money comes through the capital bill, we generally get between $20,000 and $22,000 on an annual basis to do capital improvements.
And that's the only portion of funding from the state legislature that the fairs are getting?
No, we also get a stipend fund, which is
Okay.
in the agricultural budget. And that fund, again, has a formula how it's divided. And again, this last year we got $10,000 from that. I assume Jason got a similar figure. And so there's about $100,000 divided by the 14 fairs and field days on a formula that is already set.
So nowhere near what you're anticipating.
No, the
cost.
stipend money though has to be used in support of premiums and that type of thing. Is not meant to go to capital improvements.
Okay. Thank you.
I appreciate the problem that we're facing. This committee does not routinely take up areas such as this on one day's notice. I believe that Senator Benning is going to probably work as hard as anyone in this legislature to find a way through this process and to give the fairs the opportunity to know what they're dealing with instead of setting up a possible lawsuit over a rule that we may object to. And I would urge us to postpone action on this today until our next meeting. And at that time, after consulting with Senator Benning, come up with a date by which this should be resolved. And if it isn't, that this committee can take that issue up again and use the resolution that Senator Benning has put forth if we see that our colleagues shrug their shoulders and don't take this up.
If I clarify, is your motion to postpone all action or to send letters of jurisdiction to the committees of jurisdiction about postponing?
And tell them that we have been asked to consider the remedy that Senator Benning has suggested, and that we're reluctant to do so until the committees of jurisdiction have spoken out. And we're usually reluctant to do something like that at one single meeting, having listened to one group of witnesses. As reasonable as they have presented to us, no problem.
Senator Bratt.
So I'm looking at the underlying statute that drove, I guess, the rulemaking, and the outside portion of all tracks shall be a reasonable distance from the spectators. Somehow that got interpreted to mean 30 feet in this case. It could be that the nature of the fencing, if it were far stronger or something like that, might shorten the distance. Who knows what went back and forth to turn into 30 feet. But that seems like something that happens in the rulemaking process, and so it's very hard for me to read that and then this rule and say someone ran afoul and therefore we should object. I'm entirely, again, sympathetic to what we're doing. I like Senator McDonald's suggestion. Procedurally, we have a motion on the table. I don't know if Senator Benning is willing to withdraw that so that Senator McDonald's motion should be considered.
I think that's where we are now, unless there are further points of discussion.
I do have a question, Secretary of State's office. Do you have plans to visit with this group in the near future?
Absolutely. We've started the conversation. We want to continue the conversation. As we've heard today, each demolition derby setup is a little bit different, so they're all kind of unique, and there are a lot of different factors that we have to take into account in figuring out whether that 30 feet is met, or perhaps something less than that 30 feet would be acceptable given height, fencing, topography, whatever it might be. I think we've got a lot of options to work with here, and we hear and understand the urgency that was expressed here today, that they have to plan for fair season. They have to start entering into contracts now, so we'll make this a priority in having those conversations and trying to come up with a solution.
And if I may follow along, relative to Senator Donald's comment about time frame here, you're going to be scheduling something sooner rather than later in terms of, and can we ask for a report back from that conversation, or ask you to submit something?
I will. We certainly will.
Sure, you can do the same.
We've had a conversation already. It was,
I understand that, but I think
oh
there's
no,
more to be had.
ongoing, absolutely.
Senator McDonald had
One of the time frame issues I think many of us are thinking of is the length of rulemaking to change the rule. And this is a health and safety issue. And should the legislature direct, and the committees of jurisdiction direct new rules for a new outcome, they would be permitted by emergency rules, which are quick and immediate and would not hold up this process. It would be an emergency rule which could be implemented immediately, quickly, in a timely fashion. So I would hope that if we're going to discuss this with the committees of jurisdiction, we will make it clear that it's a time frame issue here, that the emergency rules would apply if our council verify that aspect, and to do it in a way that is that we are our colleagues expect us to do business here, not to make policy, but to conform to statute. And I'm wholeheartedly in support of Senator Benning's goals, and think that this committee should achieve those goals in a less hurried fashion.
I had a question about process, and I believe Senator McDonald has answered that question for me.
Also a process question. If this committee votes to send letters to the committees of jurisdiction, is it possible for the Fairs Association to get a copy of those so that we may also send letters to those same committees with some of our background information and perhaps with some of the discussion that Mr. Winters and I will be having on behalf of this issue, so that we can give them a sense of urgency on this and let them know that this is a top priority for all of us if that's the way that this vote goes?
a letter to committees of jurisdiction is CC'd to the Fair Association and the Secretary of State's office. So I think the question looming is, are you willing to withdraw your motion on the table?
From a parliamentary standpoint, I interpreted Senator McDonald's motion as a substitute motion. Let me ask a question. Is it possible to put this discussion back on our January 9th meeting date in order to get a report on where these folks have ended up? Because that may make or break my decision on what I want to do by way of language.
I would welcome that. I think that would be productive.
I think an update would be welcome.
Yeah, because if things have gone south there, their immediate problem is much greater than it is today. And I would argue that there's more reason for us to take the motion that I originally made.
So I think would all like an update January 9th meeting.
So could council state then the motion that's before us?
A couple different motions. There was Senator Benning's original motion to object
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the soundbites. Tonight I'm going to turn the studio over again to Deb Bilodeau, who's the chair of the Vermont GOP. Deb's got a couple of guests with her. I know you will enjoy this show. They're going to be talking about rural Vermont. I hope you enjoy it, and I'm very glad to welcome Deb and her guests. Thanks.
Thank you, Pat, for that introduction. We appreciate your allowing us to use your facilities for these panel discussions that we've been having. This is our third or fourth panel discussion that we've had so far. They've been very interesting, and tonight we have with us Chet Greenwood, Vicki Strong, and Rob LeClaire. And the overarching theme of tonight's discussion will be rural Vermont and topics and issues that affect rural Vermont. So thank you very much. Let's take a moment and go around and each of you introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit about who you are. Chet.
I'm Chet Greenwood. I'm the chair of the Orleans County Republican Committee. I've been the chair for 12 years, and I'm the chair of chairs of the Vermont GOP of all the counties.
And we thank you for that, Chet.
Thank you.
Yes. Vicki.
I'm Representative Vicki Strong, and I've been in the legislature for 5 terms. I'll be starting my 10th year. I live in the Northeast Kingdom in the town of Albany and represent 7 towns, rural towns, and I'm on the Ag Committee right now in the legislature, and it's been my privilege to serve there. I have several other hats as a pastor's wife and a Gold Star mother, and I'm also a Weight Watcher leader.
Ooh.
So quite a diverse background, and I appreciate being here and sharing with you today.
Well, thank you, Vicki. Thank you for all that you do for us. Rob LeClaire.
Well, I have several hats, most of them pale in comparison to my 2 folks to my right here, but I'm a state rep from Barrytown. I'm actually in my 3rd term. Another one of the hats that I have is I am the recently elected Washington County Republican Committee chair, and I'm also the assistant minority leader in Montpelier. So we have a lot of different things that we're all doing.
Thank you. We have a lot of quality in the room here tonight. Thank you all for your service to Vermont. So let's start off here. So Chittenden County. A lot of people outside of Chittenden County admire Chittenden County very much because it is Chittenden County. Kidding. So we know that Chittenden County has around 164, this is according to 2018 numbers, it has around 164,000 people in it. So that means approximately 1 out of 4 people in the state of Vermont live in Chittenden County. Interesting. The next largest county is Rutland, and Rutland is less than half the size of Chittenden in terms of population. In terms of density, second to Chittenden County is Washington County, Rob, where you live. Washington's very dense as a county as well. So for years, there's been a debate about Chittenden County versus the rest of Vermont. Political and financial powers reside in cities. What should we do, if anything, can we do to correct this imbalance? And Rob, why don't we start with you?
Well, thanks, Deb. That's a great question, and there is certainly a lot of imbalance there. That said, you know, Chittenden County is an economic success for Vermont, but it has created some challenges, especially for rural Vermont. You know, we talk about things like the minimum wage. It may not be a huge issue for Chittenden County necessarily, but for rural Vermont, it is. Or if you're in a rural community that borders, say, New Hampshire, that can be a challenge. We've had discussions, there's been a lot of discussions about, say, the carbon tax. That is a major issue for rural Vermont, where Chittenden County, it may not have quite as much of an impact because of mass transportation or a variety of other things where they've got some town centers. Legislatively, you've got the 6-pack up there with the senators. I know that there's some legislation that's being proposed and hopefully will be enacted upon to sort of break that up and make the amount of influence that they have not quite so concentrated, so that, again, rural Vermont will have a bit more of a voice at the table here, because there's a lot of different things that are being proposed, and unfortunately there is differences between how it's going to impact Chittenden County and how it will impact other parts of the state.
Good, thank you. Vicki, would you like to add anything to
I
that?
would. Being in the legislature, I've seen how numerous types of legislation and bills, and let's use an example of Act 46, really shook down to the rural areas were against Act 46 and the more urban areas voted for it. And we need to have a mindset of we need to work together for the best interest of Vermont and Vermonters, not what's the best interest of Chittenden County or even rural. What's going to help us survive as a state? And until we get that mindset, Chittenden County is going to push their carbon tax and every other thing, like Rob said, their minimum wage and family paid leave. They're just going to be on this roll. But those things don't work in rural areas. And until we as legislators and people who are policymakers understand the best interests of Vermont, Chittenden County isn't anything without our farms and without our mountains and our ski areas and all the things we offer in rural areas. So we have to be thinking the bigger picture.
Thank you, Chet.
Yeah, I think the rural part of Vermont doesn't like the way that the Chittenden County kind of controls the legislation for the rural areas. The Northeast Kingdom, made up of Orleans, Essex, and Caledonia County, has 2 senators. Chittenden County has 6 currently. The 3-county area, Northeast Kingdom, has 16 representatives. Chittenden County has 38. So they kind of control the legislature, and they're making decisions for our loggers and our agriculture community in the Northeast Kingdom, and it's not always the best outcome.
As well as Act 250.
Act 250
Act
is one
250 is a big one.
Is a huge problem for the Northeast Kingdom.
Right. Yep. Any questions for each other? Any challenges here? We all good?
We're all agree.
We're all good?
We all agree.
Good.
Not only Act 250, but the carbon tax. I was a financial controller for a large company, had 400 employees. And most of those employees drive 40 miles round trip every day to work. And a carbon tax, they just can't afford to drive anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Farmers with tractors and all their machinery.
And heating their homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the weather's a little warmer in Chittenden County and along the Champlain corridor sometimes than it is up there in Derby and Norton and Beecher Falls. And
There is legislation, it's either been passed or in process, to break up the 6-pack in Chittenden County. Is that correct,
That's
Rob?
correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's going to be 2 3-member districts or 3 2-member districts at this point. And it'll probably be based on redistricting that's coming.
And the fallout could limit the Northeast Kingdom to 1 senator instead of 2. So the Northeast Kingdom could be losing a senator.
Wow. Well, good. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to jump over to schools. This was a very interesting topic that at our last panel discussion. So Act 46 has been, I believe it's Act 46, has been forcing. I thought at first it was voluntary, that merging was voluntary, but it appears that it's being forced now, although there are some communities that are voting no, we're not going to do this, or we're saying we're not going to do this. So rural areas in Vermont, schools are closing, and we know that a school is intricate to the fabric of that community because so much focus is on the school and the activities that go with the school. Where is the incentive for young families to move into towns and areas where there's no longer a school? Does that not help damage the vitality of rural Vermont? Chet, we'll start with you.
Yes, it does. It has a lot of damage. I've seen a lot of schools up in our area, Holland, Morgan, have closed over the past few years. And you take North Country has, there geographically, I think it's one of the largest in the state. It goes from Island Pond to Jay Peak. It's 45 miles from one side of from the east coast to the east boundary to the west boundary. They don't get enough students, and when they're bused for, an hour each way to school. And when you consolidate schools, that's what's going to happen. That's the fallout.
Vicki.
Well, I'm a little radical here, Deb. I'm going to confess. I homeschooled our 3 children and had a blast doing that. And I personally feel like families need to start up an uprising and just say, enough is enough, and start their own little co-op homeschooling groups and keep some education right there local and just keep on with our communities. If we see more schools closed, you're absolutely right. It'll be devastating. We need our churches, schools, little mini marts and little entrepreneur businesses to keep going in these rural areas, and families just aren't going to want to come there. But if we start seeing people saying, okay, I'm not driving 40 miles to take my children somewhere, we're going to homeschool, or we're going to school with a couple more families, that's the only thing that's going to get the state's attention. If families pull out even of some of those public schools and start their own, because those schools will lose tax dollars. So I'm radical. I think we need to have a big revolution in our educational policy.
Do you think that school choice is part of the solution?
Absolutely. It's the solution, and it's a no-brainer. If a child has the opportunity to go to another school of their choice, they'll thrive there, and that school will thrive, and the parents and teachers will be more involved. It's just the best of all worlds.
As a legislator, Rob, you really get a bird's eye view, both you and Vicki, of this situation. Would you like to add to this conversation?
Well, Act 46 was very, very controversial in Barrie. I think we voted on it 4 times. I think we had 2 revotes, and then the state board still forced us to merge. And one of the things about it, when you're talking about it being voluntary, there was kind of a carrot or stick type of approach initially, where that if you merged voluntarily, you were given some funding and offset your tax rate, and then as things played out, it became more of a forced issue. And one of the concerns about that whole thing was that the state board, it seems that they had kind of a vision right from the get-go that they never really articulated to people. And so like our community, we have a vote, it would go down, we'd go back, try to come up with a different plan, and we just never got any clear guidance about that. And you're right, the schools are a major part of what makes our communities a community. We do have a balancing act, though. I will say, when I've gone door to door, as I know Vicki has and others, one of the things I hear about a lot is property taxes. In fact, I hear probably about that as much as anything. And so we do have to take a real hard look at the cost of education. Small doesn't always mean more money. I had seen a report not that many years ago that had a breakdown of community, what it costs per student, and there wasn't a direct correlation between the size of the school and the cost. Montpelier, sometimes I think we're more a part of the problem than the solution. We do have a lot of these unfunded mandates that come out, and it's up to the local community to figure out how to pay for them and implement them. I think we're dealing with, what is it, Act 177 now, the revamping of a special education, or the proficiency-based learning. That came out of, I forget what bill, but the Department of Ed, and it's been a huge challenge because it depends on what school as to how they implemented it. I think Montpelier sometimes needs to just get out of the way.
Yeah. And, these numbers aren't clear-cut, but the average student cost for education in Vermont is hovering around $20,000. The national average is just under $12,000. You have to lift the cover and look in there to see why there's such a, but, to the everyday taxpayer, the question is why? If we're consolidating, why aren't the costs going down? If we're 20,000 students less than we were 15 years ago, why aren't the costs going down?
We have that disparity even at the time when we were looking at Act 46 initially. I remember that in the Barrie school system, our costs were somewhere just south of $13,000 per student. One community over, I was looking at one of the elementary schools, just one adjoining town over, they were almost $20,000 per student. And you say, well, wait a minute here, what is the difference here? And I'm having a problem with my beer wallet paying for their champagne taste and education, and yet the educational outcomes were arguably as good or better. So you're right, we do need to kind of look under the hood and say just exactly what are the cost drivers here? And size isn't always the issue.
Right. Yeah, well, and size could be one of the determining factors. You know, a school in Vermont, a class that has 13 students versus a class in New Jersey that has 35. That's gonna, you know, that's going to affect your math at the end of the day too. So it's really an interesting conversation. All right, well, thank you. Let's talk about sales tax, or the lack of sales tax in New Hampshire versus Vermont. Is this something that needs to be evaluated? What I don't know is, what can we now live without? You know, we have these budgets that the state lives to and needs to continue to feed. How do you ever back any of this up? But New Hampshire has zero sales tax, as you already know. We have 6%, and we have, I think we have 14 towns, I counted 14 towns, that have the local option tax of 1 cent. Many of them are large towns like Manchester, Burlington, Colchester, and so forth. But there's also some small towns that opted in for the extra tax because they need the revenues. Did it hurt the community or not? I don't know. In Essex Junction, largest village in the state, we voted on a local option tax about 8 years ago, and the people said no. We didn't want to do that to the clients, the customers that come through, or the businesses in the community. So we opted not to do that. How do you feel about the state sales tax? Could we do something different? Vicki, we'll start with you.
Well, from my rural area, it was a long time before we were even able to go to a Walmart, wasn't it, Chet? And up in Newport, we had to come a long ways, and a lot of people just went to New Hampshire and hop on 91 and zing down to Littleton. So I've seen a lot of people shop based on sales tax because I'm from an area that if you have to drive, you might as well go to New Hampshire, even to Lowe's and places like that. So I think it's a huge deal, and we do have a lot of our border towns, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York, that our businesses have to compete with. So we should stay competitive. There's no excuse. No matter what our budget is in Vermont, there's no excuse. Our businesses are suffering because of it, those border towns especially.
Chet?
Yeah, I agree. We had a retail business for years, and we lost a lot of business that drive to New Hampshire. And just look at the economy in White River compared to Lebanon. I mean, you can see it. And like Vicki said, back before we had a Walmart in Derby, you go down to Walmart in Littleton, half the yard would be Vermont cars. And it's New Hampshire just loves our legislature because, you know, we send more business to New Hampshire every time we're in session. And sales tax is one of them. I think we ought to get rid of it. Of course, you got to wean it down. You got to drop it a little bit and work on it. But this state is just too expensive to live in. I mean, we had 8,500 employees. That's more employees than the state of New Hampshire, or the same number for, I don't know how many more people New Hampshire's got. We got one of the highest property taxes, one of the highest income taxes in the country.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to we can't cut the sales tax unless we cut some of the bloated budget, but we have to cut the budget in the state of Vermont.
Yeah. So whose job is that, Rob, to look at cutting the budgets?
Well, it's all of ours for sure. I wish there was a few more of us under the gold dome that thought similarly, but you know, Chet and Vicki have identified some very great areas. You know, sales tax is definitely a major concern, but I think taxes in general, it's very expensive to live in this state, and we've got to take an awful hard look at the money that we spend, and are we getting the bang for the buck that we thought we would? You know, like take something like the Health Connect, for instance. I suspect that we've spent, at least I saw one time, we were approaching $300 million on that darn thing since it's been implemented, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's more. I saw some stats that if we went and just bought the people that we were looking to cover health care for the rest of their lives, we'd have saved money. Things like that we've got to take an awful hard look at. Affordable housing. We all agree that it's a problem. And Chittenden County, actually, it's a major issue to find affordable housing, but some of these affordable housing projects that we're involved in, you know, we're winding up spending $340,000 for a one-bedroom unit that will help at most 2 people, and the only thing that's affordable about it is for the 2 people that are living there, but it doesn't go address the issues. So, you know, sales tax is definitely a concern, but taxes and the cost of living in general is something we really need to take a hard look at.
I feel like we've just done a lot of lip service.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even on election years, people running for office, they all hear it, they know it. It's unaffordable to live here, and we go back to Montpelier and every year raise taxes and find more ways to spend money. And a lot of it is human services. It's a huge part of our budget, and we just offer a lot of money in terms of welfare and all the services we provide people. If people were more self-sufficient and healthier families in general, we would lower our budget.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned benefits.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention to that for a moment.
Okay.
So, Governor Scott in 2017 passed H326, and that lessened the burden on the recipients of some of our benefits. Prior to that bill, you only had $2,000 in personal assets that could be exempted. That number went to $9,000. You didn't have to claim retirement accounts or educational accounts any longer in order to qualify for benefits. We know that there's people in our state, no doubt about it, that need benefits. None of us will question that at all.
Mm-hmm.
The question is the benefits. The cliff itself, the number that I'm hearing is that you could get upwards of $42,000 worth of benefits from the state of Vermont. And that's more money than some people make that go to work 8 hours a day. Some of those benefits are from Reach Up, Reach Ahead, child care benefits, probably SNAP and other programs. Is this a problem more of a problem in rural Vermont than it might be in Chittenden County? And if so, how would you suggest we address this? Jack, I'll start with you.
It's a big problem. You can't find employees because they're making too much off the subsidized rent, the free health care, and SNAP cards, child care. They just, you can't pay them enough to come to work. Or the ones you hire, they want to work 4 days a week. They don't want to work over 30 or 32 hours because they lose their benefits. And we see it all the time. Mm-hmm. And it's, I think the benefits increased. You know, they're increasing faster than the minimum wage. And I'm not talking minimum wage people. We've lost, when my former employer, we lost employees who stayed home to take care of their children because they got better child care. They couldn't afford to come to work. And they were, you know, I'm talking $14, $15 an hour employees.
Wow.
Right. Mm-hmm. I know that as a landlord for over 34 years, I've seen everything that you could see from a landlord's perspective. And I've seen situations, and I know of a current situation, that husband, wife, a couple of children, everything is subsidized. There's no incentive for them to go to work. The rent is paid, the SNAP, and a tax return of $9,000 is what they received last year.
Oh my goodness.
And I look at that, and I struggle with it in my head because they're capable of working. They're not working. And I'm wondering, where are the checks and balance? How are we monitoring the benefits that we want people to have, but we need to make sure that we're doing the right thing by these people? And just giving money and benefits is not the right thing. No. Rob, what do you think?
I agree, and like you, I'm a landlord, and I've seen firsthand the benefits cliff that it actually does act as a disincentive, because I have had tenants that had the initiative to go out and get a job, but by the time they went through and figured out what they were going to bring home with the job versus what they were going to lose in benefits, it certainly made sense for them not to work. And that's a problem. We should not have a system in place that disincentivizes people to go to work. You know, if somebody needs a little help with childcare, and that's one of the things that I don't think that we do a good job of, is there is a lot of benefits out there for these folks, and generally these people don't get in the positions they're in because of one poor choice or one stretch of bad luck. It's been a series. So what makes us think that giving them all these goods and services, that they're going to be making better choices? I feel that we need to have like a case manager get involved, help them along, make some of the right decisions, and it may be where this case manager's got the authority to say, okay, you know what, we're going to take a little bit of the benefit over here, but we're going to help you buy a car so you can go to work. Because if that's the difference between working or not, that makes some sense. But yeah, when we've got a system in place that one winds up being generational or multi-generational, I think we've got to take a hard look at that and say why, because it's to help up. It's, you know, a safety net. It shouldn't be a spider's web.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who need help, and I'm all for it. We should help them. But there's too many people that want it and don't need it.
Yeah, I think the problem is in the distribution and or the management of the distribution, and I think our bureaucracy has grown so large that you can't get your arms around it, and the left doesn't know what the right's doing. And there's all these programs out there, and I don't know what sort of checks and balances.
Too many programs.
I had a tenant that was on a WIC, young mother with a child, and it was one of my buildings where actually I collect the trash. So I am, for a few weeks, I am taking away these pre-packaged things of like baby food, never been opened, milk, black olives, just a bunch of canned stuff. And after about the second week, I said, geez, I can't take this anymore. So I made a phone call and said, hey, listen, we got a problem here. Either this young lady doesn't know what to do with what you're giving her, or you're just giving her too much. Because I'm taking stuff home like cans of salmon and tuna fish. To their credit, it seemed somebody got there, and I don't know what they did, but the left hand and right hand don't know exactly what's going on. That's why I said we need like a case manager. We've got to have more coordination here, because not everybody needs the same level of help or the same help.
All right, let's go to agriculture. Vicki, you're on the Ag Committee, you said. And we know that agriculture is part of our brand. We know what the value of it is. I feel like, as a lifetime resident of Vermont, that farms are slipping away from us. Annually, we know that they're slipping away from us. I don't know what the number is that we're down to, 7,000 maybe?
700.
700, that's what it was, 700.
It was like twice that,
Yeah.
and now it's down to 700 dairy farms.
Dairy farms, yep. What can we do? Is there anything we can do to revitalize the ag industry in Vermont?
Well, right now it's really in a transition, I would say, from the dairy farm image, which we want to keep, but because of not just national pressure, but worldwide pressure, because the milk prices are tied to a worldwide scenario. It's pretty amazing that the amount of powdered milk in Europe has to do with our milk prices, or the amount of cheese in a cave in the Midwest. So it's complicated, and right now our farmers need a fire hose of help, and we're giving them an eyedropper. So they're struggling, many going out by the day, and the answers for those dairy farmers are not close, I'm afraid. But we do have our UVM Extension is an excellent organization that's helping But there's a lot of transition going. You're going to see a lot of farmers transitioning to new ideas, their own products made on the farm, whether ice cream, cheese, butter, cottage cheese. In general, dairy consumption has dropped dramatically. I just heard it on the radio, like by 20%. People aren't pouring milk on their cereal anymore. They're running out with a muffin or a dairy alternative product. So Vermont knows, and we're aware. Even our agriculture committee sent a letter to our congressman to say we need to stop calling soy milk milk. Let's make it what it is. It's not really dairy or milk, and revitalize that idea that dairy products are wonderful, they're healthy. So that's something that's on everybody's mind. But when you take the whole scenario of Vermont, the land taxes and things like electricity, the farmers just have a huge overhead, and it's harder and harder to stay in business. So the smaller, little more entrepreneur type of farming that's cropping up, hemp products, sheep, goats, different kinds of vegetable farming, it's all, those things are starting to flourish and make a difference and keeping our farms going. But in the bigger picture, we still need those dairy farms, and how it's all going to play out is still a big question mark.
Mm-hmm. So it sounds like there's a lot of repurposing of farms going on.
A huge effort. Even in my area, I have a local dairy farm now. They make their own cheese, and several are becoming quite world-renowned in Greensboro. Albany has a great new business with a farmer. The hard thing I think too we want to look at is a lot of these farmers aren't making it unless they get grants and government help, and that to me is a sad, in a way, a sad thing that a farmer can't function without a grant. And they're getting grants for barns and other kinds of things to start a new type of business, that our economy is such that it takes that from the government to help them.
That's one area where we can compete against Chittenden counties in our agriculture. Mm-hmm. We have the natural resources and the open land. There's no reason we can't grow all of our food. We shouldn't have to import any food. You know, promote the farm to school, promote farmers markets, and grow our own. And it's the small ones. It isn't the big farmers. It's like Vicki said. It's a little niche marketing that they're doing, raising the goats and sheep. And there's a program, REAP, they call R-E-A-P. It's a rural agricultural partnership program. It was a bill that was passed a few years ago in the government. And there's only 5 counties in the United States that are involved with that. And the Northeast Kingdom is one of the areas. And we should take advantage of that. That gives agricultural help to the small farmer.
Right. There are a lot of programs, like you said, Farm to Plate, Farm to School. How many of them are there? But there's a lot of them. And young people are growing up now, even in schools, having gardens, but being more aware of local food and the health of that, that's happening a lot, at least in our area.
Yeah, see, we can take advantage of Chittenden County with that.
Right.
How does the, so we're waiting for the House to pass the USMCA, right? The U.S. and Mexico and Canada. How will that help the Vermont farms? Are any of you on top of that?
I'm not sure either.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Rob, you know.
Yeah, of course I know. No, I mean, I can't say that I know any of the particulars. Obviously, the North American Free Trade Agreement and things like that certainly come into play, and the more trade that we can have and the more that our products can get to where they have to go, certainly the better off we'll be. I know the issue with the tariffs and stuff with China has certainly impacted some of what's going on, but wasn't there, I think, we just had a deal with, what was it, Canada and our maple syrup or something that ended up helping us. And, you know, because you talk about farming, I mean, dairy has been around forever, but so has sugaring or logging or other things that farmers have always done to supplement, you know, what they did. But we're in a bit of a different environment today, too, in that farmers are not held in the high esteem that they were.
Yeah.
I think they've taken more than their fair share of criticism and blame about the water quality issues.
Right.
And there's pressures there that have made it much more difficult to make ends meet. And I think we've got to be sensitive to the fact that they want to do the right thing, but this problem didn't happen overnight, and we can't expect them to change farming practices to the point where they're just not financially viable, especially when Chittenden County has had a lot of growth, and I don't think there's much debate that stormwater runoff has been impacting some of the water quality on the lake. There is some legislation there that got passed here a few years ago that they're doing the rulemaking on now about the 3 acres of impervious surfaces. That's going to be a major shock for a lot of property owners in the state. Hopefully we can do something about that. But farming's it's tough financially, and again, they're not held in the higher esteem that they used to be.
Thank you for bringing that up, because one more thing I'd like to mention is the Department of Agriculture, Agency of Natural Resources, these agencies that are regulatory in a lot of ways come across to farmers in the more oppressive, aggressive way in their attitudes and in some circumstances. And I feel like if we can lighten the load of a farmer in terms of, hey, how can I help you? I'm not here to penalize you and fine you. There's things we can work on together. We're trying, I think, to bridge that problem, and I hope to see more progress with that farmers are feeling helped and not more oppressive regulation. You mean I can't put my manure pile there? My cows have to be out of that stream, and how am I going to afford a new walkway? There's help financially, but we really need to help farmers know we're on their team. We're not trying to shut them down.
Yeah. Do you think some of the oppressive actions toward farmers are the result of the climate change agenda that not just Vermont, but the nation and the rest of the world has? Is some of that oppression the result of driving to meet standards on climate change regulations?
I think a lot of it's water quality.
I think water quality is the biggest
a big
issue.
one.
Yeah.
Like Champlain and the...
Yeah. I did hear that there are some that feel that cows are affecting climate change with the...
Well, yeah. Flatulence. I do want to say that I think there's an opportunity for the Northeast Kingdom and agritourism. There's been at least 6 Amish families moved into the Northeast Kingdom, Brownington area, and there's more looking at farms now. And it's quite a tourist attraction. They do a great job making bakery stuff, and it's sold locally. So, and there's a welcome addition to the Northeast Kingdom.
Yeah, they're buggies and horses.
Yeah, and
I love that.
That and the other one is, and talking, Rob mentioned maple production, in the old Ethan Allen plant in Island Pond, a Canadian company came down, opened up, and they tapped, I think, 87,000 taps. They've got a huge business.
Wow.
And that's something that you don't see in the metropolitan areas. So we should encourage that type. I mean, that's no impact on the economy, on the landscape. And I think it's great for the economy.
Right. But even though we have these wonderful opportunities that are happening, as you just described, if you have no schools in your rural Vermont, there's no incentive for young families to move there. So the people that work in these businesses will be there, but...
There's a lot of disincentive to move to rural Vermont. And one is the cost of building a new home. If you want to build beyond your water and sewer line, like out in the country, the cost is almost prohibitive. The requirements, and to make it a zero carbon footprint, you're paying a penalty up front, and you're told what to use and how to use it and what materials.
Are there any proposed legislative actions in the next session in terms of Act 250, changing any of Act 250 to help the state?
Not to help.
Well, good way to put it. There are certainly some proposed changes out there. We'll see just where they go. They're very controversial. One of them is that any future development has to take into consideration its impact on climate change. And it's like, my goodness, how do you qualify that? And there's also, I've heard where, again, because of the climate change and people's personal philosophy, that they would like to not have folks living in rural Vermont anymore, and that we all move down into more of a city center, move into some 800 square foot little hovel and take mass transportation. There really are folks that feel that the way of life that we've had, and some of us still feel we have, we shouldn't have anymore. But there's alternatives out there that we can do. It's just either they didn't think of them or they just don't think that they're a good idea at this point. But yeah, there's not really anything about this Act 250 change that's going to make it any more user friendly. In fact, they're looking to make it much more restrictive.
Again, how does that affect the agricultural industry in the state?
Our little ag committees, as far as I can tell, we're anxious about hearing what that Natural Resources Committee is bringing forward, and it's going to be the leadership in our legislature that determines whether that goes forward or not. So we'll have to see. But I know my ag committee is nervous.
And that includes loggers too, not just
right.
agriculture. That includes loggers.
Yeah.
They're a standstill in a lot of areas because of restrictions.
Okay. Let's shift gears a little bit. As of August, the Vermont Remote Worker Grant Program, we all know about that, has been offering qualified workers, excuse me, up to $10,000 over a 2-year period, and I think that number's going to go up. I think I just read that number's going to go up.
Okay.
Over a 2-year period to relocate to Vermont. Do you see this as an effective program to attract and keep new workers, and are you seeing this program as a success? Rob.
You know, that's a very good question, and I think that it's being asked, if I think I remember correctly, the auditor just took a look at this program and had some fairly legitimate questions about, is it really making the difference that they thought that it would? My understanding is that it did spark a lot of interest initially, and I don't think I'm making this up, but like 87, 89 people moved into the state. Again, there's a question as to whether they would have come anyway. Maybe not. I don't know. There's no doubt that we have a declining population in our state. We've got a demographics issue. Those of us that are here are getting a little older, some quicker than others. But so we do have to take a real hard look at why. I'm not sure that $10,000 per person is going to really turn the issue around. I think it's other things that we've got to take a look at. You know, we've got to take a look at, are there jobs for these folks to move to Vermont for? Now, they will tell you that we've got employers looking for people. I'm thinking that we probably do. But I'm not sure that we're looked at as a Silicon Valley or anything along that lines. You know, New Hampshire's got a very, very vibrant economy down there. They've got some of the very similar weather characteristics and things that we have. I think we need to take a step back and say, okay, just what's their secret recipe? And not always try to come up with our own.
Yeah. I think I looked at something not too long ago, and the top 6 job openings in the state of Vermont were all in the service industry.
Really?
Yeah. We're talking about fast food, domestic work, landscaping, those jobs. And when we drive, and I know we all do this, as we drive around, we see all these wanted signs. They're all in front of $15 or $12, $10 an hour job opportunities. So we know we have a declining population. I think it's a national issue. But the question is, what can we do in Vermont to make Vermont more attractive? I look at Vermont and I see so much beauty here. we have the mountains, we have the seasons, we have the clean air, we have so much going on. I see this as an opportunity for parents with young children to get them out of cities and out of dense areas that may have problems that we don't have to deal with and come to Vermont. I'm not understanding why they're not coming here other than the cost of living here is so high. And again, that falls back to not just the legislature, it falls back to the utility companies, local governments. You know, I mean, even your local government within your town, every year their costs are going up. Chet, how do you feel about the remote worker program?
Well, I don't think it's worked real well. Only one of those, according to Doug Hoffer's report, only one of those came to the Northeast Kingdom out of all those. And and I think originally they wanted to help the rural areas of Vermont, not necessarily Chittenden County. But the averages that they've paid out is only $3,500 or something like that, according to the audit. But somebody ended up with a 26-inch gaming TV. I'm not sure. Whoever's running the program should be accountable. I mean, it's taxpayer money. Nobody should have a slush fund. But there's a lot of reasons why people aren't moving to Vermont. And there's reasons why the few that do move to Vermont are exactly what you said. It's beautiful, and they can ski, and it's year-round. They got the nice outdoors. But if anybody's doing a due diligence on moving a business to Vermont, we're not going to be in the top 3 choices. Our taxes are high. Our regulations are stiffer than most places. And we're making more and more regulations all the time. We have more chemical regulations here than the U.S. government has. I mean, the company I work for, we had to have a full-time person just to keep track of the chemicals used, because Vermont had its own list over and above what the government has. So it makes it very, very hard for people to make a living in Vermont with the taxes.
It doesn't make sense, like you said, Deb, because it's a beautiful state to live in. It's a great place to raise a family. But in the different circles I've been in recently having to do with veterans, they're very upset that we tax their retirement. And veterans deserve to keep their retirement money. And they leave our state. They serve here in the National Guard, and they leave. And we see a lot of the older folks, our generation now, leaving. And if we stop that hemorrhaging, we would have that higher tax base.
We have the highest inheritance estate tax, I think, in the country.
Is it because we're one of the oldest per capitas in the country, and so there's all that revenue that's coming in as they look forward to it?
All of that adds up and makes a difference, all those ways.
It inspires people to not have Vermont be their state of residency.
Yeah.
They'll live here 4 or 5 months and live someplace else.
6 months and what is it, 1 day? If you live someplace else, you're a resident of that state.
I have a lot of friends that have moved out of Vermont.
I was just going to say, there's not a month that goes by that someone I know is not leaving Vermont or on the way out the door already. Moving to states, not only Florida, but Maine. Maine is cold. And they're moving to Maine, and they're taking their hefty retirements with them. And, their assets and everything with them. I'm thinking,
Right, so why do we inspire them to do that? We ought to change things, again, check what their secret recipe over there is, and I'd rather have a half a loaf than no loaf at all.
Right.
And generally these folks are at a point in their lives where their demand for goods and services are considerably less. They don't have kids in the school systems, and we want you to stay here, not just for your money, but we want you to stay here. We've got to get realistic that people are making choices in their financial.
I heard something interesting yesterday, I think it was, and this is Washington, D.C. politics. And someone was speaking with people in Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. politicians, congressional, senatorial people, really are out of tune with what's outside of the Beltline, that they really don't understand what's happening on the ground outside of the Beltline. And sometimes I wonder about Montpelier. Who's in Montpelier, and do they have a grasp on what's going on in rural Vermont? Now, I know, Vicki, you're rural Vermont.
Right.
Rob, you're Washington County, second densest county in the state. But the makeup of the people in Montpelier, are these everyday people that we're talking about here? Are they, you know, people will tell you, oh, trust fund babies are down there. I don't really support that argument. I just wonder who is down there.
Right. Well, of course, we as Republicans are absolutely in tune with our constituents and who sent us there. But, you know, you raise a very interesting point in that quite often it's really easy to get wrapped up in the theoretical in Montpelier.
Policy.
Right. But sometimes there is a marked difference between the theoretical and then the practical or the actual out there on the street. And I don't think that we really do a good job of that at times. You know, I've got several different businesses. I do anything that's legal and a few things that aren't. Just kidding. But, you know, I consider myself a little differently because I'm on both ends of the legislation. Like, I'm a landlord. And so when we're talking about landlord-tenant issues, I mean, the pendulum has swung way, 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 way in the favor of the tenant, to the point where I actually, as a landlord, it is in my best interest to have an apartment stay vacant than it is to take a risk on somebody and get the wrong tenant in there. There's something not quite right with that. You know, I went to a forum here not long ago where they wanted to raise an $2 a night per occupancy fee to help homeless people. Who could be against helping homeless people? But I said, I'm absolutely opposed to that, because if I had a real partner in a state agency, I would take a risk on a homeless family. One of my buildings has 3-bedroom apartments in it, but there's no incentive for me to do that. There's things that we can do working together to make it better for people, but we need to work together. But yes, the Republicans were absolutely in tune with our people.
I heard recently a joke on TV. What do you call a person who has 2 jobs? Lazy. Here in Vermont, I mean, we have, between my husband and I, we have 3 jobs, and we could use another. It's just getting to that point where how many jobs do we need to make ends meet? And I do think the legislature's out of tune with that idea, that Vermonters, everyday Vermonters, are having to do multiple jobs to pay their bills. And a lot of those legislators are, some of them have lawyer husbands. I shouldn't say this too much, but or retired and have good benefits. And the average everyday Vermonter that's working hard, I don't know that they relate to them really.
Yeah. My son-in-law and daughter, 2 young kids, have been spending $2,000 a month for child care. That is an enormous issue. Thankfully, they both have good jobs and got a good family around them. But talk about a disincentive for somebody to be able to go to work, or a young family to move into the Vermont, where we went through, Montpelier made some changes about child care and all that other stuff, and we had a lot of home-based businesses actually close. So now you got less choice. So those are some of the things we just got to be realistic about, saying, you know, we could maybe not be involved as much as we are.
Do you think the cost of daycare, home care for children, has escalated so high because the state got involved in it? This is my own small world opinion. State got involved in it, put restrictions on home daycares to the point where people went out of business, and now the children are being driven into the educational school system.
Right.
I personally think that was a master plan for that to happen, and so either
even the licensed ones now that they want to have a certain educational criteria for the staff. I mean, it's almost to a point now where I guess as parents we're just not qualified to have our kids anymore.
Well, that's what I worry about is, you know, grandma and grandpa can't take care of Johnny anymore because the state's involved in who's taking care of that child? I know we need more children in the school system, but really? You know, is this the way that we want to get there? Chet, do you have any thoughts on that?
No, it goes back to your schooling. I don't know, by taking the schools out of your rural areas, I think it's made an impact on all of it. You're not going to get younger families moving into the countries anymore.
I don't know why the regulation book went from 20 pages to 200, and it literally went from 20 to 200 for regulating daycares.
Daycare.
So everything from where the toothbrush is laid to dirty diapers and how you prepare your food and where they take a nap, it's just, and the normal average person can't take that on now.
Right, and so by design, they've made that home business almost impossible for many, many people.
Right.
And so where do the children have to go now? They're going into the school systems because we've lowered the age of children going into the school systems.
And plus, those are some home businesses that we lost.
Yeah.
That, you know, were vital to the community from
We lost
child care
employees.
economic.
We lost employees that couldn't afford daycare because they couldn't find anybody.
Yeah.
And all of this drives the minimum wage conversation. But when you think of minimum wage, $15 an hour, you can't live on $15 an hour. You can't live in Chittenden County on $15 an hour. A one-bedroom apartment can cost you upwards of $1,000 to $1,200. That's what, 2 or 3 people making $15 an hour living in a one-bedroom apartment. It just, the logic isn't there to be calling minimum wage or $15 an hour a livable wage. It's not a livable wage.
No.
You're in the same position you were 6 years ago. You're barely making enough. You're probably living at home with mom and dad, or you're a senior who's working part-time to get out of the house and earn a few dollars and so forth. Very interesting. So we're down to 1 minute and 28 seconds. So I think we'll end our questions at this point. Was there any closing statements that you'd like to make about anything or bring up?
One, thank you for doing this. And if I had a pitch, it would be that we need more people to get involved. There's a lot. One of the things that amazed me the most about going to Montpelier was all the different facets and aspects of our lives that government's involved in. Just sitting on the sideline now and just sort of complaining, can't do that anymore. You got to get involved.
Absolutely.
You know,
I'd like to see the state of Vermont get more involved with VTC and spend less on UVM tuition and more on VTC tuition. We need more tradespeople.
Yep, I agree with that. You know, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, all of these
engineers.
Young people that don't want to go to a 4-year college can get trained in those fields and make very good money.
Yes.
And they're good. Those are good, honorable jobs.
So
that seem to be dying by the wayside. Well, thank you very much for being part of this conversation.
Thank you.
And again, thank you to Pat McDonald and Orca for allowing us to use this facility to do this. And thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Good.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, additions to the agenda tonight. Have any? No. Good. I have no remarks. Open public comments regarding agenda items only, please. And our auditors are not here yet, so we will skip them. Approval of regular meeting minutes and budget meeting minutes, please, from December 3rd and 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the minutes of December 3rd and 4th as printed.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the meeting minutes from December 3rd and 4th as printed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? I'm going to get you right where you sit down. Come right up and come talk to us.
Listen, man, I've been in the car for 3.5 hours, boy.
Walk slow.
Absolutely. Where you guys want me?
Right here.
Can we steal another chair?
Oh, stop. There's 2 chairs. Come on up.
Yeah, Cindy's going to join us, all right?
Perfect.
Please. Tired. It's been a long year.
Yes, it has.
Okay. You know, getting us all on camera.
Good evening.
How are we doing?
Doing good.
So you have the floor. Talk to us.
I'm Ron Smith, principal with R.H.R. Smith & Company. I just spent the past 4 hours driving in a blizzard over here, so if I'm a little off my game, I apologize, but certainly here to talk and close out 2018 and talk about 2019. I apologize it's taken me so long to get here. Let me tell you this, I had a death in my family this summer on the 4th of July, and I know Cindy's had a long year, so here we are, and certainly actually we're prepared to talk about 2019 as well. So we sent Cindy a draft today, so she hasn't had time to review it. We'll hit the highlights and certainly give her a chance to respond over the course of time and review, but I think we can hit some of the highlights of that and go back and start where we, this fiscal year, start at the beginning of the year, 6/30/18 and come right up to today. Sure. And tell you where you're at financially and certainly go over any questions you guys may have.
Perfect.
So going back to June 30, 18, I'm going to start with your general fund. Your general fund had about $700,000 of surplus, of which I think $330,000 was unassigned. And then we had the rest of it, which is about $360,000, $370,000 assigned for a multitude of purposes, you know, that was certainly either committed or obligated, whether it be at town meeting or through the board, you know, through your statutory rights. Based on a general fund budget of about $2 million, we like to see your surplus at 30, 60 to 90 days of that. And that's what our industry benchmarks say. So where are you at with that $330,000? Probably somewhere right around 45, maybe 50 days on June 30, 2018. And we actually see that going up a little bit for 2019, up to around $400,000, just based on Cindy's review and, you know, whether or not we got all the carry forwards and restrictions, you know, in the right place. We actually see that going up on in 2019 to the unassigned, the unrestricted, to about $400,000. And I think the restricted is going to stay right about there too, you know, where it was on June 30, 2018. And Cindy just hasn't had the time to go over that, but
she just got it today.
Yeah, she just got it today. We wanted to make sure we put it in her hands, you know, but we're pretty confident, you know, that the number she gave us, we made little to no adjustments on, you know, as far as the transfers go. So I think more importantly, it's just going to be a function of where the restrictions are with the balances forward, you know, at the end of the year. I think probably the thing that stands out the most, you know, is with this town is the fact that the money that it's obligated to capital improvements and infrastructure. And on June 30, 2018, you have a emergency capital reserve account with about $1.6 million into it. You have a capital reserve account with about $1.5 million into it. You have another capital account with about $400,000 into it, and I think you have a culvert account with $57,000, in it on 18. So you had about $3.6 million on 2018 in these various reserve accounts, and I think that separates you, well, from a lot of your neighboring municipalities, because obviously you had the foresight to put some of that money away, for those intended purposes. In 2019, you use some of it, and the expectations are it's going to go down to about $3.3 million, where we see it on June 30, 2019. Your emergency reserve dropped about 100. I believe your capital reserve dropped about 90. I actually think the culvert might have gone up in 2019, but your other capital reserve account went down. They all went down cumulatively about $300,000. But I still think that you get the A, for average and score for certainly having that money put away into that capital reserve account. A lot of municipalities of your size don't have that. So obviously at some point in time in need, at some point in time in the past, while you had the ability to do it, I think you did a lot of right things. And clearly that money is statutorily set. There's a statute that clearly governs what you can use that money for, in the future. And I think you know what that is. And my advice would probably be is to make sure that your plan, make sure that your future needs, and make sure that the stars align with that $3.3 million, because I'll tell you, I am sure when your largest taxpayer was here, that was probably a reason why you were able to move some of that money into that capital reserve. They're not here anymore, and certainly it's going to be hard to do that. So I think that, what I would probably recommend is maybe what your needs were once upon a time ago. Make sure that there's still needs today. And if you need to deobligate that or reassign, that money to other capital needs, or different capital needs, do that, while you still can and certainly have that money. You've got about $1.6 million sitting in trust in 2018 and 2019. A lot of that's in capital reserve accounts. Again, you've got a lot of capital reserve accounts. I think that there's like $300,000, sitting in the capital reserve accounts and the special revenues, that you have. You've got some road money that's sitting over there. You've got a bunch of special projects that are sitting over there. You've got about, I think, $250,000 in cemeteries, in 2018 and 2019, sitting in those permanent funds. So you got a lot of funds, you got a lot of, you're a busy town, and you've got a lot of funds, that there are purposes, for, whether it be an ordinance, a special town meeting, or an outside intervention looking in saying we want that money, put away, for us, or for that day. You've got quite a bit of money put away for all those special purposes too. So I would argue your special purposes are actually healthier than the town of Vernon's general fund that you vote on every March, itself. But the fact that you've got all that money put away for those calculated reasons, I think really, depicts the whole financial picture of the town, which I really think puts you in a great financial condition, certainly for this town. So I give your, because there's always room for improvement, I give you probably a financial score, a B+, for sure. I think that you've done a lot of good things while you had the ability to do good things. I think there's some challenging times ahead of you now, with your tax base. I think you've got almost close to $200,000 in a reappraisal fund that'll probably be, certainly discussed and talked about now, as you try to go through some revaluation with your tax base. So you've done some right things, to put some money away for that day, when...
We just did a townwide reappraisal.
You did, is it this year?
They just finished it.
Yeah, so obviously that, the intentions of that money, clearly, has been met and probably certainly necessary, to go back and see where your tax base is and what the values, of your grand list is, certainly for the municipality. So yeah, but on June 30th, I think a large part of that money was still there, to spend for the reappraisal. I know it was in 18. I actually thought it was in 19 too.
Yeah, we spent quite a bit of it.
Well, I can tell you exactly how much you spent. So if you guys all want to know.
19.
So again, the grade is I'd say is a B+. I think while you had the money, you certainly were able to put some of that away for the reasons, such as a reappraisal and that you've had right now. What's that?
176.
176 on, so it's 176 on June 30, 2019. And it sounds like you've gone through quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
As of today. So without going through 70 pages, there's the state of the town, for sure. And yeah, I think that Cindy does a great job with the books, where the fact that when she gives us the information, we're able to deliver it back the same way it looks, and that quite doesn't always. We do, Sam and I and our company, we've got 30 professionals. We do 350 governments in the states of Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And let me tell you, your books are very clean, on how they're giving us, and you can just tell the great pride, that goes into that work, and certainly it doesn't always roll that way, when you're doing these audits, for sure. I think we probably do about 150 municipalities, probably somewhere close to 150 school systems, and then a rest, including state government itself, and it just doesn't. The way that when you come in and do an audit, there's never an expectation that what you're going to be given is just clean, and your books are clean. They're very clean. So certainly I'll make that statement right now. I think one of the things that we had talked about, with points, and one of the topics of interest is how you guys move pieces of paper. The library, I think was one of those issues and talking points, and clearly as far as following some kind of statutory protocol like the town does, my recollection with the library is that some of these bills that are being paid over at the library are actually getting approved after the fact. The checks are getting dispersed, yet not going, to the trustees, until after the checks have already been dispersed. I'm sure that's not a best practice and something that you probably definitely want to take care of. And there's a lot of statutory precedent when it comes to libraries and the Board of Trustees and autonomy. No matter what the statute says, there needs to be some control before those funds are dispersed, not after. And I think we saw clear instances in both years of that, and again, we discourage that practice for sure. So we're not saying anything's wrong with the disbursements, we're just saying the process and the protocol. Clearly, as you go through here at the town, you have a warrant that you approve at a public meeting, and then those funds are dispersed. It's actually, in the library's case, opposite. While those funds have been dispersed, then approved after the fact. And again, we don't consider that a best practice. So that'd probably be one of the bigger talking points that we had, I think, during the course of the year. Other than that, just minor things as far as what other municipalities do and conversations we've had in Cindy and getting into Vernon and how you guys do it here. I think she does a great job with your books. Absolutely. So.
Chris, questions? Jeff?
I don't. I wish I did to make your long travel a little
Hey,
bit
listen, no worries.
worthwhile.
We're going back to Brattleboro, have some fun, then we're working our way up to White River tomorrow. So
All right, well, I'm not going to hold you up there.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Listen, glad we could. So, and I again apologize for taking me to. It's been a bad year for me, a very long, heartening year. Let me tell you. So.
There's New Year's coming.
What's that?
There's New Year's coming.
It can't get here soon enough. I can tell you that. So today was a little bit more of a slap in the face on the way over. So.
I'm the library director.
Gotcha.
And I read that note, so I guess we have to work that out. I mean, the board only meets once a month.
Yeah.
And that's why that happens.
So
Because
a lot of times there's provisions, Gene. So a lot of times there's provisions, that where statutorily what you guys can do is designate a member of the board until you convene, together. To sign, that warrant. I'll use the same word that that government uses. So many times for schools and municipalities, you're given some statutory immunity provided you have a policy, and usually it's ratified annually. Where you say, hey, we're going to pick a member of our Board of Trustees, and we know we can't convene 5 together, but we can circulate and get 1 there to sign this off, and we're going to have a policy or procedure that allows us to do that. That's much better than what you have right now. Is probably the best way I can say that. And that would be one thing certainly that's a very common practice in the world of government.
Okay.
That you could use.
Okay.
So.
And then it's all
But
only...
and I'm just trying to walk you through the logic. You're doing and you can't make this up. I'll give you a real life situation. you're doing a renovation project to your library. Heck, you're building a new library, okay? And, you know, and your out goes, you know, a $200,000 disbursement to the contractor. Lo and behold, to the satisfaction of your clerk to the works, that the work wasn't done and performed satisfactorily.
Right.
You know, this is a real situation. I'm actually giving you an example. You know, and that contractor has got and cashed his check, and the trustees say, don't pay him. I talked to the clerk of the works, and we're having a problem with the quality of his work.
Right.
Too late for that $200,000. It's been delivered in cash. I didn't see it. It never got signed. There's an instance, you know, right there on that, and just take that and just apply that to any vendor, you know, that you do business. And we're not necessarily saying, you know, that the practice is wrong. What we're saying is the Board of Authority had no chance to look at and disseminate and ask questions regarding the funds that are going to get dispersed.
Right.
And there's a lot of money flowing through that library. That library is busy, and so is the town. So our advice would be is, you know, in the worst case scenario, take a delegate of your Board of Trustees and have them sign off at least until you get into a public meeting.
Oh, okay, because then they would still require that.
Yeah, it can be circulated through, we can get into the whole issues of the best practices, but it could even be circulated through an email. So, where all the others, you know, see it, but one physically would go on and say, I give permission to release these funds until we congregate together as a respective board, which is a much better practice than what you have now.
True, true.
Yeah.
One thing I do have to say is that all the bills that come from the library, Jean does review them and sign them before she gives them to us. We never pay any bills from our office without Jean signing off on it.
So.
Right. Yeah, it's just the timing of things. I want Cindy to have time to do it.
And if that's the case, Jean, it sounds like you're the logical spokesperson.
Absolutely.
You know, maybe where somebody with authority, you know, you want to be careful, and just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure you're a select person at this town.
Yes, I am.
You just want to be careful, you know, with any type of conflict of interest, and I'd be more than happy to talk about that, to make sure you don't put yourself in that role.
Right.
But I'd even argue that the board could designate somebody with knowledge to do that, you know, in anticipation of that board meeting. There's a lot of better ways to do it than what I think that you're doing now. You know, and I would just probably improve that practice, and if you want to huddle up with Cindy and maybe we can have a four-way conversation, we'd enjoy that, Jean, for sure.
That would be great to help with that. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other questions from the board? Thanks for coming in.
Season's greetings, happy holidays.
Thank you.
Good to be
You
here.
too.
Good to see you too.
Bills and warrants.
I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 13T, accounts payable, $58,244.44. 48S, payroll, $8,293.20. 49S, payroll, $9,192.24.
Second.
Moving and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Can we go back and do the budget minutes?
Oh, we didn't vote.
We did both at the same time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we approved them as written, both of them. Okay. Now we are about to head into an executive session on employee-related matters.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we board and Cindy go into executive session. And Michelle, on appointment or evaluation of public officer employees. Title I, VSA 3133A3.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into an executive session on an employee-related issue. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We are in executive session.
You did number 2?
All right. We went into executive session at 6:55 p.m. Out at 7:01. No action was taken. Travel and reimbursement policy.
underlined everything that's different from the one that was added, from the one that we have this now. It was in red, but you couldn't really see the color.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the travel reimbursement policy as amended.
May I add one more thing before we do that? Through talking with the VLCT, there's no record of whether we go to the trainings or whether we don't, and that was questioned. So I believe my addition to this would be that if we go to these trainings, that the literature that is available to us should be brought back, made accessible for everybody on this board, and I feel that we should at that time be able to explain during this meeting what the training was for, how it's going to benefit the town, and this is the literature that is accessible. So if everybody is okay with that, I would like to have that added here.
I'm definitely okay with that. Yes, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, Vernon is investing in education that shouldn't be limited just to the participants.
Correct. I also did find in the ordinance book that we have that there is, and I don't know the last time that it was actually used, but there is a reimbursement agreement for training. And I don't recall that that's ever been in there, or that it's ever been used, but it is still in there, and it clearly states that if we pay for you to go to a training and then you up and leave the board, you owe us that money back. And I don't know the board's wishes on that, but it's in that book, it's not being used, so we either have to get rid of it or start using it.
It's not just for the board, it's for anybody.
Any employee that goes to anything paid for by the town.
I think probably the reason you haven't seen much of it is because when they tried to enforce it, it didn't get enforced.
Which, understandable, but it is, so I don't know what the board's pleasure is with that, on whether that needs to stay or whether we need to amend that, look at that again, or what, but that is something that's in the book.
Do you want to look at that again?
Yeah.
Because I did see that when I was pulling this out, but I think that would be something you would probably sign with your personnel policy, like when you get it.
It's specific on there, which training you're going, what the date is, and all. So it is.
So you sign it
is
after
per
before
each
everything?
training. Yep, and it looks like you sign that at the same time that you're requesting approval to go to that training.
So should we add that into here?
I don't.
before
I'm
you
open
approve
for discussion
this,
on that one
maybe?
because I didn't realize that until I found it the other
I
day.
think you should keep that separate. You were on the board when that happened, weren't you, Georgia? And it was like, yeah. I'll keep it separate.
Okay. Keep it separate from the policy? Yeah. Okay.
Because it is different. You're not just going to a meeting, you may be going to a, training how to be a whatever.
So I think what needs to be added, it indicates mileage reimbursement, but there's no specific language addressing where somebody would get that from. I mean, I realize, use the federal one, but I think it needs to be stated in here.
Yeah, every year, we as a board reset that.
So you're saying add the
Well, just
federal mileage reimbursement on C? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you guys think that addresses, the specific figure to use, yeah. You can't put in a specific figure because it's gonna go up with inflation anyways.
And federal is what we use for all town employees.
Yeah, I think that those words ought to be in there.
So just add something like next to mileage reimbursement at federal rate, or?
Yeah. At current federal rate.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, once we get through, yep. It should have been done at the beginning of the meeting when you had the opportunity to speak regarding agenda items, but I know people are here to talk about it, so let's talk about it.
One other question I had was approved for training more than 2 hours, or overnight would be approved more than 2 hours. I was curious as to how long it takes to get to Montpelier, which according to my app is 2 hours and 11 minutes on average.
Oh, I must drive like a jerk then.
You do.
Oh. Well then, we didn't even beat around that one at all, Sandy.
You said it before.
That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's totally feasible to get to Montpelier in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess it
I'm
depends
just saying
on.
it's on the borderline, but
It depends on how nitpicky you want to get. Do you want to choose an app that we? No, I swear to God. I mean, we're going to this length, so it's.
Well, another thing
it'll
is
change, but
Montpelier can have really bad weather when you get up there.
And that's why I asked to make sure that there was things in there that stated the weather. If there was a conference in Burlington that got out at 4 o'clock, I wouldn't. I mean, if you don't want to drive home, then that's a different circumstance that we could address, especially this time of year where it's dark at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or we had the storm that came in, we knew it was coming, and if there was a conference to go up last night, even if it is within that 2 hours, just based on safety, I think that there is some circumstances where we can certainly look outside of that.
So how do you want E to read? Your literature and getting training from the trainer, so to speak, section.
I mean, it's really the literature that I think needs to come back, and I don't know, somebody help me with the wording on this, but just, I think that it would be beneficial that we take the 5 minutes so that we know what happened and.
Do we include it in the following select board meeting packets?
I think so.
The literature?
I think, or yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Some of it can be pretty I mean, that's a lot of paper, just warning you. Usually you get like the entire PowerPoint presentations.
And you can always download those from, look them up on VOCT's website too.
Sure, I mean, and it doesn't have to be included in the packet, but I think that there needs to be something that comes back that says, yeah, I was at this training that the town is paying for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe made available to the board members?
Sure. And I think that speaking about that for a couple of minutes, just to, hey, this is what it was great, this is how it's going to help the residents of Vernon.
Right.
I think that they're deserving of that since ultimately it's their money.
Did you want that as number E, or can I just put that where it
Number
makes
8.
sense? I was thinking.
I wasn't going to say it, Sandy, but well, you're on a roll tonight.
Funny. I said number 8. Because I think he already said it.
The only thing that I question on this is C. As much as I like both of you, I really don't want to share a hotel room with you, so if either of you want to attend with me, I'm going to pay for my own damn room.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
We won't fight.
well, we probably don't really want to room with you either.
No, that's what I'm kind of getting at, is we don't want to stay together, so.
So then on that, should there be something in there that if you're choosing to not stay in that room, that falls solely on, I mean, at this point now we've got to.
Well, I mean, it is. That if this is passed as it is, employees or officials of the same sex attending the same conference shall share lodging and blah, blah, blah.
But it should probably be.
That's part of the policy.
If choosing to
Or pay for their own lodging.
Oh, yes, there needs to be
There you
something,
go.
yeah.
Or pay for their own lodging. And you flip a coin of who does what.
I do need, before you approve this, can I get this approved by the attorney? Because this may, that actual, since you are delineating between sex and, I feel better HR-wise if that was looked at.
What do you mean?
That you are writing a policy to force somebody to share a room with somebody else. It doesn't matter whether you're male or female, or, I just want to make sure that HR-wise, we're not crossing a line.
If I identify as a female that night,
Right.
or
That's my only concern with that.
Okay.
Sandy identifies as a male.
And there may be another way to word it, so I don't see a problem with the current employees.
We could stipulate, depends on if you have a 2X chromosome, then that's the line. Yeah, probably is politically incorrect.
Yeah, that one might get us in trouble eventually. Okay. Do we have any other changes or additions to this policy? So we will have it vetted.
Going back to the question about, the GPS mapping program. I don't know, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. I mean, apps are gonna come and go, but just say popular mapping.
I mean, you
Or
could.
put your mileage.
Miles away,
What are you talking about?
instead of hours, miles?
Well, he was, mileage reimbursement, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Oh.
The 2-hour
The 2 hour.
limitation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, how do you, in other words, like, if my Google Maps says 2 hours and 11 minutes to Montpelier from here, Apple mapping might say
1 hour and 59 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
It doesn't need to be more complicated than, but some specificities.
So if you go to miles, you could do 120 miles, because at 60 miles an hour, that's 2 hours.
This is Vermont. I was just saying, depending on where you're going.
Vermont.
Well, I understand that, but
I would say that time, because that affects a conference starting in the morning, and
yeah,
mileage may not be that great, but if it takes you 3 hours to get there,
sure.
I think the time factor is still
But
appropriate.
I guess it's the which one do you use to determine the time? I mean, how because if I'm using Google Maps and Jeff is using MapQuest and you're using Waze, and you think you're okay based on your Waze, and Jeff and I look at our two apps and we're like, that was 1 hour and 45 minutes, and yours says 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then we have a conflict.
So print it off and add it to your request.
I like it.
Or you just keep searching for an app that's going to tell you less than 2 hours.
That's your job.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so we're happy with the 2 hours, and when the request is made, we all use our heads about what 2 hours is. Yes?
Do you want to put the documentation from the travel app on the hours? I'm sorry, was that a joke, or am I adding that?
You suggested printing something off.
Yeah.
I guess if there's some.
Although if you drive it all the time, you're not going to use the app, But if there's, so I would leave it the way it is, and then if the question comes up that, I said it took longer, you can say why, and I said, well, this is what Rand McNally told me, and I can go back and, you can always reprint.
Okay.
Rand McNally.
All right, so it's old school. Okay? Thank you, Brett. Yeah.
Side of the table.
I carry one in my car.
I was
I
getting
used
lost on
to,
MapQuest.
not anymore.
Yeah, that's if you want us to go back and find it.
All right. Anything else on this one? On this policy? So we will get those couple things rewritten, throw it up to Larry, get his nod, and approve it next time around. Sound good? Okay.
Do you want to take 4 questions?
Sure. Questions?
2 questions. Why do you go with the federal mileage reimbursement instead of state mileage reimbursement?
Cindy always recommends.
That's what Cindy recommends? Okay. Yep.
That's what the board voted on.
Okay, thank you.
Years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't me that made that decision, it was the board.
Just asking. And why don't we look into renting a car instead of doing mileage reimbursement? It saves the state of Vermont a lot of money by renting a car as opposed to paying you back reimbursement for mileage.
Yeah, I can see that, because if you're running up to Burlington, it's 300 miles at, what is the current, 58 cents?
Yeah, 58
Times
Rent
58.
a car around here.
That's $174.
Go to rent it.
You can rent a car for about $60.
Round trip.
From where?
Enterprise.
Where's that?
It's up on Putney Road.
Oh.
There's probably another one down. We use Enterprise. That's what I use when I go to Waterbury, Burlington, Berry. Yeah. Because they only allow us to use our own vehicles if there's no rent-a-car or no fleet car available. And if we have to use our own vehicle, we get half the mileage reimbursement. So it makes sense to rent a car for $60.
So what's the case you're speaking of, that if there are multiple attendees?
We carpool.
Yeah, yeah, it's
One-
expected.
One
right?
rental car, four employees go.
We can look into it.
And again, if you don't want to ride in the rental car, you
Drive
drive
around.
yourself.
Oh.
and you-
I don't think any of us charge mile reimbursement anyway. I mean, at this table.
yeah.
So I've never charged for mile reimbursement or meals. So.
But, yeah, you know, that's good, but we do need to not,
Well, yeah, for
not
future,
expect it.
for future use, yeah. So yeah, that's something we can look into.
Yeah.
The only additional expense to that would be obviously filling up the car, but that's part of your rental. Do you guys do the automatic fill up?
We do the automatic fill-up.
So it's an extra $30 on top of your rental or whatever.
Depends on how heavy a brake foot you have.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it varies from.
We all know Chris has a very heavy right foot based on.
They'll fill it up for you.
Right, they fill it up, but it's part of your package.
Right.
Yeah.
Just pick it up, go do your
Good.
thing.
That's a great idea. Save it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea that if only it saves wear and tear on your personal vehicle, particularly in the winter.
It's true.
And you're getting a fairly new car and everything's ready to go.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance enforcement, appointment of custodial officials and appointment of enforcement officials. So this is gonna be a long one for us.
So speaking of bringing back from a training, what we learned at the training to help the town, this was the last one that I was up in Montpelier doing. So in order to start enforcing, and I gave you kind of a copy of what I wrote as far as a warning ticket, if people want to use it. And that just kind of gives you an idea of what we have on the books that we have fines set for. Again, we've got to get rid of the bicycle ordinance, but I'll get that on the list to get rid of that. But these are all the things that we actually have fines for. We have to take the parking out of there because our enforcement officials will not be able to do anything motorized vehicle related. So they can't do anything with ATVs, snowmobiles, or cars. That's all has to be done by a law enforcement officer. But I tried to think of everybody that might possibly want to, or that you might want to empower to issue tickets and fines. So this is kind of the list I came up with. We can start scratching off before I start calling everybody to get birthdays.
Why is it necessary to have a birthday?
The Judicial Bureau requires it has to be a name, it cannot just be a title. It's gotta be a name and a birthday of the person. And I would also have a training session for everybody who decides that, yes, they're going to write tickets, because there's a lot of important stuff to know before you actually pick up that ticket book and start writing stuff out. It's a responsibility that needs to be taken seriously. And there may be people on this list that you want that may say, no, I don't want to do it.
Yeah, you can take my name off from there. I don't want anything to do with this.
See, that's what I need to know.
Yeah. Writing tickets to the
really?
taxpayer.
We can get,
I put
you can get taken off.
You can absolutely get taken off. I just guessed.
Yeah, and if you read how that's
you know,
written
some
in
towns
there,
had the whole
it's not even
select board
written
on and some
properly in
didn't.
the ordinance
Because
what they're
I know that like for
classified
noise
So
issues
they
and stuff, you
actually
guys get
semi-automatic into that.
I just put it on here.
So is everybody in agreement on this table that we don't want to be in this loop?
No select board members
No
want
select
to
board
be on this
members?
list?
Okay.
I don't need
So no select board members?
Okay.
Question for you.
Sure.
What tickets are you using? Are you using the Vermont State VCVCs, or are you creating your own ticket, or?
The tickets are issued through the Judicial Bureau, so we don't actually have them yet because we don't have any enforcement officials or, what's the other thing?
This is the beginning of the process
we
to be
don't-
able to do all of that.
Right.
Okay, because when I read the ordinance, I can't remember which one it was, but when I read one of the ordinances, at the very bottom of it, you know, should you be, I don't remember the exact wording, but should you be issued a ticket, you know, check made payable to the town of Vernon. If you read the back of the VCVC through the state of Vermont, there are 3 boxes which you check off when you get a ticket. And one of them is you deny the allegation, one of them is you plead no contest, the other is you plead not guilty and request a hearing. In the ordinance, all you have is that, you know, you pay the fine and that's it. So there's no ability for somebody to say, yeah, I want to check off the thing and I want to have a hearing. It was just an automatic, you've got to, you know, cut a check to the town. And so that needs to
We
be
will make sure our
changed.
ordinances follow the tickets. I haven't seen the tickets, actually, and no checks would come to the state, to Vernon. They all go to the Judicial Bureau and then they send us a check. So
Yeah,
there are
realize that.
some logistics that need to be taken care of, but we need to get those
Like I
taken
said,
care
we are in the very beginning
This is-
process of this and don't have that knowledge that you have
Right.
being a previous police officer.
Still have.
But this is the first, this is the first step, is to assign some people, get our tickets in order, get our ordinances in order, and then go.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because you can't send it off to the Judicial Bureau and request a hearing without somebody that's gonna, you know, you can't plead not guilty to something according to the ordinance.
I think it should just be the constables, the fire chief, the assistant chief, and the health officer.
Not animal control.
Oh, the assistant fire
Well,
chief?
he's the second constable.
Oh,
so-
okay, yeah.
But yeah, I guess it should say animal control in case we have another second constable that decides they don't want to do that because they're an elected official and they have that right.
They don't even need the
They don't-
titles, I just put
I
them
question the same thing as why wouldn't we put second constable next to Jesse? And I guess we don't need the title, we just need the name and the date of birth.
Yeah,
And whatever
So
official
after
capacity
every
they sit
election,
in.
we have to change this? It can't be.
No, it's.
Yes.
Oh, we do?
Yes.
You cannot put just the title, it's gotta be the person and the birthday.
But if the person just doesn't get,
Then I just read another letter,
Okay.
like the one that I'm writing, and give them the name and the birthday. and-
So what happens if somebody says, I'm not paying this?
Then they go to court, just like the speeding ticket, they will go to court.
What are these tickets you're talking about?
Well, right now, we have fines for mostly animal control is a big one, that our animal control officer has no meat in his, when he's trying to enforce the animal control laws. We also have fines for use of alcohol in public places, discharge of an automatic firearm, bicycles, that are not registered, which will take care of that.
You mean the bicycles the little kids ride?
Yes, it's just an old ordinance that really
Many,
needs to be
many,
taken out
many
of the
years ago,
books.
you had to register your bike, and it's still, the ordinance
It's
still exists,
still there.
we gotta get rid of it. It's kinda like in Michigan, if you swear in front of a woman or child, you can get a fine.
We also have a noise ordinance and plowing and snow blowing. So like if somebody's blowing snow into the road. So those are things that we actually have fines for, but we have no medium to enforce them.
Isn't Annette still a health officer?
She is. She's an assistant health officer.
Even though she doesn't live in Vernon?
There's no requirement that she
Okay.
needs to. But do you want me to take the assistant health officers off?
I'm not sure about that, because if Mark's not in town,
Right, I leave them on.
they're the people that we call.
I truthfully don't like anything to do with this, so I don't care what you guys put on there and take off. I think that this is insane and that we're only going to upset people and people are still not going to pay it. Because what's the penalty after you go to court? It's the same, are they gonna suspend your driving license, like if you don't pay a fine in the state of Vermont? What is the ultimate
I think that
penalty?
they could, yeah, actually.
But does this tie into the emergency service? Well, some of it does, obviously, because if you're, I don't really understand it.
I mean, the whole thing is that we have ordinances in town that say if you let your dog run on somebody else's yard over and over and over again, you can expect to pay a ticket for it. And right now, we have no way of doing that. So if there's not going to be any enforcement, then we need to rethink the ordinances that we have, because we've got it on there and it just doesn't mean anything unless we do this. And people like the animal control officer have specifically asked to have some sort of medium to do it, and that's why I did this.
I think that we are opening every person that we name on that list up to either getting yelled at, spit on, or, and these aren't law enforcement officers that we're asking to do this. And we are opening them up to just some type of unnecessary, it doesn't make sense to me.
And you don't have to do any of this.
I was just gonna say, you're gonna ask.
You don't have to write a ticket if you don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wouldn't if I could.
and they don't have to write tickets. Nothing's forcing them, but if they are in a situation where they feel it's warranted, do you want these people to have the power to do that? That's basically the question. Or do you not want to do it at all?
But just what you said right there, though, they can pick and choose, then that goes against the ordinance that we have in place anyway. If the person that is put on this piece of paper says you can write this ticket, and they say, I don't want to do that, then that ordinance is still useless.
So if Jeff's dog bites one of my grandkids.
I only have cats.
I know.
If your cat scratches.
Yeah, well, the cat doesn't work, but we have a dog animal ordinance. So I'm going to sue the town because you didn't do your job.
But something like that, law enforcement would be involved in.
Yeah.
And then that takes the burden off from our.
So why do we have why do we have the ordinance then?
Well, it's the ones that are running wild too, and,
Yeah, I know, I get calls all the time.
you know,
Another question
harassing
for you?
people.
We'll hold off until we finish with the select board, and then we'll get you guys in the audience. Thank you.
I mean, this is something you have to do.
No, it comes up all the
It's
time.
just requested.
But if you have an ordinance, you should either enforce it or get rid of it.
And I agree with you, but if the person that is listed here has the ability to say, I'm not writing a ticket for that, even though it was a violation of the ordinance, then there's no point in any of it.
Right.
Well, law enforcement officials do that all the time. They have the discretion to, if they pull you over for speeding, they have the discretion to just give you a warning
Or not pull you over.
yeah. So it's the same kind of thing.
Except that they're law enforcement with training and they're willingly put into that situation. These are our residents that we're asking them to do so. I don't know.
Well,
I just don't agree with it.
Can't they refuse to do it?
They can, but then what's the point in the ordinance?
Well,
Is what
there
I'm.
might be one or two on here that say we will do it.
Some of them have requested this. Some of them on this list have requested tickets.
To have something.
To have something because they're out there with nothing. And they are trying to do their job, so that's how this started, was
Is
they
there
asked.
a different way that it could be, we have a violation of the ordinance, can it just be billed from the town without doing this? Couldn't we send
I
them a bill?
don't believe so.
Okay.
Cindy's shaking her head no too, so.
No? Okay.
So between the two no's, that's a pretty solid no.
So I guess, do we want to give those folks that want the opportunity to enforce the ordinances that they're in charge of, the ability to do so or not? That's the question.
I think so. I mean, if people on this list already expressed an interest in doing so.
They didn't all. I honestly
No,
just guessed at anybody that might. You know, I figured I put Dave on here because he's out plowing all the time, and if he goes over and he has to plow over somebody's snow blowing, there's stuff. I just guessed who might want to have the opportunity.
No, I mean, I agree. Like, if they're not going to be enforced at all, there's no reason to have any ordinances. And I think some of these are worthwhile in retaining.
Mm-hmm.
And then every March, we have to send the state of Vermont an updated list of who
Individuals.
has permission to write these out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But every March, we send lists everywhere.
I'm making sure I'm on the same page
Yep.
here, that's all.
Yep.
And then out of these, I mean, if we had somebody discharging a automatic firearm, then I'm pretty sure state police are going to be somewhere involved in that.
Because, I mean, that automatic is not semi-automatic.
Yeah, and the way that that's written in that book needs to be addressed if we're going to do this as well, because that makes it sound like any semi-automatic weapon is also included in this.
Wait, what book? The policy book?
The ordinances, yes, where it defines automatic weapon. The way that I read it, it sounds like it includes a semi-automatic.
Because didn't we just do that? Didn't we just update that ordinance?
I thought we did away with it a long time ago.
It's still in that book.
Is it? Maybe it's something else firearm related.
Well, we spent a lot on the noise, yeah, which related, or came about because of
that.
firearms.
So are we happy? I guess the custodial, let's start at the beginning. If we want to go forward with this, which it sounds like the majority of us want to go forward with this, so those folks that want to enforce their ordinances can, we need to appoint a custodial official.
I thought we already did that.
No, we didn't. And then we need to appoint the enforcement officials that are on this list after that. So I would suggest that, because Michelle sits in the office, that she is the custodial official, meaning, you know, the person that sends this list every year and that kind of thing.
Administrative.
Yes.
I agree.
That person does not have to get writing.
So I make a motion that we appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement.
Second.
So moved and seconded to appoint the town administrator as the custodial official for ordinance enforcement. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. So now let's get back to this enforcement list. We've already exonerated ourselves from this list. So my suggestion for this list is to leave everybody as it is and address those folks that haven't said that they want to, you know, be a part of it. So ask Dave, and if Dave says, yes, I want to be able to say, stop putting your snow in the road because it's, you know, interfering with our plowing, that he has the ability to do that. I don't feel personally comfortable just appointing these people without having those conversations with those people. To Chris's point, if somebody doesn't want to do it, then we don't want to appoint them. So.
Agree.
Right?
And then if Jesse is out as the animal control officer and writes a ticket, and somebody is upset and beats the crap out of him, who covers that?
We have insurance for that.
But, okay, all right.
But I mean, that could happen in his animal control officer
Right,
function now.
Yeah.
He can go pick up a dog in the middle of the field and bring it home, and why'd you touch my dog? I mean, it can happen regardless. Obviously, giving somebody tickets a little more tense situation than bringing your dog back, but
Use a warning first.
yeah.
Question? Is there any cost to having people who write the tickets? Do they have to be bonded or any kind of extra insurance for them to be able to do that? No? Just anybody can write a ticket?
Yes.
If their laws are on that list?
Yeah, but they can't write a ticket for just anything. So that's why they need to sit down and have some training about what they can and cannot write tickets for.
Right, but there's no cost to the town, no added insurance because they're gonna be writing tickets.
No.
There's benefit if somebody pays their fee and we get a portion of it back. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of things. One of the things that Chris brought up, somebody gets a ticket and says, hey, I'm not gonna pay it, do whatever you need to do. Is your benefit off the tickets gonna cover either the town attorney or whoever writes the tickets for going to court to testify and do all that good stuff? Research, testify, get the papers in order and all that good stuff. Time involved in that, you gotta make sure that, you know, the benefit is gonna outweigh.
And who's paying for that person's time to go to court?
The person who goes to court is the person who wrote the ticket.
And who's paying them for their missed time at work?
They're all these people are on stipend, unless you want to take Dave off, he's the only one that's salaried. Everybody else.
So we're
on this
asking
list.
these people to take time away from their paying full-time job.
Yes.
To go to court for a town ordinance, and we're not going to pay them?
Yes.
We're not asking them anything.
Well,
We're seeing if they want to, that's why we're not appointing anybody tonight. We're asking them if they want to be involved in this.
But even if they say, yes, I would love to write tickets, and then that person decides to take them to court, we're asking somebody that is a public servant, pretty much a volunteer, to give up more of their time to go to court over a $50 ticket? I don't know. I think this is ridiculous.
I mean, that would, whoever wrote the ticket, and if it is going to court, they don't show up.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
could,
then
and they own the
charges
ticket,
get
they could
dropped.
also just say, I forgive the ticket, it's up to them.
So
Whoever writes that
still,
ticket
this whole
owns the
thing is
ticket.
pointless because they can just not go to court because they're going to lose money. They can say, I don't want to write the ticket. I mean, it just,
I think it's important to have an enforcement vehicle if you're doing it.
Or-
If you don't wanna do this, I would just say to take all of your fines off the books then.
Or
That
another
would be
thing
my
to
suggestion,
throw in
that's
there
all.
is, if somebody says, you know, somebody goes to court and says, yep, you know, I was found guilty, well, hey, you know, I wanna take this to the next level. And, you know, I've had people, you know, want jury trials on speeding tickets. Is that gonna involve the town attorney? What's that gonna cost? And then the other thing about the tickets is, Chris, you're right, if you're gonna have an ordinance, it should be enforced, but tickets are discretionary. You know, are you also gonna have warnings, written warnings? Somebody's dog is continuously running at large, write a couple of warnings, after a second warning, okay, the next time, you know, it's gonna be a ticket, you write them a ticket, looks a lot better in court. So you have the discretion there. And then, you know, if you wanna be the hardcore, we've got the ordinance, we need to enforce it, somebody's dog breaks their leash and goes taking off down 142, dog at large, technically, are you gonna write a ticket for that? I've seen some pretty big leashes busted by some pretty strong dogs. Are you gonna write a ticket for a dog that broke a leash? You know, it's discretionary, so you can't sit there and say, you know, yeah, because we've got this ordinance, we're gonna write a ticket.
But if we don't enforce our ordinances and some dog bites somebody,
That's true.
we're at fault.
So here's kind of my take on this, and take it with a grain of salt, is we're empowering these people to do what they do or do not want to do. We are not asking them as the town to go out and write 5 tickets a day. and bring in X amount of revenue. We're not asking them to do anything. They are signing up saying, yes, I want to be able to enforce my ordinance in this manner. That's their choice, with the understanding that it's a possibility that they have to go to court, and it's their choice whether they go to court or not, just like it is a police officer. There's times that you can't show up to court because you're doing something else. So you miss a traffic court date. So we're not asking these people to do anything more than what they want to do. We're empowering them to have the ability to enforce the ordinance that they're in charge of if they so choose.
The one big difference with what you just said is, if I'm scheduled on something else, I'm up at training, I'm incapacitated, and I can't go to court, they postpone the ticket hearings and they postpone it until a later date. But as a law enforcement officer, we just can't sit there and write tickets and then tell the sheriff or tell whoever our boss is, I don't feel like going to court. I'm going to write all these tickets, but I'm not going to go to court.
I understand that. It's just I'm not showing up because I don't want to show up.
Yeah.
Kind of thing with a police officer. I was just trying to use that as an example.
But if we're empowering these people to enforce the ordinances, which yes, they should be enforced, but there is nothing here that one protects these people, that whether they can voluntarily say yes or no, we're still giving them that authority. We're giving them no protection on top of that, and we're offering them absolutely no financial reason to go to court to try and get the town the $50 to enforce this ordinance. We're asking them to lose money to make us money.
The animal control officer gets paid. I'm sorry, I should correct that. He does get paid, like $15 an hour. So he would get paid. Other than that,
he would get paid to go to court?
I would assume that if he's in court for his animal control duties.
But that's not the way that that's written down, so why would...
Do you have a contract with Jesse?
That says...
He gets paid.
He gets
out
paid.
of the dog fund.
But how is that worded?
So far, he submitted 2 months' worth.
But does that, and I haven't seen the contract, would that cover him if he went to court?
He would put down on his timesheet, if you want to call it that, the date, the time that he was at court, and then he'd submit it, and we pay it because we have a contract with him. But he's the only one we have a contract with. And it's paid out of the dog fund.
So I guess, again, the question comes back is, do we want to allow these people to enforce their ordinances, or do we not want to allow them to enforce the ordinances? That's it. That's all this is about.
I move that we ask these people to be fit enforcement officials.
Second.
So moved and seconded to offer these people the opportunity to enforce their ordinances. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
So we will table the appointment of the enforcement officers until we hear back from everybody.
Okay.
Accept Recreation Board resignation from myself and appoint Amy Emery.
I move that we accept Josh Hunter's resignation from the Recreation Board, and furthermore that we appoint Amy Emery to that board.
Second. Ooh, I beat ya.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of Josh Hunter and appoint Amy Emery to the Recreation Board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Policy to bill for emergency services.
So I apologize, Chris, I could not get all the information together quick enough to actually write a draft policy. And I figured before I jumped into that maybe if the board could discuss this long list of billable items, then I will jump into whatever you decide you want me to write a policy for. I hope that's okay.
Have you checked with other towns to see how theirs are written?
It's hard to find written ones. I did give you a copy of Milton's, I think it is. And different towns have different policies. So Guilford charges for some things. Chris was telling me that Putney charges for other things. Some towns don't charge for anything. It was a little tough digging, but I spoke to a couple of different towns and did find it's like night and day. I mean, the towns are so different in what they've decided to do. So I'm sure that we could find a policy that we could work with.
Did VLCT have a samples policy? Great.
Ultimately, the thought process behind this, and I started talking to Todd about it 2 years ago, that I don't care if we recoup $20 or if we get enough to fill the tank back up with diesel. I think anything is beneficial here, especially since it's going to the insurance companies. We're not asking the residents to pay for it. I believe, with the exception of a non-permitted burn, and was there one other one that was discussed or no? But anyway, otherwise it would all be charged to the insurance company. So I don't see a reason not to take their money.
I'm with you.
That's why you pay for insurance.
Exactly.
And they have to be there anyway,
Mm-hmm.
you know. I think I should also, do our guys go to 91?
If they did, it would have to be mutual aid, because
Okay.
Guilford covers our small section of that, to the best of my knowledge, because they have the emergency entrance over there.
Okay.
I do not think that we should bill for mutual aid. I think that that's a bad practice to get into. We see a lot of bigger towns like Brattleboro starting to bill to come here, or to other small towns, and they bill simply because they know that they're coming here and our guys aren't going to be here, or Guilford isn't going to. There's a reason that they've been called, and to start billing them when we're going to ask them for help at some point, I think is bad practice.
So you would keep that as an exemption?
Yes. I also don't like the allow chief, town administrator, or select board to not bill for services. I think that that sets a bad precedent and some favoritism. I say we bill them all, and then we could address that as a board should they decide to appeal it.
I agree.
I agree.
The person responsible for the billing, coding, follow-up, I think that that needs to be our treasurer's office. But I think that there needs to be something clearly spelled out in there that if it's John or JJ responding for EMS, or Todd or Keith, I think that their paperwork needs to be done in a timely fashion so that we can bill. But I think that the billing process should actually be done through the treasurer.
What's the equipment usage charge? What would that cover? Because I don't know.
So some towns, and I believe you included one in here, they charge differently for how long they were on scene. Each separate piece of apparatus would be worth something different depending on size and how long and things like that. I believe some, and I'm sorry, Michelle, I didn't look through this, but I believe some of them bill for
the equipment, like the light
individual man hours, depending on how many people we have on scene.
That's per call. That's like per hour.
That's a good idea.
And I don't know if there is a way, Michelle, to write the non-permitted burn. I don't know if there's a way to put something in there. Where was it the other day? They just had the large tannerite explosion that was felt all over. That was up in Cavendish. Fireworks. I don't know if there's a way to write it so that if you're doing something stupid that creates a fire, that you're also billed for that.
Would that fall under the hazardous materials incident?
I don't know. Fireworks that I'm just thinking somebody setting them off and catching somebody's
There
field
is-
on fire.
So in addition to non-permanent burn, I mean, there is the whole nuisance charge. You know, like if you have faulty wiring in your house and you don't fix it and.
That's
they're
fine,
out there all
yeah, I
the
could see
time
it
and
added
have
to that,
said-
that if you're doing,
Doing something stupid?
yeah, just put that right in there.
I want to put your name next to it.
Yeah, please.
I think I did see a policy that had something that alluded to that. So I couldn't find that.
And
But
as
see,
for
now,
what that money gets
a
off,
bill like that would go to.
The homeowner.
The homeowner.
Correct.
Okay, there's also.
Which I think that nuisance charge needs to go to the homeowner as well. I don't think that that should be an insurance.
Okay, and, there was also, let's see, homeowner, there's also, reference, it's like, if it's a DUI or another violation, and that's why you're getting your vehicle towed. I forgot where I was reading it, but those bills would go to the homeowner instead of the.
And hazardous materials, I think that that could be two separate things. There can be an accidental one, but then if somebody is dumping used motor oil over their embankment, then
So
that
that
would
should
be
go
a
homeowner, I think?
I think that needs to be two separate things.
So how would-
One that's almost malicious and one that is accidental and it's just what it is.
Why would the fire department be called for someone dumping?
I don't.
Okay.
If somebody dumped 10 gallons of gas on their bonfire and
Yeah,
decided
I
to
can
touch
see that.
that off, now we have that incident plus the fire. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that we're not billing an insurance company for something that they're gonna be like, what?
And I think, doesn't it turn into a hazardous material if oil starts spilling on the highway, on the road?
Yeah.
They have to start picking that up.
Yeah.
Oil, fuel.
And we just dealt with it on this pond up here, whose pond that the car rolled into a couple of years ago, that I don't believe they can still use that pond because of the hazardous.
Here in
material.
Skibbs.
Yeah.
And the insurance company doesn't cover that? Or will
I believe
cover
they
it?
would have.
They would have if there was.
Yeah.
She's still working on it. So those, like the vehicle recovery really needs, like, in Guilford, it goes through the tow companies. So we'd have to set up a meeting with all the tow companies and the town of Vernon would submit their bill to the tow company, whoever towed the car, and then they submit it to the insurance company with their bill.
Right.
Along with their bill.
And I think every tow company around here is being used by the same fire departments, so it's
Yeah, I
pretty
think they
common
have a
practice to
list.
them, yeah, so.
And then for the EMS, when you start billing for that, then you're looking at medical coding that needs to be done. So, this is something that's not gonna get done in the next 2 weeks, but, I'll look at what we need to know to get that done, especially for Medicaid and Medicare.
And I think that Rescue Inc. would be extremely helpful in getting squared away with that as well.
So true. Another town only billed for non-residents for vehicle recovery. Do you wanna do that, or do you wanna bill for everybody? I'm just trying to get a basis of what I'm writing, that's all.
Go ahead.
I think that would be for everybody.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
If not, it should say something to the effect of criminal activity, DUIs or things like that.
Okay.
But I agree with Jeff that it should be everybody.
And do you wanna exempt payment if insurance doesn't cover the cost? You wanna keep that? kind of
Unless it is
wording in there?
unless it's one that's billed directly to the homeowner.
I agree.
And I know that that's what some of the fire chief was a little reluctant to do this. He was afraid that we were trying to get more money out of taxpayers, or that this was kind of a punishment to them if they had an accident. But as long as we're keeping it with the insurance company, that's what it's there for. And we can recoup some of our costs.
Okay, and so I'll ask you, did you get a chance to see the prices that Milton had? Is everybody okay with that? I mean, I would be totally guessing, I have no idea where to start with how much it costs to run that truck out.
It's big, it's big.
It's a big
I would go, where's Putney? Do you have Putney's?
No, we do not have Putney's. I'm actually waiting for him coming back.
Yeah.
He hasn't called you back. I'll go up and see him at some point.
I think the rates make sense because regardless of the size of the town, depending on and correct me if I'm wrong, because I've never been on the fire department, depending on the size of the incident is how many trucks you roll and that kind of thing.
Correct, yeah. I'm just wondering if is there anything in this that talks about man hours? Because I believe that we can bill for that too.
This one has, yeah, that one. It just says hazardous material fires, $100 per truck plus $30 per hour per fire. Suggestions. These are just suggestions.
Yeah. So this one says $1 per every $1,000 of estimated value of the vehicle.
I mean, if nothing else, I think that we should be able to bill for whatever the state's minimum wage is per person that is responding to that call. Because we're offering them missed wages, so we should be able to recoup that somewhere.
I'll check to see if we can do that, just to make sure, because on the University of Vermont thing, it doesn't say time. It just says standby and fire guard fees. But it doesn't say, but I'll find out as we go through this to make sure that, so.
I think Milton has a paid fire department, but maybe if I would.
They must up there. They're
It's similar size to Broward population-wise.
Yeah.
I know that because my in-laws are from there.
Did you say to guess $15 an hour for the firefighter?
I said at a minimum wage, until we find out what we can do, but yes, I would.
Because it's gonna be 15 in what year anyways.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and then the other part of this whole thing is, well, if we make this money, what do you want to do with money? Do you want to allocate it back to the fire department? Should that be part of the policy? Should it not be part of the policy, just go into the general fund? Should it go specifically to the capital plan toward purchase of fire trucks? I mean, it's up to you.
Where does the money go that we get sent back from tickets that are written from the sheriff's department? Where does that money go?
I have no idea.
That's, isn't that an income line on that? Safety, contracted safety? I thought he had that in the budget.
I just don't know where it
is, but I don't know
disperses.
where it,
You know
so
what
it
I
just
mean?
goes to the general fund then, if it's
Yeah.
going on a line item there.
Yeah, I think it should go to general fund because we're asking the treasurer to do a lot of the bookwork. And so, to the fire department budget, you know, that doesn't go, I think it should go to the general fund. Because there's more than just the fire department involved here.
I'm fine with, yeah. I just want the money to come to the town one way or the
Yeah.
other.
General fund, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And depending on what that is, we can allocate that much more to the fire department, a percentage of it.
Oh, so if it showed as income for the fire department, it would end up in the general fund anyways.
It would.
So they can show it as income.
But if you wanted to put it toward like fire trucks, then we could, you know, if you were to write a policy, it'd be part of the capital plan and be put every year to defray that, but that's totally up to you. Just if you're gonna bring money, and this could, you know, if we're charging for everything, it could end up being a significant chunk
I
of
think the
money.
EMS one is the one that would be the most money brought in. And that's also the most calls that they run, so.
Okay, so that gives me something. Anything else that anybody wants me to make sure to look into as I'm crafting this? Oh, okay. And I'll talk to Cindy about that too, so that she knows, so she doesn't get surprised by having that put in her office.
I would imagine that there would be, we would have to find some kind of training for that medical billing to get her into.
I'm guessing,
Okay.
yeah, and hopefully in the research that I do, I'll be able to find something that.
Okay, we're skipping the salvage yard permit, public participation on non-agenda items.
I have a non-agenda item, actually, it's about the agenda. I know that Melissa Allen had requested to be on the agenda. She's not, she wasn't called down for any of the items that are on the agenda. Where would she fit into this agenda? She specifically asked to be on the agenda, you said she would be. But she was not called down.
She could speak in public comments regarding agenda items or non-agenda items.
Okay, so is this my opportunity?
Sure.
Okay. I have a little presentation.
Okay.
Should I come up to the table?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Okay. So my name is Melissa Allen. I live on Tyler Hill Road. I've been in town for a few years now and I grew up here. I started noticing a few discrepancies in some of the select board spending, and so I've kind of put together a few things that I wanted to share with you. Because I know that taxpayers have entrusted you with their tax money, and I would just like to point out some things and see if we can all work together to be a little bit better about it. Give you this.
Meetings today.
Staples
Yeah.
is quite expensive today. So I can just, so I'm just gonna start out and I'll just go on my spreadsheet here. You'll see that it's quite small. I wanted to get it all on one page, but I have everything in chronological order so you can follow along as I kind of tell you and kind of break down the last year and a half-ish of some things that I noticed. The first item that I want to point out is Michelle's timesheet, and this was dated the week ending 2/24/18. Specifically noting 2/21 was a full day of work for Michelle.
So if we're gonna be talking about
Yep.
somebody's personnel,
Yep.
we need to do this in executive session.
Okay, gotcha. There are some personal items, but I don't know exactly what that would qualify for.
Well, if you're talking about people's timesheets, their pay, their vacation time, any of that is
Because I
a
took
personnel
all of
item.
these from public records.
Mhm.
So there's nothing that the public can't get
Correct,
that
but
I
if
have.
you're discussing changes or those things that needs to be done in executive session, it'd be because it's a personnel issue.
Okay,
It's the
there's-
same thing that we just did with Cindy.
Gotcha. So there's nothing in here that I'm recommending for a change. That would be up to you. I'm just pointing out some discrepancies that I found. So if that needs to be executive, I guess it can be executive.
It probably should be, I think.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion that you go
Okay.
to safe session.
Sure.
I'd like to go in executive session with Michelle.
Melissa Allen.
Melissa. Why do I call you Michelle? With Michelle and Melissa.
Yeah.
I've only known Missy since she was little.
Sure.
To evaluation, let's see. Discussion or consideration of records or documents accepted from the access to public records. No. Hold on. All right. I'd like to go into executive session to discuss grievances other than tax grievances. Premature general public knowledge and its personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session.
And then I move we go into executive session.
Oh, sorry, based on personnel.
Okay, then I move we enter executive session to discuss this personnel.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed? We are in executive session at 8:05. executive session at 8:05, out at 8:34. No action was taken. Correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all of the correspondence in your packets, and yesterday, speaking of travel, ran up to Montpelier for a photo op and a press opportunity with the governor for our big check of $5,000 for the rec center, so.
Thank you very
That was
much.
pretty awesome.
Yes.
And that's it.
It's the first rec one we've got, isn't it?
What's that?
It's the first rec one we've got, can I say it?
Is it?
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Anything else?
It's a small one.
Did you get to talk to the governor?
I did.
All right.
Said hi, Suzanne.
Does he know where?
Got my picture taken with him. Got an email to me today. And actually got to meet face to face to the woman that I deal with a lot of the state, who, and I see her on email all the time, so it was nice to finally be able to put a face to her name and be able to shake her hand. And that was cool.
Great.
All right, that's all you got?
That's all I got.
Next meeting is tomorrow at 6:30, same bad time, same bad channel. We are adjourned.